Although Zhang Wei had once ranked among the top 100 mech engineers in Chuan City, he never imagined he would be betrayed and murdered by the very woman he had devoted his life to protecting. Reborn, he now has to rely on a loan to buy a truck and turn the tables. Han Xiao, you deserve to die? Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, rage surging inside him. The woman's words from his previous life echoed like a devil's whisper. Zhang Wei, give this high-grade source crystal to my brother. With it, his mech can advance. He is my brother, after all. Zhang Wei, the girl my brother likes really fancies the beam rifle you just found. Hand it over for my Saki's my only family. Zhang Wei, you have to give my brother that epic class skill crystal. With it, he'll definitely break into Chuan City's top 100. Each memory cut him like a knife. Zhang Wei was already among the city's elite and longed for a high-grade source crystal. He loved that beam rifle and needed the epic skill crystal even more. Yet he compromised again and again until the skill crystal request, when he finally refused. That single refusal cost him his life. Han Xiao and her brother Han Su murdered him together. They never expected Zhang Wei to be reborn 7 days before the mechanical invasion, back in his 18-year-old body. Hey, if you're going crazy, do it outside. In a shady loan company's office, the greasy manager slammed his desk, jolting Zhang Wei back to reality. Loan. Zhang Wei's eye sharpened as he slapped a property deed onto the desk. The manager flinched at the killing intent in the young man's gaze. He had seen plenty of desperate borrowers, but never one so fierce. 9 taken, 13 return deadline 1 month. You know the terms? He asked, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. I know. How much can I get? Zhang Wei pushed the deed over, face cold. The manager studied it. A downtown, 100-square-meter condo in the name of an 18-year-old was odd. This place really yours? Zhang Wei tossed over his ID. Mine. Get on with it. After confirming, the manager signed another full con by a woman and asked, you can borrow up to 800,000. How much do you want? All of it. Reminder, 9 out, 13 back. You'll receive 720,000 and owe 1,040,000 in a month. Miss the deadline and we take the property. Got it. Do the paperwork. An hour later the money hit Zhang Wei's account. He exhaled. In this second life, he had only 7 days before the mechanical civilization descended on Blue Star. After the invasion, every vehicle could transform into a mech. In his previous life, Zhang Wei didn't even own a bike, started miserably, spent 2 years earning a basic mech, and only then climbed into Chuan City's top 100 only to die at Han Xiao's hand. Han Xiao, Han Zu will settle this. His fists clenched, eyes cold. Composing himself, he took a cab to the nearest heavy truck dealership. When vehicles became mechs, size meant power. Last life he suffered for it. This time he would start with the biggest machine he could afford. His grandfather's condo was already collateral, cash was tight, and mining dump trucks cost millions. A heavy tractor trailer offered the best bang for his buck. Storming into the showroom, he barked, I need a truck the newest model, biggest and best. The saleswoman froze, then beamed. Right this way, sir. The garage door rolled up to reveal a massive black truck, imposing and solid. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This is our latest heavy truck, sir. Any questions? No. He'll take it. Can the financing be cleared today? Absolutely. List price is 490,000, 40,000 discount, 50% down, 2 hours for the loan. Do it. 2 hours later the title was in his name. Unable to drive a rig, he asked the saleswoman to deliver it to a designated spot and leave the keys inside. She stared in shock. That casual? After the mechanical descent, vehicles bind to their owners. Theft won't matter, he replied, already moving on. Night fell as Zhang Wei hurried to a welding shop and pushed the door open. A few workers were chatting. Seeing him, they pointed toward an office. Boss is in the restroom. Wait a sec. Zhang Wei nodded and sat, calculating. The truck was 12 meters long. Once transformed, the mech would stand about 10 meters tall. He needed weapons in advance. A starter mech came unarmed, and fighting barehanded was inefficient. He'll need a combat blade at least 5 meters long and a sturdy shield. While he planned, the shop owner walked in, smiling. First time here, buddy. What can I build for you? I need a blade 5 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters thick along the spine. The shop was silent. The owner had just risen from his desk, glass halfway to his lips. When he heard the request, he froze mid-sip, looking almost comical. 5 meters? He echoed, then tried a gentle reminder. Buddy, this isn't a knife store. That kind of joke. 20 grand work for you? Zhang Wei cut him off and slapped a thick stack of cash onto the desk. 10 up front as a deposit. Use your best alloy. Cash persuades faster than words. The owner stared at the bills for a moment before speaking. We can make it, but we can't sharpen it. Crafting a blank alloy blade isn't hard really. You're overpaying. No edge is fine. Zhang Wei added, I also need a shield picture as steel door same price, 20 grand. Hey, race another 10 as a deposit. Another wad landed on the table. The owner fell silent, listening while Zhang Wei detailed the dimensions, materials, and reinforcement ribs for both pieces. A few minutes later he nodded stiffly. All right. About a week. A week? Too slow. Zhang Wei frowned. You've got 3 days. They'll pay extra. Another 20,000 smacked onto the desk. 60 grand in 3 days, who could refuse? The owner changed his tune at once. No problem. 3 days. They exchanged cards and numbers. Deal sealed. Night had fallen by the time Zhang Wei left the shop. The cool wind brushed his face as he headed home. There were things he needed to sort out. Everything had happened 10 years ago, and much of it was a blur. After a quick meal, he sat beneath the living room light, thinking. When the machines descended, a high-grade source crystal surfaced in Chuanqing. If he could get to it first, it lay on the summit of Xinfeng Mountain. Nobody knew its rank or type, but he had to claim it. His thoughts were racing when the phone rang. Caller ID, Han Su. A flash of murderous intent surged through him. He drew a deep breath and answered. Weizi, where are you? Home. Zhang Wei kept his answer clipped, tamping down the anger. Home is boring. Come to Golden Classic, plenty of girls. Not coming. Enjoy yourself. Hey, my sister's visiting in a couple of days. Don't you want to? The call cut off with a string of beeps. Zhang Wei set the phone down, hands trembling. Han Suan's his sworn brother, Han Xiaohan's sister. And Han Su was the man who had ended his life in the last timeline. She's coming? It's not time yet, he can't strike. Stay calm. He repeated the words, but the shaking wouldn't stop. Then he blocked every number and account Han Su could use. He couldn't risk seeing him. He was afraid he might cut the man down on sight. He didn't dare meet Han Xiao. If he did, he might actually stab her. The hallway of Golden Classic KTV glowed with suggestive lighting. Han Su lounged on the sofa, staring at his phone. His WeChat message had been marked red for over 10 minutes with no reply. That mutt knows I called him here to pay the bill, right? Playing dead? He muttered. Then he remembered how the guy kept claiming to like his sister and spat. And he still thinks he can chase my sis? Like hell, I'll hook them up. After cursing, he suddenly frowned. Something's off. He's acting too weird, must be hiding something. ID better look into it. 3 days later, Zhang Wei's coveted warblade and shield were finally finished. He went to the shop to inspect them himself. The edge and face were a bit rough, but they had great heft. Satisfied, he cheerfully wired the remaining 20,000 and called to the staff. Yep, that truckload them up. Working together, the employees hoisted the 2 massive pieces into the cargo bed of a heavy truck without saying a word. To them, the young customer was the definition of too much money, not enough sense. Besides the brand new blade and shield, the bed held a huge bundle of mousetraps, easily 1,000. Someone whispered, even with a rat problem at home, this is ridiculous. Zhang Wei didn't bother explaining. Looks can wait, durability comes first. Once the paperwork was done, he took out his phone and ordered a driver. Can you get me to Xinfeng Mountain? Absolutely. The driver agreed at once. Zhang Wei's tip was generous. The driver stuffed his littlest scooter into the back, climbed into the cab, and started the engine. Half an hour later, the rig rolled onto Xinfeng Mountain. The paved road ended halfway up. Stop here. Here? The driver peered around. Xinfeng was low and not a tourist spot. Hardly anyone came here. He wondered why this guy would hunt rats on a mountain at night. Strange. Still, had been paid, so he shrugged. All right, I'm off. Call me when you need a ride down. He handed over a business card. Zhang Wei tossed it aside and looked over the treetops at the peak. This should be it. The origin crystal will fall up there, better not screw this up. He muttered to himself, slung the crate of traps over his shoulder, and began the climb, scanning for good spots to set ambushes. But the moment he reached the summit, his face went rigid. There was a massive mining site sprawled across the peak. How did I forget this? He slapped his forehead. Dust billowed as machines roared, and the sign, Chuanqing Mining, blazed in bright red. The company's heir, Jiang Tao, was destined to become one of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 war gods. In Chuanqing, he was practically untouchable. Worse, he owned a fleet of dump trucks, and once the mechs appeared, his initial unit would outclass most high-grade models. Zhang Wei felt a pang of envy. If he had the cash, he'd buy one himself, even secondhand. For now, it was best to avoid tangling with Jiang Tao directly. Technically, he could maneuver for a dump truck of his own. The rule said a person could pilot only one mech, but could own multiple vehicles and assign extras to subordinates. Jiang Tao would drive one, the rest could go to his crew. If Zhang Wei sucked up and became a lackey, he might get one, but his fate would be in someone else's hands, never his style. Don't tell me the origin crystal's already in the mine, and Jiang Tao picked it up? He felt a headache coming and silently apologized. Look, I'm not trying to steal from you, don't make this hard. Then another thought struck him. Even with a dump truck, the outcome isn't set. Maybe I should recruit him instead? His eyes lit up. Having a future top 10 war god as my subordinate doesn't sound half bad. Zhang Wei ignored whatever was happening on the far side of the mine. He jogged along the ridge to the heavy truck parked on the summit and began dismantling the mousetraps he had rigged earlier. After the mechanization begins, almost every living creature on Earth will turn metallic, and mice are no exception. Once that happens, source crystals will form inside them, ordinary crystals, not the pricey high-grade kind, yet still enough to boost a mech's evolution. Zhang Wei believed you could never have too many. If he captured 1,000 mice, he figured he could push his mech through its first upgrade. Then a thought hit him, and he slapped his forehead. The mice were small now, but after mechanization, they would balloon to 1 meter long and half a meter high. A standard trap would never hold them. He needed sturdier gear. He pulled out his phone and called the welding shop owner he often worked with. Something wrong with the equipment, buddy? The man asked the moment he picked up. No, I need a few more items. What do you need? Thumb-thick iron chain, 2 meters per length. How many? 1,000. The number made the owner's eyes shine. Another big order, huh? 40 yuan a length sound good? Fine, Zhang Wei said without haggling. In a few days, money would be worth less than toilet paper and just as rough. But you'll have to deliver to Xinfeng Mountain. No problem. I've got plenty in stock. When do you want it there? Tomorrow's fine. And weld an iron ring on both ends of every chain, big enough to thread the chain through. About the thickness of your little finger. The owner hesitated. 1,000 chains means 2,000 rings. I'll need another 10 grand for that. Deal. The shop owner grinned, so wide his mouth almost twisted. 2,000 rings for an extra 10 Thusanda sucker like this was rare these days. Settled, then. Great. He'll have the trucks there by tomorrow morning. When the call ended, Zhang Wei began resetting the traps on the summit. At dusk, he pulled out his phone and ordered takeout through an app. He planned to stay on Xinfeng Mountain for the next 4 days. The delivery riders were about to make a killing. Hauling food up a mountain wasn't cheap, but Zhang Wei didn't care. Night fell. After eating his fill, he climbed into the cab of the heavy truck and slept like a baby. Near noon the next day, the welding shop owner drove 3 small lorries up Xinfeng Mountain in person. When they stopped, everyone on board was stunned. On the summit, Zhang Wei, wearing gloves, was gently opening each trap, lifting the struggling mice with the fond smile of a doting aunt. Guys, is my young friend here? You know, the owner tapped a finger against his temple. The men with him all nodded. Driving a heavy truck up a mountain to catch mice, what on earth did he need all that chain for? Hey, you made it. Zhang Wei turned and greeted them with genuine enthusiasm. Here you go, kid. All the chains you ordered are right here. Do you want to check them? The welding shop owner pointed to a cart piled with thumb-thick chains, unease flickering in his eyes. Rumors kept circling in his head. If a lunatic kills someone, he won't be punished, and the young man before him was famous for being not right. No need. I trust you. Just unload them, Zhang Wei drawled, as calmly as if he were buying a bag of rice. All right, unload the truck. The owner barked, terrified a second's delay might bring trouble. Metal links clanged as the workers hefted the chains. Zhang Wei pulled out his phone and wired 50,000 yuan on the spot. When the payment chime rang, the owner instinctively edged half a step away, trying to keep a safe distance. Zhang Wei noticed and gave a crooked smile. People laugh at me for being mad. I laugh because they can't see through me. So this is what it feels like to be treated as a freak. Interesting. Once the chains were unloaded, the owner hustled his staff off without daring to ask what Zhang Wei wanted them for. The chains, of course, were for tying up rats. Xinfeng Mountain was swarming with rodents. No one bothered hunting them anymore, so the rats had grown amazingly careless. In a single night, more than 100 fell into Zhang Wei's traps, each one a living source crystal. Dragging the rattling chains, he strolled to the cages, smiling. Every chain had rings at both ends. Thread one through the other, and it snapped shut. He slipped the loop over a rat's neck and locked it with a thread-thin wire. As they were now, the rats stood no chance of breaking free. But once they turned mechanical, their burst of strength would snap the wire, and the chain would fall away. Each length held 2 rats at opposite ends, so when the change came, they'd keep each other in check. None could escape. Genius, Zhang Wei praised himself, then bent to work. Fitting collars on rats was far trickier than it sounded. You don't know until you try. While Zhang Wei was working up a sweat, Han Su reached the welding shop. Had been tracking Zhang Wei for days. Ever since learning Zhang Wei had used a house under Han Zu's name as collateral for a loan shark company. Hundreds of thousands were involved. If brothers were going to be close, they should spend it together. At the entrance, he had an arm around a scantily dressed girl, Han Xiao. Zhang Wei had good taste. Han Xiao's looks were above average, and her bold outfit made her pop. Sis, just play along with him. With that kid's personality, he'll buy you anything you ask for. He's still got at least a few $100 grand, Han Su whispered again and again. Got it. You've repeated that a million times. 20-year-old Han Xiao was a veteran of the dating scene. Coaxing a young guy was easy. Shed had her eye on a new purse and needed a sucker to pay. Okay, I heard the kid was here. I'll go check. Han Su trotted inside. Boss, did my buddy Zhang Wei buy something here? He asked, voice tinged with arrogance. Anyone doing manual labor was a nobody in his eyes. The clerks traded looks. If Zhang Wei was weird, his buddy had to be off too. One of them hurried to get the owner. The owner told Han Su exactly how Zhang Wei had spent 50 grand on chains. Han Su was ecstatic. He dragged Han Xiao over to pick out a heavy motorcycle worth more than 10,000, planning to have Zhang Wei pay the balance. Once the bike was bought, they headed straight for Xinfeng Mountain. The mountain wind howled, and an engine roared through the trees. Zhang Wei turned and saw 2 faces that made his temper spike. Wei, I brought my sister to see you. Living the good life out here, huh? Check out my new bike, cool, right? Han Su shouted before the motorcycle had even stopped, hoping to hit Zhang Wei up for the remaining payment while he was still stunned. Bought a bike? Another butterfly effect from my rebirth? Out here in the middle of nowhere, should I just cut these 2 bastards down? No, it's not time yet. I can't make a move. Zhang Wei repeated the warning to himself. As long as there was even the slightest chance it could hurt his future, he refused to take the risk. Throwing away his prospects for those two bastards simply wasn't worth it. He forced the anger down and kept his face calm. The car door swung open with a bang, and Han Su hopped out, slinging an arm casually around Zhang Wei's neck. The gesture made Zhang Wei's shoulder twitch almost imperceptibly. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist, inches from smashing it into that smug face. So buddy, am I a pal or what? I brought my sister along. Let's see how you perform later, Han Su whispered, his mouth practically against Zhang Wei's ear. To Han Su, Zhang Wei looked so excited he could hardly breathe. He watched him take a few strained, deep breaths and pull a stiff smile onto his face. Hello, Han Xiao. The words were forced through gritted teeth, the tone almost distorted. But Zhang Wei, why are you so nervous? Han Xiao giggled. It wasn't as if they had never met before, and Zhang Wei hadn't lost his composure like this back then. She never minded handsome young men who were still green, but had some cash to burn, at least not until she had emptied their wallets. Look at you, acting all pathetic, Han Su teased, giving Zhang Wei's back a gentle nudge with his elbow. The touch was light, but it nearly reignited the fury Zhang Wei had just managed to suppress. Steadying himself, Zhang Wei asked, what did you come here for? I already told you I brought my sister to see you, Han Su answered matter-of-factly. I've got things to take care of, Zhang Wei said, raising a hand to point behind him. Han Su followed his gaze and immediately frowned. On a snap trap, a rat was pinned, unable to move, a heavy iron chain wrapped around its body. Han Xiao let out a shriek, her face draining of color. Wei, since when are you into this kind of thing? Han Su asked. He wasn't afraid of rats, but the sight was unsettling all the same. It's useful, Zhang Wei answered coolly. Then he changed the subject. Listen, this car was bought on credit, and I still owe a bit. Do you think? No problem. He'll cover it. Han Su waved him off. Just not right now. He'll be back from the mountains in a few days, and then he'll come find you. Omi's sister's staying, right? Zhang Wei looked at the still shaken Han Xiao, a flicker of vindictive pleasure rising in his chest. She isn't leaving, is she? Han Su answered for her. She's not going anywhere for a while. So it's settled. Find me in the city in a few days. He clearly couldn't wait to get away from this creepy spot. Don't worry, he'll definitely look you up, Zhang Wei replied, his smile much more natural this time. Good, they'll be waiting, Han Su said, patting his shoulder. He pulled Han Xiao onto the motorcycle and didn't waste another word. The engine roared as they sped off, leaving only a cloud of dust hanging in the air. Zhang Wei watched them disappear and felt his hostility settle into a cold calm. Let them experience this apocalypse for a few days. Letting those two die quickly would be far too merciful. In times of peace, even stray dogs live in comfort. But in the end times, people can hardly take a single step. That he knew all too well, along with how many corpses and how much humanity would be lost. A high-pitched squeal from the trap snapped him out of his thoughts. Zhang Wei shook his head and smiled. As long as they were still around, he had plenty of ways to deal with them. The butterfly effect turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Han Xiao was never supposed to be in Chuan City, so getting revenge ahead of schedule was an unexpected gift. Zhang Wei let his shoulders loosen, then bent back over the cages to handle the captured rats. From that moment, he moved permanently into the hastily converted lab on Mount Xinfeng. Day after day, only two things could distract him: the rats' shrill screams and Han Zu's daily visits, delivered rain or shine, with earnest concern. Noon on the 7th day after Zhang Wei's rebirth arrived in a flash. Without warning, a blinding white light ripped open the sky as if someone had hurled an oversized flashbang at the world. Seconds later, vision returned, revealing a darkened heavens. Rolling black clouds held the sun hostage. Mechanization incoming. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The cold message seemed to echo from the sky and etch itself directly into every mind. People worldwide looked up in unison, staring blankly at the clouds. The next instant, thousands of shooting stars with burning tails tore into the atmosphere, moving fast enough to rip the planet apart. For most, it was the apocalypse. For Zhang Wei, it was a gift. He knew each meteorite housed a source crystal. Their grades varied, and luck alone determined who received what. Rumbles overlapped as the meteors slammed into the earth, shaking the ground, but causing none of the expected explosions. When the dust settled, the rocky shells had crumbled, exposing smooth metallic cores. At the same time, a brief message flooded every mind. All vehicles registered to you have been converted into personal mechs. Nothing more. Zhang Wei's breathing quickened as he stared at the jet-black crystal in his hand. The mech core. Integrate. Before the word finished, the black tractor trailer on the open ground disassembled itself. Wheels folded outward, and steel from cab and trailer stretched and locked together. In 5 seconds, a 10-meter-tall mech clad in dark armor loomed above him, its brutal lines radiating a savage beauty. Gorgeous, Zhang Wei murmured. A black beam shot from the mech's chest, enveloping him. Consciousness flickered out and back. He found himself inside the cockpit. Semi-liquid, flesh-like tissue lined the walls, gripping him tightly. His own limbs were gone, replaced by awareness of every armor plate and joint. He was the mech, and the mech was him. Open mech panel. Twin beams shot from his eyes, merging into a translucent display. Mech form, primitive. Mech level 1. Weight, 21 tons. Class, pending. Standard power core, super matrix engine. Equipment, none. A super matrix engine as the default core? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Among primitive mechs, that was the ceiling. Most couldn't reach it even after several evolutions. They started with a single core engine, upgraded to a matrix core, and only beyond that lay the super matrix now before him. Without hesitation, he ordered, close combat configuration. Ding. Selection confirmed. A voice echoed in Zhang Wei's mind, and the status panel shifted. Mech mode. Base form. Mech level 1. Weight, 21 tons. Combat power, 20. Class, medium, close quarters. Standard power core, super matrix engine. Equipment, none. Zhang Wei closed the panel, satisfied. In this world, combat power is the only metric that matters. Most light mechs of the crudely modified one struggle to break 10, yet his level 1 frame already boasts 20. That alone was enough to make him smile. To trigger the first evolution, the mech must reach level 10, and that depends largely on how much experience those rats can provide. He glanced at the captured rodents nearby. Several lay convulsing on the ground, flesh steadily giving way to metal with a faint rasp. Full conversion from organic to mechanical would take time, just long enough for him to scale the mountain and claim the source crystal. Up the hill, he muttered over the comm. The 10-meter-tall, jet black mech crouched and snatched up the weapons he had prepared. Standard alloy one-handed blade, combat power 3. Standard alloy one-handed shield, combat power 3. Standard is right, Zhang Wei said, tightening his grip on the sword while the shield's rim thudded against the ground. Inside the cockpit, his hands flew across the controls. Others might need weeks to synchronize with a new frame. Zhang Wei, who had piloted mechs countless times in his previous life, needed only a single breath. The medium mech stormed up the winding path, every step scattering gravel without the slightest wobble. Within minutes, he reached the summit. Wind howled, grass rippled, and at the peak's center, the source crystal head long coveted radiated a dazzling rainbow glow. The shifting colors washed over the black armor, draping the mech in living light. Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He had expected a high-grade crystal, not one so rare. Rainbow means legendary. Source crystals rank ordinary, intermediate, advanced, epic, then legendary. Whether anything lies beyond, had never discovered in his previous life. There was no time to muse. He made the mech bend, extended a metal hand, and gently lifted the glowing gem. Ding. Legendary skill acquired. Hyper combat power boost. A legendary tier skill? The mech under Zhang Wei's control shuddered involuntarily. He knew better than anyone how rare skills were. In his previous life, the shard that spelled his doom had only been epic grade. Epic skills were costly, yet by the 10th year after Mechfall, most had crashed in price. Only a handful of truly exceptional ones still commanded serious money. At the very beginning, though, even the weakest epic ability was a miracle, let alone a legendary skill that remained priceless a decade later. Use it. Ping skill learned, psionic power surge. Base combat rating 200. 200 points. Zhang Wei's heart thundered. One skill, and his combat power had jumped by 200, an increase many mechs failed to gain even after 2 evolutions. Without pausing to savor the boost, he pulled up the details. Psionic power surge instantly doubles combat strength by overcharging the frame. Duration 100 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Insane. He growled, alloy fingers trembling around his warblade. No wonder Jiang Tao had been monstrously strong in the previous timeline. A jump from 200 to 400 was already respectable. What happened when 10,000 leapt to 20,000 or 100,000 to 200,000? And the surge lasted a minute 40, with only a 10-minute reset. He glanced back at the trap. The rats inside were still mechanizing, flesh swelling, metallic veins spreading. They were only the size of yard dogs now. A full conversion would take at least half an hour. Zhang Wei settled cross-legged on the summit. His warblade stabbed into the rock, shield propped at his feet. Cold wind scraped across the armor as he swore silently. This life, I will be invincible. He began to map out his next moves while the rats completed their change. A dull clang echoed from the mine, and several hulking figures rumbled into view. Here we go, heavy mechs. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. Their default form looked like dump trucks, 15 meters tall, 5 meters higher than he stood, with torsos as broad as iron walls. If his medium-class frame carried a super matrix engine, the stock plant in a heavy mech had to be even stronger. Should I rip one open and take its engine? The idea sent blood racing through his veins. The engine is a mech's heart. It powers every step, every strike. After the first evolution, any frame could use its thrusters for short dashes. From this peak, a single burst would drop him halfway down the slope. With a stronger core, brief aerial glides were within reach. Do it. Zhang Wei made his decision in an instant. The super matrix engine was good enough, but with even better power plants lying right in front of him, How could he call himself invincible if he didn't grab one? Zhang Wei sprang to his feet, snatched up his combat blade and shield, and drove his 10-meter-tall mech toward the mine. Each stride carried the machine several meters. Treads and alloy legs crushed the rugged mountain path, stones flying as slender trunks splintered underfoot, offering no resistance at all. The moment he stepped into the mining area, chaos hit him full force. Strangers dashed everywhere, clustering around different mechs, waving excitedly while discussing parts and performance. Vehicles clogged the makeshift lot, and machines of every size stood in uneven rows from light survey rigs to medium units 10 meters high. Some were still surrounded by spectators, while others, already in the hands of rookie pilots, wobbled forward like toddlers taking their first steps, bumping into everything. Several mid-sized mechs converted from heavy trucks looked imposing enough, but their hulls were blotched with rust nowhere near the League of Zhang Wei's nearly new unit. Ignoring the turmoil, he bounded over to the nearest yellow heavy mech. This beast loomed a full 5 meters taller than his own. Holy crap, look how smoothly that thing runs. Who is that guy? Damn, that mech is insane. I'm going home for my truck. I can pilot a mech too. Exclamations rippled through the onlookers, their heated gazes glued to Zhang Wei. If stairs could melt metal, his machine would already be a puddle of steel. The instant he raised his blade, the mood shifted from awe to uproar. His frame might be smaller, but it far outclassed the heavy mech before him. After mastering new skills, his combat rating had rocketed to 226, while a heavy unit topped out at 30 or 40. Combat rating was the single hard metric. Higher numbers meant greater strength, armor, speed, and endurance. Of course, that was only the foundation. Real combat prowess still depended on the pilot's control, skills, tactics, and resolve. With no one inside this heavy mech, its fighting strength was zero. Screech sparks flew as the blade bit through alloy, carving open a gap in the armor. Without the boost from his swollen stats, that ordinary sword would never have breached heavy plating. The crowd saw a clean, effortless slash, unaware that Zhang Wei knew the blade was as dull as a butcher's cleaver. Only sheer power had carried it through. Where's the engine? He knew almost nothing about a heavy mech's layout, so he ditched blade and shield, shoved both hands into the opening, and flexed. Rip it open. If he didn't know where the engine sat, he'd tear the entire machine apart until he found it. Metal plates groaned as they were ripped free, high-strength rivets shot out, and alloy bones snapped like cardboard in his hands. High combat power meant brute strength and blistering speed, and with no concern for collateral damage, his savage disassembly went frighteningly fast. Within minutes, Zhang Wei had reduced a 15-meter-tall heavy mech to scattered scrap. Twisted metal struts tilted at awkward angles, hydraulic fluid oozed across the floor, and the acrid blend of scorched steel and bursting sparks filled the air. There, he shouted from the cockpit, extending an alloy arm to pry apart the wrecked armor and drag out an engine that stood half as tall as a man. A heartbeat later, the mech's twin optics lit up, twin cobalt beams sweeping across the engine. The onboard scan could read every spec in anything short of top-tier machinery. Dual-cycle nuclear drive. The data overlay declared an entire grade above the sublight engine had started with. Zhang Wei nodded in approval. Store it. The engine vanished, while the old unit popped free and streaked into his storage dimension. Every mech carried its own pocket of space. The larger the frame, the larger the hold. His personal bay was barely a cubic meter, enough for a handful of source crystals. To expand it, he'd need a cargo module, and those could only be forged from mid-grade crystals, or better. Within the system, equipment fell into two groups: internal gear engines, cargo bays, modules, and external gear weapons, armor, thrusters. Rarer still were specialty items like floating gun pods. Right now his loadout was meager: the starter engine and a homemade weapon, nothing else. Move. He barked the command and fired the thrusters, hurling the giant frame out of the ruins. The prize engine secured, he felt no attachment to the battlefield. He didn't bother checking whether Jiang Tao was nearby. If the man regrouped and swarmed him, things could get messy. Destroying these primitive mechs earned no extra experience and offered little reward. He outclassed this era's pilots by leagues, but numbers were still a threat. Would Jiang Tao hold a grudge? Zhang Wei wasn't concerned. Once his mech reached level 10, it would undergo its first evolution, changing its appearance completely. Even a photo taken today wouldn't give him away later. He's gone. What do we do? The warehouse workers stared at the wreckage, faces pale. Call the boss, we can't pay for this. They had no idea the real apocalypse had already begun. If only humans wielded mechs, the chaos might stay contained. When animals mechanized, the world would truly be upended. For now, all they feared was their boss' anger, shouting over one another, "Report it. We have to catch that lunatic." Zhang Wei ignored whatever those people were planning and sprinted back up Mount Xinfeng. As he ran, the half-mechanized rats on the mountainside kept twitching and swelling, a metallic sheen seeping through their fur inch by inch. He cast the eerie scene a glance, then sat at the summit and began swapping gear. From his mech storage, he pulled out the stolen dual-cycle nuclear engine and selected install. The abdominal armor popped open, and with a dull thud, the original Super Matrix engine floated free, blue-white energy veins flickering in the air. The new unit slid precisely into place, locks clicked shut, and power lines reconnected all in under 10 seconds. Ping. Dual-cycle nuclear engine installed. Combat power 5. At the chime, Zhang Wei patted the belly armor with satisfaction and stored the Super Matrix engine. The panel showed only 5 extra points of combat strength, but he knew the real gain was the massive boost to endurance. He rose, adjusted his stance, and tested the new thrust. Just then the mountain shuddered, loose stones skittering downhill. Calmly he turned. The rats seemed infused with some alien energy. Alloy skeletons erupted, mechanical joints clacked, and their bodies ballooned before his eyes. The rats he had subdued were being rebuilt, while countless others hidden in burrows evolved in sync. Tunnels clogged, and their expanding metal frames cracked the rock, making the tremors even fiercer. The disturbance wasn't limited to Mount Shinfeng. Fissures spidered across distant plains, ocean walls rose and crashed, and creatures worldwide appeared to be reshaped by the same force the cataclysm had begun. It's starting. Zhang Wei stood firm on the peak, waiting for the quake to settle. Moments later, the transformed rats opened their eyes. Heavy steel armor covered their bodies, turning them into giant mechanical hounds. Blood-red beams glowed at their joints. Against the azure visor of Zhang Wei's mech, their crimson pupils screamed bloodlust and mindlessness. Creatures running on pure instinct think they can bare their teeth at me? He scoffed. The hilt rose, cold light flaring along the blade. The nearest rat lunged. With a sidestep, the blade fell clang. Sparks flew as steel met edge, and the rat dropped before it even grasped its new world. Linked to it, another mechanized rat felt its kin die. Red eyes flickered, it shrieked through the night, and lunged like a blur. Zhang Wei chuckled, swung his shield in a graceful arc, and with annihilating force crushed the creature's skull. With a shriek of twisting steel, the mechanical rat's skull was crushed into its own torso. The mangled heap clattered to the ground, the split armor revealing 2 pale blue source crystals. Zhang Wei stooped, swept the crystals into his storage space without so much as a speck of dust, then sprinted toward his next target. The field still teemed with prey. 1 rat, 2, 3 cold blades flashed like streaks of fire, metallic clangs echoing across the clearing. Severed parts spun through the air, iron filings and sparks showering over Zhang Wei. Linked in pairs by chains, more rats slammed forward, but found only ruthless slaughter waiting. After roughly half an hour, the dense swarm had almost vanished. Zhang Wei swung once more, lopping the head off the final rat, and finally knelt to pry each crystal from the debris, stacking them neatly in his storage. He opened his interface and selected absorb crystals. The cache flickered, crystals vanishing like evaporating drops. His experience bar surged, and after the 20th crystal, a crisp chime sounded. Level up, combat power 2. Exactly as had projected. Onward. Reaching level 3 cost another 50 crystals, still acceptable. But when the panel demanded a full 100 for level 4, his brow furrowed. Something was off. Was the freshly mechanized crystal stock too weak? By his math, costs should climb in small steps, not leap by 50. The 1,000-odd crystals had prepared were meant to push his frame to level 10 and trigger its first evolution. Now they were clearly short. In the end, every crystal was consumed, the panel freezing at level 8. Total combat power up by 16 points per level, already far better than the 1-point gain of light mechs. Almost 700 short. Zhang Wei did the math, weighing where to scavenge more crystals fast. The thought was still forming when the ground shuddered, pebbles dancing. Countless crimson dots flared in every direction, like lanterns flaring in a bloody mist, closing in on all sides. Rats from inside the mountain. His heart skipped. Normally they would either rush out with their captured kin to swarm him or scatter and flee Mount Shinfeng in panic. These newcomers, however, advanced and withdrew in perfect or Durno reckless charge. No fear, just disciplined ranks. An aberrant? The answer came quickly. Biomechanical conversion sometimes birthed aberrant stronger individuals capable of leading their kind. That had to be it. Fine by me. Battle lust blazed in Zhang Wei's chest. Surrounded on every side, he strode forward, plunging straight into the tide. The taunt ignited the swarm's fury. How dare a lone foe attack first? An iron flood roared toward him, the scale enough to numb any ordinary mind. Yet Zhang Wei, combat power now over 100, stayed calm. A legendary skill had vaulted his strength. To him, these rats were scrap waiting for the smelter. His only concern was whether he could chase them down once they broke. He unlocked every form of his blade and shield, converting them entirely to offense and discarding defense. The only thing left to do was unleash pure, unrestrained carnage. What Zhang Wei didn't yet realize was that not every mechanical rat was charging him. Somewhere else, others were busy with an entirely different plan. Any mechanical rat that faced Zhang Wei fell apart after a single blow. Nothing could slow his advance. Each sweep of his blade split at least one machine clean in two, and a slam from his shield could leave 2 or 3 rodents sparking on the floor. But there were far too many of them, close to 1,000, sealing him in on every side. He hacked down the ones in front, yet more surged over his back like a tide, and within 2 minutes the mech's rear was covered in a solid layer of ironclad vermin. They snapped at him like ravenous wolves, steel fangs throwing sparks against the armor but never piercing it. Zhang Wei understood the real danger was weight, not penetration. Dozens, then hundreds, of rats piled on, overloading the engines. In the corner of his HUD, the power bar dropped as visibly as a car's fuel gauge. The drain was far too fast. He could replenish the reactor with source crystals and even upgrade the suit on the spot, but those stones were priceless this early on, so he refused to waste them. Off you go. He triggered the crouching dragon roll, a sudden, full body tumble. The massive frame slammed into the ground, and its sheer mass did the rest. Rats snapped like dry wheat, shells caved in, some flattened into metal pancakes. By the time he righted himself, 40 or 50 rodents were gone. Zhang Wei laughed. It was even more satisfying than swinging a sword, pure devastation. On a whim he stayed half reclined, shield over his visor, letting the swarm pile on again. Whenever the weight peaked, he rolled once more, crushing another layer. Then he repeated the process. While Zhang Wei rolled back and forth in high spirits, a single mechanical rat with sapphire eyes stood at the edge of the battlefield. Like a meticulous craftsman, it directed its comrades, working the very chains Zhang Wei had used to bind them earlier. He noticed none of it. His attention was fixed on the rats clinging to him. These were the rodents that had stayed out of the main assault. By the time Zhang Wei realized what was happening, the mutant clockwork rat had already marshaled its underlings to lock a series of interlinked chains around his arms and legs with unnerving precision. He tried to roll sideways, his heavy battlesuit grinding against the ground with a harsh crack, but more chains coiled around him like parasites, pinning every motion. The sudden trap stunned him. Had actually forgotten about this creature. Ever since his rebirth, victory had come so easily that the earlier slaughter had lulled him into complacency. Now the icy shock of restraint doused his arrogance in an instant. Do you vermin really think you can hold me? Zhang Wei sneered, his voice brimming with unshakable confidence. In a world ruled by metal and mystery, he knew any lapse could be fatal. Yet he also knew his own power. This clever rat was nothing more than a minor snag on his path. Chains whistled and clanged. Each link was dragged by at least 20 mechanical rats, barely limiting his movement but never fully subduing him. Zhang Wei flexed. The artificial muscles in one arm bulged, pulling a chain taut and yanking the rat at the other end clean off the ground, slamming it against his chest plate. Before he could crush the projectile, more rats swarmed in, reclaiming the chain. When their numbers climbed to 50 on each line, he finally felt real resistance. 50 rats could match the strength of a single arm. Consume a source crystal, boost engine output. At his mental command, crystalline energy surged into the suit, and the engine's inner glow flared. He could outlast the standoff, but he had no intention of wasting time on a horde of cog-driven rodents. With the reactor rumbling, the intelligent mutant rat emerged from the shadows, its silver-gray frame flashing cold light. Crimson eyes gleamed with a hunger it could barely mask. The massive armor did not intimidate it. If anything, the promise of a feast made it eager. Unlike ordinary rats, this one was not only sentient, but far deadlier. It leapt at Zhang Wei's chest, jaws parting to reveal serrated fangs that bit down hard. Armor plates that lesser rats could not scratch began to crack. Those teeth are sharp, Zhang Wei noted, though he judged it would still need time to chew through. Engine power hit 80%. Skill-enhanced combat overdrive. At the command, half the stored energy burned away, trading it for a surge of brute force. Get off me, Zhang Wei roared. Hydraulic pistons swelled like steel sinews and snapped the chains tight. The rats on the other ends were yanked about violently, gears and splinters flying. The moment the shackles slackened, he vaulted into the air and clamped one hand around the mutant rat still gnawing at his chest plate. You why? The mutant mech rat squealed, its voice a shrill electronic synth driven straight from its brainwave, something only aberrant machines could do, far beyond the reach of ordinary automatons. Die. Zhang Wei's answer was ice cold. He spared no more words, fingers snapping shut as his skeletal servos fired. The steel armor on the rat's body shrieked and twisted in his grip, and in barely 2 seconds it was crushed into a smooth metal sphere. With their king destroyed, the rest of the mech rats plunged into panic. The monarch was dead. What was left but flight? They had just turned when Zhang Wei grabbed his warblade and shield, lunging forward as if supercharged. His combat booster erupted at full force, speed and power soaring past their earlier limits. The blade flashed cold light, the shield sent metal shards flying, and his boots became blunt instruments. Each step smashed another mech rat into sparking scrap. The swarm broke and scattered. They were unmatched at tunneling and burrowing, but even that couldn't outpace Zhang Wei. Within minutes the cliff face was riddled with passages, yet the fugitives finally slipped from his sight. Lucky you got away, he muttered as he sheathed his blade, still marveling. Legend class, skill ridiculous. The burst had drained a ton of power, but one source crystal would fix that. A quick systems check showed no issues. Remembering the mutant king, he doubled back. In the crater where they'd fought, a thumb-sized red source crystal hovered above the rat's wreckage, glowing softly. Activate crystal, Zhang Wei said, reaching out. Ding. Reward, fine-grade electro scythe. What the? Zhang Wei let out an involuntary shout. The source crystal he had just split open glowed with a deep crimson like the mark of a high-grade crystal. Normal white, intermediate yellow, high-grade red, epic purple, legendary prismatic. The 5 tiers flashed through his mind. Mechanical mice were the lowest form of biomech, and even when they did drop a high-grade crystal, it was almost never anything truly valuable. This time, luck was completely on his side. Who cares, why just take it? Ecstatic, he grabbed the weapon that had emerged from the crystal. Fine-grade electric war scythe. Two-handed weapon, combat power 50, inflicts electrical damage. Perfect. Zhang Wei tossed aside his battered custom sword and shield. Next to this scythe, they were junk metal. The new weapon was 10 meters long, its haft nearly matching his own height. Lighting crackled along the blade like silver serpents, snapping and hissing. With the weapon in hand, his aura surged. He looked every bit a war god wielding thunder. He even felt a flicker of gratitude toward the mutant mouse that had dropped it. Fine grade sat only third on the quality ladder, but in the early days of the apocalypse, it was a treasure. Common, fine, superior, epic, legendary, each jump meant an entirely different level of power, and Zhang Wei understood that better than anyone. Never used a scythe in my last lifetime to get a feel for it. He moved to the open summit, gripped the weapon with both hands, and experimented with horizontal sweeps, diagonal cuts, and upward hooks. The wind whistled, parting before the edge, afterimages hung in the air. Memories of countless melee weapons from his previous life resurfaced: grip pressure, angles of force, footwork rhythms. In moments the strangeness was gone, and the scythe flowed with him, every strike precise and sharp, as though it had always belonged in his hands. When he was satisfied, he looked down at the ground. Scattered among the ruins of mechanical mice lay source crystals, easily 800 at a glance. Considering the 500 or 600 that had fled, the swarm had numbered over 1,000. Devour first, evolve later. He sat cross-legged and shoveled fistfuls of common crystals into his mouth. Ding. Body level raised to 9, combat power 2. Ding. Body level raised to 10, combat power 2. Evolution available. After swallowing 750 common crystals, he had climbed to level 10. The evolution prompt blinked, yet he didn't activate it immediately. Jogging to the cliff's edge, he scanned the surroundings of Xinfeng Mountain to ensure no new threats lurked, then returned to the clearing. Evolution took time, leaving him unable to move an easy target. Fortunately, Xinfeng Mountain was barren of large wildlife. Aside from the mice, nothing dangerous prowled here. With the swarm scattered, the peak was as safe as it would ever be. Evolve the unit. The instant Zhang Wei gave the order, a surge of mysterious energy rose from the void and wrapped itself around the 10-meter mech as if guided by an invisible hand. The machine lifted off and began to rotate in silence, its heavy steel plates recast beneath a pale blue glow, every weld and joint pulsing with new life. 10 minutes later, the energy ebbed away like a retreating tide, and the overhaul was complete. The mech looked entirely reborn. Its height had grown from 10 to 12 meters, its frame broader, its limbs thicker and charged with latent power. A system prompt appeared. Evolution complete, combat power 30. Internal space expanded. Internal and external hardpoints unlocked. Standard external armor and standard external thrusters acquired. When the prompt faded, the machine settled gently onto the ground. Zhang Wei opened the status panel. Mech form, Tier 1 evolved frame. Level, 10. Mass, 31 tons. Combat power, 320. Class, medium, close quarters. Power plant, dual-cycle nuclear engines. Loadout, superior electro scythe, standard external armor, standard external thrusters. Skill, legendary overcharge. Satisfied, he closed the display. Time to head down. Zhang Wei ignited the thrusters. In boost mode, the unit burned far less power, and if he were surrounded again, he would have more room to maneuver. He mostly wanted to reacquaint himself with the control she had mastered them in his previous life, but the jump from a light to a medium frame still demanded adjustment. A short round of tuning restored the feel he remembered. Standing atop the peak, he tapped his feet, and the mech shot forward, hovering a dozen centimeters above the ground. Whenever the thrust dipped, a jet of flame burst from the nozzles, topping it up. Within minutes, he reached the foot of the mountain. He left the thrusters on low, skimming across the terrain toward Chuanqing. A trove of resources waited for him there. No mechanical beasts blocked his path, and he slipped into the city unopposed. Inside, the devastation was far worse than outside. Explosions boomed, metal clanged, and screams echoed through thick smoke, turning the streets into a vision of the apocalypse. Zhang Wei paused, eyes locked on the city zoo, the area with the highest concentration of elite machine creatures. The stronger the beast, the better the source crystals and gear it drops, he murmured. After enjoying the edge granted by superior equipment, ordinary crystals no longer tempted him. Several slots in his loadout were still empty, and there was only one way to fill them: hunt down those powerful mechanical monsters. Those mechanoids that had escaped from the old zoo had already put Chuan City on the brink of disaster. Taking them down would definitely yield plenty of loot, and it would count as a good deed. Zhang Wei tightened his alloy gauntlets. The thrusters under his feet roared, and he streaked toward the zoo like a blurred arrow. Meanwhile, the chaos in Chuan City's streets was far worse than he had imagined. The real bloodshed was not caused by the mechanical rats hiding in the sewers, but by once docile household pets. Cats, parrots, and even ornamental lizards had lost their core protocols after mechanization and turned vicious, far more dangerous than the smaller mechanical rats. The good news was that not every pet had gone mad. A few dogs, once transformed, had developed remarkable intelligence and still guarded their owners without fear of death. The saying "a dog is man's best friend" had never been more apparent. While Zhang Wei raced toward the zoo, a life-and-death struggle was unfolding in a nondescript residential block several kilometers away. Bang! A broken lamppost sailed through the air and slammed onto the asphalt. Sparks flew from twisted rebar, illuminating a half-meter-tall mechanical hound. Its body was wrapped in silver-gray nano-armor, servo wheels clacking at every joint. Red beams shot from its eye sockets like targeting lasers. Opposite it, a light mech raised a flickering shield. The chest and arm plating were already scarred and gouged by the hound's bite. "I told you we shouldn't have kept that stupid dog, but you never listen. What do we do now?" Han Zu's rage blasted from the cockpit loudspeaker. He was yelling at Han Xiao. Her designer dress hung in shreds, and mascara streaked her face like a warped mask. Gasping, she screamed, "Are you still talking? Kill it already." She stared at the dog's glowing eyes, her heart hammering against her ribs. The dog had once been her pride and joy. Now she was its primary target. Han Su felt utterly humiliated. "If I could kill it, I'd have done it. You think I like playing chicken with this mutt?" He slammed the boosters, trying to pull away, but the dog clamped onto the mech's leg. "Look, this brand new suit cost a fortune, and it's already full of holes." He had tried rifles, arc dischargers, even impact blades, but none of them packed enough punch. All he could do was curse and hold on. "Call Zhang Wei. Tell him to save us. Didn't he just buy a heavy truck? He's bound to have a heavy mech on board." Han Su roared. Right, I'm calling." Han Xiao seized the communicator like a lifeline, her trembling fingers barely able to hit the screen. But would Zhang Wei really come to their rescue? The mechanical apocalypse had only just begun, and communication was still intact. Even if every conventional channel on Blue Planet went down, mech pilots could still chat through the mech net, several times better than the old satellite phones. Zhang Wei raced his mech along Chengdu's elevated highway, the zoo's giant glass dome already visible in the distance. An unfamiliar call request suddenly flashed across the cockpit's holoscreen. "Who would contact me now?" He arched a brow, hesitated less than a second, and tapped accept. The instant the link opened, the mech hijacked his phone channel, and Han Xiao's tear-choked voice echoed in his mind. "Zhang Wei, where are you? Come save me." The hoarse, trembling cry was soaked in utter despair. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Wei felt a strange surge of pleasure. The old him would have rushed over without a thought, wouldn't he? He sneered to himself. The blind devotion had once felt for this woman had curdled into contempt. His tone turned flat and icy. "Who are you? Why should I save you?" "Me? I'm Han Xiao." She sobbed. "Aren't you the big mech ace? Please, hurry me dog turned into a monster. It's going to eat me." Zhang Wei asked coolly, "Where's Han Su?" If Han Xiao was still in Chengdu, she should have been with Han Su. "He's holding the dog off, but his mech isn't as strong as yours. He can't hold much longer." "Where are you? How soon can you get here?" She sounded as if she might drag him through the calm line by force. "Let him hold it. I can't break away right now." Zhang Wei's voice was frigid. He cut the connection. "Rescue her? What a joke." Let Han Xiao taste the terror of the apocalypse that suited him just fine. Whether she and Han Su died in the jaws of that cyberhound didn't worry him at all. A mechanized pet dog was deadlier than the cyber rats, true, but Han Zu's heavy bike-a-turn mech was no pushover. They could hold out long enough to save themselves. At the other end, Han Xiao stood frozen with the phone in her hand, shock and confusion written across her face. What did he say? Piloting his motorcycle mech and shielding her, Han Su saw her daze out and nearly slapped her awake, his throat burning with impatience. "He said you have to hold on." Her voice was wooden. She couldn't fathom if that and he said he liked her. Was this how you treated someone you liked? Bullshit. Han Zu's anger flared. "If I could hold on, why would we call him?" To him, Zhang Wei was abandoning them. Some brother still daring to chase after his sister? Suddenly Han Xiao screamed, "Watch out. It's coming." Han Su cursed under his breath. Damn mutt. Once Han Su realized he couldn't count on Zhang Wei, he abandoned any thought of a miracle. Han Xiao was even less likely to help. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to battle the metal beast to the bitter end. The mech hound lunged, its cold metal frame closing the gap in an instant. Two massive chunks of steel collided with a dull boom that made the ground tremble. In close quarters, Hansu was clearly at a disadvantage. The dog's limbs moved with precise economy, its razor claws carving fresh gashes across his armor again and again. Fortunately, his suit had been refitted from a heavy motorcycle, brand new and solid, giving him a slight edge at the start. Each iron fist he threw was the size of a punching bag, and every blow dented the hound's titanium shell, sending sparks flying. A short distance away, Han Xiao's hands shook. Her heart lodged in her throat at this rate. It was impossible to know who would still be standing when the fight was over. Chuan City Zoo. Ignoring Han Xiao's pleas for help, Zhang Wei had already stepped inside the zoo. Once crowded with tourists, the park was now a playground for mechanical creatures. Human mechs were nowhere in sight. If any had entered, they had been torn apart and converted into fuel for the iron monsters. Humans grew stronger by killing mechanical beasts and harvesting their core crystals, but the machines played by the same rules and were far less picky. Crystals, steel, mechs, even flesh, they devoured it all. Consuming a suit boosted their combat power. Consuming a human accelerated their intelligence. For them, evolution was no harder than it was for human pilots. What a party! Where should I start? Zhang Wei took a deep breath, savoring the pulses of battle rippling in every direction, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To others this place was hell. To him it was an endless hunting ground. His 12-meter mech could overpower any mechanical beast roaming the city. Even the tiger-turned-mechtager would be shredded in seconds. Before he could choose his first target, a rush of wind cut through the air. A mech monkey, less than 3 meters tall, charged straight at his steel colossus. A monkey? Zhang Wei blinked. His machine was 4 times its height. Were these monkeys suicidal? The mech monkey breached his striking range. Zhang Wei lifted an arm, and the war scythe flashed coldly. Its blade carved a violet arc through the air with a sizzling hiss. The instant the arc swept across its target, the red glow in the monkey's eyes went out. He retracted the scythe and inspected the edge, nodding in satisfaction. Compared with his custom sword, this weapon was in a league of its own. Had he used the sword, the monkey would have been blasted away, its shell webbed with cracks. With the scythe, it was like slicing tofu. The monkey's lower half kept charging while the upper half tumbled across the ground. He crouched, pried a faintly violet mid-grade core crystal from the wreckage, and tossed it into a storage slot, a smile tugging at his lips. No sooner had he pocketed the loot than shadows burst from the treetops and behind the railings. A quick glance told him that there were at least several dozen mech monkeys, every pair of red eyes locking onto him. Zhang Wei shrugged and muttered, "Looks like I poked the hornet's nest perfect." Confronted with the steel behemoth that had slain one of their own, the troop of mechanical monkeys went berserk. Dozens of them shrieked and lunged at Zhang Wei, intent on tearing him apart. High-pitched grinding gears mixed with the crackle of metal claws on concrete, creating an oppressive cacophony, and the air reeked of scorched oil. At the rear, the Monkey King roared through a vibrating amplifier embedded in its chest, a sound steeped in raw savagery. Zhang Wei understood none of their language, yet the fury was plain. He sneered, flexed his arms, and whipped his war scythe out and back. The blade tracing a dazzling arc of electricity. Rage and frenzy would become nothing more than whimpers beneath it. As the monkeys closed in, he planted his feet and spun the scythe like a cyclone. Violet rings of current burst outward, their rims humming like high-speed saws. Any mechanical monkey that stepped into the field was shredded into twisted scrap, with shards of core crystal floating like pale purple fireflies to mark its passing. When the ground was littered with charred components and over half the troop lay destroyed, the Monkey King finally sensed danger. Its mechanical eye lamp flashed a warning, and a staccato growl signaled retreat. At once the surviving monkeys broke off and scattered. Only 30-odd kills, and you already want to run? Dream on. Zhang Wei snorted, a mocking smile on his lips as he surged ahead. His massive battlesuit became a roaring gale, boosters flaring white as he wove between buildings and trees with a decisiveness that outstripped the agile monkeys. The fleeing simians zigzagged through the park, using fences, trunks, and structures to break line of sight. Yet a 2-story biopen or a reinforced bollard meant nothing to Zhang Wei. A casual shoulder checked blew holes in walls. A single step caved in concrete. Micro-thrusters adjusted his posture, letting the armor ghost over every obstacle. The Monkey King glanced back, panic flickering across its metal mask. Human mechs were supposed to be lumbering prey, yet Zhang Wei moved like the predator now. A spark of calculation lit its sensors, and it veered toward the crocodile enclosure. Ringed by tempered barriers and deep pools, the area formed a natural fortress. It meant to sick the steel crocodiles on Zhang Wei and turn the tables. Zhang Wei stayed on its heels. The moment he entered, 7 or 8-meter steel crocodiles hauled themselves from the water, plated scales reflecting a dull metallic sheen. More than 20 of the behemoths massed together, forming an imposing wall. So the monkey can strategize after all, he mused, impressed but undeterred. Safely across the pool, the Monkey King bared its teeth, mechanical jaws clacking in mockery. Zhang Wei's gazed bored through the crocodile line. Don't worry, he said through his external speakers, voice like ice. Your turn is coming. Even the crocodile's heavy steel bodies could not withstand the war scythe. Spray, shattered scales, and crackling arcs fused into a brutal symphony, while Zhang Wei's rhythm never faltered. All the while he calculated what loot the Monkey King might drop if an aberrant rat swarm had yielded a high-grade electro scythe. What surprises could a simian variant hold? Whatever it was, he intended to claim it. And these crocodiles, not one of them, is a mutant. Zhang Wei hesitated for a split second. Every steel crocodile before him wore a dark gray alloy shell and flashed dagger-white fangs. Yet the signature azure glow of aberrance never appeared in their eyes. No mutants, fine. He muttered the words, and, with a roar from his thrusters, rocketed into the swarm. Though massive, the metal crocodiles moved slowly, little more than lumbering targets. Zhang Wei's war scythe sliced the air with a piercing howl. To his surprise, the first strike only gouged a deep groove. The blade couldn't punch straight through the armor. So they're really wearing plates. The thought barely formed before he swung again, each cut laced with high-voltage current. Lightning raced along the cracks, short-circuiting the beasts from within and leaving them half-paralyzed. Several thick steel tails whipped toward him like giant spears. Zhang Wei slammed more power into the thrusters, curving through the gaps. Pebbles kicked up by the tail wind pinged off his armor. He reversed the scythe and slashed, carving wounds deep enough to expose bone-white actuators. In minutes, more than half the crocodiles lay crippled, growling amid showers of sparks. Far off, the Monkey King's smug grin dissolved into panic. Its guard dogs couldn't even buy it time. It spun, sprang onto broken walls, and fled into the treetops. Zhang Wei watched the gray blur vanish. Unhurried, each crocodile, here was a walking vein of high-grade source crystals. A final crackle of electricity faded, debris settled, and silence fell over the enclosure. Zhang Wei counted 23 high-grade crystal sand extraordinary haul. His thrusters were almost dry for the return flight. He immediately fed in standard crystals. A white beam flared as the engine devoured them. Since leaving Xinfeng Mountain, had flown back to Chuan City and fought twice more without ample reserves, had have been drained long ago. The zoo's crystal density was astonishing. Standard crystals were scarce. Mid-grade was the minimum. One mid-grade crystal equals roughly 100 standard ones, and a high-grade is worth several mid-grades. Mid-grades were enough to refuel. Burning high-grade escapable of yielding equipment, skills, even rare modules would be wasteful. Modules are rare and boost a mech's power immensely. Suppressing the urge to crack open the high grades, Zhang Wei turned and shot after the fleeing Monkey King. If it escaped the zoo, hunting it down in sprawling Chuan City would be like searching the ocean with a needle. Almost simultaneously, a grinding screech rose from the front gate. Several sand-colored mechs marched in, shattering pavement with every step. The front line duplicated the 15-meter heavy unit Zhang Wei had dismantled earlier. Leading them was a 17-meter super-heavy frame, still stamped with the mining company logo. Boss, the machines here have to be heightier, bet well haul in a load of high-grade crystals. Someone yelled. Jiang Tao's voice thundered through the loudspeaker, rattling nearby windows. Stay sharp. Scratch your mech, and you answer to me. That 17-meter giant was the ceiling of starter from Mesa custom mining dump truck rebuilt into a war gargantuan. Relax, boss. We won't put so much as a scratch on the mechs. Look at these beasts, who could even damage them? A 15-meter tall heavy suit towered above them, its pilot flattering Jiang Tao through the external speakers. Metal joints clicked and groaned. Hammer-like arms advertised raw power and mass. Jiang Tao basked in the praise. Before the apocalypse, he had ruled Sichuan City with an iron hand. Now, with the world in ruins, he meant to stretch that hand even farther. Move out, he barked, striding through the zoo gates while a line of mechs thundered after him. They had barely crossed the threshold when everyone froze. The air reeked of rust and scorched metal. Shattered frames and severed limbs littered the ground like chopped-up steel serpents. If the wreckage had come from their own machines, Jiang Tao would not have been surprised. Back at the mines, they had already tasted the ferocity of mechanical beasts and paid for it in ammo and power cells. But these scraps clearly belonged to the beasts themselves, and there were far too many of them. Stranger still, when mechanical creatures killed one another, the victor always scavenged the remains. Nobody would leave such a haul untouched. Boss, somebody's been farming our quarry. A sharp-eyed underling blurted, voice cracking with excitement. Jiang Tao's heart sank. He had just collected enough source crystals to push his suit to level 6. The plan was to grind the zoo's beasts and rocket straight to level 10. If someone had already looted the crystals, he would be forced to clear the city block by block a brutally slow prospect. Move. I want to know who it is, he ordered. Dozens of mechs surged forward, their charge drumming the ground like a war drum and kicking dust into the air. On the far side of the zoo, Zhang Wei felt the tremor during a high-speed chase. He had just locked onto the largest, most energy-rich target in the park, the Monkey King. What kind of heavy unit is stomping around? He glanced back, saw treetops shudder and stones hop. then shrugged and refocused on the silver-gray monarch ahead. The Monkey King's drive system outpaced that of ordinary mechanical primates, but its adversary was Zhang Wei, a monster at least 10 times stronger. The moment the chase began, escape was impossible. Cornered, the Monkey King whirled to fight. Titanium fangs clacked, cobalt optics flashed in panic, and it bared its teeth in a last-ditch bluff. Zhang Wei sneered, electricity crackling along the blade of his war scythe. You weren't laughing a minute ago. Human, spare me. The voice was an electronic mash of hastily aligned sound plates, raw with pleading. Keep dreaming, Zhang Wei cut him off. He knew plenty of beasts still skulked nearby, and the mech squad behind him was closing fast. The Monkey King couldn't be allowed even a sliver of hope. It tried to speak again, but the only thing waiting for it was the scythe's crackling edge. The war scythe came crashing down like a thunderbolt, and the Monkey King had no chance to defend himself. The white-hot blade, wreathed in crackling arcs of lightning, cleaved him from shoulder to waist, ripping through his heavy metal skeleton in an instant. As one of the earliest mecha beasts, the Monkey King had nothing left but a dim, animal instinct. Under the brutal impact, his massive steel frame collapsed in a roar of tearing metal. When the final blow landed, the azure light in his eyes went dark, and a fist-sized high-grade core crystal slipped from his chest. The crimson gem pulsed like a heart, bathing the wreckage in blood-red light and drawing every gaze. Drop that crystal. A rough bellow erupted behind him. Zhang Wei didn't turn. He uttered a single word, calm and cold. Collect. The command registered, and the high-grade crystal vanished, teleported into his mech storage bay. His 12-meter machine pivoted, optics locking onto the newcomer. A mech? It's you. He recognized the other pilot at once. Across the dust-churned ground, roaring engines shuddered the air. Jiang Tao sat in the cockpit of a 17-meter heavy suit, eyes blazing behind the canopy. At first he had wanted only the crystal, but when his gaze fell on the war scythe in Zhang Wei's hands, he changed his mind at once. The weapon's design and presence far outshone a single core. 12-meter mech. Not bad. Jiang Tao smiled and spoke through the loudspeaker. I'm Jiang Tao of Chuanqing Mining. You've heard the name, right? In his mind, size equaled firepower. A 17-meter frame outclassed a 15-meter by 20 metric points, and a 12-meter suit could be scrapped with one heavy round. Nearly 30 mechs stood at his back. With those odds, he felt no need to rob outright. Recruiting a talented subordinate would be even better. Zhang Wei certainly knew Jiang Tao. The engine in his own mech had been salvaged from one of Jiang Tao's wrecks. Jiang Tao, I know you, he replied coolly. Good. Run with me, and you won't regret it, Jiang Tao said, too lazy to offer any terms. His name was payment enough. Zhang Wei tightened his control sticks. His voice turned frigid. Did you forget your meds today? Jiang Tao froze for half a second, stunned that anyone would talk to him like that. The Chuanqing Zoo is mine now, Zhang Wei said evenly. Leave the way you came in. If you don't, deal with the consequences. You son of a bitch, you crazy? One of Jiang Tao's lackeys shouted. Boss, quit wasting time, kill him. Jiang Tao's shoulders shook, rage boiling through his mech's frame. After a moment of silence, he threw back his head and laughed. Good. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me that way, kill him. But don't damage the weapon in his hands. Jiang Tao had no intention of fighting personally. With a casual order, he set nearly 30 mechs roaring to life, all of them lunging at Zhang Wei, a perfect moment for his underlings to prove their loyalty. Every unit was registered under Jiang Tao's name, giving him absolute control. One thought from him, and the authorization would vanish, leaving the pilots unable even to touch the start button. Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered to spare the approaching mechs a glance. To him, they were nothing but overpriced scrap that couldn't even move properly. As they charged at full speed, the machines wobbled like drunk giants, their gait uneven, as if they might topple at any second. It was hardly surprising since doomsday had only just begun. No one on the planet could rival Zhang Wei's mastery of mech piloting. You arrogant bastard, kill him. Someone in the crowd yelled, and a light mech burst forward. Zhang Wei blinked in surprise. Was that a long-range model? The pilot was wielding a formidable proton cryogun, gear usually reserved for mechs converted from luxury sports cars. When average vehicles were rebuilt into ranged units, they were lucky to end up with a machine gun, a rifle, or at best a shotgun. Yet instead of keeping a safe distance, the long-range mech sprinted straight into melee with a close combat unit. What kind of tactic was that? Zhang Wei couldn't figure it out, but only those who picked long-range mechs knew the bitter truth. At the novice stage, hitting anything from afar was a pipe dream. The only way to land a shot was to close the gap as much as possible. The light-ranged mech barreled forward. When the pilot judged he was at the perfect distance, he finally squeezed the trigger. In that very instant, he also entered Zhang Wei's kill zone. The war scythe alone was 10 meters long, and the mech's arm added another 5, giving him a lethal radius of more than 15 meters. Boom. The cryogun spewed icy blue energy, a streak of frozen light streaking into empty air without so much as grazing Zhang Wei's shadow. At the same time, a shrill whistle split the battlefield as violet arcs danced along the scythe's edge and sliced through the light mech's chest. The blade was razor-sharp, and when combined with the brute force of Zhang Wei's machine, it cleaved the mech cleanly in two along with the pilot inside. A second later, a cacophony of grinding metal and collisions erupted. The remaining charging mechs seemed to hit an invisible pause button. Their speed plummeted, their balance faltered, and they skidded into one another in a tangled heap. The mechanical chaos was nothing compared to the panic in the cockpits. What had they just witnessed? One swing of that scythe had obliterated a mech. How could anyone possess that kind of firepower? Luckily, their mechs were slower. Had they charged as fast as that light unit, they would have been the ones cut in half. Jiang Tao sat inside his 17-meter super-heavy mech, his heart hammering against his ribs. Zhang Wei had just cleaved a light mech cleanly in two with a cold gleaming war scythe. This guy is a killer, Jiang Tao thought, both horrified and increasingly covetous of the weapon. Lowering his voice, he shouted, "You're impressive, but you can't stand against all of us. Even if we can't get close, we can pin you down and bleed you dry." He softened his tone. "Tell you what, let's make a deal." For all his bluster, Zhang Tao's mind was razor-sharp. If he were truly a hot-headed fool, had never become one of the future 10 war gods. Zhang Wei kept his scythe raised and answered coolly, "I'm listening." "Hand over the weapon," Zhang Tao said, gesturing. "He'll pay you 100 source crystals and grant you hunting rights in the zoo. Give me the scythe, and you'll stand as my equal. Deal?" He piled his chips on the table, already calculating that once Zhang Wei was disarmed, crushing him would be effortless. Zhang Wei pointed at the sky, his tone mocking. "Hey, wake up, it's broad daylight. A measly 100 crystals?" He sneered inwardly. "They'd be low-grade at best, and this clown thought he could grant hunting rights in a place I've already claimed. Equal footing? In this life, Zhang Tao doesn't deserve it, especially after I stole his greatest stroke of luck." Zhang Tao's face darkened. He growled, "So you want mutual destruction? You?" Zhang Wei said quietly from his cockpit, eyes calm. "You're not qualified to die with me." He raised a hand and pointed past Zhang Tao. "By the way, you might want to look behind you." Instinctively, Zhang Tao swung his mech around, and his pupils contracted. An entire pack of mechanical creatures had crept up on them. Not rats or monkeys, but a full herd of cyber deer. Each stood 5 meters tall, sleek plating over metal skeletons, steel antlers 2 meters long and sharp as bayonets. He counted 50 or 60 of them. A direct hit from those antlers could punch through even his heavy mech. When did they get behind us? A chill ran down Zhang Tao's spine, but there was no time to think. The herd, led by a mutated stag, lowered their heads, steel hooves pawing the ground, ready to charge. "Get up! Stop them!" Zhang Tao shouted, urging the pilots of the light and medium mech Zhang Wei had knocked down to scramble back to their feet. The deer gave them no chance. With a shrill metallic cry, the cyber deer crashed into the tangled mech formation like a steel flood. From not far away, Zhang Wei shook his head in silence. In his estimation, those mechs were as good as doomed. He glanced at Jiang Tao. In the previous timeline, the man's success must have come only after he gained enhanced combat potential. Without it, even a 17-meter god-tier mech couldn't save him. With that thought, Zhang Wei looked away, content to watch. Honestly, not kicking them while they were down was kindness enough. Hacking through 30 more mechs would drain too much power, and there was no benefit in it. This way is perfect. Let the deer wipe them out first, then I can deal with the herd afterward. "Bro, help me." Zhang Tao's plea broke between ragged breaths as he sprinted forward, piloting his mech toward Zhang Wei's position. Ahead, a herd of iron deer slammed into the human machines, the clash of metal on metal deafening. With the first impact, the optical sensors of 10 mechs went dark and their frames crashed to the ground, lifeless. The survivors were spiderwebbed with fractures, power bleeding from ruptured lines. Even the 15-meter heavy units wobbled, unlikely to survive another charge. At the edge of the rubble, Zhang Wei watched the field of pricey wreckage and shook his head. Perfectly good mechs, he thought, wasted in the hands of rookies. And stepping in to help? On what grounds? Before the apocalypse, money might have mattered. Now it was just fancy kindling. Zhang Tao shouted again, his voice cracking with desperation. "Bro, save me. He'll give you anything, cash, women, whatever you want." He knew his own piloting skills were only a hair better than his crew's. The iron deer would overrun him soon. His only chance lay with Zhang Wei. The memory of that carpet of shattered metal at the zoo's entrance still haunted him. How many mechanical beasts had this man taken apart to leave such carnage behind? "I'm not interested in your trinkets," Zhang Wei answered, voice dripping with mockery. "And don't call me bro. My name is Zhang Wei, Zhang for swagger, Wei for supremacy." Arrogance radiated off him, but Zhang Tao had no time to question whether it was bluff or fact. He just wanted to live. "Big brother Zhang Wei, we share the same surname, maybe we're even kin. Save me once, and I'll repay you. I've got source crystals, and I know where to mine even purer ones. They're all yours." Family ties meant nothing to Zhang Wei, but the words source crystals lit a spark in his eyes. In another lifetime, Zhang Tao had been one of the 10 warlords. His opportunities surely extended beyond that legendary Xinfeng mountain skill. Claiming them would push Zhang Wei one step closer to invincibility. "Get behind me." The order brooked no argument. That was exactly what Zhang Tao had been waiting for. Okay. He started to pivot his mech, but Zhang Wei suddenly throttled up, engines flaring white-hot as he vaulted over Tao's head and landed squarely before the deer, a living wall of steel. By now the herd had torn nearly all of Tao's subordinates to pieces. Seeing Zhang Wei alone, their crimson lenses flared with bloodlust, but just as they bunched to charge, the mutant stag at their center emitted a sharp chirp, and the frenzy paused. Zhang Wei's lip curled. So you know I'm trouble? Too bad I'm not letting any of you walk away. He swung his war scythe and plunged into their midst. Scrapping mechs brought little profit, but every iron deer he felled promised a tangible reward. His provocation ignited the herd. Pray that counterattacked? An insult to every hunter's pride. Without needing the mutant's command, the front rank lowered their heads, hooves smashing the concrete as they launched a killing charge at Zhang Wei. The mechanical deer lowered its head and charged, antlers aimed straight at him, and Zhang Wei answered with a mocking laugh. Do they really think I'm one of those fools who ended up as scrap? He snapped his arms outward, and his war scythe flashed with a chill blue gleam. The hooked blade extended more than a meter beyond the haft, long enough to slip past the razor antlers and lance into the machine's belly. Metal tore like paper, sparks burst with the smell of burnt oil, and the charging deer was gutted on the spot, sliding along a trail of fire before collapsing in the middle of the road. Not far away, Jiang Tao stood frozen, eyes wide behind his visor, panic hammering in his chest. After witnessing Zhang Wei's true power, he couldn't figure out why he was still breathing. Moments ago had actually been stupid enough to provoke this god of slaughter. Under Jiang Tao's horrified gaze, the mech deer fell one after another. No matter the angle of their attacks, the result was the same. Armor shattered, cores erupted in fire. Even when dozens surged in from every direction, Zhang Wei slipped through the gaps and harvested 2 or 3 mechanical lives with each motion. In less than 5 minutes the once crowded herd had been cut to 5, among them a variant whose size and aura marked it as something else entirely. Human, you are strong. I do not wish to be your enemy. The variant suddenly spoke. Zhang Tao's jaw dropped at the sound of a machine speaking, but Zhang Wei only raised an eyebrow, seen stranger things. If you want to live, what will you pay? He asked, making no move to strike. He knew variants sometimes hid rare loot gear or resources worth taking. The variant faltered, apparently unable to produce a decent offering. How about all the source crystals on those wrecks? It hesitated, then added, though I guess they were yours to begin with. No bargaining chip, no mercy, Zhang Wei said, body blurring as lethal intent locked onto the variant. 4 ordinary mech deer leapt in front of their leader, slamming into Zhang Wei to buy it a heartbeat. They managed only a moment's delay. Steel flashed, crimson sparks sprayed, and the 4 metal bodies fell apart into twisted scrap. That single breath was exactly what the variant needed. Electromagnetic pulse, it muttered in its core, and its antlers flared with blinding arcs. 2 thick bolts spiraled together, merging into a single lance of lightning that ripped through the air toward its target. Look out, Zhang Tao shouted, voice tight with funnet for Zhang Wei's sake. But because if Zhang Wei died, he would be next. Already picked up a new skill? That fast? Zhang Wei thought, surprised that the deer had mastered a fresh ability so quickly. He had just felled another machine when he swung up his scythe, bracing the long shaft across his body. A shield would have been ideal, but a 2-handed scythe came with power at the cost of defense. The electromagnetic beam shot forward like lightning, slamming straight into the war scythe. A white-hot arc flared, filling the air with the acrid stench of scorched ozone, and the shockwave whipped up rubble and dust in an instant storm. Zhang Wei's boots carved 2 shallow furrows in the ground as he was driven back 2 steps. The scythe absorbed most of the blast, yet a ribbon of electricity slipped past like a silver serpent, coiling around his arms. Blue-white arcs clung to his muscles, making them feel as heavy as lead. Done? My turn. Even with his arms stiff, Zhang Wei heaved the scythe and let its gleaming blade cut through the air. The mutant mech deer's power core was drained. It had poured everything into that beam. Its jointed legs squealed, leaving it no strength to dodge. In the blood-red sunset, there was a single flash of steel. The scythe came down. Metal shrieked as the mech deer split in 2, sparks jetting from the searing cut. Even its right to scream was revoked by its own system. The broken carcass crashed to the ground. Zhang Wei stepped over, plucked the core crystal that shot from the engine bay, and tossed it into his armor storage. Its luster was brilliant, yet it ranked only high-grade. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, mildly disappointed. A mutant that can wield a skill, and it's still only high-grade. The silence cracked under a sycophantic voice. Big bro, that was amazing. Zhang Tao forced a dry laugh, his throat tight. He had considered sinking into the ground and slipping away, but he lacked that skill, so flattery was all he had. Zhang Wei turned. His sapphire eyes were as calm as a frozen lake, yet they stole the breath from Zhang Tao's lungs. Your turn. What will you trade for your life? The icy words made every hair on Zhang Tao's body bristle. His gaze flicked to the bisected mech deer, and he swallowed hard. No bargaining chips. It died. I have something good. He blurted, terrified the scythe would touch his neck if he hesitated even a heartbeat. Zhang Wei said nothing, but his eyes told him to continue. Jiang Tao swallowed, unclamped the armor plates on his abdomen, and drew out a cargo bay that glimmered violet, lifting it above his head like an offering. It's an epic tier ion vault, huge capacity. I extracted it from an epic tier source crystal, he rattled off, desperate to dispel any doubt. He didn't need the sales pitch. Zhang Wei had recognized its worth at a glance. The etched conduits on the walls, the steady flow of energy, definitely no ordinary item. Big bro, will this buy my life? Zhang Tao's voice quavered, but he tried to keep a smile. Deal. Zhang Wei accepted it calmly, not allowing any pleasure to reach his face. At the confirmation, Zhang Tao finally let out a breath. He obediently stepped forward and handed the cargo pod to Zhang Wei with exaggerated courtesy. It looked ridiculous, a 17-meter mech bowing and scraping to one that stood only 12 meters tall, like a middle schooler offering snacks to an elementary kid. Zhang Wei stayed impassive, guiding his mech to slot the pod into the empty bay. His craft had never carried a cargo module before, so at least he was spared the hassle of swapping parts. Ding, epic grade ion cargo bay installed, combat power 20. The system message was as chilly as ever. Any piece of gear, no matter where you mounted it, bumped your combat rating. 20 points wasn't much, but it beat nothing, especially when the module's real job was storage. That's all I need from you. Get going. With the pod secure, Zhang Wei dismissed him. You're just letting me leave? Zhang Tao couldn't believe his ears. If he were Zhang Wei, he'd have killed the witness and taken everything. What? You want to hang around? Or do you have more goodies on you? Zhang Wei asked casually. No, it's just that core crystal, Zhang Tao stammered. When I'm done here, he'll come find you, Zhang Wei said, knocking Zhang Tao's hopes straight into a pit. Come find me? For what? His knees nearly buckled. He wanted to bolt, but all he managed was a meek, sure, big brother. He'll go fetch the crystal right away. Don't even think about running, Zhang Wei warned. Inside Chuan City you might live. Outside the walls you won't see sunrise. Killing him would have been safer, of course. But Zhang Tao had uncanny luck. More than half of Zhang Wei's best loot had come from riding that luck. Better to keep him alive, drop by every now and then. And who knew what pleasant surprises might turn up? I won't run, absolutely not. Zhang Tao waved frantically. Zhang Wei pointed toward the zoo gates. Go. Got it, big brother. Zhang Tao backed away respectfully, then sprinted for home once he was out of sight. When the figure vanished, Zhang Wei started recharging his frame with standard energy cores. The power system needed a top-up, and the arms that had tanked the EMP blast required repairs. A few common crystals would cover it. While the mech devoured the crystals, Zhang Wei emptied the spoils head stashed inside. Dozens of mid-grade cores from the clockwork monkey, plus more than 100 high-grade ones from the mechanical alligator and deer. Activate the cores. He started with the mid-grade batch. As expected, they yielded no gear, only experience. The frame rose to level 13. After level 10, each level only added 4 combat points, barely worth mentioning. Nothing from the mids, so we'll pin our hopes on these highs. 2 of them are variant cores, there's got to be something in there. With renewed optimism, he kept cracking them open. High-grade cores provided far more experience, and the levels climbed quickly. On the 17th core, Ding acquired fine-grade cylindrical cargo bay. Another cargo bay? Zhang Wei frowned. He already had an epic one. This fine-grade model was useless to him. Stow it. The epic bay was deceptively spacious. A slim cylinder half a meter long, 30 centimeters across, and 50 high, yet it held more than 10 cubic meters. Space wasn't an issue, so tossing the spare bay inside was easy. As for why he bothered keeping it, someone else would need it. If nothing else, he could swap it for supplies or a few more cores. After stowing the cylindrical cargo hold, Zhang Wei went on cracking open the source crystals. Possibly because it was still early in the machine descent, most of the high-grade crystals turned out to be duds except for the last 2 that had dropped from the mutant. Every single one only carried experience points. Was his luck really this bad? Watching the pile shrink in his hand, he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Even in his previous life, he had never been this unlucky. Was he actually going to end the day empty-handed? He pinned all his hopes on the last 2 mutant source crystals, took a deep breath, and started cracking. Open. Ding, skill acquired. Death laser. The notification on the light screen made him grin from ear to ear. Finally, a real drop. Strike while the iron was hot. Open the next one. Ding, obtained. Exceptional grade external armor, reinforced alloy plating. Mutants never disappoint. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction and stored his 2 trophies in the system panel. Learn the skill. Ding, death laser learned successfully. Skill description. Active ability. Emits an energy beam in a straight line, striking multiple targets at once and inflicting paralysis. Zhang Wei figured it must have been the signature power of that mutant mechanical deer. The effect was almost identical to the electromagnetic beam it had fired, capable of crushing targets from a distance while briefly disabling them, exactly what he needed to shore up his lack of ranged options. Equip the armor. Exceptional reinforced alloy plating. Combat power 30, durability 500. The numbers weren't mind-blowing, but the material was decent, and every suit could auto-adjust to the mech size. More than boosting offense, this type of gear was all about protection. Reinforced alloy was premium stuff in the early days of the apocalypse and more than enough against ordinary mechanical creatures. Durability measured wear and tear. Once it dropped too low, the armor's effectiveness would plummet, so the higher the stat, the better. At the same time, his mech leveled up to 19. The pace was far quicker than he had expected. At this rate, he might hit level 30 today and trigger a second evolution. 2-stage jumps on day 1 of the apocalypse, something he wouldn't have dared dream of in his previous life. With that thought, he sprang to his feet. The common source crystals he had consumed earlier had replenished the mech's power to 90%, and the numbness in his arms had vanished. But his stock of medium and high-grade crystals was gone, leaving only a handful of common ones. Gathering more source crystals was now urgent. Muttering to himself, he headed deeper into the zoo. It wasn't long before he stepped into the fox enclosure, only to find it completely empty, not even a tail in sight. That's odd, he frowned. Still puzzled, he pressed on. Zebra enclosure, giraffe enclosure, hippo enclosure, each pen was just as deserted. No mechanical carcasses, not even signs of a fight. Had everything been wiped out by whatever was lurking in the predator zone? Doubts swirling in his mind, Zhang Wei left the herbivore section behind and made a beeline for the predator zone. Predators are born bloodthirsty. Once they become machines, they're combat-powered dwarfs that of any herbivorous construct. That was why Zhang Wei had saved them for last. The moment he stepped into the carnivore enclosure, curiosity turned to fury. The place was deserted, not a single strand of metallic fur in sight. He had counted on harvesting extra source crystals for a second evolution, yet there was no target at all. The machines hadn't vanished for no reason. While he was butchering the monkey troop, some of the beasts had already sensed danger. After he wiped out the crocodiles, more slipped away. Even without mutating into variants, they understood self-preservation, and those that had evolved possessed near-human cunning. Half fled at first. When Zhang Wei slew the skill-wielding variant stag, the rest no longer dared to linger. Who would wait to be slaughtered by an unbeatable killer? Had Zhang Wei skipped cracking open those source crystals after Jiang Tao left, he might have intercepted a few refugees. Now he was too late, forced to glare at an empty field. You're quick, he sneered to himself, but let's see how far you get. Seeing almost no mechanical remains, he knew they were still alive. In his previous life, humanity had paid dearly to purge these creatures. Since he hadn't even begun a real massacre, they had simply bolted out of the zoo. As long as they were still in Chuancheng, he would meet them again. With nothing left to gain here, staying was pointless. He turned to leave if he couldn't slay the strong. Carving through the weaker machines roaming the city was still worthwhile. Outside the gates, he remembered those 2 dogs, Han Xiao and Han Su. With no beasts to hunt, he might as well check on them. If they were living comfortably, he'd stir up trouble. If misery already had them, he'd decide whether to make it worse. Either way, collecting source crystals along the route cost nothing. He didn't hurry, strolling down the boulevard at an easy pace. The street was still chaotic, but little remained that could block his path. The city's former bustle was gone, leaving only scattered machines chasing humans. When he saw people being pursued, he felt no urge to intervene in the apocalypse. Survival depends on your own skill. Die, and you've only yourself to blame. Only when a machine foolishly provoked him did he strike back, swift and icy. Though Zhang Wei's attacks were few, their lethal precision did not go unnoticed. Photos of Zhang Wei slicing through mechanical creatures were circulating wildly in every group chat and social feed, accompanied by video clips of each flawless swing of his war scythe, every perfect kill testifying to his power. On the other side of the screens, a flood of reactions erupted at once. My God, this guy is incredible. Could he really save us? Someone gasped, clinging to the hope of survival. Does anyone have his contact info? They'll pay whatever it takes to hire him to protect me. Another voice cried, mixing all with the lure of money. A dissenting reply followed hard on its heels. It's the end of the world. What good is money now? If he's this strong, he should take responsibility. Bull. His strength is his own business. Why should he protect you? Is he your father or something? Someone shot back. Watch your mouth. Do you even have a shred of humanity left? More arguments sparked instantly. Pleading, bargaining, moral coercion, every emotion tangled in the same thread of comments, forming a noisy yet fervent chorus. One point, however, was universally acknowledged. Zhang Wei's presence felt like a sudden fresh breeze, restoring confidence to people on the brink of despair. After all, most survivors own mechs themselves, and they fantasized. If Zhang Wei can dismantle those monsters so easily, maybe we can too. At the same time, Jiang Tao had already returned to his private villa. Lounging in the spacious living room, one leg crossed over the other, he scrolled through his phone with a disdainful curl of his lips. You've got to admit, the rich always enjoy their privileges. Outside, a dozen 10-meter-tall mechs patrolled the perimeter wall, each step sending faint tremors through the ground. Zhang Wei might have wiped out 30 of Jiang Tao's men in a single blow, yet Jiang Tao still commanded a sizable force, a fleet of mechs. and an array of vehicles. The legacy of his mining company was intact. Those idiots expect him to protect them? Crazy. They're lucky if he doesn't kill them out of hand, Zhang Tao snorted, tossing his phone onto the armrest. Then he called toward the doorway. You out there, come in. Did you get the origin crystal? He had already separated from his mech. A sand-colored mech core now hung around his neck. The core contained an enormous internal space, letting him summon his entire machine at will. Every component dismantled after their first separation was stored inside, ready to reassemble in an instant. A neatly dressed, deferential middle-aged butler hurried into the room. Young master, the people we posted are searching for it now. We should have news soon. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Tao would have settled for verbal abuse when displeased. In today's lawless world, crossing him could cost a person's life. The butler tread more carefully than ever, his voice barely above a whisper. Tell them to hurry. I'm running out of time. Zhang Tao cut him off with a wave, yet a shadow loomed in his mind. Zhang Wei. He didn't know when that man would storm the villa, nor what would happen if he failed to produce the origin crystal. Zhang Tao dared not think further. Very well, sir. They'll go and hurry them along right away. As the butler turned to leave, Zhang Tao suddenly spoke. Wait, never mind, go. He waved a tired hand. Exhaustion and irritation etched across his features. A moment earlier he had considered asking the butler to send in a few young women, but after the fright he had just endured, he had no interest at all. The butler understood, bowed respectfully, and hurried out. Should I check that man's background? Sinking deeper into the oversized leather sofa, Zhang Tao toyed with the idea. All he had was a single name, Zhang Wei. The internet was still up, so digging for information would not be hard. Yet he didn't even know Zhang Wei's face or age. Where could he start? Besides, judging by that chilling aura of violence, even capturing the man's relatives would likely provide no leverage. Anger, that demon, and no one in this mansion would leave alive. At that thought, Zhang Tao quietly shelved every hostile intention. Men like that had to be flattered, never provoked. Night descended, a vast velvet curtain draping over the city. Zhang Wei piloted a medium-class mech, strolling as if through a garden until he reached Han Zu's residential complex. Smoke still lingered, twisted metal wreckage lay at the corners, and the air reeked of scorched wiring and engine oil, yet the surroundings were eerily silent. The first wave of chaos had passed. Those destined to die were dead, those able to hide had hidden. Some mechanical beasts lay destroyed, but many more lurked in the shadows, waiting for the next hunt. Zhang Wei's sensors picked up several cold, watchful gazes. A few mechanical creatures crouched behind the rubble, once house pets. Cats and dogs now clad in steel hides with fangs glinting in the dark. The instant they met Zhang Wei's gaze, they retreated in unison. Instinct screamed that the medium-class mech before them was untouchable. True medium-class mechs were rare in the city. Most machines roaming the streets were light models converted from motorcycles or sedans. Those light mechs could already sweep away mechanical cats and dogs with ease, let alone Zhang Wei's gear. Today is only the beginning. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. No, tonight might be lively enough, he murmured, lifting his eyes to the starless sky. When animals were infected and transformed, birds were no exception. Few avian mechanicals were seen in daylight, not because they were merciful, but because they were still adapting to their new flight systems. From his past life, he remembered that the military would send planes on a nighttime patrol, only to be swarmed by mechanical birds, a disaster he had witnessed firsthand. Lost in thought, Zhang Wei reached the 6-story building where Han Su lived. Han Zu's apartment was on the 3rd floor, level with Zhang Wei's line of sight, given his current height. He did not step into view. Instead, he stood quietly at the corner, cutting the mech's lights and suppressing its noise, leaving only keen hearing online. Han Su, what were you thinking? Why isn't there a scrap of food in the house? Inside, Han Xiao's voice was low and trembling, laced with anger. She was clearly afraid of alerting the monsters outside. Why are you yelling? Han Su snarled from the sofa, his face ashen from his injuries, yet his tone still vicious. Even if we had food, could you cook it? Aren't you supposed to be pretty? There's a fat single guy upstairs, isn't there? Go seduce him and bring back something to eat. Anyone else would have exploded at such an insult, but Han Xiao only frowned, a trace of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Really? She asked, clearly tempted. Why would I lie? Han Su glared impatiently. Look at the situation we're in. You think I have time to mess with you? Fine, I'll go. Han Xiao smoothed her skirt and picked her way toward the door through the scattered debris. How did I ever fancy a woman like that in my previous life? Zhang Wei felt a surge of disgust in the dark, wishing he could slap his former self. Trading a woman's body for food was not uncommon after a few years of apocalypse, but the catastrophe had only just begun and Han Xiao was already willing to make that choice. It spoke volumes about her nature. Clearly, she had never been a good person. Click, click, the sound of stilettos rang sharply through the silent stairwell, each step drumming on the nerves of anyone who heard it. Han Xiao looked up at the tightly shut security door on the 4th floor, and her expression flipped to fragile innocence. To make her act more convincing, she yanked her collar open, the white skin of her chest almost blinding in the dim light. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked hard and clear. Brother, are you home? Could you give me something to eat? Her sweet, tear-tinged voice was that of a little girl lost in a night storm. Out on the balcony, Zhang Wei clung to the railing, spying inside. There was no fat guy Han Su had mentioned. Only a mechanical cat nearly 1.5 meters tall filled the room. The knocking reached the cat. It froze, then caught Han Xiao's voice, its metal lips curling into a wicked grin, steel fangs flashing under the light. A heartbeat later it hurled itself at the door. Midair it twisted. With a metallic snap, razor claws deployed, blades glinting coldly. Screech's shriek of metal on metal filled the apartment, like a knife scraping an eardrum. Still lost in her act, Han Xiao turned deathly pale. Her heartbeat lurched, her legs gave out, and she collapsed on the spot. She looked up to see 4 deep gouges carved into the door, and in the cracks a pair of glowing red eyes bored into her. "Mom!" she screamed, ditching all pretense as she scrambled downstairs on hands and feet. On the other side of the door, the mechanical cat kept slashing. Each strike deepened the wounds, the whole door wobbling, held together only by its hardened core. Within seconds Han Xiao burst into Han Zu's apartment, slammed the door, and threw the bolt. She leaned against the wood, gasping, face chalk white. Han Su sat frozen on the sofa, the metallic shriek from above still ringing in his ears. "What happened?" he stammered. Han Xiao locked the door with a thud, took 2 quick steps back, and pressed a finger to her lips. "Shoo, don't speak. There's a monster upstairs." At the word monster, Han Su shut his mouth and barely dared to breathe. Through a slit in the curtains, Zhang Wei watched the siblings panic and felt oddly reassured. If they were already this miserable, he could leave them be for now. He was just about to slip away when his phone buzzed an incoming call from Han Xiao. "She knows him here?" Zhang Wei froze. By his reckoning, he hadn't made a single mistake, and those two shouldn't have a chance of noticing him at all. Lost in thought, Zhang Wei answered Han Xiao's call. "Hello." His tone was cold and hard, enough to send a chill through the line. On the other end, Han Xiao ignored his indifference, her voice quivering with tears. "Zhang Wei, where are you? Please come save me. I'm starving. There's a terrifying monster upstairs. I'm so scared. Can you get here fast?" Her fear was unmistakable. In the living room, Han Su lay collapsed on the sofa, hugging a battered suit of armor had been gravely injured earlier while handling Han Xiao's pet. Now he could barely stand, much less fight. If the mechanical cat upstairs leapt down again, they would both be dead for sure. "Oh, where are you?" Zhang Wei asked lightly, pretending not to know. "We're at Han Zu's place. Will you come save me?" Hope clung to her voice. In Chuancheng she had few friends. Besides Han Su, she only knew Zhang Wei. Food no longer mattered, staying alive did. "I'm nearby. You're sure the creature is upstairs?" Zhang Wei pressed. "Yes, right upstairs." Han Xiao nodded frantically, even though he couldn't see her. "Got it." Zhang Wei ended the call. He had planned to walk away, but since they thought things weren't exciting enough, he might as well turn up the heat. A smirk tugged at his lips. His war scythe hummed to life and shot from the 4th-floor balcony straight into the apartment. Boom. The mechanical cat, battering the security door, was slammed by the blade and hurled door and all into the hallway wall. Metal screeched and twisted, but it didn't die on impact. Its icy red eyes still glowed, limbs flailing in a desperate struggle. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. "Still alive?" With that, he flicked his wrist and brought the scythe crashing down. A flash of electricity burst from the tip as it pierced the cat's chest. After a shrill metallic crack, he yanked the blade free, sparks trailing behind it, and carving a scar in the floor that ran all the way to the balcony. Through the gash, Han Xiao and Han Zu's bloodless, terror-stricken faces were clearly visible. Han Xiao had never imagined he would arrive the instant the call ended. "All right, the monster's dealt with. I'm leaving." Zhang Wei poked his head in, tossed the words into the room, and turned away at once. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay. He just feared he would burst out laughing. Seeing the two of them scared out of their wits was simply too satisfying. At the complex gate, he glanced back at Han Zu's apartment, now almost an open-air loft thanks to his cut. Mechanical birds would sweep in at night, and he could already picture the despair on their faces. This was only collecting a bit of interest. Compared with what they'd done to him in his previous life, it was nothing. He strode away. No sooner had he left the compound than his communicator buzzed again. Han Xiao, finally recovering from her panic, had dialed him back. "What now?" he answered, his voice even colder. "Zhang Wei, was that really you just now? You were incredible. Have you eaten all day? Come back, they'll cook something for you." Han Xiao's voice was excited. Trembling slightly, the dominance he had just displayed filled her with a sense of safety that the incapacitated Han Su never could. "Food. No need." Zhang Wei refused her without mercy. Piloting the mech meant he never had to eat. Whenever the armor devoured a source crystal for power, some of that energy naturally flowed into Zhang Wei's body. If he wanted a taste of real food, he would first have to dismantle the suit. In the early days of the apocalypse, however, the human body was as fragile as wet paper. The slightest disturbance could be fatal. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never separate from the mecha, at least not until it completed its 3rd evolution. By then, with help from the core, part of its combat power could coat his flesh directly. giving him the minimum safety margin to survive the wasteland barehanded. Besides, merging or separating took a full 5 seconds. In that window, even an ordinary knife, let alone a bullet, could end him. In his last life, Han Xiao and Han Su had exploited that very gap, leaving him no chance to fight back before they killed him. With a second chance, he refused to let the prologue of his invincibility end in the same abrupt tragedy. What? You don't need any? Aren't you hungry? Han Xiao's voice came through the calm line, unable to hide her surprise. She had only meant to offer some rations, but Zhang Wei turned her down flat. Anything else? Zhang Wei's reply was ice cold. Han Xiao instinctively softened her tone, wanting to say more, but that voice dragged him back to the moment the siblings betrayed and devoured him. His knuckles tightened. If he didn't have other plans, he would have wiped these old acquaintances out on the spot. After several seconds of silence, Han Xiao suddenly blurted, Zhang Wei, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? The unexpected confession made Zhang Wei's body stiffen. Even while his consciousness was fused with the mech, he could feel his heart slam against his ribs. He had heard those exact words in his previous life and believed them, only to receive betrayal and death in return. Han Xiao, you're playing with fire. His voice scraped like grinding metal, sharp enough to slice through the night. Han Xiao's smile froze, replaced by shock and confusion. What did I do? Don't you like me? Tears welled up as her voice broke. Zhang Wei drew a deep breath, forcing down a surge of murderous intent. True, this version of Han Xiao had yet to harm him, but human nature rarely changes, and last life's lesson was etched into his bones. He would not give Han Xiao or Han Su another chance. Humph. He snorted and cut the connection without hesitation. You don't like me? Zhang Wei sneered inwardly. You like my strength, the fact that someone else can take the hit for you. In that case, I'll find you someone more suitable. The thought flashed by, and he already had a target. Target the most prestigious residential district in Chuan City, a sprawl of upscale villas that included Jiang Tao's family estate. Under the pitch-black sky, Zhang Wei guided the mech through the silent city like a ghost, soundless and unseen. Only now and then did the fire from his mech's thrusters flare, cutting a brief streak through the pitch-black sky and exposing his swift silhouette. The matte-black armor merged naturally with the night, not because Zhang Wei possessed some advanced cloaking skill, but simply because its color blended with the darkness, making him as hard to spot as a ghost. What's out there? Show yourself. Come out, or I'll shoot. In the suburban villa district, a long-range light mech leveled its rifle, the muzzle tracking the path Zhang Wei had just flashed across. Yet the pilot saw nothing. The thruster flame had left only a fading trail. High above, Zhang Wei snorted. Rich folks, huh? He didn't resent wealth. He despised it. At the start of the apocalypse, the rich could still pay for so-called bodyguards, but as the mechanical beasts kept evolving, only hunters willing to climb into mechs and fight to the death grew stronger. Whatever advantage the wealthy had in their machines would soon be erased. Warn them? No chance. He wasn't about to invite more rivals for source cores. Shaking off the thought, he quickly locked on his Jiang Tao's address. In Chuan City, Jiang Tao ranked among the richest, the largest villa, the most bodyguards impossible to miss. When Zhang Wei touched down before the villa's iron gate, a patrolling mech spotted him instantly, yet showed no sign of alarm. Is this Mr. Zhang Wei, sir? The mech's loudspeaker asked. It is, Zhang Wei replied. Once his identity was confirmed, the mech bowed. Please follow me, Mr. Zhang. Jiang Tao had already instructed his men to receive Zhang Wei with courtesy. The guards, unaware that Zhang Wei was a creditor, assumed he was a friend of the young master, so they were polite and unafraid. Jiang Tao had to keep up appearances in front of them. The villa blazed with light. Unable to sleep, Jiang Tao hurried out at the first sound outside the door. He dared not invite Zhang Wei in's idea. 12-meter mech would blow the roof off, and the place, while large, was no palace. As the gate opened, Jiang Tao jogged forward, shouting, All right, you can go. Take the men and patrol farther out. No one comes near. Yes, sir. The leading mech pivoted smartly and moved off. Zhang Wei saw through Jiang Tao's little ploy-saving face, keeping outsiders from watching. He didn't argue. He still needed something from the man. Once the guards were gone, Jiang Tao forced a stiff smile. Brother, you're here at last. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Wei skipped the pleasantries. His voice was icy. Where is it? Bitterness welled up in Jiang Tao's chest. He already had the source core and had seen what lay inside, which only made him more reluctant to hand it over. He had hoped to find another quality piece as a substitute, but Zhang Wei had arrived too quickly. Right here, brother. With no way to save face, he simply passed it over. Best not give Zhang Wei any reason to complain. Zhang Wei hadn't expected much, but when Jiang Tao held out a source core that shimmered with an eerie blue light, his pupils contracted. A floating cannon? He blurted. Zhang Wei stared at Jiang Tao in disbelief. Fuyo cannons were special devices that didn't occupy an equipment slot, and once activated they stayed bound to a mech for life. Even an evolver who had advanced 3 or 4 times would struggle to get a basic model, yet here was an excellent grade unit right in front of him. You've got sharp eyes, brother. This is top-notch stuff, Jiang Tao began, flashing an ingratiating smile. Hand it over. Zhang Wei cut him off. Sure. Zhang Tao froze, then bent down awkwardly and placed the palm's eyes device its surface glowing with a thin film of light at Zhang Wei's feet, not daring to show the slightest displeasure. Zhang Wei picked up the cannon. The metal felt icy cold, surrounded by a faint blue halo. He sucked in a breath. This wasn't just excellent grade. It was a special type cryo-fuyo cannon. Standard cannons came in rifle, machine gun, and shotgun variants, while only cryo and thermal existed among the special types. In his previous life, had never had a chance to touch something this rare. Yet on the very first day of the apocalypse, he had one in hand. He was more than satisfied. Activate. Ding. Excellent grade cryo-fuyo cannon obtained. Combat power 200. Fire rate 1s. Maximum fire rate 0.1s. This thing is absurdly strong, Zhang Wei muttered. The combat boost and fire rate were far beyond anything had imagined. Jiang Tao mistook the murmured comment for dissatisfaction. Trembling, he hurried to pledge his loyalty. Brother, if you're not happy with it, I'll find you something else. I appreciate the gesture. Zhang Wei's tone was neutral, but inwardly he labeled Jiang Tao a walking treasure chest and wasn't ready to kill him yet. He selected equip. A moment later the cannon synced with his mech, the light shell shattered, and the device morphed into a sleek silver fish that hovered over his head, darting back and forth. Zhang Tao's eyes reddened. What should have been his was now orbiting obediently around Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei ignored him. His mind linked with the cannon as naturally as if it were part of his own body. Point, and it would fire. If any sniper within 100 meters tried to lock onto him, the cannon would immediately switch to autonomous defense mode and intercept the shot. I still don't know its maximum range, he thought. Time to find out. Zhang Wei turned and looked into the distance. A bolt of icy blue energy burst from the floating cannon, like lightning slicing through the sky, and vanished in an instant. Less than a second later, a crisp blue blossom flared atop a 10-story building 500 meters away. A curtain of frost spilled outward, coating the structure in a glistening halo. Zhang Wei squinted, gauging the distance right at 500 meters. That was the cannon's optimal kill zone. Beyond that, the freezing rounds lost power, though its true range was clearly much greater. He was quietly satisfied. Across the yard, Jiang Tao felt his heart bleed. The stronger the cannon, the more uneasy he became. Pain or not, he still had to plaster on a smile, eyes shimmering with forced cheer. It's impressive. I'm very pleased, he said, echoing Zhang Wei's praise. Brother, why don't you come inside? It's already dark, and you haven't eaten. I can have something prepared, he offered politely, desperate for Zhang Wei to leave yet unable to show it. No need. He'll rest here in the yard. Zhang Wei declined, then added, I'll need you to come with me tomorrow. There's something to handle. What? Zhang Tao froze. There's more? What is it? Why do you object? Zhang Wei lowered his gaze, eyes cold. No, of course not. If you need me, I'm at your service, Zhang Tao stammered, waving his hands. Zhang Wei sneered inwardly, trusting none of his assurances, but said no more. Good. Go rest. Don't worry about me. He settled casually on an empty patch of ground, making no move to separate from his machine. Watching Zhang Wei sit cross-legged in the courtyard, Zhang Tao tasted bitterness. Who could sleep with a killer at the gate? Grumbling to himself, he slunk back to the villa. Midnight. The air above Chuan City suddenly filled with the thumping of helicopter rotors. More than one craft. Zhang Wei looked up. They're here. Loudspeakers blared from the cabins, echoing across the night. Citizens, do not panic. Protect yourselves. The military will arrive as quickly as possible. He believed in their goodwill, not their efficiency. Too many obstacles would slow the rescue. One of them the avian mechanical creatures about to appear and attack the helicopters. Zhang Wei hesitated, then kept silent. Some lessons, he knew, only sink in when paid for in blood. Pain breeds respect. Sure enough, the birds swept into the night sky. Whatever species they once were, Zhang Wei couldn't tell. In his past life, people had simply grouped them by size. The current wave was small, with wingspans around 3 meters, yet they moved like bullets. Beaks, wings, and talons all were weapons. The small avian machines flew many times faster than any helicopter. Once a chopper was marked as their primary target, escape was impossible. Suddenly, a blinding streak of silver slashed through the night and dove toward the broadcasting helicopter like a meteor. The frail fuselage was pierced in an instant, as if an arrow had punched through paper. A heartbeat of silence followed before a deafening explosion tore the sky apart, a scorching fireball dyeing half the night crimson. People flinched instinctively, yet the glare still burned their eyes. In the square, the crowd that had been listening intently erupted into chaos. Frantic screams and despairing cries rose and fell, fear grinding their voices raw. The military had been their last refuge, but in that moment the refuge was blown into a shower of burning wreckage. Zhang Wei sat on the ground, shaking his head slightly. He knew that calling for help would only invite death. The mechanical birds were hypersensitive to sound, and their speed left ordinary people no time to hide. The shrieks echoing through the night were sharp with hopelessness, dragging the city back into broad daylight terror. Soft footsteps sounded behind him. Zhang Tao crept over and whispered, his voice trembling, "Bro, I can't sleep. Can I stay with you for a while?" He wasn't suffering from insomnia. He was drenched in cold sweat from what he had just witnessed. The bodyguards offered no sense of safety, only staying close to Zhang Wei felt reassuring. "If you're scared, fuse with your mech," Zhang Wei advised kindly. "It's strong enough. Don't be afraid of those birds." He couldn't let Jiang Tao remain idle. The lucky kid still had to gather good gear for him. Jiang Tao's eyes lit up. "That's right. I've got a 17-meter turtle mech. What can a flock of 3-meter wingspan birds do to me?" He pulled out the mech's core and activated the fusion sequence. 5 seconds later, the giant machine materialized, swallowing him completely. The towering frame stood behind Zhang Wei like an ironclad bodyguard. In the distance, the rumble of a lone helicopter swelled. Not every craft had fallen in the first wave. This one was a rare survivor. Unfortunately, its luck was fleeting. The mechanical birds had it in their sights. The helicopter's cannons spewed flaming tracers, the barrels glowing red-hot. Yet the barrage could only delay its destruction. "Bro, look, the birds are heading this way," Zhang Tao called, his elevated vantage letting him see the helicopter's plight from afar. Hearing the words, Zhang Wei rose unhurriedly. He had never intended to get involved. As long as those dumb birds stayed away, he had no desire to swing his war scythe. The mechanical birds flew so fast that hacking at them would drain his suit's power for nothing. Yet the instant he spotted one with cobalt blue pupils inside the flock chasing the helicopter, his interest flared. The perfect chance to test the floating cannon. Once synced with his mech, the cannon registered a combat rating of 556. A single cryo round promised serious results. When the flock closed to 500 meters, the cannon fired first. An icy blue beam cut through the night, and the cryo shell struck true. The metal shell was untouched, but a thick layer of ice locked the target solid, sending the mechanical bird tumbling toward the ground. "Go pick up the source crystal," Zhang Wei ordered, eyes still on the sky. On it, big bro Zhang Tao swallowed his envy and sent his men to collect the prize. He had known the cannon was powerful, but not this powerful. The gear he had once dreamed of owning now belonged to someone else. Burying his jealousy, he answered with deferential calm. Zhang Wei savored the perks of leadership. He supplied the firepower. They handled the chores clean and effortless. The helicopter pilot quickly noticed his intervention. Like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, the pilot spotted the empty courtyard of Zhang Tao's compound and yanked the throttle, racing toward it. The mechanical birds noticed Zhang Wei as well, especially the aberrant one. With no gunfire holding them back, they easily outpaced the helicopter, covering 300 meters in a blink and diving at him. Zhang Wei stood firm, unshakable. His pupils shifted from cobalt to pale violet. "Death laser," he whispered. Twin arcs of violet lightning erupted from his eyes, twisting together until they thickened into thunder whips that lit up the night. Where the lightning struck, mechanical birds burst into brief, blazing fireballs. A stunned hush followed before Zhang Tao drew a sharp breath. "That's insane." The helicopter engine screamed as the pilot tried to set down right beside Zhang Wei. High above, the aberrant bird hovered, screeched, and the remaining birds scattered in panic. Trying to run? Zhang Wei's eyes gathered lightning again. After a brief charge, the floating cannon switched to rapid fire, unleashing cryo rounds like a torrential storm. Each shot locked onto a mechanical bird, frosting the air in a sweeping arc. The death laser stayed fixed on one target, the aberrant bird. The others could flee. That one, Zhang Wei would never let escape. The fight was over before the helicopter even touched down. The mutant mechanical bird didn't last a single second against Zhang Wei's death laser. With his increased combat power, the skill's damage had doubled, and the hovering cannons piled on even more firepower, wiping the target out instantly. In fact, even without the drones, a 336 power death laser was more than any mechanical bird at this stage could handle. "That's it." Zhang Tao gaped, unable to believe his eyes. The bodyguards who had charged in also froze. How long had the battle really taken? They hadn't even had time to count. They could only stare at Zhang Wei beneath the night sky, looking every inch an invincible war god. "Collect the source crystals and don't pocket any." Zhang Wei ignored their stares, but cared very much about the loot. "Sure, big bro." Jiang Tao dropped every ounce of young master arrogance and shouted the title loud enough for all to hear. Having someone this powerful as a backer was the ultimate bragging right. He spun on the bodyguards. "Didn't you hear my big bro? Move it. Anyone who keeps even one crystal can go ahead and die." The bodyguards scattered, well aware that someone who could vaporize a mechanical bird that easily could crush them without effort. While everyone busied themselves picking up crystals, the helicopter's roar fat at it had finally landed. The hatch opened, and 5 people filed out. "Comrade, thank you, thank you," the pilot called, his voice carried by the night wind even before he ran over. Zhang Wei hadn't expected gratitude. He hadn't rescued them on purpose and saw them as nothing more than passing strangers. But when his gaze slid past the group's lone woman, he paused. She looked familiar. She was tall and straight as a pine, her fitted uniform unable to hide an impressive figure. Sun-kissed skin spoke of health and resilience. So it's Hershey's even prettier than in the photos, Zhang Wei thought, recalling her reputation as a powerhouse in the military of his previous life. Hello, I'm Lin Qianying. You're incredible, she said crisply, all confidence and no affectation. The directness only added to her charm, and even Jiang Tao found himself staring. Hi, I'm Zhang Wei, he returned, already wondering how to get on the good side of this future Valkyrie. Unlike Jiang Tao, who rocketed to success on a stroke of early luck, Lin Qianying earned her place through sheer ability, and her combat skills are formidable. You're amazing. If we get the chance, how about a spar? Zhang Wei suggested with a smile. Link up, Lin Qianying called out. 5 seconds later, a silver-white, 7-meter light long-range mech stood where she had been. Its slender frame gleamed under the lights. Zhang Wei looked it over, admiration flickering in his eyes. Great mech, but that rifle alone won't be enough against me. The weapon was the Mech's standard-issue rifle, accurate, but underpowered. Lin Qianying ran her fingers over the barrel, half smiling. Its power is average, but its accuracy is perfect, she said, clearly praising her own marksmanship. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. A former soldier with superb aim befriending her would give him a bridge to the military. He had no wish to control the army, only to avoid being seen as its enemy. Raising his hand, he asked, "Can you handle a freeze gun?" "You have one." Lin Qianying instinctively stepped closer. Upgrading from a basic rifle to a stronger weapon was obviously appealing. "I do. Try it." Zhang Wei drew a freeze gun from his cargo space. The gray-blue weapon looked like an oversized pistol to a mech, yet it carried a 30-point combat boost far superior to the rifle. A short distance away, Jiang Tao stared at the gun, finding it more and more familiar. It was the starter weapon from the light mech Zhang Wei had destroyed in the zoo, his own gear, now being handed to a beautiful woman. He almost burst into tears. "Great using my stuff as a gift. Classic big brother. As if I couldn't give it myself. This is for me." Lin Qianying didn't reach out right away. Zhang Wei nodded. An ordinary grade freeze gun still had value now, but soon it would be commonplace. Giving it to this future Valkyrie was a bargain. "I can't take it for nothing," she said, shaking her head. She pulled a dozen ordinary source crystals from her storage slot. "Let me trade these." "Okay. All right, give me 100 crystals," Zhang Wei replied casually. "I only have these now. They'll get you the rest later, deal?" "Deal." He handed her the freeze gun and pocketed the handful of crystals. Jiang Tao watched, dumbstruck. Such a beautiful woman, and Big Bro still took payment? If it were me, I'd give it away. Winning favor would be so easy. But as a low-level hunter, he could only attract women who cared about material things, while the truly exceptional ones couldn't be swayed so cheaply. Zhang Wei, of course, wasn't trying to win Lin Qianying's heart. He just wanted to keep the relationship smooth. If she ended up serving under him like Jiang Tao, so much the better. Lin Qianying happily mounted the cryoblaster, tucking her retired rifle into the Mech storage bay. Zhang Wei stood nearby, wondering if he should strike while the iron was hot and unload the spare premium cargo pod he didn't need. After a moment's thought, he shook his head one item at a time. No need to rush. "Zhang Wei, let's go rescue people," Lin Qianying said, looking up after calibrating the cryo gun. "Rescue people?" Zhang Wei blinked. "Yes. We don't know how many civilians are suffering out there. If we have the power to help, we should save as many as we can." Lin Qianying lowered her voice, heavy with responsibility. As a veteran, the topic tugged at a duty she could never abandon. Every soldier knows the mission they once bore is now nearly impossible to complete. To Zhang Wei, though, the idea was all danger and no payoff. There were endless machine creatures to kill and endless people to save, especially the mechanical birds. They flew so fast you might shoot down 3 or 4 in a flock before the rest scattered. He was about to refuse when the bodyguards sent to gather source crystals hurried back. "Boss, we're back," they shouted, thrilled and proud of their haul. Jiang Tao had been ready to capitalize on the moment, reaching out to take the crystals, but his own bodyguard stepped right around him and presented the loot to Zhang Wei with a bow. Jiang Tao froze, then flushed with embarrassment. "Thanks. Good work," Zhang Wei said calmly. Yet his simple words made the bodyguards beam as if showered with praise. Jiang Tao felt a sting. Had just given away a hovering turret and hadn't heard so much as a thank you. He told himself, "It's fine, and the big brother's buddy doesn't need to be polite with me. These outsiders just don't understand." The thought did make him feel a bit better. Zhang Wei ignored Jiang Tao's silent complaints and scooped up all the mid-tier source crystals dropped by the regular mechanical birds. Fierce as they were, the birds were only pigeon-sized and could yield nothing higher than mid-tier crystals. The mutated one, however, had been generous. The single high-tier crystal in the pile came from it. "Activate." In front of everyone, he crushed the high-tier crystal. A flash of light, no mech experience, no skill crystal, but a piece of equipment appeared. Excellent grade multi-burst reignition thruster. Combat power 30. Zhang Wei nodded, satisfied. A reignition thruster allows a mech to dash 2 or more times in quick succession, unleashing powerful burst momentum. Thrusters come in many forms: high speed, lateral, jet, and so on, but this was the only one on offer right now. and its excellent grade plus the hefty combat boost were more than enough surprise. Equip. The standard thrusters on Zhang Wei's mech had been swapped for the afterburner's head just acquired, and even Lin Qianying felt a flicker of envy. Her reaction was only natural. Zhang Wei was practically kitted out in luxuriant excellent grade war scythe, a full suite of superior external modules, autonomous floating gun pods, and the combat skills to back them up. If she knew he was still hiding a legendary skill, her jealousy would probably triple. Zhang Wei, can we head out now? Lin Qianying broke the brief silence. He thought for a moment, then nodded. They would go out, scoop up some mid-grade source crystals, and give their frames a modest level bump. Any rescues along the way would just be a bonus. The 4 soldiers had landed with Lin exchanged glum looks. One muttered, maybe we should sit this one out. Would only slow you down. They were competent in a normal fight, but against steel monstrosities they were powerless. Going in unarmed would make them nothing but prey. Jiang Tao stepped up quickly. Relax, you can all stay at my place. It's safe here. Keeping the military on his side was crucial even if the army seemed passive now. It was only because they hadn't rolled out their real firepower. Jiang Tao was convinced order would be restored one day, and the military would be the one to lead it. Lin Qianying agreed. Get some rest. We won't be back before dawn. The pilot nodded. Understood. He'll contact HQ and relay any new orders right away. With the handoff finished, Lin turned to Zhang Wei. Let's go. He gave a confirming look and was about to move when Jiang Tao interjected. Big bro. No. Hold the fort. Zhang Wei cut him off. Fine. Jiang Tao could only watch them leave, grumbling that if Zhang Wei didn't want a third, well, he could have just said so. Men, he thought, had hoped to tag along and maybe snag a little loot if Zhang Wei scored another drop. Zhang Wei had no idea what was running through his brother's head, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. A clear conscience fears no shadows. In the darkness, the 2 mechs advanced side by side. To match Lin Qianying's speed, Zhang Wei left his new afterburners offline, moving with steady, silent steps. Lin, meanwhile, was busy. Her snow-white armor served as a glowing beacon, letting distant mechanical beasts lock on instantly. Fortunately, her aim was razor-sharp. 8 shots out of 10 hit home, and she picked off the smaller units one by one. Zhang Wei actually sheathed his weapon and watched the show. He was about to treat the rest of the combat as mere entertainment when a massive mechanical tiger nearly 7 meters tall, its eyes blazing electric blue, fixed its gaze on the 2 pilots. The big game had arrived. Night pressed in like ink, so dense it seemed to swallow every sound, leaving only the mechtiger's electric blue eyes blazing like twin searchlights, flickering in the dark, painfully bright. It made no attempt to hide. Instead it stepped into full view, tail held high in a gesture that was half challenge, half swagger, eager to watch Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying freeze in panic. The creature had no idea who Zhang Wei really was, the same presence that had sent it fleeing in daylight at the zoo. Had it known, it would have already slunk back into the shadows. Instead, here it was, standing before the one person least likely to let it escape a second time. Lin Qianying reacted first. Before Zhang Wei could move, she raised her cryo rifle and squeezed the trigger. An ice blue round screamed through the air, trailing shards of frost. Hitting a target this massive was child's play, but the instant the round formed a thin crust on the mechtiger's metal hide, the creature's internal heat vaporized it. My shots can't hurt it. Her heart lurched as she spoke in a low voice, backing up 2 steps. Even with the rifle, her combat rating was only 50. Before hitting level 8, she had been at 34. Against the mechtiger, those numbers were meaningless. Think you can handle it? If not, we run. She forced herself to stay calm, still gauging the fight. She knew Zhang Wei was stronger, but had no idea by how much of her freeze rounds were useless. She doubted his drone cannon, or even his strange laser eyes would fare better. This tiger was an entirely different beast from the mechanical birds they'd shot down before. Leave it to me, Zhang Wei answered softly. For words, absolute certainty. He sensed her doubt, and felt no need to explain. She would see soon enough. A guttural roar exploded a heartbeat later. The shockwave shattered the remaining panes of glass nearby. Shards fell like rain. Then the mechtiger lunged, jaws spread wide, straight at Lin Qianying. For the prey that had dared shoot it, only shredding would do. Just before the claws reached her, a figure flashed into place. Zhang Wei. The drone mounted on his shoulder fired at once, unleashing a dense barrage of frigid blue rounds. Colder and harder hitting than Lin Qianying's ammo, the volley smashed the charging tiger to the ground and froze one of its forelegs solid. Lin Qianying stared in disbelief. The tiger's leg was encased in shimmering ice, groaning as the beast thrashed. A wave of frustration washed over her. Was she really weaker than the cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder? If even a machine outclassed her, what did that make her? While the thought flickered, Zhang Wei stepped forward, war scythe in hand, silent as a shadow. Its blade caught the faint light, reflecting the detached calm in his eyes as he faced the struggling mechtiger. As Zhang Wei swung his war scythe at the mechanical tiger's skull, the beast had no time to wonder how it had become so powerful. Planting its hind legs, it forced its metal frame upright. Its only unfrozen paw erupted in fire, crimson heat coursing through its circuitry. Claw and scythe clashed midair, sparks scattering like falling stars that lit up the darkened street. After a brief standoff, a thunderous boom ripped through the night. The shockwave made street lamps, signs, and walls buzz and rattle. The massive tiger shot backward like a runaway meteor, trailing a blazing tail as it punched through several buildings, hurling concrete and rebar in its wake. Zhang Wei, scythe lowered, didn't budge an inch. Still not dead? He eyed the embers flickering on his blade, irritated. To him, failing to one-shot an opponent was both embarrassing and a waste of precious show-off time. What he didn't know was that had already succeeded in showing off. Far away, Lin Qianying watched him with wide eyes, her heart hammering at the sight of that single swing. Pretty boys and gym bros never moved. Her true power was her weakness, and Zhang Wei had it in absurd supply. It looked devastatingly good on him. Zhang Wei never glanced back. The tiger was still alive, and he refused to let prey escape. Stepping through rubble and smoke, he followed the ragged path the beast had carved. The mechanical tiger was barely clinging to life. Both forelimbs were dead, joints sputtering sparks, its bulk sprawled in broken masonry. As Zhang Wei closed in, it let out a faint whine, begging for one last chance. Violet light flared. Zhang Wei raised the scythe, electricity arcing along the blade before he brought it down. With no pause left, the tiger could only lift its neck armor. A flash of purple, a screech of metal armor split like paper. The head came off clean, skittering away. The body twitched, then went still. A soft hum followed. A high-grade source crystal floated from the wreckage, bathing the ruins in clear light. Collect, Zhang Wei ordered. The system chimed in his mind. At that moment, Lin Qianying reached his side, crunching over shattered bricks. Is it dead? That was incredible. Her voice, almost reverent, filtered through the blue visor of her mech suit. Zhang Wei could only hear her tone. Nothing special, he said, keeping it modest. Any good loot? She wasn't after the spoils, just curious what such a foe would drop. Let's find out. Zhang Wei cupped the crystal and crushed it gently. Ping. Obtained. Excellent grade thermal greatsword. Stats, 100 combat power. Description, stores immense heat, easily slices through enemy armor. Wow, that's huge. Lin Qianying sucked in a breath. Even with limited gear knowledge, she knew what 100 combat power meant. Heh, decent enough, Zhang Wei replied, striking one more perfectly cool pose. Zhang Wei had taken an instant liking to the greatsword. Its raw damage boost alone far surpassed the war scythe he used before. He lifted his hand, stored the cold gleaming scythe in the mech's cargo bay, and drew the thermal greatsword. Built for two-handed combat, the iron-black weapon was laced with glowing energy circuits. It stretched 8 meters long, nearly a meter wide, and weighed twice as much as the scythe, yet promised even more devastating power. I'm so jealous of you melee fighters, your weapons always look amazing, Lin Qianying muttered. You'll have something just as impressive sooner or later, Zhang Wei assured her. He wasn't just being polite. Ranged mechs could mount firepower every bit as fright and ingot simply hadn't dropped yet. All right, I'll trust you. Let's go. Right. Zhang Wei nodded, and they headed back onto the battlefield. The fighting still raged. Zhang Wei needed to act only a handful of times. Most of the night, Lin Qianying piloted her mech through the chaos, pulling people out of danger. The flood of thanks that followed each rescue grew so large he stopped trying to count. All the real spoils, however, ended up with Zhang Wei. He never swung the blade unless death was imminent. But each time the thermal greatsword cut through the air, it wiped out clusters of mechanical beasts. Even so, nearly everything they collected was the basic source crystal dropped by mechanical rats. Mechanical birds could provide mid-grade crystals, but the moment the tide turned they took off quite literally. As for high-grade crystals, they netted exactly one, courtesy of a single mechanical tiger. At dawn the night-long chaos finally subsided. Once the sun was fully up, Lin Qianying took a call from a teammate. Their superior had assigned the squad new orders. Without pausing to count their haul, Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying hurried back to Jiang Tao's house. What surprised Zhang Wei was that when they returned to Jiang Tao's house, the helicopter took off with only the 4 men. Lin Qianying stayed behind. Why didn't you go with them? He asked as she jumped lightly from the cabin. Lin Qianying flashed a smile as warm as spring sunlight, strode over, and tapped the rigid armor on the toe of his boot. Because of you, of course. She paused half a beat, worried he might get the wrong idea. Don't overthink it. Your power is impressive. I stayed to pull you onto our side. Her frankness earned his silent approval. She was genuine, nothing like most people had met. You're too strong for us to order around, she said, palms up in mock surrender. So they left me here to influence you bit by bit. Bold as she was, her mind was sharp. After just one evening, she had pegged Zhang Wei as the sort who never lifted a hand without a payoff. She didn't condemn him for it, but she did feel an urge to change that mindset, show him that helping others first can bring its own kind of reward. If she could get him to join the military and follow unified commands, all the better. Whatever makes you happy, Zhang Wei replied with a shrug. He doubted anyone could change him now. 10 years in a ruined world had filed away his youthful ideals. Profit had become his only compass. Lin Qianying's smile only grew wider at his answer. Watching from the side, Jiang Tao finally found an opening and raised his hand. Can I say something? Zhang Wei shot him a cool glance. What is it? Jiang Tao ignored the chill. Big bro, did you switch to a new weapon? Yeah. Then what about the old one? Jiang Tao stammered, eyes shining with hope. You want it? He nodded so hard his head almost blurred. Absolutely. We met because of that scythe, remember? You can have it, but you've got to help me put on a little show today. Zhang Wei had already planned to hand over the electric scythe. Since Jiang Tao asked first, he might as well use it as motivation. Deal. Just tell me the role, and he'll hit the stage right now. Jiang Tao thumped his chest, eager to get started. With the outline already in mind, Zhang Wei spent a moment refining the details, then began to explain his plan. At that moment, not only was Jiang Tao listening intently, but Lin Qianying was also all ears. As soon as Zhang Wei finished outlining his plan, Lin Qianying's hand shot up before Jiang Tao could speak. I'm coming too, she announced. Both men looked down at her. What for? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, worried her righteous streak might wreck his scheme. With her shoulder-length olive green hair twisted into a knot, Lin's eyes sparkled. That Han Xiao you mentioned sounds like a total faker. Let me help you get under her skin, okay? Friends need a common enemy, right? Zhang waited up. If Han Xiao was genuine, she wouldn't fall for the ploy. If she was fake, she deserved a lesson. Lin's idea fit perfectly. How exactly will you rile her up? He asked. Who's prettier, her or me? Lin flipped her hair. You. He answered without hesitation. She'd win by any standard. Great. If she's really like you say, they'll claim to be your girlfriend. Sound good? The 20-something soldier practically buzzed with excitement. Shed always wanted to try this act. Knock yourself out. Zhang replied coolly, though a sudden heat rose in his chest. Afraid he might back out, Lin sealed it. Settled, then. When do we leave? Right now. Jiang Tao cut in, eager for the show to start. Since the two supporting actors were in such a rush, the leading man didn't stall. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei sprinted into Han Zu's compound. Last night's battle had shredded the already crumbling building rubble everywhere. Bullet scars gouged into the walls. Residents peered from the shadows, but he ignored them and raced to the ruined block he knew so well. The massive crack in the wall was still there. His charge made Han Su and Han Xiao poke their heads out. When she realized it was Zhang Wei, tears spilled down Han Xiao's cheeks. No one knew how terrified she'd been the night before. Zhang Wei, over here. She waved, forgetting his coldness from earlier. A faint, icy smile tugged at his lips as he strode over. Are you hurt? She asked, worried. Zhang had smeared soot over his armor, making it look as if he'd crawled out of a slaughterhouse. He said nothing, simply shook his head. Right then, the supporting act arrived. Ha. Zhang Wei, let's see you run now. The ground quaked, bombastic laughter rattling loose tiles. Zhang winced. It sounded like a bargain bin villain. But to Han Xiao and Han Su, Jiang Tao's mech was overwhelming. Zhang Wei's 12-meter frame was impressive. The newcomer stood a towering 17, its steel shadow blotting out the sun. Humph. Zhang snorted and lunged. Iron limbs clashed, sparks flying. The size gap told quickly. Zhang was forced to the ground, pinned under Jiang Tao's mass. Han Xiao and Han Su watched, stunned, clueless about what was happening. From above, Jiang Tao's voice boomed through loudspeakers. Hand over your weapon, and he'll spare your life. Will you keep your word? Zhang Wei growled. Of course. I, Jiang Tao, future heir to Sichuan mining, never lie, he proclaimed. Fine. Zhang spat the word and pulled an electric war scythe from the cargo bay. Jiang Tao snatched the weapon and laughed triumphantly. Ha, perfect. By the way, is that pretty lady your girlfriend? His gaze locked on Han Xiao. Before Zhang Wei could respond, Jiang Tao jumped from his mech, crossed the ground in 3 long strides, and dropped to one knee in front of her, holding the scythe like a bouquet. Miss, will you be my girlfriend? Han Xiao was speechless. She could hardly believe happiness could arrive so suddenly. The sudden confession left Han Xiao flustered, her heart pounding like a herd of startled deer. She certainly knew Zhang Dao, a bona fide trust fund kid who, even in this apocalypse, could pin Zhang Wei to the ground and pound him. His strength and family background spoke for themselves. Say yes, or say yes. Even if Jiang Tao was acting on a whim or just wanted to use her to provoke Zhang Wei, she would still come out ahead. At the very least, before he grew tired of her, she and her younger brother Han Su could live longer under his protection and maybe even pick up a few perks. Just as she reached her decision, Zhang Wei cut in firmly. Jiang Tao, stop dreaming. She said she only likes me. He bit down hard on the word only. Yesterday, Han Xiao had indeed said she liked him, but she had never said only liked. Zhang Wei was clearly improvising. No, quit making things up. Han Xiao almost screeched, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Wrecking my love life seriously? Zhang Wei slowly pushed himself off the ground, brushed off the dust, and spoke in a measured tone. Han Xiao, didn't you say yesterday? I didn't say anything yesterday. She cut him off before he could finish, afraid this diamond bachelor might misunderstand. She turned back to Jiang Tao, eyes anxious. Jiang Tao smiled calmly. It's fine. Even if she did say that, So what? I still like her. His easy generosity sent a ripple of unexpected warmth through Han Xiao. To make a clean break, she added, I really didn't say it. He's just a regular friend of my brother's. We barely know each other. He's the one with the crush we're not involved. Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. Oh, a toad aiming for swan meat. Huh? Pretty lady, will you be my girlfriend? Inside, he felt a surge of satisfaction at having called Zhang Wei a toad on a whim. Zhang Wei shot him a meaningful look, as if to say, you are the one adding all this drama. Sure, I will, Han Xiao replied, adopting a shy, demure pose. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Ha ha, great. Zhang Tao threw back his head and laughed. He was waiting for the next scripted twist. Zhang Wei humiliating Han Xiao when she suddenly added, oh right, I have something for you. With that, she dashed inside. Zhang Tao froze. This wasn't in the boss script. He glanced at Zhang Wei, who shook his head, equally clueless. Off to the side, Han Su frowned. Something felt off, though he couldn't put his finger on it. Moments later, Han Xiao returned cradling a source crystal that glowed with a magnificent red light, dazzling against the gloom. Zhang Tao, this is for you, she said, holding it out. Zhang Tao stared. A high-grade source crystal, should he take it or not? Zhang Wei was just as stunned. He hadn't expected her to produce something of that caliber. Go on, take it. I don't have a mech, so it's useless to me, Han Xiao coaxed, swinging her arm playfully and blinking up at him. She was already settling comfortably into her new role. A green tea girl through and through, her coy act felt perfectly natural, as if the two of them had known each other forever. Fine, don't worry, I'll keep you safe from now on. Han Xiao cupped a deep blue, high-grade source crystal in both hands and offered it to Zhang Tao, her eyes full of flattery and hope. Zhang Tao didn't refuse. He casually stored the crystal in his mech's inventory. It wasn't meant for him, but holding it for Zhang Wei was no trouble. All right. Han Xiao's smile blossomed. I picked up that crystal yesterday at great risk. It has to be useful to you, right? She looked at Zhang Tao with pleading eyes. He nodded. Of course it's useful. By the way, this place is shot. Want to come back with me? She smiled, then hesitated. Can I bring my little brother? Sure. Zhang Tao answered without a pause. With his consent, Han Xiao's face lit up. In her mind, Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao were just passing strangers. Her brother Han Su was her real safety net. Suddenly Zhang Wei stormed out, furious. No way. Han Xiao, how can you do this? Han Su, aren't you going to say anything? Han Xiao kept quiet and looked at Han Su. Knowing it was his cue, he forced himself to speak. Zhang Wei, we're just acquaintances. I've never wronged you, and my sister owes you nothing. Stop clinging to us. Heh, that wasn't your tune yesterday. Zhang Wei sneered, eyes darting between the siblings. A dog can't stop eating filth. You've treated me like a fool, like a spare tire. Han Xiao, this is what you call love? You're nothing but a bitch. Hearing the insult, Han Xiao's anger flared, yet she put on a pitiful face and tugged Zhang Tao's sleeve. Tao Tao, he's awful. I don't want to see him anymore. In just a few words, she was calling him Tao Tao. The nickname made Zhang Wei gag, and even Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. He had thought Zhang Wei's earlier schemes were a bit much. Now they seemed downright courteous. Seasoned by countless battles, Zhang Tao saw through her plan at a glance. She wanted him to do the killing for her. Don't want to see him? How about I just cut him down? He swung his war scythe one-handed. The blade flashed coldly, his tone as casual as offering salt. A faint blush crept up Han Xiao's cheeks. Whatever you say, she murmured. It was practically a green light to strike. Zhang Tao shouted toward Zhang Wei, hear that? She wants me to kill you. Then he lunged forward, closing the gap in a few strides. Bro, hey, race the crystal she gave me. Looks like high-grade stuff. Suddenly he did a complete about-face, speaking deferentially as he handed the crystal to Zhang Wei. The abrupt shift left Han Xiao and Han Su wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shared shock and disbelief. Really? Let me take a look. Zhang Wei accepted the crystal, touched its core, and activated it. A cold light condensed in his palm, icy energy rippling out. A ranged weapon? A few seconds later a system prompt appeared. Excellent grade freeze gun. Combat power 100. Optimized for focused bursts, capable of unleashing peak damage in a short window. Zhang Wei whispered, an excellent grade freeze gun. What? An excellent grade freeze gun? Are you serious? Lin Qianying, hidden in the shadows, burst into view. Lin Qianying had planned to stay hidden a little longer and enjoy the show. But the moment Zhang Wei casually announced, got the exceptional grade cryo gun, she couldn't stay put. Her silver-white mech flickered and stepped out of the shadows. Why did you jump out so soon? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. According to the script, Lin Qianying wasn't supposed to appear yet. There were still a few setup lines left. She stuck out her tongue and said briskly, I couldn't hold back. Combine. Before her words faded, she revealed herself in front of Han Xiao and initiated the merge with her mech. The silver armor gleamed coldly under the lights, and a 1-meter cryo beam rifle hovered in Zhang Wei's palm. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, excitement sparkling in her eyes. The next second she reached toward Zhang Wei, her voice full of naked desire. I want it. When a beautiful woman bluntly says she wants something, what man can resist? Zhang Wei knew his self-control was average. He hesitated a beat, and the cryo gun left his hand almost on its own. As the gun left his grip, he still muttered, "No payment?" A sly glint flashed in Lin Qianying's eyes. She smiled like a fox that had just stolen honey. "What are you talking about? I'm your girlfriend." With that, she deftly mounted the cryo gun on her mech's arm and wrapped her own arm around Zhang Wei's. The two mechs differed greatly in size, yet they fit together with surprising ease, moving as intimately as if they had trained for years. It looked as though the scene had always been meant to be. Watching from the side, Jiang Tao felt a pang of jealousy. He was working the hardest in this act, yet seemed to reap the least reward. As for Zhang Wei, the sudden contact left him a little dazed. Their neural links made every sensation in the mechs vivid. Even through the metal shell, his body reacted on instinct. He shook his head quickly, reminding himself that this was just acting. He couldn't let himself fall so easily. "You too," Han Xiao finally snapped out of it. Her finger trembled as she pointed back and forth among the three of them, too angry to speak. A few seconds later she forced herself to calm down and glared at Jiang Tao. "Jiang Tao, you're the young master of Chuanqing mining. How could you call this loser Zhang Wei your big brother? Your mech is clearly far superior to his." Han Xiao had realized they were toying with her and had torn off her fragile facade, yet she still wanted to know why. "Who told you my mech is stronger than my big brother's?" Zhang Tao retorted, pride coloring his tone. "Just because it's taller and bulkier? That only means you haven't seen what my big brother can really do." But Han Xiao's mind stalled. In her experience, bigger and thicker always meant longer lasting and more powerful. Compact and fierce sounded nice, but the visual impact just didn't compare. She looked up blankly and met Zhang Wei's gaze, her voice trembling slightly. "Zhang Wei, what are you getting at?" Hansu picked up where Han Xiao left off. He ignored everyone else, his frown locked on Zhang Wei. "What's that supposed to mean? Do we really have to spell it out? Hand over your mech core." Zhang Wei's voice was icy. He couldn't be bothered to explain again. Hansu recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stumbling back 2 steps. "Why do you want my mech core?" In this apocalypse, the siblings' mechs were their only lifeline. Hansu couldn't imagine what life would look like without his spend every day making babies with Han Xiao. Kids wouldn't turn into mechs, and he was already sick of that idea. Zhang Wei stayed silent, merely inclining his head toward Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao got the message. Dragging his heavy war scythe, he stepped forward. The 17-meter mech towered overhead, its shadow alone almost stopping Han's breath. "Fine. Take it." He swallowed hard, knowing a fight meant certain death. Dying later beats dying right now. A chill settled in Zhang Wei's heart. In his last life Han Xiao had stolen his mech core, and Han Su had driven the knife into his gut. This time he was only taking Han's core, wasn't swinging a blade at their throats. If that wasn't mercy, what was? Reluctant yet decisive, Han Su handed the core to Jiang Tao. The weight hit Jiang Tao's palm. Data flashed across his HUD. He frowned. "Bro, this thing's junk. What do we want it for?" "Drop it and crush it," Zhang Wei said offhandedly. Jiang Tao did just that. He tossed the core to the ground and brought his iron boot down. A sharp crack echoed. The core shattered. To Jiang Tao it really was trash. Back home, he had his pick of 10-meter mediums, and even though Zhang Wei had blown up most of the 15-meter heavies, a whole batch remained. Yuhan Su felt a knife twist in his chest. His prized mech was gone in an instant. Zhang Wei clapped his hands. "Both of you, take care. We're even." Had decided long ago not to kill Han Xiao and Han Su. Letting them scrape by in the wasteland was far crueler than a quick death. It was only day 2. The world still had plenty of interesting things in store. What they had done to him in the last life, he would reclaim in this one slowly. Jiang Tao scratched his head. "Bro, that's it. Maybe we should kill them, cut the weed at the root. You don't know a thing. Let's go." Zhang Wei shot back, turning away. Lin Qianying clung to Zhang Wei's arm the whole time. As he moved, she raised her freeze gun. A ghostly blue glow gathered at the muzzle. 2 seconds later, a projectile 3 times the size of a standard cryo round thundered out, slamming into the ground floor of Han's building. The blast ripped the second floor apart. The remaining walls glazed over with thick ice, and the temperature plunged several degrees. Yet it couldn't match the chill in Han Xiao and Han's hearts. The gash Zhang Wei had carved in the upper floor had barely begun to mend before the lower level froze solid. The entire building teetered, ready to collapse. "Hurt my man, and this is your punishment," Lin Qianying said quietly, her voice an ice pick in their ears. Zhang Wei clicked his tongue in silence. He hadn't paid her extra for this performance. When had she started writing her own scenes? Just as he turned to leave, Han Xiao suddenly screamed, "Zhang Wei, come back. I still have something to say to you." Zhang Wei heard Han Xiao scream, but didn't look back, acting as if nothing had happened. The stairwell was bathed in dim yellow light, and Han Xiao, tears shimmering in her eyes, raced downstairs in high heels, the sharp taps echoing against the concrete steps. She had sorted a few things out and knew she couldn't let Zhang Wei just walk away. When she burst onto the first floor, Zhang Wei had only taken a few steps out the main door, his back still cold and distant. "Zhang Wei, Are you treating me like this because of her? Because of her? Han Xiao shouted between gasps, pointing at Lin Qianying in the doorway. Zhang Wei didn't pause, but at that moment Lin Qianying reached out and grabbed his arm. Forced to stop, he turned around, eyes flat with indifference. Han Xiao hurried up, her face flushed with anger and desperation. Tell me, is it because of her? What do you want? Zhang Wei asked, his voice icy, like a machine without feelings. She must have told you something, right? She must be driving a wedge between us, right? You like me so much, and I told you I liked you too, but after just one night you changed. It's her, isn't it? Han Xiao glared at Lin Qianying as if she wanted to tear her apart. Lin Qianying let out a short laugh, full of open mockery. Funny, that's not what you said upstairs. She had seen and heard everything that happened a moment ago. Shut up, you manipulative witch. Han Xiao snapped. If you weren't stirring things up, Zhang Wei wouldn't be treating me like this. Her hatred for Lin Qianying was unmistakable. Why did Jiang Tao obey her every word? How had Lin Qianying become Zhang Wei's girlfriend after just one night? There was only one answer. Zhang Wei was unimaginably powerful. That convinced Han Xiao that Lin Qianying had orchestrated everything to test her. She had failed the test and refused to blame herself, so she dumped all the fault onto the woman in front of her. You really are ridiculous, Lin Qianying said, eyes narrowing, on the verge of snapping. Say it was it you? Han Xiao's fury practically leapt from her eyes. Yes, it was me. So what? Lin Qianying admitted without hesitation, cementing every suspicion in Han Xiao's mind. So what? I won't let you get away with it, Han Xiao shouted. He'll admit I made mistakes, but are you so spotless? You've known Zhang Wei for one day, and you're already with him. Who do you think you are? He gave you that mecha, didn't he? What truly enraged Han Xiao was the mecha. Beautiful, high performance, and in her eyes rightfully hers. She had known Zhang Wei first, and he had once liked her. If Lin Qianying hadn't barged in, that gleaming metal suit now nestled in Zhang Wei's arms would be in her hands. She felt Lin Qianying had stolen not only Zhang Wei, but also what should have belonged to her. You're a scheming bitch, that's what you are, Han Xiao snarled, her tone turning shrill with agitation. Lin Qianying finally lost her patience. She locked her gaze on Han Xiao, breath deepening, then pulled Zhang Wei even closer. Lin Qianying had always been a sunny, righteous beauty who drew compliments wherever she went. Never had anyone dared call her a scheming hypocrite to her face. Well, say something. Keck out your tongue. Han Xiao shrilled, triumphant. Lin Qianying's silence made Han Xiao believe she had won. Lin Qianying suddenly looked at Zhang Wei. I want to handle this. Then do it, he answered coolly, already guessing her intent. As far as he was concerned, Han Xiao was a stranger now. Whatever Lin Qianying chose to do, he wouldn't intervene. Good. With that, her mech broke apart, metal plates snapping back into a bracelet-sized module. Zhang Wei and Jiang Tao exchanged startled glances. Freed of her heavy armor, Lin Qianying advanced on Han Xiao. Though unprotected, she radiated an invisible pressure that smothered Han Xiao's newly lit arrogance. Your mouth is filthy. It needs fixing. A crisp slap cracked across Han Xiao's cheek. Han Xiao froze. Wasn't Lin Qianying the one in the wrong? Before the thought settled, a second slap landed. And your heart is filthier. The left side of Han Xiao's face swelled to match the right. You bitch, he'll kill you. Han Xiao screeched, clawing at the air. She had forgotten that Lin Qianying could keep 3 grown men at bay. A sidestep. Han Xiao missed and hit the floor face first, blood welling where skin met concrete. Ah! Her shrill scream echoed. Zhang Wei, are you just going to watch her bully me? Han Xiao sobbed, looking up for help. You want to die? I won't stop you, Zhang Wei replied, his voice glacial. Compared with the agony he remembered from his past life, these scratches meant nothing. Jiang Tao studied his brother's expression and made a mental note. This woman had hurt him badly. Arrangements would have to be made. You really want help me? Han Xiao howled like a cast-off lover. If not for me, then for Han Su. He's your best friend. You destroyed his mech, give him a new one. At that, Zhang Wei finally realized why the scene felt so familiar and burst out laughing. Ha! Ha ha! The absurd demands Han Xiao once made rang in his ears. I told you stop flirting with death. Isn't living hard enough? Zhang Wei leaned forward as his mech closed around him, its massive frame throwing a shadow over Han Xiao. The metal roar and looming bulk made her breathe in ragged gasps. In the blue optical visor, she saw her own wretched reflection and a chilling intent, and she fell silent. Lin Qianying frowned slightly. She understood it wasn't murder in Zhang Wei's eyes, but a killing aura that flowed from him naturally. How could someone barely 20 carry a presence that heavy? Zhang Wei, I'm sorry, my sister is sorry too. Please don't hurt us. Han Su staggered out of the ruined corridor, his voice shaking with pleading desperation. Zhang Wei looked him over, a cold smile curling at his lips. Such touching family loyalty. Fine, I'll let you both live. Shall we go? His gaze slid to Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying gave a small nod, raised her hand to reconnect with her mech, and the armor sealed itself as the energy strips flared to life. The 3 mechs swept down the shattered street, 1 in front, 2 behind, and soon vanished from sight. A swirl of emotions churned inside Han Su, and only when the mechs were gone did his shoulders finally relax. On the ground, Han Xiao curled into a ball, her head buried in the crook of her arm, whether from fear or shame, he couldn't tell. This is all your fault. The moment the thruster glow faded, Han Zu's long-suppressed resentment erupted. If you'd just admitted you liked Zhang Wei back then, would any of this have happened? Han Xiao jerked her head up, staring at him in disbelief. My fault? You're blaming me? If you weren't so useless, would I be like this? I did it for you. The words died in her throat. She couldn't think of what else to say. Han Su paused, then softened his tone. All right, it's too dangerous here, and we can't go home. Let's find somewhere to treat the cut on your face first. He reached out to pull Han Xiao to her feet, gentle on the surface, but calculating inside. In this wasteland her looks and figure were valuable, and he had other plans. Big brother, where are we heading today? After leaving the compound, Jiang Tao's mech fell in beside Zhang Wei's, his voice brimming with excitement. Zhang Wei didn't answer at once. He only lowered his gaze to the armor on his forearm. Noticing this, Lin Qianying let go of his armor and stepped back. I only held on because I was afraid they'd keep chasing us, so? Zhang Wei looked up and cut her off calmly. We need to find a place crawling with monsters. Evolution takes a lot of source crystals. Evolution? Jiang Tao and Lin Qianying spoke almost in unison. Since the machine's descent, guidance had been scarce. Most knowledge had to be discovered through trial and error. Evolution was one such secret only pilots whose mechs reached level 10 learned anything about it. The first evolution comes at level 10, Zhang Wei explained. Your combat power jumps, and you get other benefits as well. Seriously? Boss, we should head back right now. I need to send out more people, Jiang Tao blurted, suddenly anxious. If he'd known earlier, he would have deployed everyone yesterday. Losing a day was bad enough. Zhang Wei, what level is your mech? Lin Qianying couldn't help asking. 19. Zhang Wei hadn't yet absorbed all the source crystals Head collected the night before. Even after that, He'd still be short of level 30, the threshold for the second evolution, so he wasn't in any rush. 19? That high? Does the second evolution come at 20? Do you just need one more level? Lin Qianying asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. The second evolution exists, but it isn't at 20. You need 30. How do you know all this? That was what Lin Qianying truly wanted to know. Ever since she met Zhang Wei, Lin Qianying had sensed he possessed information no one else did, remaining unflappable whenever danger struck. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. She flipped her pocket notebook to a blank page, pen poised. The military would want whatever he said next. Zhang Wei glanced at her and instantly read her mind. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. The mechanical beasts on land, even the flying ones, aren't as terrifying as people think. Give the army a little more time, and they'll clear the safe zones. He hesitated, his expression growing graver. What we really need to worry about is what's in the ocean, especially the machines that once lived in the deep sea. One sentence painted a nightmarish scene in Lin Qianying's mind. Swarms of mechanical shrimp and crabs spilling over the shoreline, their steel shells battering coastal defenses. If fields of mechanical rats already paralyze people with fear, how do you fend off mechanical lobsters 100 times more numerous? And those naturally massive sea creatures once mechanized, what horrors would they become? She drew a sharp breath but forced herself to ask, anything else? Zhang Wei shook his head. That's it for now. Don't get too curious. Curiosity can kill. When you encounter a mech beast, spend less time studying it and more time staying alive. Okay, understood. Perhaps it was the resonance with her mech suit, but her voice came out unexpectedly soft, almost girlish. Hiss. Inside a residential house, Han Xiao suddenly shrieked, her voice dripping with venom. I want revenge. They'll get revenge. I won't let them off the hook. Under a dim bulb, the right side of her face was a mass of abrasion, skin torn raw against the ground, clotted blood already promising a jagged scar. Han Su, cotton swab in hand, silently treated the wound, a vein throbbing at his temple. Never mind revenge, surviving was hard enough. Han Su, will you help me or not? Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, her tone knife sharp. Of course I will. You're my sister, how could I not? Han Su softened his voice. But we need a plan first. We can't kill them ourselves, so we'll find someone who can, Han Xiao hissed. Who? Han Su looked blank. Han Xiao snatched up her phone. The screen glowed, still online. Him. It was a post from a pet shop owner, accompanied by a photo of a mechanical python, its dark gold alloy scales glinting with icy light. Han Zu's pupils contracted. That's a snake? Exactly. Han Xiao nodded, her voice low and vicious. He says if we throw in with him, he'll get my revenge. Shed spent the whole night combing the net for this premium option. If she could latch onto Zhang Wei, a young, exceptionally powerful man, she wouldn't settle for some old geezer. But right now, Han Xiao knew she had no choice. When do we leave? Han Su asked after a brief pause, his voice low and grave. The siblings were completely on their own. Even if they stayed in their makeshift hideout, a mechanical beast could find them and tear them apart at any moment. Since Han Xiao had located a new shelter, They needed to move as soon as possible. Find me a scarf to cover my face. We're leaving right now. Han Xiao pressed her lips together, the fire of vengeance swirling in her eyes. She refused to wait another second. Got it. A few minutes later, they packed their meager belongings and slipped out of the ruined shack. Fortunately, the pet shop Han Xiao had mentioned wasn't far. The street was littered with rubble, and mechanical creatures lurked among the wreckage. But with enough caution and a bit of luck, they could survive outside for a short while. Roughly 2 hours later, a well-preserved sign came into view. Pet house. There it is, Han Xiao whispered, excitement flashing across her face as she stared at the undamaged sign. Unlike the other storefronts on this crippled street, this shop still had its facade intact. Even the windows were unbroken, proof that its owner was no ordinary person. Let's go. She scanned the surroundings, confirmed there were no mechanical creatures nearby, then pulled Han Su toward the entrance. The moment she reached the door, her legs froze as if nailed to the ground. Through the glass, she could see the interior clearly. A gigantic steel serpent lay coiled in the middle of the shop. The exposed portion of its head alone filled most of the storefront, and the two bucket-sized sapphire eyes on its skull were locked onto the siblings outside. An invisible hand clutched Han Xiao's heart, making it hard to breathe. If she hadn't been holding Han Zu's hand, she would have collapsed. Staring into the eyes of this metal beast was far more terrifying than any mech she had ever faced, dozens of times worse than Zhang Wei. Well, visitors this early? A lazy male voice drawled. A scruffy man in rumpled clothes sauntered around the serpent's head. Sir, come in. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Han Xiao, and he eagerly pulled the door open. Inside, Han Xiao forced herself to glance at the huge snake and spoke in a deliberately soft tone. Sir, I can't believe everything you said in the group was true. It's enormous. The sugary compliment hit the man like a jolt of electricity, snapping him to attention. Impressive, isn't it? And you are? My name is Han Xiao, and this is my brother Han Su. We're here to join you. To join me? The man's eyes gleamed even brighter. A girl with a body like that, and such a sweet voice, if he could just get her into bed. I'm Wang Sheng, but you can call me Brother Wang. Have you eaten? Come on in and get something in your stomachs first. Wang Sheng ushered them inside with exaggerated enthusiasm. To be honest, the brother and sister were starving, so they didn't stand on ceremony. The few home-style dishes on the table weren't exactly lavish, but they were enough to fill their bellies. Throughout the meal, Han Xiao kept a scarf over her face, a detail that soon caught Wang Sheng's attention. Hey, what happened to your face? He finally asked. That was exactly what Han Xiao wanted to hear. Her composure crumbled in an instant, tears sliding down her cheeks. Brother Wang, I was bullied. She sobbed, clutching his arm and throwing herself against his chest. The sudden softness made Wang Sheng feel as if he'd been struck by lightning. Since the apocalypse, had posted his details in several survivor chats, hoping for a bit of luck, but he had never expected a windfall like this. His hands froze awkwardly in midair, unsure where to land. Wang Sheng was still dazed, but Han Xiao knew exactly what she was doing. She looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes, and slipped her hands over his, guiding them toward her chest. Brother Wang, you have to get revenge for me. The moment he felt that softness, Wang Sheng's heart raced. Just say the word. Whoever hurt you is dead. Dahua is deadly, and it can command a whole pack of mechanized pets. He wasn't boasting. Dahua, a 10-meter steel serpent, was thick as a tree trunk and could direct a dozen mechanized cats and dogs in the shop. Its combat strength was no joke. Really, Brother Wang? Han Xiao batted her long lashes. You don't want to know who it was first? Her sugary tone nearly drove him to carry her straight into the back room. What's to ask? Wang Sheng slapped his chest. Forget regular mech. Dahua can handle even bigger mechanical monsters. Just give me a name. Instead of answering, Han Xiao pressed his hands in deeper. Wang Sheng's Adam's apple bobbed. He almost drooled. Suddenly she let go, her fingertip grazing a sensitive spot. Oh, Brother Wang, she breathed. He instinctively sucked in his gut. Before the apocalypse, had never experienced anything like this. Sensing his tension, she snuggled closer and whispered, softer than a mosquito, "They'll stay with you tonight, Brother Wang. But you have to keep me safe from now on." Her words hit Wang Sheng like an artillery shell. His eyes lit up. A woman volunteering herself? He couldn't believe his luck. Deal. But first, tell me who bullied you. If someone dares touch Wang Sheng's woman, they're as good as dead. Han Xiao feigned reluctance. Maybe we should just drop it. They're really strong. I don't want you to get hurt. No way. Wang Sheng had no idea she was playing hard to get. Name and location now. Their mechs are top tier. Dahua does get stronger when it devours mechs, but a real fight would still be risky. Can't we just stay here and live our lives? Han Xiao tossed out the intel she had dug up the night before. Wang Sheng became even more excited. That many mechs? Then we have to go. Dahua only got strong after swallowing its first few suits. If it devours a couple more, we'll be sitting pretty. You really want to go? Han Xiao murmured. Have you heard of Jiang Tao from Chuanqing Mining? Who did you say? Zhang Tao. Wang Sheng flinched, a chill running down his spine. That hurts, Wang. Han Xiao jerked her slender wrist free. giving it a quick shake before letting her small hand fall onto Wang Sheng's solid chest, idly tracing slow circles. The gentle pressure made him pause, an appreciative smile lifting his brows. Are you all right? I didn't mean to squeeze. I just got a little carried away. She looked up and lowered her voice. Of course I've heard of Jiang Tao. He's nothing but a spoiled heir. A breath caught in her throat, grievance welling up. Yes, he's the one who bullied me. He stole a piece of top-tier gear and wrecked my brother's mech. I. Her words broke as tears pattered onto the metal floor. Wang Sheng's chest tightened. He brushed the tears from her cheek and spoke softly. No matter who he is, I'll make sure we get an explanation today. Have you finished eating? If so, let's move. Han Xiao's tear-stained eyes shone with gratitude. Wang, you're so good to me. Of course I am, he laughed warmly. You came to me for help. How could I not look after you? Standing nearby, Han Su watched their closeness with mixed emotions, but said nothing. A few minutes later, the three of them stood ready on the spine of the steel serpent Dahua. Wang Sheng strode in front, Han Xiao clinging to his arm, practically pressed against him. Han Su followed silently, almost invisible behind them. Let's go. First stop, Jiang Tao's villa, Wang ordered. Jiang Tao was well known in Chuancheng. Half the city could point you to his neighborhood, so tracking him down posed no challenge. Dahua raised its head and led the way, flanked by the mechanical minions it had subdued. Any rogue machine that ventured near was shredded before it could reach them. Dahua didn't even have to intervene. The show of force settled Han Xiao's nerves, far different from the cautious way the siblings had arrived in the city. Wang, look out. Mechanical birds, incoming. Han Xiao suddenly cried. Their convoy was impossible to miss. The birds had locked on from high altitude. Wang simply patted her hand. Relax. Dahua can handle it. She still wanted to protest after all. They were standing on Dahua's back with nowhere to hide. When the birds dived to roughly 50 meters, Dahua's jaws snapped open, releasing a silver tongue more than a meter long. It cracked through the air with a chilling hiss, each flick unleashing an arc of lightning. The bolts seemed to carry their own intelligence, striking bird after bird. Metal shells, brittle under the high voltage, shorted out instantly. One by one the drones trailed smoke and plummeted, a heap of wreckage piling up in seconds. The survivors shrieked and scattered, too frightened to circle back. Incredible, Han Xiao breathed, the admiration spilling straight from her heart. Hey, impressive, right? Wang Sheng slung an arm around Han Xiao's shoulders, smugly pulling her closer. Incredibly impressive, Han Xiao replied softly. With Dahua here, we don't have to be afraid of them. It's more than that. Wang Sheng's eyes flashed coldly. I'm here to settle the score for you. If he refuses, then I'll kill him. Well, do whatever Brother Wang says. Han Su chimed in, raising a hand. Hey, laughing and joking all the way, the three rode on the giant beast Dahua, drawing ever closer to Jiang Tao's villa. In less than an hour, the compound's outer wall came into view. Dozens of mechs were parked around the neighborhood. But once the pilots saw who was Kaminga 15-meter-tall mechanical beast named Dahua accompanied by a pack of robotic creatures, they immediately backed off. In these chaotic times, everyone lived by the rule better you than me. And as long as Wang Sheng wasn't after them, no one intended to interfere. Yet the moment Dahua set foot on Jiang Tao's private grounds, the guards moved to block the way. What do you think you're doing? Do you know whose territory this is? The lead bodyguard maneuvered his mech to block the gate, showing no fear. Can't help a tour boss is too strong. These mechanical critters are nothing. Another guard muttered under his breath, but he still held his post. This is Jiang Tao's place, right? Where is he? Wang Sheng swept his gaze over the mechs, eyes gleaming with desire. Because he had no mech of his own, only Dawahe coveted those metal giants, especially the two 15-meter sentinels. Who do you think you are? You don't get to see him just because you wanna, the guard snapped. Wang Sheng raised an eyebrow. If we can't talk this out, Dahua, do it. The three were still on Dahua's back, so the beast could not move freely. It merely lifted its head, black horns crackling with lightning. Bolts arced outward, and in a blink four entry-level mechs were pierced by the blast. Their thin armor shredded like rags. They collapsed on the spot. The pilots survived, but the machines were finished. Men, attack. They're here to cause trouble. The lead guard roared. Yesterday they might have hesitated, but with their big brother backing them, nobody wanted to lose face. Wang Sheng hadn't expected real resistance, and was slightly surprised. Come on, get down, he ordered. Dahua, disable them, but kill anyone yet. He pulled Han Xiao down and leapt to the ground. Han Su followed right after. Once the trio dismounted, Dahua moved with sudden agility. Its scales flashed, its speed surged. Open fire. The long-range mechs fired first. Muzzles flared, rounds rained down, but not a single shot penetrated Dahua's shell. The beast's combat rating had already soared past 100, pushing 200. Entry-level mechs didn't stand a chance. It was a rout. Dahua barreled into the courtyard like a storm. One sweep of its tail sent a cluster of mechs crashing down. A dozen guard units lay scattered in pieces. The crash alerted the elderly butler inside the villa. He hurried outside. Please wait, sir. Please wait. He called. If you tell me your demands, they'll relay them to my young master. Tell Zhang Tao to come out. Wang Sheng said coldly. He bullied my woman. That debt gets paid today. His voice was domineering. Victory was written on his face. Sir, may I ask the lattice name? Han Xiao. Very well, sir. He'll inform the young master right away. The butler turned and dashed into the villa to summon Jiang Tao. Zhang Tao looked up in shock when he got the message and glanced at Zhang Wei, who was busy cutting down a pack of monsters. As soon as Zhang Wei finished the final creature, Zhang Tao seized his brother's arm and spoke urgently. Big brother, we've got trouble. Zhang Wei almost whirled around and took Zhang Tao's head off the moment he heard the man's startled yell. Quit screeching. What's wrong? He snapped, grease from the ruined rat nest still smeared across his hands. Zhang Tao was standing right behind him, while Lin Qianying was a short distance away on the roof of a four-story building, locked in a skirmish with a mechanical bird that didn't look particularly threatening. As for Zhang Wei, he had just wiped out an entire colony of mechanical rats in an underground conduit, hardly a crisis. So what's supposed to be the big emergency? Some people broke into my place and are asking for me by name, Zhang Tao blurted, breathless with alarm. Some people? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. With the size of Zhang Tao's operation, he was one of the biggest players in Chuanqingho. Would be dumb enough to pick a fight? Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Tao clarified. Well, not a whole crew, exactly. 3 of them, 2 men, and a woman brought a pack of mechanical beasts. The worst is a 10-meter snake. Bro, what do we do? A teasing smile tugged at Zhang Wei's lips. They're not after me. Why should I care? The line nearly sent Zhang Tao into cardiac arrest. Eyes wide, he protested. Come on, you can't leave me hanging like this. He knew Zhang Wei's temperament too well. So long as no one touched his stash of source crystals, the man was easygoing and even had a sense of humor. Convinced this was just another joke, he forced down his panic. Any idea who they are? Zhang Wei asked, though he was already calculating how fast he could get back. Whether it was Zhang Tao or the rest of their crew, they were still useful assets. The other man shook his head. The butler said had never seen them before. Just 2 guys and a woman. Zhang Wei glanced at the hole head punched into the underground pipes and tallied the haul. About 300 common source crystals, a decent score. Clearing the whole line today could push his mech to level 30. But with home under attack, the priority shifted to firefighting and to claiming the source crystal inside that 10-meter steel serpent. High-grade crystals were rare, and the common beasts would keep for later. He tipped his head toward the rooftop. We're heading back. On it. Lin Qianying fired off a final burst, clipped the last mechanical bird, then leaped lightly to the ground and vanished around a corner to scoop up the fallen crystals. A moment later she reappeared, a touch of triumph in her voice. Guess how many crystals I picked up? 100? Zhang Wei offered without thinking. Not that crazy, but I got a dozen mid-grade ones. They're yours. She held out the silvery shards. He knew she was trying to square the debt for the cryo rifle. Pushing her hand back, he said, use them to upgrade your mech first. Pay me when you're flush. Lin Qianying nodded and stowed the crystals in her mech storage. We're heading out now? She confirmed. Someone's raiding the house. Let's go see what's what, Zhang Wei replied casually, already striding for the exit. Minutes later the 3 of them left the battlefield behind, watched by those they had just saved, eyes shining with grateful tears as their rescuers disappeared into the distance. The moment the 3 of them re-entered the villa compound, the tension was palpable. The entire neighborhood was eerily silent, as if even the wind had forgotten to breathe. Their footsteps rang out on the stone path while Zhang Wei, Lin Qianying, and Zhang Tao kept their eyes peeled and quickened their pace. Just as they neared Zhang Tao's house, a piercing scream split the stillness. It was Han Xiao's voice. Why was she here? Before Zhang Wei could pinpoint the direction, a colossal serpent clad in steel plates burst through a wall, its massive body almost matching the height of Zhang Wei's mech. Sunlight glinted off the cold metal scales, sending a chill down their spines. Impressive makes that iron tiger look tame, Zhang Wei muttered, a fiery gleam in his eyes. A stronger mechanical beast meant a richer source crystal. At the same time, he caught the venomous glare Han Xiao shot at him and sighed inwardly. Some people really know how to dig their own graves. He had planned to let her taste the apocalypse later, yet on day 2, she showed up begging for it. Keeping his killing intent in check was exhausting. A shrill voice yanked him back to reality. You're Jiang Tao? You bullied my woman? The speaker was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, Wang Sheng. Puffing out his chest, he jabbed a finger at Jiang Tao, convinced he was radiating authority. He had simply targeted the biggest mech because it stood out the most. Lin Qianying tugged Zhang Wei's sleeve, then swallowed her words. In less than a morning, Han Xiao had switched men 3 times. First smitten with Zhang Tao, then clinging to Zhang Wei, and now hanging on Wang Sheng's arm. She was at a loss for how to describe someone like that. Zhang Wei offered no comment, merely mocking his past self for being fooled by Han Xiao and Han Su. In his previous life, what an idiot had been. The standoff dragged on. Seeing no one answer him, Wang Sheng's face darkened. Silent, huh? Dehua. He clearly meant for the giant serpent to teach them a lesson. Zhang Tao hurriedly raised a hand. Hold on. I'm Zhang Tao, but I didn't bully your woman, me big bro did. He planted his war scythe on the ground and pointed at Zhang Wei, the strongest mech pilot among them. His own mech was all show aside from the scythe. No way could he tackle that iron serpent. Wang Sheng looked to Han Xiao, doubtful. She tightened her grip on his arm. Brother Wang. All three of them were in on it. Her voice quavered, yet each word was crystal clear. Wang Sheng let the matter drop with a snort. You heard her. Hand over your gear and apologize. Jiang Tao froze. Sure, he couldn't beat the serpent, but Lin Qinying might. And this middle-aged blowhard still had the nerve to act tough? He turned for help. Big bro, is this guy for real? Lin Qinying arched a brow. Her tone was mild, but the threat unmistakable. The big one's yours. Leave the small fry to me. None of the three took Wang Sheng seriously. Zhang Wei scanned the area for hidden threats, then nodded. All right. Jiang Tao jabbed a thumb at himself. So what do I? He never finished, catching Zhang Wei's sidelong glance. Forget it, he'll just watch the show. Jiang Tao threw back his head and laughed, pounding his chest to prove he was only a spectator and had no intention of fighting over source crystals. While Zhang Wei, Lin Qinying, and Zhou Ming noisily split their loot, Wang Sheng stood nearby, teeth grinding. Were they blind? Dozens of scrapped mechs lay at their feet, and they acted as though nothing was there. The shame of being ignored stoked a cold fury in his eyes. Dahua, kill all three of them. He bit hard on his molars and gave the order in a low snarl. In the apocalypse, a few more corpses meant nothing, and someone like Jiang Tao would bite back sooner or later if left alive. Better to turn them all into fertilizer for Dahua and be done with it. Han Xiao's pupils gleamed at those words, her chest heaving as the rush of revenge surged through her. In the next instant, the serpent-like monster called Dahua shot forward, its massive body lunging straight at Zhang Wei. At the same time, Lin Qinying squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Her drone cannon locked onto the surrounding swarm of automatons, hailing down ice-blue cryo-rounds. Muzzle thunder and rending metal mixed into a single roar, and the battlefield temperature plummeted to freezing in seconds. Jiang Tao sprinted toward the flank, eager to escape the main fight, but 2 or 3 clueless drones peeled off to chase him. Sistering, I'm not stealing your kills, they came after me, he shouted, swinging his war scythe in a wide arc. Lin Qinying had no time to answer. Even more machines were flooding her way. Each cryo-round punched clean through a metal shell, bursting outward in a bloom of frost. In stark contrast, Zhang Wei didn't move an inch, calmly waiting for Dahua to close the distance. When the monster's shadow engulfed him, his waist-mounted cannon spun to life. Bang, bang, bang. Rapid-fire mode unleashed ice-blue rounds in a steady stream. Dahua froze midair as blooms of frost shattered across its hide. Then the impact flipped it over, slamming it to the ground in a shower of ice shards. Wang Sheng was dumbstruck. Han Xiao's grin froze on her face. As for Han Su, Zhang Wei hadn't even spotted him. A flash of lightning suddenly ripped through the air. Instinctively, Zhang Wei raised his blade across his chest. A silver serpent of electricity followed Dahua's forked tongue, crackling against the steel. He tilted the blade and shook off the current, murmuring in surprise, it learned a new trick? The lightning didn't stop. Arcs slashed through the air in rapid succession. Unwilling to get bogged down, Zhang Wei's back thrusters roared, launching him forward like a meteor. His heat blade glowed red as it descended, splitting even the lightning in two. Crunch! The strike landed before Dahua could fully dodge, shearing off half its face. Metal and flesh sizzled together along the molten cut. The monster's vitality was startling. Even without half a face, it whipped its tongue like a spear toward Zhang Wei's belly. Anticipating the move, he lashed out with a kick, iron boot smashing the remains of its skull. The tongue missed. The creature lurched sideways and collapsed with a crash. Zhang Wei planted his boot on its body, pinning it to the ground. One sweeping slash of the heat blade sent sparks and frost dancing, severing Dahua's head from its torso. With a dull boom, the azure glow in the monster's eyes flickered and died. The entire attack flowed like water, seamless and swift. It took less than 10 seconds, so fast that Wang Sheng never had a chance to react. When Dahua's massive snake head finally thudded into the dust, Wang Sheng snapped back to his senses and screamed, "You owe me for Dahua?" His voice cracked with terror. Dahua was his one lifeline in this wasteland. Without the snake's protection, he could not even scavenge a basic mech, let alone keep himself alive. Zhang Wei sheathed his sword and turned, his gaze sweeping over Wang Sheng. That single look felt like ice water poured over him. His earlier swagger evaporated, swallowed by fear. I was wrong. It was her, it was all her idea. He pointed at Han Xiao, his voice quivering, every trace of bravado gone. He feared that one swing from Zhang Wei's thermal greatsword would vaporize him on the spot, skip the cremation, and leave not even a wisp of ash. Ignoring Wang Sheng, Zhang Wei walked to the serpent's corpse. Beneath the jet-black metallic scales, a high-grade source crystal floated free, glowing with a soft blue halo. High-grade source crystal, he murmured, the corner of his mouth lifting. He was certain this gem would yield gear after all. It was spoils from a variant iron serpent. When Zhang Wei stayed silent, Wang Sheng's fear morphed into rage, and he poured it on a Han Xiao. It's all your fault. You bitch. If not for you, I would never have come. Without her instigation, Dahua would have let him live like a king. Now everything was ruined. The more he thought about it, the more he hated. He snatched up a shard of metal from the ground, some unlucky soul's spare part, wickedly sharp. Han Xiao had no time to protest. The shard plunged into her abdomen. Cold metal split flesh, blood spurted, and she collapsed, clutching her stomach. She managed only a single, faint you before she could speak no more. Trembling all over, Wang Sheng looked up and begged, "Brother, she really did push me into this. I killed her for you, please, spare me." Zhang Wei stared at the rapidly spreading pool of blood, yet felt an eerie calm. Was the vendetta settled? There was no sense of relief, no grief, only indifference. Hidden in the shadows, Han Su was filled with rage and dread. Han Xiao was his older sister, and between them lay a bond that could not be spoken aloud. And now, just like that, she was dead. Han Su glared at Zhang Wei, silently growling his name, Zhang Wei. Then he slipped away, knowing he was in no shape to seek revenge, only to flee. Zhang Wei, unaware of the hidden gaze, fixed a cold stare on Wang Sheng. Who told you to kill her? Her life or death is mine to decide, understand? Bro, two only. Humph. With that curt snort, a cry grenade arced through the air. It burst in a flare of frost. Wang Sheng never even froze into a statue, was shattered instantly, spraying glittering ice shards across the ground. Something's wrong, Jiang Tao muttered, crouching beside the scattered ice shards. How so? Lin Qianying asked as she walked over, finishing off the last mechanical creature with a clean burst of fire. Though she fought at range, her precision meant she took them down almost as fast as Jiang Tao did up close. Jiang Tao pointed at the glittering debris. People say you're supposed to feel weird after killing someone, but I feel nothing at all. Lin Qianying tapped his ankle with her boot. You didn't kill anyone. These are just frozen scraps, no blood, no gore. What kind of reaction were you hoping for? Right, fair point. Jiang Tao chuckled, suddenly enlightened. Enough chatter helped the survivors. Zhang Wei's patience wore thin. He gestured at the scattered mechs sprawled across the deck. We're just going to leave them like this? Big brother, how do we help? Jiang Tao spread his hands helplessly at the suits, stunned by the serpent's lightning. Unless they come around on their own, I'm out of ideas. Zhang Wei tossed him a handful of standard source crystals. To pursuit. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. So crystals work for this too? If a mech isn't totaled, a source crystal can jumpstart it. Hardly top secret, Zhang Wei replied calmly. Copy that. Zhang Tao handed out the crystals. Once he was done, he lowered his voice. By the way, Han Zu's gone. They showed up with 3 suits, now we've got 2 and a body. Want me to track him down? The real question hung unspoken. With Han Xiao dead, was it safer to eliminate Han Su? Zhang Wei glanced at Han Xiao's drained corpse and shrugged. If he ran, let him run. Bury her. He had no interest in desecrating the dead. He turned to the cargo bay and hauled out their stash of source crystals. White, yellow, and red shards formed a small mountain, throwing rainbow flashes across the walls. He kept about 100 common crystals for emergencies and planned to absorb the rest. Seeing this, Lin Qianying pulled aside her own share. My mech's on the verge of evolving. Anything I should watch out for? Relax and follow the prompts. I'm here. Nothing will go wrong, Zhang Wei assured her. Got it. Lin Qianying grinned, sat cross-legged, and began channeling energy. Her suit was already near level 10. As the power flooded in, fine runes flared across its armor, and an invisible field rose around Hera, clear prelude to evolution, both eerie and breathtaking. Zhang Wei scanned the surroundings without the slightest lapse in vigilance. Even on Jiang Tao's turf, he refused to lower his guard. Everyone else stared, transfixed by the spectacle, everyone except Zhang Wei, whose gaze remained cool and steady. When the field finally receded, Lin Qianying's mech had stepped quietly into level 10. The onlookers snapped out of their daze, while the bodyguards, freshly rebooted thanks to their crystals, could only gaze at her in envy. Lin Qianying was already impressive, and that mystical evolution must have made her even better. How does it feel? Zhang Wei asked once the upgrade was finished. Fantastic. Lin Qianying lowered her head to inspect the new exoskeleton. The alloy shell gleamed a chilly silver in the sunlight. The suit's height had jumped from 7 meters to a full 8. Sharper lines ran along the joints and chest plate. Yet the overall frame remained slender, standing in stark contrast to Zhang Wei's hulking melee unit. Go get used to the thrusters, Zhang Wei reminded her. Every pilot who completes their first evolution has to master those jets. Otherwise, their combat strength is wasted. A melee suit can get by without them, but for a ranged unit, survival hangs on those nozzles. Keep your distance, and you're safe. Get caught up close, and even a brawler with lower stats can crush you to scrap. Your skill with the thrusters decides how strong you really are at range. Understood. Lin Qianying nodded, vaulted onto the villa's broad lawn, and lit up her thrusters. She hopped, rolled, and brake-turned just above the grass, scattering blades and dust. Zhang Wei stayed put and opened his personal interface. Absorb the source cores. At his command, basic and intermediate cores shattered into sparks that poured into his armor. The XP bar shot up and froze at level 25. 24 combat power. Nothing special, he muttered. Pure leveling did little for him. His family's storage could produce gear worth dozens of levels. He eyed the lone advanced core in his hand. Loot from the steel serpent. Activate. A crisp chime rang out. Ding, red star acquired. A red star, huh? Even though he had braced himself, that streak of crimson on the screen still surprised him. Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying rushed over. The bodyguards held back, itching to see. Big bro, what's that thing? Zhang Tao craned his neck like a curious kid. Can't you read? Zhang Wei shot him a look. Right. Blue light flashed from Jiang Tao's and Lin Qianying's eyes as they scanned the data. Red star versatile enhancer. Guaranteed success up to level 3. Upgrades gear quality. 100 for fine grade. High probability for superior grade. Whoa, bro, this could push my war scythe to superior grade. Jiang Tao stared at the red star while sneaking glances at Zhang Wei, hoping the hint that he still had only fine gear would land. Zhang Wei caught on immediately. If resources were plentiful, he'd be generous. But with just one red star, burning it on a fine weapon felt wasteful. Bro, Zhang Tao's please stretched out as he almost reached for him. Quit it. Using the red star on your scythe would be a waste, Zhang Wei said, pulling back his arm while weighing the best option. Okay, Jiang Tao sulked for 2 seconds, then cheered up. Eventually his brother would swap in better gear, and he'd end up with the hand-me-downs. So what do we use it on? We upgrade the thermal greatsword, Zhang Wei decided. Weapons offer the biggest boost to combat power, and in the early days of the apocalypse, raw power is everything. But there's still a chance we could fail. Zhang Tao still couldn't understand why Zhang Wei insisted on this, and Lin Qianying wore the same puzzled look. Both of them fixed their eyes on Zhang Wei, waiting for an answer. Zhang Wei drew a deep breath, his tone steady. Using a red star guarantees success, but it's wasteful. A meteor can do the job too, and red or purple stars are better for raising a weapon's tier. Even if we fail now, the next attempt will have a higher chance. Hearing this, Lin Qianying became even more certain the man before her knew far more than they did. Big bro, what exactly is a meteor? Zhang Tao blurted, utterly confused. There are 3 key materials: meteors, red stars, and purple stars. You'll understand soon enough. Zhang Wei answered lightly. So many? How do you know all this? Zhang Tao pressed. Zhang Wei shot him a brief glance and said nothing more. He laid the thermal great sword on the ground, took a red star the size of a basketball, and pressed it into the blade. The 3 of them held their breath, eyes locked on the weapon. A flash of crimson erupted along the edge. The already scorching sword grew even hotter, forcing them to step back. Zhang Wei's pulse quickened. If he could push the thermal greatsword from excellent to epic, his combat strength would at least double. 30 seconds later, the red glow sank into the metal, followed by a blast of searing heat like a dragon's breath. The ice beneath them melted instantly, and the frozen flesh within vaporized to ash. It worked, lucky us. Zhang Wei couldn't hide his excitement. Jiang Tao and Lin Qianying immediately looked down at the readout. Thermal greatsword. Quality, epic. Combat power, 200. Trait, extreme heat. So strong. Jiang Tao muttered, teeth clenched in envy. His entire suit of armor didn't even give 100, while this sword alone added 200. Still, he consoled himself. Sooner or later Zhang Wei would abandon it, and picking up the leftovers wouldn't be bad. Epic is already this scary? What's above epic must be terrifying. Lin Qianying felt a similar sting. Even with an excellent weapon, her total combat power couldn't match this single sword. Legendary weapons. Once you hold one, you'll understand, Zhang Wei said, offering no further details. In his previous life had spent 10 years without ever touching a legendary, had only seen one from afar, and it felt like a different world altogether. He knew the gap between low-tier and high-tier gear was enormous. A weapon like the thermal greatsword was considered low-tier, something almost anyone could wield. High-tier equipment, on the other hand, demanded a minimum combat power just to use it. If your combat power isn't high enough, top-tier gear is useless. You simply can't drive that equipment without the energy to back it up. So, big bro, when are you switching weapons? The moment you retire that thermal greatsword, let me have it, okay? Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed. Sure. Zhang Wei hefted the massive sword onto his shoulder, sounding completely casual. Heh, you're the best, Zhang Tao said, satisfied. He didn't care when Zhang Wei would actually swap weapons. Sooner or later the blade would be his. By late morning they were packed and ready to head out for another sweep of mechanical creatures. Jiang Tao was cracking his knuckles. Lin Qianying bristled with fighting spirit, and after a few joint missions with Zhang Wei, both felt the mechanical apocalypse wasn't quite as terrifying as they'd first thought. Just as the trio stepped outside, the butler came sprinting toward them, panting hard. Young master, young master. Every gaze locked on him. Something terrible has happened, something huge. Another huge problem? Jiang Tao yelped. It's only been one morning, why back-to-back crises? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. The last huge problem had landed him an epic weapon. Maybe this one would offer an even bigger haul. He shot Jiang Tao a look. This guy really was a good luck charm. The butler drew a shaky breath. North side of the city, the mechanical rats have gone berserk. Mechanical rats? How many? Zhang Tao asked, unfazed. Had wiped out plenty on his way back. To him, they were just annoying little machines. Lin Xianying, too, had no clear sense of what a riot meant. Zhang Wei's expression snapped taut. In his previous life, mechanical rat outbreaks had caused disaster after disaster. One rat was weak, but a swarm could rival a super behemoth in destructive power. To danger was all in the numbers. The butler's voice quivered. I don't know exactly, but they're saying at least tens of thousands. The thought of tens of thousands of mechanical rats rampaging through city streets made everyone's scalp prickle. Even ordinary rats in those numbers would plunge a city into chaos. Jiang Tao went blank. How many people will die? Lin Xianying's first thought was for the civilians, her brow knit tight. Pull our teams back immediately fast as possible, Zhang Wei ordered, voice low. Standard mechs will crumple against that many rats. If our crystal gathering squads get trapped outside, we'll lose at least half of Zhang Tao's units. Understood. I'll warn them now. The butler wheeled around and sprinted off. Zhang Tao grabbed Zhang Wei's arm, voice trembling. Big bro, will those rats break through to the south to us? Zhang Wei shook his head slightly. Hard to say. We're on the south side, but chances are we'll get hit. A swarm that size means a rat king has probably appeared. Rat king? Lin Xianying echoed, pulling out her notebook for details. A mutant among mutants, Zhang Wei explained. A normal variant can command its kin, but only in small numbers. To lead tens of thousands, you need a rat king. His eyes burned with excitement. Didn't think would see one this soon. Must stumbled on some special opportunity. He actually felt a thrill run through him. What grade of crystal would a rat king drop? So, can we really handle them? Lin Xianying frowned, obvious worry clouding her eyes. She had no doubts about Zhang Wei's strength, but picturing tens of thousands of mechanical rats rushing toward them made her scalp tingle. If those creatures were led by a rat king, the outcome would be unthinkable. There's only one way to find out. Let's go. Zhang Wei's tone was cool as he motioned for the other two to follow. Jiang Tao's knees instantly buckled facing an army of metal rodents. He felt like nothing more than cannon fodder. Big bro, how about I stay behind and guard the place? He suggested weakly. No. Zhang Wei refused without hesitation. Jiang Tao was famous for his uncanny luck. Having him around might bring unexpected gains. As for safety, he'd live as long as he stayed hidden. Big bro Jiang Tao almost tried puppy dog eyes, but the tactic failed. Under Zhang Wei's silent, frigid stare, he caved. All right, wherever you go, I go. Move. Zhang Wei spun around and led the way. Lin Xianying followed close behind, with the thoroughly cowed Jiang Tao bringing up the rear. Zhang Wei's advance was ruthless. Hardly a single mechanical rat got within striking distance. Whenever a lull appeared, Lin Xianying kept watch while Jiang Tao scavenged every loose source crystal he could find, finally feeling useful. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the villa district, Han Zu, missing since the incident at Jiang Tao's house, stepped from behind a pile of rubble. He watched Zhang Wei's distant silhouette, hatred burning in his gaze. Regret churned inside him, almost crushing his chest. He hadn't even found the courage to recover Han Xiao's body. He despised himself for that weakness. Zhang Wei, he ground the name through clenched teeth, bitterness sharpening each syllable. Zhang Wei. He rasped again, voice hoarse but blazing with fury. Fueled by that anger, he vaulted wall after wall, crossed several empty villas, and finally slipped into a house where lights still glowed. Who's there? The homeowner, on edge, caught the noise the instant Han Su landed inside the yard, his eyes narrowing. Han Su straightened, making no effort to hide his identity and even sounding a bit smug. I work for Jiang Tao. His voice was loud, edged with challenge. At the name Jiang Tao, the middle-aged homeowner's brow furrowed deeply. News of the slaughter at Jiang Tao's villa had already spread through the neighborhood chat. Fear of that name kept everyone on edge. Because of that fear, the man swallowed his irritation, didn't dare lash out at Han Su. He drew a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and asked in a grave tone, "What are you doing here?" That was exactly the opening Han Su had hoped for. He strolled up to the middle-aged man, an almost mocking smile on his lips. My big brother wants me to take inventory of our mechs. How many do you have? The man frowned and snorted. Why should I tell you? Oh, not cooperating? Fine, message received. Han turned to leave, expressionless, a cold smile tugging at his mouth. Seeing him walk away so decisively, the middle-aged man panicked and shouted, wait. Han paused, glanced back with an icy flash in his eyes, and grinned provocatively. What? Got something to say? The man's face turned ashen. He dared not imagine what Jiang Tao would do if he refused, so he muttered, I have 2 mechs. See, cooperation makes life easier. Where are the mech cores? Hand them over. And don't hold any back if the numbers don't match. I can't guarantee what'll happen. The man had planned to guard the cores with his life, but the threat broke him. Swallowing his anger, he produced 2 mech cores and hurled them at Han Su. Han caught them without a flicker of concern. His eyes lit up. A quick data scan made his pulse race. Neither unit was technically medium class, yet one stood 8 meters tall, clearly an upgraded MVP model, far superior to his current mech. On impulse, he powered it up. With a deafening roar, the massive frame punched through the villa's ceiling, shards of steel and plaster spraying everywhere. "What are you doing?" The man yelled in panic. Summoning a mech indoors was no different from demolishing the house. He had still underestimated Han Su. It wasn't the house Han meant to wreck, it was him. The moment the fusion sequence finished, Han lifted the mech's foot and stamped. He hardly used any power. Beneath dozens of tons of metal, the man never even reacted. Flesh and bone turned to pulp in an instant. "Idiot." Han snorted, stowed the mech, and slipped away. The villa was too close to Jiang Tao's place. Guards could appear any second. He wasn't ready for a heated fight. He needed to build strength. He needed revenge. North of Chuanqing, an ocean of machine rats surged like a silver-gray tide, devouring every scrap of metal. Screams, sporadic mech cannon fire, and the dull crash of collapsing skyscrapers merged into one. Mechs and mechanical beasts alike fled south. Even the bloodthirsty monsters avoided the rodent swarm. They hadn't gone far when they spotted 3 mechs heading the other way. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of there!" Someone shouted through a loud hailer, urging them to retreat. But the mechs piloted by Zhang Wei, Jiang Tao, and Lin Qianying never slowed, racing straight into the wall of sand. As the dust storm closed in, Jiang Tao watched the cockpit feed, terrified. "Big brother, maybe I should hide somewhere nearby instead, okay?" Zhang Wei's gaze was razor-sharp. "Stay here, absorb the source crystal, and finish your first evolution. Use your boosters, you won't die in a few minutes." Lin Qianying, "Find a vantage point, and do your thing, just don't get yourself killed." With that, he throttled up and shot straight into the swirling haze. "Watch yourself too," Lin Qianying shouted after him. Zhang Wei never looked back, his figure quickly disappearing and burdened by the 2 tagalongs. He could finally push his speed to the limit. "Charging into danger, that's pretty hot," Lin Qianying murmured as she watched Zhang Wei stride away until the sandstorm swallowed him. "Sis, the world's falling apart, and you're still crushing on him?" Jiang Tao shouted. "What do you know?" She spun around and glared at him. "Whoa, our soldier queen just cursed. That's new." He pulled an exaggerated face. "Quit yapping. Find cover and evolve your mech. When those things arrive and you're still standing here, you're dead." Jiang Tao opened his mouth, thought better of it, then sat cross-legged and focused on drawing energy from the source crystal. Everyone else was busy running for their lives, and with Lin Qianying nearby, he trusted he wouldn't be left behind. Lin Qianying kicked off, her back thrusters roaring her 10 meters into the air. A few wall rebounds later, she landed on the 10th floor roof. Up high, the wind and sand howled harder. Sky and earth blurred into a single yellow curtain. Through the rolling grit, she spotted a carpet of mechanical rats, thousands of crimson eyes forming an endless web that made her shiver. Bang! The cryogun fired. The target was nearly a kilometer away, well beyond optimal range, but accuracy didn't matter. A sweep of icy light, and some unlucky rat was bound to freeze. Where'd he go? She scanned the battlefield, but saw no sign of Zhang Wei. He had charged out only moments ago. From this height, she should have tracked him easily, yet the vista was empty. Still, she never believed he would turn tail. If he wanted out, they all could have fallen back together. He had chosen to hold the line, and he would never quit halfway. On a distant stretch of the battlefield, Zhang Wei was unleashing carnage. His epic-grade thermal greatsword pulsed with molten fire. Any rat that ventured close began to liquefy, let alone survive a direct strike. He carved a path forward without meeting a single worthy foe, leaving a straight corridor of wreckage and flame that pointed at the swarm's heart. Then the death ray detonated. His power spike thickened the violet beam into a lightning dragon that swept the ground, slicing every rat it touched in half. One blast shredded a dozen, sometimes 2 dozen machines. Yet against a horde tens of thousands strong, it was a mere drop in the bucket. Zhang Wei's brutal advance finally roused the Rat King controlling the swarm. Since forming up, the horde had bulldozed everything in its path. The sudden resistance could not go unnoticed. The Rat King paid little mind to the resistance. It had more minions than it could ever count. Ordinary mechanical rats poured through Chuan City in an endless tide, with new ones joining every moment. Yet the king knew exactly how many variants it possessed, well over 100. With those variants and itself combined, who in this city could possibly challenge it? One mighty foe after another had fallen at its feet, and it still hoarded 3 high-grade source crystals taken from gigantic mechanical beasts that had escaped the zoo. Crystals it had not yet had time to consume. Go have a look, and kill the ones who resist. Its order rolled down the streets like muted thunder. Yes, 7 or 8 variants shot away from the swarm like arrows, streaking toward Zhang Wei. A smaller mass of rats followed close behind, a dark arrowhead that ripped through the larger sea of vermin and sped toward its target. Tall and alert, Zhang Wei immediately caught the odd metallic gleam. "They're coming," he barked, his voice echoing through the empty avenue. His floating cannons opened fire, freezing rounds lanced out in a straight line, an ice dragon tearing the air. The projectiles punched into the rat tide, booming in rapid succession while shards of ice and metal filled the sky. Rats blasted upward, shattered on impact with the ground. and those left scrambling found the pavement flash frozen beneath them, tumbling into a chaotic heap. Steam still hung in the air when Zhang Wei charged with his greatsword. Ice cracked under his boots, fragments spraying outward. The heat blade swept across, vaporizing frost into billowing white mist as he plowed forward like a war god. Ordinary or variant. Any mechanical rat the blade so much as brushed exploded on the spot. Within minutes he had carved out a zone the swarm dared not cross. Seizing the lull, he bent to collect source crystals. The common ones could wait, but the mid-grade crystals dropped by variants had to be pocketed immediately. While he gathered his spoils, the Rat King thundered in with the remaining variants. It had just watched Zhang Wei cleave down 7 or 8 trusted lieutenants in a single breath. Though shocked, it refused to believe a mere human mech could rival it. Even the elephant-derived steel colossi had fallen, so what threat could one human pose? Zhang Wei turned and spotted the towering figure in full charge. The Rat King, 3 meters tall, stood out starkly against the swarm. He had expected the creature to stay hidden, yet it had rushed in headlong, swollen with arrogance and still ignorant of defeat. Wretched human, how dare you harm my subjects? The Rat King roared, the shockwave making loose stones dance. You're just an oversized rat calling itself a king. Your crystals are mine. With that, Zhang Wei leveled his sword and shot forward, his speed far surpassing the Rat King's. The Rat King grew wildly agitated. The moment it heard Zhang Wei's words, it lashed out like an enraged bull, coiling its tail around a mutant mechanical rat and hurling the creature at him like a cannonball. Zhang Wei lifted his sword to meet the attack. The thermal greatsword came down in a blazing sweep, cleaving the incoming rat cleanly in two. The cut was so smooth it looked like fresh tofu, offering no resistance at all. With the two combatants now close, the rest of the Rat King's minions were spared from being turned into more projectiles. Human die. The deafening roar rolled across the ruins, making the ground tremble. Less than 10 meters away, the Rat King opened its jaws and spat out 2 razor-sharp fangs. Once airborne, the fangs morphed into missiles that traced impossible arcs toward Zhang Wei. He knew even his mech's thick armor couldn't withstand such piercing force. Sidestepping, he ordered his drones to unleash a torrent of fire. At point-blank range, the erratic fangs were still locked by cryoronzone, struck a shell heat-in and exploded, the blast as loud as several grenades. The second fang grazed his shoulder and streaked past him. The mechanical rats accompanying Zhang Wei weren't so lucky. The fang bored into one of them and detonated, shredding it to scrap and vaporizing every other unit within 10 meters. Impressive firepower, Zhang Wei muttered, eyes gleaming. This crowd control trick was even more efficient than the death laser. The thought had barely formed when the Rat King lunged like a starving tiger. Zhang Wei's 12-meter mech towered over the 3-meter creature, yet the smaller opponent moved with feline speed. Instead of ramming him, it flashed behind the mech, jaws ready to tear through the armor. Just before the fangs could bite, Zhang Wei hit the boosters. Flames roared from the thrusters, and the mech shot forward like a cheetah. Mid-charge, he spun a full 180, the thermal greatsword carving a molten arc straight at the Rat King's face. Scree! A mutant mechanical rat was flung like a shell and slammed into the Rat King, taking the blow for its master. The impact hurled the Rat King aside, sparing it from the lethal strike, while the sacrificial rat exploded into flying debris. Huh. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, surprised at the Rat King's quick thinking. The wonder lasted only a heartbeat. Dodge one sword. But what about the second, or the third? He lifted the blade to pursue, but in the next instant the Rat King's resolve evaporated. When the Rat King faced the thermal greatsword a moment ago, it smelled death in the air and bolted. Call yourself a king? All you know is how to run. Zhang Wei sneered as it retreated. Kill him. The Rat King ignored the taunt. With a flick of its paw, an army of underlings surged forward, mutated mech rats and standard models alike. Sheer numbers, it believed, would be enough to bury Zhang Wei alive. A straight fight was foolish, surrender even more so. Zhang Wei coveted its source crystal, and it, in turn, lusted after the high-grade gear wrapped around him. A black tide rolled across the street. Mech rats poured from walls and rooftops, sealing their prey from every direction. Zhang Wei let out a chilly laugh. Trying to bury me alive? He stamped hard, and the thrusters in his armor roared to life. Trailing flames, he rocketed 7 or 8 meters into the air. The thermal greatsword flashed, carving apart every mech rat that leapt toward him. As soon as the boost died, he plummeted. Boom. His iron boots slammed onto the pavement, sending a ring of dust and rubble outward. The mech rats at the front were tossed aside, and even the street itself seemed to shudder under the impact. The Rat King shrieked in fury, but still snapped its jaws wide. 2 gleaming fangs shot toward him like bolts. Again? How many teeth do you have left? Zhang Wei had seen it coming. He swept the greatsword across. Its massive arc made guessing the trajectory easy, and the flying fangs were knocked aside. At the same time, the hovering drones opened fire. Strings of cryoronds streaked toward the Rat King like falling stars. It dared not stay still, barreling through its own horde. Whenever a round was about to hit, a mech rat hurled itself into the path and took the shot for it. Where do you think you can run? Zhang Wei snorted and charged forward. Regular mech rats blocking his path were launched away with brutal kicks. Only when a mutated one appeared did he bother to raise his blade. The drones auto-locked onto anything flanking him, prioritizing the mutants for elimination. Right now, Zhang Wei looked far more savage than the Rat King had moments before. Rats are cowards by nature. The king's ferocity existed only because the swarm gave it confidence. Once the prey became the hunter, the urge to flee bloomed wildly inside it. What could it do? Regular mech rats couldn't keep up with Zhang Wei's full sprint, and if they did manage to leap at his flanks, the vibration from his armor tossed them off at once. The mutants were pinned down by the drones, just as useless. Meet him, Hedon? Impossible. Only tricks like those flying fangs could cause him even minor trouble. Yet if it broke and ran now, how could the Rat King keep its footing in Chuan City? Even machine beasts have reputations run today, and how would it hold its head up before the other lords tomorrow? Screech! A piercing shriek split the air. The charging tide of rats froze as if someone had hit pause. An instant later, every mech rat wheeled about and rushed back toward the Rat King. It was going all in, ready for a blood-soaked showdown. It refused to believe Zhang Wei's armor could stay at peak output forever, or that tens of thousands of mech rats couldn't bury a single man. Zhang Wei couldn't understand rat language, but the swarm's movements made the king's intent crystal clear. At least you've got some backbone. Don't even think about running, let's finish this. He shouted, parking his mech at the intersection and looking down at the sea of metal rodents, excitement blazing behind his visor. Tens of thousands of source crystals drifted above the wreckage like a glittering galaxy. If he grabbed them all, his mech's level would skyrocket. As for wiping out the rat tide in this district, simply so long as they stood their ground, sooner or later he'd clean them out. Power wasn't a problem either. Every fight let him siphon energy spilling from the debris, refueling himself with the spoils. Across town, Jiang Tao's mech had just completed its evolution. Fresh welding scars still glowed on the new silver-gray plating as he and Lin Qianying traded cover fire in the alleys, hammering the mechanical mice. Their barrage was fierce, but unlike Zhang Wei, they didn't dare go full throttle, retreating as they fought. Suddenly the dense rat tide wheeled around, flooding toward the distance. Huh, they're scared? Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat. He glanced past the rubble at Lin Qianying, perched on a crumbling high-rise 100 meters away. Lin Qianying narrowed her eyes, tracking the retreat. Not scared. They've got something else to do. Do what, kill my brother? The word slipped out, and a flash of insight struck him. Zhang Wei was their target. She gave a slight nod. I'm going to help him. Before the words were out, her slender yet razor-sharp mech had already leapt to another shattered wall. Jiang Tao froze. This is huge, shouldn't we talk this over first? The next instant he cursed himself. Talk over what? Shouldn't he be hoping the boss dies so he can be leader again? Yet a strange reluctance crept in after 2 days under Zhang Wei. Being the sidekick wasn't so bad. Screw it, he growled. Blue-white jets flared from his mech's knees, and he shot after the rat tide like an arrow. In the shadow of a broken tower, Lin Qianying felt the commotion behind her and glanced back. Spotting Jiang Tao's tall, slightly clumsy frame charging after her, she allowed herself a small smile and slowed just enough for him to catch up. Moments later he was running beside her. "Why do you tag along?" she asked, half amused. "That's my boss. If he's in danger, how could I sit on my hands?" Jiang Tao said firmly. "Not afraid to die? You're not afraid. So why should I be? Worst case, if things turn ugly, I can always run." "You," though Lin Qianying arched a brow, her tone full of deliberate calculation. He was momentarily speechless, then realized she had a point. Few people knew better than he how nimble her mech really was. If the mechanical rats really closed in, Lin Qianying could still break out. If they surrounded Jiang Tao, that was another matter. She turned sideways, blocking the middle of the corridor, and softened her tone. "It's not too late to go back. He didn't ask us for help, he told us to stay where we were. Even if he comes out fine, he won't blame you." In other words, all she needed was to see what Jiang Tao would choose in a crisis. Dragging him to his death was pointless. Lin Qianying wasn't scaremongering, she truly had a way to escape the rat tide, while Jiang Tao did not. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Tao waved both hands, his answer sharp and clear. "Quit trying to talk me out of it. Move, or my brother's a goner for sure." He had finally summoned his courage. A few words could not stamp it out. As for dying, Jiang Tao figured that if he practiced with the thrusters now, they would feel even smoother when it was time to run for real. "Fine, then let's go." Lin Qianying stopped arguing. They kicked into high gear and streaked toward the swarm like twin blurs. At the center of the horde, Zhang Wei was encased in layer after layer of mechanical rats, a living iron drum. Broken bodies had piled so high beneath his feet that they formed a hill. The heat of his thermal greatsword could have melted the wreckage in an instant, but every time the lower layer began to liquefy, another coat of metal corpses covered it. How many rats had he destroyed? Even Zhang Wei had lost count. His cargo bay was already stuffed with standard source crystals. Standing in one spot, and collecting as he fought was proving more efficient than moving around. With a single swing, he sent several rats flying and sneered into the distance. These things are useless. Why don't you come over here yourself? 600 meters away, the Rat King halted at what it deemed a safe range. Its scan showed that even if Zhang Wei deployed his hover cannons, they could not reach this far. Step closer? That would be suicide. Not coming. Fine, but don't even think about running. Zhang Wei tossed out the warning and went back to hacking. If the rats let up for even a second, he could push his mech to level 30 and trigger its second evolution, but they clearly had no intention of giving him the chance. While Zhang Wei turned the battlefield into a spray of technically shattered metal, the ground suddenly shook violently. Jiang Tao, sprinting flat out, stumbled and had to stop. Bounding between rooftops, Lin Xianying also steadied herself and glanced toward the epicenter. What's going on? Jiang Tao shouted. Lin Xianying narrowed her eyes, but for the moment said nothing. Jiang Tao dashed to the nearest building and scrambled onto the roof. Holy! The curse slipped out the instant his head cleared the parapet. What were those elephants? A dozen huge creatures lumbered in a ragged formation, heading straight for the rat swarm. Each one stood roughly 10 meters tall, their bulk beyond anything he had imagined. Lin Xianying nodded wordlessly. Zhang Tao's thoughts raced. Now what? They're after the rats too. The mechanical rodents were already impossible to handle. Throw in a herd of giants, and the situation became even harder to read. He searched his memory. Did Chuan City Zoo ever have elephants? And why didn't we see these monsters yesterday? No. Zhang Tao clawed at his hair in frustration. The priority was saving Zhang Wei, not figuring out where the elephants had come from. His mind went blank, so he turned to Lin Xianying, hoping the ever-decisive teammate would have a plan. She narrowed her eyes at the rampaging herd below and replied quickly, "We grab their attention, lure them over here, and give Zhang Wei a way out." How do we do that? Zhang Tao asked, stunned. The idea sounded simple, but he had no clue how to carry it out. Start chopping buildings, Lin Xianying said, rolling her eyes. The bigger the noise, the better. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Tao swung his war scythe and dashed into the deserted block. The rat tide had already driven everyone out, so he didn't have to worry about casualties. Metal sliced through concrete with a shriek. Tower after tower trembled, cracked, and collapsed. Dust billowed as rebar and rubble crashed down, the thunderous booms echoing like a string of explosions. When it came to making noise, melee trumped ranged every time. Within moments, dust dimmed half the setting sun, and the whole street became a strip of debris. The roaring carried on the wind. Sure enough, the elephants halted, wheeled around, and fixed their wild eyes on the pair. Perched on a crumbling rooftop, Lin Xianying tracked their movements. The instant the giants showed signs of charging, she would yank Zhang Tao and run. Wait, she suddenly gasped. Stop cutting. Zhang Tao couldn't pull back in time. More masonry tumbled. What's wrong? He called. It's useless, Lin Xianying said, frustration creeping into her voice. The herd only paused for a heartbeat before resuming its stampede toward the rats. Just then, their comms lit up. That racket yours? Asked a hoarse but familiar voice. Zhang Wei, is that you? Are you okay? What do you need us to do? Lin Xianying rattled off. I'm fine. Get out of there, Zhang Wei answered, sounding oddly relaxed. Wait for me back at base. But what about? If I can't win, I'll retreat. Trust me, he cut in. Half of Lin Xianying's worry vanished. As long as the channel stayed open, she trusted Zhang Wei's skill and knew he'd ask for help if he truly needed it. Let's move. We're heading back, she signaled to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao still looked dazed. Back? We're not rescuing my big brother? Your brother just contacted me and told us to pull out. He contacted you, but not me? Zhang Tao muttered, then realized why and grumbled, playing favorites, huh? And here I was panicking. Gripes aside, he hefted his scythe and sprinted after Lin Xianying, leaving the ruins behind. Elsewhere, the pile of twisted metal under Zhang Wei's boots shuddered violently. The elephant's charge sent waves through the ground, scattering the rats in shrill chaos. They must be coming for you, he thought. Zhang Wei glanced at the visibly flustered Rat King. The Rat King's tail twitched non-stop, its metal fangs clicking together in a nervous clack, clack. It knew the steel behemoths thundering through the rising dust were coming straight for it. The reason was simple. It had ordered its horde to chew a mechanical elephant to death. What it couldn't fathom was how revenge had arrived so quickly. Worse, it had never received intel about a whole herd. One elephant could be buried under rats, but a herd? That was suicide. Over here. I'll cover you. Zhang Wei's voice rolled out of the loudspeaker, edged with metallic resonance. Human, you want trick me? The Rat King roared, its voice drowning out the mech's engines. Moments ago they'd been at each other's throats, and now he talked about protection? Absurd. No trick, Zhang Wei said calmly, offering no further explanation. Then why protect me? The Rat King's electronic eyes narrowed. Because you're the Rat King, and I need source crystals. Work with me, and I'll have more crystals than I can count, Zhang Wei replied, as if stating a fact. The Rat King stiffened, anger bubbling up. The human clearly wanted to use it as a tool, to throw the swarm at whatever veins of crystal he coveted. Yet profit was profit. An alliance wasn't off the table. Fine. Kill them for me, and it'll gather crystals for you, it finally agreed. The hundreds of mutant mechanical rats around it hissed and shrank back, but the king's decree was law. Harass them with your swarm. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Wei broke off, piloting his 12-meter, gunmetal gray mech toward the herd at full speed. The Rat King trailed about 100 meters behind, too wary to close the gap, too scared to flee. If it ran, Zhang Wei would run too, and the herd would chase the real enemy alone. Better to use the human. At worst, Zhang Wei would draw the elephant's hatred away. The mental abacus clicked furiously. Little did it know Zhang Wei was running his own calculations. For now, he charged the elephant's hedon, holding nothing back. Dozens of floating cannons arced through the air, spitting blue-white lightning from several hundred meters away. The herd instantly fixed on the towering figure, so different from the scurrying metal rodents below. Zhang Wei's mech matched them in height, but was leaner, while the elephants each weighed over 100 tons, 4 or 5 times his mass. Without a twist of fate, they would crush both him and the rats eventually. Zhang Wei, however, was that twist. His mech's combat rating was nearing 700, while a single mechanical elephant was only marginally stronger than the serpent called Big Blossom had fought before. If the herd kept devouring metal and source crystals, they might gain 100 points a day. In a week, they could rival him. The real question was where Zhang Wei's own power would be by then. Boom. The lead elephant whipped its massive steel trunk, batting aside a cry around and carving a rhyme-line scar several meters long into the ground. A deep mechanical voice rumbled, "Human, stand aside. We don't wish to kill you. Our target is the rat." "And who said you could kill it?" Zhang Wei shot back. The lead elephant froze, stunned by the question. It shook its trunk and growled in disbelief. "We're only hunting a rat, since when do we need a human's permission? And are you out of your mind? Weren't those rats just trying to tear you apart? If you're looking for allies, we're the ones on your side." While the elephants were baffled, the Rat King felt a surge of approval. Zhang Wei's willingness to confront the herd proved his loyalty. If he were double-dealing, he would never be so forceful. Reining in its temper, the lead elephant rumbled, "Human, are you insane? Walk away now, and we won't stop you." It still chose not to strike. Before Zhang Wei could speak, the Rat King exploded. "Trying to sway my ally right in front of me? How dare you? Kill them." At its command, mechanical rats poured toward the elephants in a suicidal wave. 13 elephants formed a back-to-back circle under their leader's orders. Trunks more than 5 meters long whirled like high-speed windmills, shredding every rat that came within reach. The rodents had once relied on their small size, slipping through vents and joints to hunt a lone mechanical elephant of victory, bought with heavy losses. Now they faced an entire herd, every weak point shielded, and found no opening to exploit. "Human, aren't you going to fight?" The Rat King cried, heart twisting as its subjects were torn apart. Numbers meant nothing if they were thrown away like this. Zhang Wei shouted back, "Quit standing around, and give me an opening." The Rat King knew he was right. With the elephant's trunks weaving a deadly net, Zhang Wei could never break through alone. It spat out 2 gleaming fangs, hurling them like comets to force a gap in the line. At that instant, Zhang Wei moved. He unleashed his legendary skill psionic combat amplification. His combat power doubled, leaping from a little over 600 to 1,312. Strength, speed, and armor surged together, and the air seemed to tear as he sprinted. To the Rat King's shock, Zhang Wei sprinted in the opposite direction, straight toward the Rat King, not the elephants. The 100 meters between them vanished in a heartbeat, and a blazing greatsword descended like an iron door of molten fire. In that split second, the Rat King understood. Zhang Wei's true target had always been him. It had foolishly believed they could work together. But it was too late. Had the Rat King kept more than 600 meters between them, it might have had a chance. Failing that, it could at least have thrown more rats at Zhang Wei to buy time to escape. Now the distance was gone. "Damn human, you tricked me," the Rat King screeched. Azure light flashed between its fangs as a burst of razor-sharp teeth sprayed out like shrapnel. It no longer cared about the price of losing them. Every tooth it could launch was one more weapon. The hovering drones opened fire at once, scattering cryo-rounds that precisely clipped any mechanized rat trying to close in. Zhang Wei lifted his thermal greatsword like a steel door across his chest. Teeth that slammed into the blade detonated instantly, sparks leaping with the shockwave. A few stray fangs struck his armor and exploded as well, making his legs buckle for a moment. When the blast faded, Zhang Wei checked his systems. The reactor was untouched, but the external armor had lost 70 durability points. The plating had soaked up the entire hit. The Rat King expected its barrage to at least stagger him, but Zhang Wei hadn't retreated an inch. As the creature tried to turn and run, he was already in pursuit, sword raised. With his combat boost active, Zhang Wei matched the Rat King's speed and locked down its movement in a few strides. The thermal blade sliced close to its body, heat shimmering in the air. Before fear could even rise, one of the Rat King's hind legs was severed cleanly. Its massive body crashed into the litter of metal debris. The front claws dug frantically, carving a tunnel in seconds as it tried to escape underground. Anticipating this, Zhang Wei drove the sword into the earth and sheared off a foreleg with a hiss of molten metal. A scream tore through the air. The Rat King thrashed in despair. Zhang Wei twisted the sword and flicked upward, taking the second foreleg along with a spray of wreckage. The helpless creature was flung skyward. The drone swiveled and launched a cryo-round that struck its belly, frosting a thin layer of ice over the shell. The glaze covered only a small patch, but the Rat King still tried to summon its swarm. Mechanized rats surged forward, ready to form a living shield. Violet light pooled in Zhang Wei's eyes. He tilted his head and fired a death laser that swept across the field. Wherever it passed, rat bodies fell in two, leaving scorched lines across the ground. Seizing the moment, he reached out and grabbed the Rat King, now reduced to a single leg. "Spare me. I'll gather source crystals for you," it pleaded, dignity worthless at the edge of death. Zhang Wei remained unmoved. This was the Rat King, a likely drop for an epic-grade source crystal, the rarest currency in the early apocalypse. His grip tightened. Metal carapace groaned, the Rat King's neck bent, and the blue glow in its eyes flickered out. The distant elephant herd froze. The tide of rats halted as well. "You can die now," Zhang Wei said quietly, squeezing once more. A sharp crack sounded. The Rat King's head slumped, and its voice was silenced forever. A moment later, a brilliant violet light drifted up from the corpse. The moment the violet source crystal appeared, the rat swarm erupted, and the elephant herd went just as mad. For any mechanical creature, an epic-grade crystal is an irresistible delicacy, and the brainless robber rats, ruled entirely by instinct, rushed toward Zhang Wei in waves. Courting death, Zhang Wei snorted, tossed the crystal into his storage bay, and swung his thermal greatsword with both hands. Dozens of metal rats lunging like starving wolves were shredded by the searing arc before they could even get close. At the same time, the hovering cannons switched to maximum speed. Ice blue cryo-rounds burst midair, sending freezing mist and metal shards everywhere. A purple death laser, black as midnight lightning, speared forward for tens of meters, carving a corridor straight through the swarm. The brutality of the slaughter hit every mechanical beast like a bucket of ice water. The mutant rats, in particular, felt the killing intent pouring from Zhang Wei's mech. The frenzy in their eyes flickered into naked fear. The elephants stopped as well. 13 steel giants braked in unison, their massive hooves scraping nervously at the ground. The mutants broke first, whirling around to flee, while ordinary rats, still enslaved by instinct, kept charging. The elephants hesitated, still sizing up their chances of stealing that epic crystal. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Wei's shout cracked like a hammer, making the retreating mutants stumble. They hurriedly marshaled the common rats to cover their escape, but with combat ratings in the double digits, cover was wishful thinking. Zhang Wei's own rating was well over 1,000. He strode forward each step 8 or 9 meters, his mech bulldozing a path, grinding common rats to scrap or flinging them aside where they hit the ground as twisted metal. The mutant he had singled out cursed the lack of extra legs. When the mech's shadow engulfed it, the creature knew its end had come. It tried to fight back, but never got the chance. One clean swing, the head flew, a high-grade crystal rolled out, and Zhang Wei casually pocketed it. More mutants still skulked in the swarm, and Zhang Wei kept harvesting with relentless swings. Watching him butcher rats by the heap, the elephant's last sliver of hope vanished. All 13 panicked at once and bolted. High-grade crystals were nice, but the ones dropped by mechanical elephants were even better. Zhang Wei abandoned the rats without hesitation and set his sights on the herd. Thrusters roared, flames spat, and his mech vaulted briefly into the air before diving, a wave of scorching heat rolling ahead of him. The elephant leader showed a hint of backbone. It knew that unless someone blocked Zhang Wei, the herd would be dismantled one by one. Wheeling around, it lowered its head and raised its trunk, stepping forward alone while rasping orders for the others to scatter. "You can't stop me." Zhang Wei's verdict was calm. Without his combat boosters, the leader might have delayed him for a few seconds. Its rating was over 200, far below his 6+100, but its sheer bulk would still cost him time, even with a thermal greatsword to carve it apart. After activating his combat overdrive, Zhang Wei's power exceeded 1,000 points, 4 to 5 times the mechanical elephant leader's strength. The steel trunk swept toward him like a giant hammer, but Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. He swung his thermal greatsword straight down. Blade met alloy trunk. White-hot sparks erupted and vanished in the heat. The trunk, one of the elephant's few weapons, was incredibly tough, yet the sword was sharper. After a brief stalemate, the trunk split in two, and the blade carried on toward the neck. The severed trunk absorbed most of the impact, but the sword stuck in an armor seam. As the elephant twisted away, muscles bulged along Zhang Wei's arms. He forced more power into the blow and roared, "Break!" The blade rammed forward. The clash of metal titans ended decisively. The mechanical elephant staggered back, found no retreat, and its head was sliced clean off. It thudded to the ground, and the massive body followed. The blue glow in the leader's eyes winked out. A moment later, a faintly violet source crystal drifted from the severed neck. Nearly epic grade, Zhang Wei muttered in surprise. The elephant was only a variant. Nowhere near King class. It hadn't used a single skill yet. It dropped a crystal on the verge of evolving from high to epic grade. He stowed the crystal and didn't chase the fleeing herd. Instead, he murmured, "Run, I'll give you 3 days." Had the herd dropped only high-grade crystals, he would have hunted them to extinction. But with evolution underway, he preferred to let the bullets fly a little longer, then harvest everything at once. The choice between a dozen high-grade crystals and a dozen epic-grade ones was obvious. Nearby, mutant mechanical rats thought they were safe when Zhang Wei turned toward the elephants until he beheaded one and wheeled back at them. Panic erupted. They scattered with shrill squeals. Their meager wits told them to split up, leaving survival to luck. A minute later, the overdrive ended, and Zhang Wei's speed dropped. A few minutes more, and not a single rat remained in view. Several dozen mutants escaped, while over 20,000 ordinary rats fled in every direction. Surveying the wreckage, he shook his head. Still need better area effect skills. The thought barely formed before he opened a channel. Jiang Tao, bring the team back and clean up the battlefield. Jiang Tao, already heading for the villa district, paused. Big bro, what happened? It's done. Move. The battlefield sprawled across a wide area. Rat carcasses lay everywhere, some crystals buried beneath twisted metal. All his spoils, none to be missed. Lacking time to sift through debris himself, he summoned Jiang Tao. On it, coming now. Jiang Tao answered readily. How his brother had felled both rats and elephant didn't matter. Zhang Wei was alive, and that was enough. Call ended. Zhang Wei gathered the scattered high-grade crystals, then eagerly opened the cargo space and drew out the epic-grade crystal. Unlock. Ding system prompt. Epic-grade battle-hardened core acquired. What the? Zhang Wei blurted. What a 3-slot core module. Zhang Wei felt like he was about to lose his mind. He had expected the loot to be good, but never this good. 100 battle core, a mech module that took up only 3 inventory slots. Core modules came in many sizes. Low-grade ones could fill 10 slots, while the tiniest needed just 1. A 3-slot 100 battle core was top tier. In his previous life, Zhang Wei had never even heard rumors of one. The best module he had ever seen back then was a 5-slot iron wall core that only boosted defense. The 100 battle core, also called the number 1 core, had a single purpose: raw combat power. Besides it and the iron wall variant, there were detection, assault, super energy, gale, and many other types. Inspect. 100 battle core epic, 3 slots combat power 300. Damn. The data popped into view. 1 blunt, electrifying line. Slotted in, and his combat power would jump by 300 points. Unfortunately, his mech had yet to undergo its second evolution and had no open core slots, so Zhang Wei could only stare at the prize. While he was still gawking, Lin Qianying streaked in at high speed, landing with a disbelieving look, especially at the massive mechanical elephant corpse on the ground. Whoa, you took all these down yourself. Perfect timing. My mech can evolve a second time. Cover me. Zhang Wei had no time to explain. He was desperate to install the core. Got it. Lin Qianying swallowed her surprise, chose a mostly intact high-rise, fired her thrusters, and leaped to the roof, expression instantly turning vigilant. Zhang Wei began absorbing source crystals. Piles of common crystals dissolved into experience, driving his mech straight to level 30. Thousands more crystals remained in his pack, but he couldn't be bothered to count. Evolve the mech. That familiar, half-forgotten power descended. The mech lifted off the ground as arcane energy flooded its limbs and torso. Armor plates unfolded layer by layer, joints and cables thickened, and the entire frame grew taller before his eyes. 10 minutes later, the energy dissipated, and a 15-meter iron giant slammed back to Earth. Ding. Second evolution complete. Combat power 50 core slot capacity unlocked. Current capacity 10 slots. Every mech gained 10 slots at the second evolution, regardless of model. For Zhang Wei, 3 slots were all he needed. Equip the 100 battle core. The core floated from his palm to the mech's chest. A black box-shaped base slid open and sealed it inside. Ding, 100 battle core equipped. Combat power 300. The moment Zhang Wei installed the battle-hardened core, his freshly evolved mecha shifted again. Its outer armor seemed to be hammered by an invisible forge, growing denser before his eyes, the dark gray metal hardening into something almost unbreakable. Power and speed spiked in unison, and even its overall mass skyrocketed. Display status. A blue holographic screen sprang up. Mecha form. Tier 2 evolution 15 meters. Level 30. Weight 41 tons. Combat rating 1066. Class medium, close quarters. Power source dual cycle nuclear engines. Loadout thermal greatsword epic, alloy defense plating excellent, sustained boost thrusters excellent, battle hardened core epic. Skills hyper combat augmentation legendary, death laser. These stats are a bit over the top. He couldn't help bragging after all. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. What did you just merge into the suit? Lin Qianying jogged over. The core module. And that is Once a mecha hits its second evolution, it unlocks a module bay. That's when you can slot in a core. Zhang Wei explained without holding back. Is it that strong? She pressed. The battle-hardened core gave me 300 combat points. You tell me. His good mood carried a hint of teasing. 300? Lin Qianyin gasped. 3. He held up 3 fingers. She rose on tiptoe, poking the metal plate over his chest again and again. It was hard to believe something no larger than a palm could push performance that high. Zhang Wei, however, understood the science. A core was top-tier tech, like cramming an extra 16 gigs of RAM into a phony off-course it would fly. Premium cores were almost unheard of. Ordinary ones barely added a dozen points. So what's your total combat rating now? She fixed him with a suddenly serious stare. He hesitated not to keep secrets, but to spare her feelings. You want the truth? Say it. Onezero66. How much? Her voice cracked. 1,066 points. Silence fell. Shed assumed the gap between them was small. Discovering it was nearly 5-fold her own rating was still under 200 left her reeling. You'll catch up. Don't get discouraged, Zhang Wei said softly. Don't talk. My head hurts. Give me a minute. She crouched, clutching her temples, trying to process the gulf between them. While she spiraled, Jiang Tao arrived with a group in tow. From what Zhang Wei knew, the man should have been barking orders at such a moment, yet Jiang Tao's face was grim and his steps were heavy. What happened? Zhang Wei asked before he could speak. Jiang Tao lifted his head, then dropped it, shuffling closer as if rehearsing every word. Spit it out. Zhang Wei resisted the urge to kick him. Bro, it's not my fault. I swear I don't even know how Han Xiao's body is gone. Jiang Tao flinched back, hands raised in defense. Zhang Wei's gaze turned icy. What do you mean, gone? This you explain. The instant Zhang Wei looked up, his icy gaze pressed on Jiang Tao like a blade. Jiang Tao swallowed hard and instinctively shifted the pressure to the underling beside him. The man had been singled out had to step forward, voice tight. Boss, hey, race the thing we went to bury that woman just like you ordered, but something went wrong. What went wrong? Zhang Wei's tone eased slightly, yet the weight of it was still unmistakable. Feeling that tiny bit of relief, the underling's shoulders loosened a fraction. He cleared his throat. I'm not sure about the details. We sent one guy to handle it, and he never came back. We thought he was slacking off, but he stopped, fear flickering in his eyes. When we went to find him, he was dead. Something punched straight through his mech chest plate, and we have no idea what. Zhang Wei listened, but still couldn't pin down a cause. The underling drew a shaky breath and added, there's something else. What? The corpse of that steel serpent is gone. Zhang Wei's eyebrow rose. Another mechanical creature showed up? Mechs never cared about scrap. Only other mechanical beasts fed on wreckage to grow stronger. The underling shook his head. No sign of any new mech life forms. All the other metal debris is still there, but the steel serpent's body has vanished. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then said, forget it for now, collect the source crystals first. Yes, boss. The crew scattered and went to work. Relieved, Zhang Wei wasn't angry. Jiang Tao sidled up, eyeing the mech's height and lowering his voice. Boss, your mech evolved again? Yeah. Zhang Wei answered offhandedly, still thinking about Han Xiao. Had Han Su taken his sister's body? As for the serpent carcass, he didn't carry eaten or stolen, it was only metal. Jiang Tao could barely contain his excitement. What's the benefit of a second evolution? Before he could finish, Lin Qianyin cut in. Don't ask. She shot him a sideways look inside. If you hear it, you'll just lose all confidence, okay? In her mind, even Jiang Tao's thick skin couldn't handle that blow. Why not? Jiang Tao blinked in confusion. Come on, he'll explain. Lin Qianyin pulled him aside. She still needed to brief her superiors. Zhang Wei let them go. Their absence gave him a moment's quiet. When reflection led nowhere, he decided he'd need to examine the dead man's mech for answers. Shifting focus, he pulled out the source crystals. Along with one epic-grade crystal, he had a stack of high-grade ones and a rare crystal nearly at epic level. Every time he cracked open a high-grade crystal, there was almost a 1 in 3 chance of scoring new gear. These high-grade origin crystals were taken from alien beasts, so their quality was unquestionable. Unfortunately, none of the equipment appealed to Zhang Wei. In the end, he simply swapped his own badly worn superb-grade defense armor for a brand new one of the same model. At least the durability was back to full, which beat wearing that chip-it-up relic. After packing away the leftovers, Zhang Wei focused on the last origin crystal before him. It glowed with a dim blue light, its quality just shy of epic grade. Taking a deep breath, he crushed it between his fingers. Ding! You've obtained the advanced skill, Thunderclap Annihilation. As the chime faded, the skill data poured into his mind. Thunderclap Annihilation, melee skill. The weapon gathers a sphere of energy. On impact, it triggers a high-density particle burst that strikes everything within 10 meters of the target. An AoE skill. Zhang Wei's heart thudded, and the thought of Han Xiao that had been spinning in his head vanished. Death Laser counted as area damage too, but it only swept in a straight line. Thunderclap Annihilation covered a 10-meter radius. The difference was like night and day. Learn. Ding. Thunderclap Annihilation learned successfully. Combat Power 20. A combat power bonus pleasant surprise. Zhang Wei's lips curved upward. This single skill made the whole haul worthwhile. Bro, did your combat power just break 1,000? Zhang Tao suddenly shrieked, his voice cracking loud enough to startle the crew. What's the fuss? Zhang Wei looked up calmly. It's almost 1,100 actually. Bro Zhang Tao was nearly in tears. How was the gap only getting wider? Couldn't he leave him even a sliver of hope? Ignoring the whining, Zhang Wei dumped the newly acquired equipment onto the metal floor. Split this up among yourselves. Most of it was superior grade, with only 3 or 4 excellent pieces. He couldn't be bothered to clog his storage. Better to hand it all to the crew. After all, every mech was registered under Jiang Tao's eye. No matter how good the gear, nobody could run off with it. And Jiang Tao? Let him try deserting. Jiang Tao had no time for stray thoughts. He dove into the pile, eyes gleaming. While he rummaged, Zhang Wei turned to Lin Xianying. There's gear here for you too. Take your pick. Lin Xianying caught on instantly and didn't bring up the origin crystal split. Now that they were allies, nitpicking would seem petty. She selected a few items that suited her build and stepped aside. When the dust settled, Jiang Tao had basically upgraded from a pop gun to heavy artillery. He kept the same weapon, but his armor, cargo bay, and thrusters were all replaced, pushing his combat power close to 200. Lin Xianying, already wielding higher quality weapons, broke through 200 with ease. The rest of the crew also improved and were grinning from ear to ear. Even with all their mechs combined, they still couldn't match Zhang Wei alone, but at least they wouldn't be helpless against run-off-the-mill mechanical beasts anymore. Once the loot was sorted, Zhang Wei glanced around. How's the cleanup? Almost done, boss. What do we do with all this scrap metal? Just going to leave all this lying around? Jiang Tao had a head for business and hated the idea of wasting so much metal. The battlefield was littered with shattered mechs, armor plates, severed mechanical arms, twisted energy cores. Harsh silver light splintered across the wasteland beneath the setting sun, like glowing rubble scattered over barren ground. Zhang Wei hesitated. In his previous life, had never managed to wipe out this many mechanical beasts at once, so had never had to think about the aftermath. Seeing his silence, Jiang Tao pressed. Fine, let's pile all the scrap together. What good will that do? Lin Xianying looked to Zhang Wei as well, curiosity in her eyes. Mechanical creatures can devour the wreckage to grow stronger, Zhang Wei said calmly, getting straight to the point. To them, this is high-grade fuel. Jiang Tao frowned. And then, before Zhang Wei could answer, Lin Xianying laughed softly. You want to bait them, don't you? Zhang Wei did no need to spell it out for someone who caught on so quickly. Realization hit Jiang Tao. He slapped his forehead. Of course. Leave a heap of prime meat out in the open and the machines won't be able to resist feeding. Once they show up, they'll just become part of the pile. We won't have to hunt them, they'll deliver themselves. Energized, he spun around and ordered the crew to clear the wreckage. They weren't great at fighting mechs, but they were experts at hauling junk. Dozens of men worked at full tilt, using makeshift forklifts to drag heavy shards from ditches and roll them toward the center with thick ropes. In less than half an hour, a jagged metal mound 10 meters high and nearly 20 meters wide rose from the ground, still reeking of scorched metal. Staring at the trophy sculpture, Jiang Tao felt a surge of pride, but Zhang Wei was already calling, come on, let's head back. Huh, we're not standing guard? Jiang Tao had planned to wait for prey, and the order surprised him. Nothing will dare come tonight, Zhang Wei said with conviction. We just wiped out a nest of mechanical rats. They're terrified. They'll only poke their heads out once the fear wears off. The odd mechanical cat or dog isn't worth worrying about. Jiang Tao conceded the point, though he still felt uneasy. Then let's leave a few people on watch, just in case. Fine, you handle it, Zhang Wei said. Jiang Tao quickly organized 3 rotating shifts, face solemn. No slacking, he warned. After a brief rundown, everyone took up their posts. With the sentries in place, the trio headed toward the villa district. Night wind whispered through charred grass, carrying a mix of metal and blood. Yet Zhang Wei's mind was elsewhere. What exactly had happened to Han Xiao? Had Han Su really taken her away? If Han Su knew Zhang Wei suspected him, he'd swear he was innocent. Han Su had no idea what had become of Han Xiao. The instant he seized the mech, he bolted, tearing through the streets to the western edge of Chuancheng. If he were any stronger, he'd have scaled the city wall already, eager to get as far from Zhang Wei as possible. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 kilometers outside the villa district, a decrepit sewer echoed with the sluggish surge of murky green water. A steel snake, battered and blood-streaked, lay pressed against the damp stone. A misty glow shrouded its body, and the metal beneath countless hairline fractures was knitting itself together before the naked eye. Lifting its head, the creature tore savagely at the mangled remains of mechanical rat's gears and oil spraying with every crunch punctuated by a low, venomous hiss. Zhang Wei, you want die a decent death, wait for my revenge. Had Zhang Wei been present, he would have recognized that hoarse, spite-filled voice as Han Xiao's. Only hours earlier Han Xiao had thought herself doomed. Blood gushed from the hole in her abdomen, cold and vertigo swallowing her consciousness. Just as her breathing failed, a mysterious force beckoned from the darkness. She followed it on instinct, and when she opened her eyes again she had shed her human form. reborn as a steel snake scarcely half a meter long, no thicker than an adult's forearm still curled inside her own corpse. Moments later a mech crunched over the rubble, intent on burying her remains. Rage ignited the serpent's instincts. Han Shao burst from the abdominal wound, her tail gleaming like a drill as it punched through the mech's belly. The strike deadly only because it hit the cockpit-pierced armor, bulkhead, and the pilot's chest in a single thrust. The machine went dark, the pilot died instantly. After the kill her heart hammered out of rhythm. She couldn't tell whether it was the shock of her first murder or terror at being a snake. Yet the strange call still pulsed, an unseen beacon steadying her nerves. Guided by it, she discovered Dawa's shattered carcass deep in the ruins. There was no time for disbelief. Unnoticed, she slipped into the wrecked metal snake. The instant steel touched steel and flesh, a miracle occurred. Her essence fused with the carcass. The sundered skull rejoined, the massive body pulsed with new life, and Han Shao became Dahua in full. When her thoughts cleared, she chose the only option: escape. If Zhang Wei had killed Dahua once, he could kill her, and she lacked both experience and nerve for a heated fight. Before leaving, she doubled back, gathered her own human corpse, and slipped unseen into the sewer. The reasons could wait. She was alive, stronger than she had ever imagined, and hungry for vengeance. If Zhang Wei could see her now, he would grasp the truth better than she did. The shard that pierced her abdomen had broken off Dawa's armor. Perhaps it was Han Shao's iron will, perhaps Dawa's lingering spirit, or the fusion of both that forged this steel serpent. Why it happened at all was a question even Zhang Wei couldn't answer. No one can explain it. Just as no one can say how the mechs appeared, or who delivered them to this wasteland of a new world. Several dozen meters behind the villa district, knee-high weeds choked the woods where a dark gold mech lay on its side in the mud, like a giant beast drained of life. Boss, it's this guy. Jiang Tao crouched beside the mech, sweeping a searchlight across its metal shell. Look, there's a hole in its abdomen. The beam froze. The opening was as wide as an arm, the edges smooth yet scorched, as if something had punched through at incredible speed and then seared it with intense heat. Zhang Wei knelt on one knee, studying the wound through his goggles. If it hadn't hit a vital spot, it wouldn't have shut the unit down on the spot, he muttered, frowning. One shot killed it, yet I still can't tell what kind of weapon did it. He really couldn't. Except for that single puncture, the mech's armor was spotless. The woods were eerily silent. Only the night wind whimpered through the treetops. What mechanical creature could leave a wound like this? Zhang Wei mused. Or was it a long-range mech ambush? Does any ranged unit currently have the firepower to punch through like that? He ran the numbers in his head. Rifles and machine guns could inflict physical damage, but to breach a mech's core the attacker needed a combat rating of at least 300. With friendly support, Lin Xinying barely cleared a little over 200, still far short. Jiang Tao suddenly remembered something and whispered, that corpse. Zhang Wei waved it off. If it's gone, it's gone. Forget it. Tell everyone. Patrol in teams of at least 3, no splitting up. Against an enemy with this kind of firepower, even pairs were risky. Got it. Jiang Tao answered smartly, but his eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement. The boss had said our people, that meant he was truly one of them now. With a leader this tough and dependable, he felt instantly secure. He remembered how, in a pinch earlier, the boss had ordered him to retreat instead of using him as cannon fodder, and warmth flooded his chest. Before he could bask in the feeling, Lin Xinying cut in. Zhang Wei, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Zhang Wei looked up, a little surprised. Lin Xinying seemed a bit hesitant. My superior would like you to visit our base. Don't worry, there's no other agenda. They just want you to give our pilots some guidance. She spoke lightly and earnestly, afraid Zhang Wei might take it the wrong way. Zhang Wei didn't agree right away. He knew dealing with the military was inevitable, and doing it through Lin Xinying was as good a channel as any, but for now it was too soon and too risky. His mech, for all its fancy upgrades, couldn't stand up to real heavy ordnance. The military had planes, artillery, missiles. Any one of them could turn an early-stage mech into scrap. If the base sent a helicopter for pickup, he'd have to travel without the suit, effectively handing his life over. Let's wait until I've evolved it 3 more times, Zhang Wei decided. I wouldn't be much help right now anyway. He said it with calm sincerity. Lin Xinying breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Lin Xinying's superior was adamant Zhang Wei had to visit the military district, although no deadline was set. With that settled, Lin Xinying stopped arguing. She gave a light nod, her tone easing. All right, that's fine. By the way, what level does the 3rd evolution require? Level 50, Zhang Wei answered crisply. That's pretty quick. Almost unconsciously, Lin Xinying closed the file in her hands. She remembered Zhang Wei's mech was only level 30. Going from 30 to 50 isn't fast enough for you? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head, eyes on the virtual panel. Not at all. The higher the level, the slower the climb. Haven't you ever played a game? Leveling a mech is just like grinding in an RPG. He recalled the batch of high-grade source crystals had opened. More than half of their energy had gone into his mech, yet it had risen only 1 level. Opportunities like that didn't come every day. Even with absurd luck receiving that many crystals daily would still need about 20 days to push the mech to 50. Really? Lin Qianying frowned, then shrugged it off. It's fine. Things on our end are mostly stable now. They want to reclaim the city, but mainly they want to hear your thoughts. She made it sound casual, omitting the fact that this was only one reason. My thoughts. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Exactly. You know more than most, Lin Qianying said matter-of-factly. If all they want is my opinion, I can give it to you right now. No need for a special trip, Zhang Wei replied evenly. Lin Qianying's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Zhang Wei was confident. The lessons from his previous life had already formed a clear blueprint in his mind. Then tell me. Lin Qianying leaned forward, speaking faster. Watching civilians suffer while the army was powerless gnawed at any soldier with a conscience. Zhang Wei raised his hand and projected a simple sketch. Abandon the current city and build a new safe zone. What? Give up the entire city? Lin Qianying was stunned. Frugality runs deep among the Chinese. Asking them to abandon a city is no small thing. Zhang Wei nodded toward the ruined skyline outside the window. You've seen what mechanical creatures can do. A swarm of mech rats can tear a hole straight through downtown. Do you really think our existing defenses can stop them? Lin Qianying opened her mouth, but found no words. That's why the only safe, viable plan is to smelt the wreckage of those creatures and forge a city of steel, Zhang Wei said with conviction. Lin Qianying froze, swiftly picturing a cold, gleaming fortress. She hadn't expected Zhang Wei's vision to be so bold. A city made entirely of metal? It actually sounds pretty good. Lin Qianying reported the news to her superior at once. Whether it would be approved was his call, but the report itself could not wait. After she finished her detailed briefing, everyone grabbed a quick bite, then stretched out on the living room couches to rest. Their bodies weren't truly tired, yet days of constant pressure kept their nerves stretched tight. That afternoon, with the sun giving off a gentle warmth, Zhang Wei led Lin Qianying and Jiang Tao out of the villa compound and wandered the deserted streets. They came back almost empty-handed. The whole of Chuancheng was eerily silent. No bird-shaped drone appeared, let alone a human being. Zhang Wei rubbed his temples. Without anything to hunt, how was he supposed to keep getting stronger? Lin Qianying had noticed the same thing. Walking along the curb, she lowered her voice. Zhang Wei, if the monsters are hiding, where are we going to find enough metal wreckage? And eventually the mechs will be wiped out, right? Not a chance, Zhang Wei said firmly. Mechanoids reproduce, and they do it fast. Mechanoids can reproduce? I don't buy it. Lin Qianying's eyes went wide. She understood biology, but how could steel creatures leave offspring? What? They pile on top of each other until sparks fly and somehow produce a crystal baby. Take the mech rats, Zhang Wei said. As long as they have enough stored power, one adult can manufacture a litter of pups on its own. No gestation period at all. That's why you can't wipe them out. 10 years into the apocalypse in my last life, they were still swarming like locusts on the plains, nowhere near extinction. Seriously? Lin Qianying drew a sharp breath. Then humanity may never know peace. Jiang Tao finally broke in. Guys, can we shelve the theory talk and focus on source crystals? The whole afternoon's gone. We haven't even seen a mech, and my second evolution and premium core module are waiting. How am I supposed to level up? Zhang Wei patted his shoulder. The mechs are hiding. They probably won't surface anytime soon. Let's head back and have the others watch for primary source crystals. Rumor has it a few slipped through the cracks. Primary source crystals were the shards that had fallen from the sky when the apocalypse began. Jiang Tao nodded. After all, Zhang Wei's set of floating cannons had been built around one of those crystals, and had wanted one for himself since the day he saw it. There's hardly any left in the city, he admitted. People or mech swallowed most of them. If we really want more, we'll have to go outside the city. Outside the city? That could work, Zhang Wei mused. With nearly 1,100 combat points, the outskirts posed little threat to him, and the farther they went from the urban core, the more primary source crystals they were likely to find. Beyond the scattered crystals, the countryside teemed with mech mice, mech frogs, and other small mechanical swarms, often moving in packs. Worse yet, although Chuancheng lacked large wild animals, a broad river cut through it, and in that river, the mech life forms were far more numerous than those on land. You two stay here in Chuan City. With the firepower you have, you can look after yourselves. I'm heading outside. Zhang Wei stood on the hotel rooftop, the sunset sketching a sharp golden edge around his profile. His voice was calm, but brooked no argument. Come on, bro. You're not taking me? Jiang Tao flared up, leaning over the railing, eyes blazing with the urge to roam. Staying in town to swat robber rats and stray dogs is pointless. Zhang Wei didn't turn around. It's too dangerous for you. He'll go alone. The matter was clearly settled. Fine. Jiang Tao slumped his shoulders in resignation. Beside him, Lin Qianying pinched her sleeve, worry clouding her face. Be careful, okay? Will you be back tonight? Not sure. We'll see how it goes. Zhang Wei answered absently, already gazing toward the land beyond the city wall. Jiang Tao stole a glance at Lin Qianying, envy flashing in his eyes. In just 2 days, Big Bro had almost won over this stunning girl. Before the apocalypse, Throwing money around for 3 or 5 days might not have landed him someone of her caliber. He knew jealousy was useless if he were a woman. He'd choose Zhang Wei too. Before the sun slipped behind the hills, Zhang Wei slung a simple pack over his shoulder and left Chuan City. Instead of heading for Xinfeng Mountain, he took the opposite direction. There was a river that way and better prospects for scavenging supplies. Beyond the walls, the air carried a tang of metal and blood. He met no mech creatures on the road. Compared with the swarms of mech rats and mech dogs inside the city, those in the wild were far more alert. Out here, everything was an enemy, and anything not of their own kind could be devoured to boost their power. Only when besieging a human-piloted mech would they cooperate, and even then only briefly. A human mech was simply too rich a cache of metal and energy to ignore. Meanwhile, in a makeshift base converted from a logistics warehouse on the city's west side, Han Su stood beneath a 12-meter turtle-heavy mech, talking a blue streak at Lego. Chuan City might be merely second-tier nationwide, but it was sprawling and crowded, riddled with factions. It was only day 2 of the apocalypse, yet gangs big and small already dotted the landscape. Han Su had joined the single largest group on the west side, by far the biggest. Lego had once captained a long-haul truck fleet, running several logistics companies. The drivers under him and dozens of tractor trailers had become his ticket to ruling the west side. Under the dim yellow lights, hands thrust in his pockets, he listened quietly to Han Zu's pitch. Lego, every word I've said is true. Han Su blurted, resentment gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Tao, sitting on a pile of top-grade gear, and the punk's arrogance, keeps all his mechs to himself. If we show up at his door, he'll cave instantly. Han Su knew he couldn't take revenge alone anytime soon, so he had planned to lie low. But after joining Lei Gu, his tune changed. Lei Gu commanded 300 or 400 mechs. If they swarmed in, one kick each could stomp Zhang Wei flat. Let someone else swing the knife. Revenge, all the same. Jiang Tao. Yeah, I know the kid. Lei Gu lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he narrowed his eyes in recollection. I used to haul a lot of freight for him. He's cocky, sure. But we run the West, so no need to stir him up, right? Although he controlled hundreds of mechs, most had been coerced into service, and their cohesion was shaky. In a real fight, they might fall apart. Rather than provoke Jiang Tao, it made more sense to dig out the hidden mech owners across the west side. By Lei Guess estimate, at least 1,000 mech owners were still lying low in his territory. If he swallowed the smaller gangs as well, mustering 2,000 or 3,000 mechs wasn't out of reach. Lei, you don't realize how good that kid's mech is. Letting him keep it as a waste should be yours. Even before its first upgrade, the machine he pilots already stands 17 meters tall. As Han Su spoke, he studied Lei's face. In this wasteland, nothing sways people like sheer power. The bigger the starter mech, the more brutal its fighting strength. 17 meters alone is intimidating, and once it evolves, who knows what it can do. Han Su understood that Lei's ambitions stretched far beyond Chuanqing. He meant to expand across a much wider region. To make his men follow him willingly, Lei needed frightening personal firepower, so Han Su kept stoking the flames. He's also got a scythe over 10 meters long. Han Su lowered his voice and slowed his words. I saw it myself. One sweep of the blade sliced through armor thicker than any standard mechs. A spark lit in Lei's eyes. His interest was obvious. Is that for real? As real as it gets. Han Su could barely contain his smugness. Jiang Tao only had a few dozen machines, while Lei commanded nearly 400. If they marched to Jiang Tao's doorstep, just lining up would be enough to make that kid wet his pants. Lei's confidence wasn't just in the numbers. His own mech had completed its first evolution, was already level 15, and thanks to an initial source crystal, had awakened a skill. With both offense and defense maxed out, this was the ace up his sleeve. Han Su pressed on. That villa district used to house the wealthy. It came through the chaos, almost untouched. I picked up this mech from there. Those rich kids won't join us willingly, and if they refuse, we'll seize their mechs and hand them over to you. A 17-meter mech, a 10-meter scythe, a cache of high-end machines ready for the taking. The temptation burned like fire on a knife's edge, and Lei couldn't stay calm. He slapped the armrest. Fine. At first light, tomorrow we gather the crew and wipe out Jiang Tao. Han Su had thought about urging him to move tonight, but too much pressure might irritate Lei, so he kept quiet and planned his own future. Being a lackey was never his goal. He meant to collect a few mechs and carve out his own turf. With enough machines, pilots were easy to find, and then the world wouldn't belong to Lei alone. That night, Lei fell asleep between 2 beautiful women, feeling life in the apocalypse was better than before, at least so far. At dawn he gave the order, and every subordinate assembled at once. Nearly 400 mechs of every model filled the open ground, metal joints groaning as they lined up, a sight that stole the breath of anyone watching. From the command platform, Lei promised rich rewards and followed it with cold threats. He knew most of these men had family soft spots he could squeeze. Anyone who dared defy him would see even their loved ones punished. Fear works better than profit, and no pilot among the 400 dared make a sound. The pep talk finished. The vast steel phalanx rumbled to life. 400 mechs rolled out toward the villa district, and nothing on the road was foolish enough to get in their way. Even the mechanical beasts scattered at the first sight of them. Some small gangs were already shaking in their boots, terrified that Lei Gu had come looking for trouble. Within half an hour, Lei Gu charged into the villa district at the head of a dozen mechs. The wide, straight avenues, neat rows of palm trees, and the European-style spires reflected in the lake held his full attention. Now this is living. If you ask me, why leave it all? Let's just take the place and stay. Compared with this, his turf on the west side looked like a kennel, and the plan took shape in his mind. Fine by me. Lei Gu calls the shots, who dare say no? Han Su hurried alongside, buttering him up. His over-the-top flattery made the older members frown. From the way he talked, you'd think he was second in command. Lei Gu laughed heartily and slammed a hand on Han Su's shoulder. Not bad, kid. A bark rang out ahead. Who are you people? Move along. The voice belonged to a patrolling bodyguard. His mech and two others stood in a line, 10-meter-tall steel giants with shoulder-mounted cannons lowered and ready. Most onlookers were weak-kneed at the sight of Lei Gu's formation, yet these three didn't budge and even blocked the road. Lei Gu paused. Who were they? Han Su leaned in and whispered, Lei Gu. Those three answered to Jiang Tao. Lei Gu's gaze swept over the machines, and he nodded with approval. Nice mid-size mechs, same class as ours. The pilots meant nothing to him, but the mech grew more appealing the longer he looked. Where's Jiang Tao? He asked, keeping a boss swagger and refusing to argue with lackeys. The three guards traded glances. More trouble? They hadn't bothered anyone yesterday. Still, they reported at once. Deeper in the estate, Jiang Tao was lounging with Zhang Wei. The alert came in, and he rose, slipped into the neural link, and his 20-meter mech roared to life. He never separated from it. Safety first. Strange, I barely saw anyone yesterday, and now someone's blocking the gate, he muttered, accelerating toward the scene. Back outside, Lei Gu's eyes were practically gleaming. Han Su hadn't exaggerated. Jiang Tao's upgraded mech stood 20 meters tall, twice his own, radiating raw power. A beast like that, Lei Gu thought, ought to be his. The colossal mech landed with a thud that shook the ground. Lei Gu lifted his chin. You Jiang Tao? He asked, full of swagger. Jiang Tao parked, replying coolly. And you are? Lei Gu, from the west side. The logistics guy out west? Jiang Tao frowned, remembering the man who sometimes hired him for extra hauling capacity. Lei Gu nodded. That's me. Jiang Tao answered matter-of-factly. So you're here to join me? Join you? Lei wondered if something was wrong with his ears. Had he really just heard such outrageous nonsense? He almost rolled his eyes. He commanded nearly 400 mech pilots. Why would he defect to some kid with barely a couple dozen men? That was insane. Jiang Tao had started out with 30 or 40 fighters, but yesterday's battle had cost him heavily. The loss barely registered in his mind. After all, he had spent a single morning scattering a rat horde powerful enough to level a city. What did that say about him? Someone that strong was bound to attract followers. As for Lei's 300 or 400 mechs, they were nothing but dust in front of that tidal wave of rodents. Jiang Tao didn't care how word of his feat had spread. In the apocalypse, there were plenty of survivors and plenty of cameras. Who knew which corner had captured the fight? Have you lost your mind? You think this is still the world before the apocalypse? Lei sneered. In peacetime, he might have been willing to work for Jiang Tao, but now? Not a chance. Oh, so you didn't come to join me? Jiang Tao's indifferent made Lei feel like a buzzing mosquito, utterly beneath notice. The attitude sent Lei's temper soaring. Fine, head teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Jets of flame shot from his thrusters as he lunged forward, fist swinging. Ideally, he would have gone for Jiang Tao's head, but his mech wasn't tall enough, so the punch slammed into the chest plate instead. Jiang Tao blinked in surprise. That speed didn't match the mech specs. Was it a skill? Boom. The blow hammered his armor, driving him back 5 or 6 steps, and stripping 30 points off the durability gauge. Without the plating, he'd have taken a light injury, nothing more. Behind Lei, his lackeys cheered, thrilled by the show of force. Lei grinned. Intimidation was going perfectly. Instead of counterattacking, Jiang Tao switched to the comm channel. Boss, this guy just used a skill. If I kill him, will it drop? Beside the river, Zhang Wei was staring at the calm water. Hearing the call, he answered absent-mindedly. Yeah. What's going on? Nothing I can't handle, Jiang Tao said quickly. This was a minor nuisance, not worth bothering the boss over, especially since he wanted that skill for himself. If Zhang Wei came back, the drop would never be his. Okay. Zhang Wei ended the call and returned to watching the river. Strangino mechanical creatures in sight. Back on the battlefield, Lei saw Jiang Tao standing there after taking the punch, and assumed head scared the man stiff. It's not too late to bring your people over to me, he shouted. Jiang Tao threw back his head and laughed. One of his guards murmured, Tao, should we call reinforcements? No need. Jiang Tao waved him off, eyes fixed on Lei. A pile of scrap metal like that isn't worth the trouble. My only worry is Lin Xianying. If she's learned the same skill, things could get messy. Lei wasn't stupid. He heard every word of the exchange, yet the more he listened, the less sense it made. It felt like Jiang Tao was pretending to be a tiger to scare a pig, just bluffing. Jiang Tao, do you really think a little scare will make me back off? Who's trying to scare you? Don't flatter yourself. Zhang Tao sneered and casually pulled an energy scythe from the cargo bay. The alloy handle fit snugly in his grip, violet power flowing along the blade like condensed lightning. Lei Guess eyes locked onto that purple glow, the same badass weapon Han Su had described. He licked his lips and pointed as though it were only natural. Hand over the weapon, and I might let you live. Zhang Tao paused. Had used the exact same line on his brother Zhang Wei back at the zoo. Now, standing on the other side of it, he finally understood how ridiculous he must have looked back then. So I really was an idiot, he thought, instantly slapping the same label on Lei Ge. What did you say? Lei Ge frowned, not catching his words. I said you're an idiot. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Tao swung the scythe. A violet arc sliced through the air, hurling a crescent of lightning. Lei Ge barely reacted. He threw up his arm on instinct, but the blade sheared straight through, sending the mech's steel limb crashing to the ground in a spray of sparks. The jeering around them stopped dead. Lei Guess dozen lieutenants froze in disbelief. So their invincible boss was this fragile? Get him. All of us. A loyal voice shouted. More than 30 mechs thundered forward, a sight meant to intimidate anyone. Yeah, I really was an idiot, Jiang Tao muttered, remembering the day had helped surround Zhang Wei. The thought flashed by, and he stopped holding back. The scythe spun, violet bolts slicing through metal, and his kicks were just as ruthless, booting one mech away whenever an opening appeared. Steel clanged in a frantic rhythm. Shards and sparks whirled through the air until the street itself seemed to catch fire. Hidden among the chaos, Han Su felt his scalp prickle. This was only Zhang Tao. How terrifying would Zhang Wei be? Reason took over. Staying meant certain death. He slipped through the confusion, using ruined mechs and rubble for cover, and made for Zhang Tao's villa. He had one last mission, retrieve Han Xiao's body. If he failed now, he'd never get another chance. Skirting a burning corner, he soon reached the edge of the villa district. But Zhang Tao's men were posted in pairs and trios, no one alone. He had no one to grab for directions, and every passing second gnawed at him. A cool voice suddenly drifted down. Who are you? Lin Xianying stood atop a villa roof, moonlight etching her profile in silver. She had known about Zhang Tao's fight for a while, but since he hadn't asked for help, she hadn't bothered to join. I'm your damn grandpa. The curse left Han Zu's mouth before he could stop it. He spun and bolted. He knew exactly how dangerous Lin Xianying was. Staying meant death, and she'd never volunteer information. Running was the only choice. Still, getting in one last insult felt necessary. Lin Xianying froze for a moment. She hadn't expected to be cursed at. By the time she regained her composure, Han Su had already used his mech thrusters to sprint nearly 100 meters away, his silhouette flickering in the dusk. She snorted, raised her weapon, and pulled the trigger. A blue-white cry-around streaked after him like a meteor and smacked into the back of his armor with a sharp crack. Frost raced across the metal plates, blooming into jagged crystals, and Han Zu's movements slowed to a crawl, the suit's performance cut by at least half. If Lin Xianying hadn't held back, that shot could have killed him outright. Let's bring him in. A few bodyguards, eager to impress, started forward. No need. Let him go, Lin Xianying said, waving them off. The bullet had answered his insult. That was punishment enough. She had no wish to finish him. Yes, ma'am. They chorused, and no one moved again. Had Lin Xianying known Han Zu's true identity, she would never have let him walk away so easily. Han Su staggered on, teeth clenched against the burning cold. His hatred for Zhang Wei cut deeper than the frost. Losing to Zhang Wei was one thing, but to be put down so easily by one of Zhang's lackeys? If Zhang Wei had ever bothered to lift him up, couldn't he have been just as strong? Reaching the edge of the villa district, he barged into a roadside yard. Where are you? Get out here, he roared. No one inside dared refuse. A man shuffled out, reluctant. He owned several mechs of his own, but he would rather back down than fight Han Su, not out of fear, but because a battle here might endanger someone important to him. Got any energy crystals? Hand them over, Han Su snapped. The frostbite on his back needed a crystal's charge, and he had almost none left. I have some. I give you the crystals, you leave, the man agreed. Paying to avoid trouble was safest. Fine. He handed over 10 standard crystals. Only 10? Whatever. I've got a question, Han Su said, pocketing them and stepping closer. The man bristled at the broken deal, but kept his temper. Ask. You hear about the woman killed at Jiang Tao's place yesterday? I've heard, he nodded. It wasn't exactly a secret around here. Where was she buried? Buried? The man shook his head. She wasn't buried. What? Han Su exploded, grotesque images of Zhang Wei's cruelty flashing through his mind. Not buried. Did that maniac? The boat is gone. Word is she came back to life turned into some kind of monster, the man said. Most guards around here knew the story. Jiang Tao hadn't ordered secrecy, so they treated it like gossip. Alive again? You're serious? The flames in Han Zu's chest died at once, replaced by a surge of wild, overwhelming hope. Yes, she came back to life. They say she turned into a serpent made of steel. No one knows where she slithered off to, but rumor has it she left tracks when she left. If you want to find her, follow those markings. Got it. Thanks. Han Su nodded. The informant thought Han Su would leave once he got what he wanted. A faint smile had just climbed onto the man's face when a cold gust swept over him. Han Zu's hand clamped down on his shoulder like a vice. Before the man could make a sound, Han Su's squeeze bones shattered, blood misted the air, and the man collapsed dead. You can't keep my secret. That means you die? Han Su murmured the verdict, rifled the corpse, pried the mech core from the man's breastplate, and walked out of the villa. Behind a second-floor window, a boy of about 10 bit his own arm to stifle any cry, his eyes blazing red. The mangled body downstairs was his father. He didn't dare move, terrified Han Su might return. For more than 10 minutes he waited, and when no footsteps came, he bolted from the house, trembling. In the blood-spattered hall, his father's remains were barely recognizable. The boy fell to his knees, his wail echoing through the empty villa. At an abandoned factory, Jiang Tao rested a war scythe across his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Who did you say? Han Su. You're sure that's his name? In front of the warehouse, rows of mechs knelt, well over 100 at a glance. The mech called Brother Lei had already been cleaved in two by Jiang Tao's scythe, leaving only twisted metal scraps. Yes, Han Su, one mech stammered. He talked Brother Lei into giving you trouble. Jiang Tao swept the area. Where is he now? Just now I saw him run that way. Someone pointed toward distant ruins, the words tumbling out. It was his last hope of survival. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Tao's brutality when Brother Lei and his toughest lieutenants were hacked to pieces. Go ask the brothers over there, Jiang Tao ordered, though he doubted they'd catch Han Su. Smart people always slipped away first. He turned back, eyes cold, at the mech still kneeling. Stay right where you are and quit plotting. They'll decide how to deal with you later. He slung the scythe and left two underlings to stand guard. Even so, none of the mechs dared move. Brother Lei's fate was too fresh in their minds. Moments later, a notification chimed. You have acquired the common skill, Thunderstrike. Excited, Zhang Tao opened a channel to Zhang Wei. Boss, I just dropped a common skill, Thunderstrike. Want me to save it for you? Keep it, Zhang Wei replied, clearly busy. A close-range skill that merely doubled strength held no appeal for him. Then I'm learning it. Zhang Tao confirmed and etched the skill into his core. He tried to say more, but Zhang Wei cut the link. Busy. Don't bother me. Zhang Tao shrugged. Wanted to chat about Han Su, but we'll do that when you're back. At the alley entrance, he ran into Lin Qianying. Grinning, he showed off his new Thunder Strike being a melee move. The long-range specialist couldn't steal it, so he felt safe bragging. When he finished, he sobered. By the way, someone said Han Su bolted this way. Did you see him? When Lin Qianying heard the name Han Su, she immediately thought of the guy who had just cursed at her. No wonder she instantly understood the outburst. You saw him? Zhang Tao asked impatiently. In his mind, Han Su was the hidden mastermind behind their troubles. I put a round in him, but it wasn't fatal. He headed that way. Lin Qianying pointed without any intention of giving chase. Han Su had been slipping away for too long. Catching him felt like a fantasy. Zhang Tao refused to accept that. Maybe, he thought, the most dangerous place is the safest. He'll go look, he said, then moved his mech forward in long, pounding strides. Each metal footfall made the nearby buildings shudder, drawing plenty of attention. For Zhang Tao, it was a deliberate way to flush his target out into the open. He didn't flush out Han Su, but a piercing cry rang through the air. At first he ignored it, circling the villa district several times, yet the crying never stopped. Any ordinary child would have hidden from a rampaging mech. This one only grew louder. Curious, Zhang Tao followed the sound. From a distance he saw a small boy curled on the ground, clutching something bloody, the mangled corpse of an adult man. Killed by a human, Zhang Tao judged at a glance. If a biomech had attacked, nothing but bones would be left. He halted a few meters away, wary of frightening the child with his towering machine. Stop bawling, kitty, you're giving me a headache. His words were harsh, but he didn't move closer. Even spoiled rich kids had lines they wouldn't cross. Adults could be scared, children never. Go away. Get lost. The boy screamed, voice already raw. Crying had left him weak, but anger filled the gap. In his world, anyone inside a mech was evil. His father was dead, and he had nothing to lose. Zhang Tao stared. Hey, look closely, I didn't kill your dad, he said, pointing to himself. His mech was distinctive enough to tell apart. Reasoning with a grief-stricken child was pointless. I said leave. The boy shouted, hurling a stone that never reached the armor. Zhang Tao didn't get angry. Instead, a flicker of sympathy crossed his mind. Everyone has a childhood. What if Head lost his father this young? Want revenge? I can help you, he said quietly, keeping his voice calm and clear. The boy's head snapped up, swollen eyes suddenly bright. Really? You'll help me? A father's murder demanded retribution. The tears stopped on the spot. I will. Tell me who killed him, and I'll make them pay, Zhang Tao promised, thumping his chest. I don't know who it was, the boy admitted, face scrunched in frustration. Zhang Tao could understand no one announces their name before committing murder. Tell me what you know, everything that happened. Fine, I'll tell you. The boy took a deep breath, stared at the dusty floor, and began speaking in fits and starts. Zhang Tao had looked half asleep, But the moment he heard, the killer mecha asked my dad about Han Xiao, he snapped upright, a glint of frost in his eyes. He knew at once who the murderer was. It had to be Han Su. No one else cared where Han Xiao was buried. When the boy finished, Jiang Tao slapped his thigh and laughed. Good boy, well done. He'll settle the score for you. Do you have any family left? The boy slowly shook his head, lips trembling, eyes filled with grief. Jiang Tao sighed. That's how the world is now. Come with Mesty at my place. One more mouth won't make a difference. With his resources, he really didn't notice an extra pair of chopsticks. My dad, leave your father here for now. They'll have someone come and bury him properly. Thank you. The boy lowered his head, still a little timid, but at least he knew gratitude. Back at the villa, Lin Xianying jumped out of the cockpit as soon as the mecha stopped and approached with curiosity. Who's the kid? Found him on the road. Let me tell you. Zhang Tao launched into the whole story of what had happened along the way. After hearing the boy's tragic tale, Lin Xianying's brows nodded with sympathy. Her maternal instinct surged. She even had the mecha disassemble so she could crouch down and comfort him with both hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao used the clues the boy had given him to dispatch his men after Han Su, following the tracks left by the steel serpent. He was soon busy as could be. At the same time, Zhang Wei was growing irritated by the unnatural quiet. Not a single mechanical beast? On a river this big? That makes no sense. He muttered, frowning. It had been more than a day since he left Chuan City, and he hadn't found a thing. Might as well crawl back into the sewers. What am I forgetting? He wondered aloud as he walked, racking his brains. Before the apocalypse, this river had been a key part of his plan. There should have been enough mechanical beasts here to net him a mountain of source crystals. But Head missed one detail. During the first 2 years of his last life, Head been a nobody just trying to survive, with no mecha, so Head never experienced many of those small events. The rat swarm was one of them. He had no memory of it at all. Maybe it had never happened in his previous timeline after all. His rebirth had been the butterfly that flapped its wings. In his past life, the big creatures locked in the zoo had stayed put. This time, they escaped precisely because of him. Keep looking. If there are no mechanical beasts in the river, they'll be even harder to find elsewhere. Zhang Wei looked up at the hazy sky and kept walking along the bank. The upside was that if he kept moving, he would eventually reach a village, and villages always had infected livestock smaller than full-size mechanical beasts, but big enough to yield mid-grade source crystals. Half an hour later, a broken silhouette appeared on the horizon. It had once been a prosperous village, every house a 2-story building, and every one of them collapsed. Mechanical beasts had clearly slaughtered the place long ago. Since the world ended, there were hardly any survivors in the countryside. Zhang Wei knew that, so he wasn't surprised. There would be no people here, but there would definitely be mechanical beasts. Overjoyed, Zhang Wei sprinted straight toward the settlement. The closer he came, the more obvious it was that village no longer applied. Shattered walls and collapsed roofs sprawled in every direction, nothing but a lifeless ruin. His excitement drained away. Picking his way through broken tiles and powdered mortar, he still couldn't spot a single mechanoid. Even if those things had stripped the residents to the bone, they shouldn't all have vacated the area. Machine beasts always cling to territory that makes them feel secure unless something irresistible drives them off. The sight upended everything he knew. What in the world had happened here? While he frowned and speculated, a crisp metallic click echoed from somewhere behind him. Before the impulse even reached his nerves, his hover turret had already locked on and opened fire. 600 or 700 meters away, countless heads rose from the river, followed by rows of steel-plated claws as big as shields. Crabs? Zhang Wei spun around and instantly understood. This had been a river crab farm. That explains it, he muttered, the knot in his chest loosening. Before the apocalypse, river crabs were a delicacy. Afterward, they became a disaster. A single mech crab could grow 1.5 meters across, its claws stretching nearly 2 meters, and they swarmed in their thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. They didn't match mutant rats in sheer numbers, but they were every bit as terrifying. Once fully mechanized, the armored tide could devour anything alive. Evidently, the villagers and every other machine beast had been wiped out, and the river lay empty because these monsters had cleared the field. Zhang Wei didn't strike immediately, but the giant crabs had no intention of letting him think. Brandishing gleaming claws, they surged onto the bank, bulldozing everything in their path. The hover turret spat blue-white beams, each shot punching clean through a crab's core. With his combat rating north of 1,000, the turret's firepower climbed in step, and taking down the crabs felt like one-shotting highlighted targets in a video game. Cryogenic rounds burst in rapid succession, spreading frost instantly. Each hit coated a crab in rime, turning the ground into a mirror of ice. The next wave skidded across the slick surface, claws flailing as their charge lost momentum. Perfect time to test the new skill. Zhang Wei drew his thermal greatsword, the compressed heat along its blade glowing cherry red. Thunderclap Inferno. He growled. Fire gathered at the tip, and within a heartbeat a half-meter sphere of molten light formed before the edge. Go. He swung through empty air. The orb hurtled forward with a thunderous whoosh, smashing into the crab horde. On impact, time seemed to freeze. In the next instant, it shattered into a storm of bullet-hot fragments, painting a 10-meter ring with pinpoint energy. Daylight flared crimson, then winked out like sparks fading after a blow of steel. When the glare vanished, every crab within that 10-meter circle lay motionless, leaving a freshly cleared pocket of ground. The crab corpses lying on the ground were riddled with holes, their massive claws included. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Heaven-shaking thunderburst outperformed death laser by a mile. It hit much harder, yet drained only 5% of the mech's power. For him, that was a trivial cost. As long as he replenished energy with ordinary source crystals mid-battle, output and recovery would cancel each other out. The crabs, however, were far from impressed. They were not rats that scattered at the first sign of danger. Zhang Wei's strike merely ignited their fury. Seeing the swarm charge even more violently, he grew excited. Common crabs dropped mid-grade crystals, a better haul than anything the rats had offered. With a thermal greatsword in hand, he plowed into the horde like an enraged bull. Claws clanged against the mech's frame, throwing sparks without scratching the paint. His greatsword, the mech's heavy boots, and the drone turrets circling his shoulders became harvesting tools, while skills such as heaven-shaking thunderburst periodically rained down to clear entire swaths. The massacre soon replaced the crab's rage with fear. Every creature knows terror, Zhang Wei included, but this time the crustaceans broke first. At a sharp screech from somewhere in their ranks, the formation collapsed and the swarm scattered. He had slain fewer than 2,000 and had no plans to let the rest escape. Yet after a brief chase, he halted time to collect the loot. He could snatch crystals while swinging, but the ones blasted free by his skills lay scattered across the field. Since he would soon head into the river and might not return quickly, he wanted his spoils secured. The river was narrow, the crab numbers absurd. Even if they tried to migrate, it would take time, so Zhang Wei wasn't worried about their getting far. In under 5 minutes, he had stripped the battlefield clean and followed the gouges left by their retreat all the way to the riverbank. He stopped, not because he feared water. The mech didn't breathe and tolerated full immersion. Underwater movement was merely a bit clumsy. Besides, the river was no deeper than 5 meters, hardly enough to drown him. But the sight ahead puzzled him. In such shallow water, not a single crab was visible. Could they have shrunk upon entering the river? Nonsense, mechanical life only evolved to grow larger. There was one way to be sure. He leaped in, the water rising to the mech's knees. The thermal blades skimmed the surface, sending up hissing clouds of steam, and his power gauge nosedived. Maintaining that heat was costly. Unwilling to duel a river, he sheathed the weapon at once. What was that? He sucked in a breath. Head glimpsed a crab, but in the blink of an eye it had vanished. Death laser. Violet light pooled in Zhang Wei's eyes, and a lance of electricity sliced across the river, throwing up a wall of churning spray. The beam struck the spot where the crab had surfaced, ripping through the riverbed. Gravel and silt exploded into the current, turning the clear water murky. When the debris finally settled, a pale cavity came into view, a near-perfect cylinder about 5 meters across, its glassy walls plunging straight down for 7 or 8 meters. That's it, Zhang Wei muttered. He swung his mech's leg forward and stepped into the hole. The moment his foot touched bottom, he felt a hidden passage beneath a sloping tunnel, 3 or 4 meters high, running deeper underground. At nearly 10 meters tall, his mech had no chance of squeezing through, but that was hardly an obstacle. The thermal greatsword crackled to life once more. A sweep of the red-white blade collapsed the passage's supports, and Zhang Wei advanced, carving the narrow shaft into an open trench. Because the tunnel slanted downward, the entire mech soon disappeared beneath the river, waves hissing against its water-repellent armor. A little river with terrain like this? Suspicion tugged at him. The apocalypse was only 3 days old. If the crabs had dug all this by themselves, their speed was terrifying. Water pressure climbed, current tugging at the mech, but the thrusters had more than enough power to keep him steady. Some 20 meters down, the passage broadened abruptly. Floodlights revealed an enormous underground chamber large enough to hold 3 or 4 soccer fields, yet only 5 or 6 meters tall, far too low for the mech to enter. Peering through the ragged opening, Zhang Wei saw the floor crawling with metal crabs of every size, their iron-gray shells glinting. He sheathed the thermal sword. The thing drained energy too fast and knelt his mech at the breach, cold eyes scanning the cavern. From what he could tell, this was the only exit. If the crabs tried to flee, they would have to pass him. He could collapse the chamber and bury the lot of them, but that would turn harvesting source crystals into backbreaking work, a waste of both time and power. Besides, among the hulking adults he spotted dozens of juveniles barely 20 centimeters long. For them to appear after only 3 days, their rate of metal intake had to be staggering. Zhang Wei's gaze burned as he watched the little mechanical crabs scuttling into crevices. Each one held a source crystal of its own, however weak. But none of that really mattered. So long as Zhang Wei held the mouth of the tunnel, the metal remains of the dead giant crab would be enough to feed the brood of ravenous juveniles. With plenty of fodder, those little things would grow at a breathtaking pace. Once they reached adulthood, they'd be a fresh crop of chives ready for harvest. If only the carcasses were unlimited. He would have opened a crab farm right here and cruised his way to mid-grade source crystal freedom. While he was still regretting the shortage, the crabs inside finally erupted. Blocked in their own doorway, how could they not rage? Led by an especially massive specimen, the entire horde surged forward. Even after Zhang Wei roughly doubled the width of the exit, only 3 or 4 crabs could storm out side by side. Facing lashing pincers, he sneered and swung his fists, each blow landing dead center on a shell. The head count kept dropping, just not fast enough. River water kept him from drawing the thermo greatsword, and firing the floating cannons would freeze the water solid. He was stuck with bare fists and boots, and the pace suffered. Unhappy with his kill rate, Zhang Wei glanced back at the growing mound of carcasses. He seized the closest crab, braced his arms, and wrenched off its heavy pincers. After a bit of field strip tinkering, he kept the larger claw and honed it into a long, sharp spear. A heartbeat later, he stabbed backward. The crab hacking at his back was skewered on the spot, thrashing helplessly in the bloody water. Not bad, Zhang Wei muttered, flicking the crab's spear. It didn't register on his weapon system and offered 0 stat bonuses, but its point was keen and the grip felt right. He made a mental note. Always carry a low-tech backup. The thermo greatsword packed power, but underwater it was useless and energy-hungry. A power-free cold weapon was essential. Time crawled by, and the heap of bodies behind him rose into a small hill. Even so, the crazed crabs refused to quit, not because they were fearless, but because they had nowhere to retreat. Digging a new tunnel to the river's surface meant clawing through nearly 20 meters of rock, and the chamber was already on the brink of collapse. Their only shot at survival was to push Zhang Wei back, open even the smallest gap, and get the young ones out first. It was a noble thought, doomed from the start. Zhang Wei stood like a guardian idol in the doorway. Blood mingled with river water, and nothing but dead crabs got past him. When the swarm dwindled to a few scattered giants, the frenzy finally ebbed. Zhang Wei checked the cargo hold, and the haul was dazzling over 4,000 mid-grade source crystals. Once the juveniles reached full size, he could trigger his mech's 3rd evolution. Boosting a machine to stage 3 in mere days filled him with glee. Who else could manage that? The celebration barely sparked before the remaining crabs grew agitated. A wild streak of azure light burst from the shattered rock below. A mutant? Now that was that. Zhang Wei shot upright, almost lunging headlong into the cavern. The owner of those piercing azure eyes was a mutant crab, its body close to 5 meters long, and its monstrous pincers spanning nearly 8. Yet what set Zhang Wei's pulse racing wasn't the creature itself, but the dazzling rainbow light beneath its abdomen, a source crystal shimmering in 7 brilliant hues. 7 colors meant legend. His breathing quickened. He hadn't expected to run into another legendary treasure so soon. Whatever this crystal eventually produced would catapult his power to a new level. Why the mutant crab still hadn't swallowed such a prize was a mystery he had no time to solve. The crab lunged, oversized claws scything through the air, while the crystal remained untouched on the ground. Compared with ordinary crabs, this one moved almost twice as fast and hit much harder, but against Zhang Wei it still fell short. Claw shadows closed in like walls. He met them heat-in with his spear, metal tip clashing against shell in an ear-splitting blast. The impact drove the crab back 5 or 6 meters, only a retreat, not a fatal blow. Its claws were simply too long. His spear couldn't reach the torso, and with both sides wielding pincer-like weapons, he held no advantage in reach. Even so, Zhang Wei stayed calm. In raw strength, he had it outclassed. If he kept trading blows, the shock force alone would eventually wear the creature down. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an ordinary crab creeping toward the legendary crystal. If that trash swallowed it, head snap on the spot. He hurled his spear like a javelin. With a flash of cold steel, the small crab was pinned to the floor, its shell exploding apart. No longer caring about energy expenditure, he sprinted back to the cargo hold, grabbed the thermal greatsword, and ignored the risk of bringing the entire underground chamber down. Sword in hand, he launched Thunderclap Slash without hesitation. Blinding arcs converged at the tip, forming a fist-sized sphere of lightning. With a roar, he swung. The orb howled through shattered rubble and detonated near the crystal, clearing a 10-meter radius in an instant. Before the smoke settled, Zhang Wei charged, blade hacking. The superheated edge carved a gash over 20 centimeters long in the crab's claw, forcing it back several steps. He pressed his attack. Any lesser crab daring to approach the crystal was met with another Thunderclap Slash. Each blast made the already fragile cavern groan, cracks spidering across the ceiling, the whole structure on the verge of collapse. With Cavian signs worsening, Zhang Wei stopped holding back. He dropped to all fours and scrambled toward the crystal, heedless of anything else. Everything could be sacrificed except that legendary source crystal. If it sank beneath the rubble, he might never find it again. Breeding plans and energy reserves no longer mattered, only the 7-colored glow filled his vision. His reckless dash gave the mutant crab a glimmer of hope. The tunnel was cramped for someone of Zhang Wei's size. Maneuvering was difficult. When the giant pincers clamped around his torso from the side, the crab seemed to feel victory tipping its way. It really does pack a punch, he thought. The mutant crab's massive claw carried real power. It not only dented the armor on Zhang Wei's shoulder, it actually halted his advance. After a quick test of its strength, he triggered his psionic power boost without hesitation. His combat output doubled instantly, bones and servos humming in low resonance. At the same moment the thrusters roared, hurling him forward like a shell. Caught off guard, the crab was smashed aside by his headfirst charge, one mangled claw left embedded in his pauldron as the creature was flung through the air. Zhang Wei ignored the wreckage on his shoulder. His eyes were already locked on the brilliant, legendary-grade source crystal glowing nearby. A piercing screech echoed through the cavern. As though receiving an absolute order, the remaining crabs broke off their assault in unison. Even the fist-sized juvenile spun around and rushed for the exit. So that was its play? Zhang Wei chuckled inwardly. A mere mutant crab with that much cunning was amusing. Still, he didn't mind being toyed with. If someone wanted to play him every day by dangling a legendary crystal, he would happily oblige. While the swarm fled, he snatched the crystal and stowed it. He was about to leave when the giant crab, now missing half an arm, went berserk, hammering the cavern walls with its remaining claw. Trying to bury me with you, huh? He muttered, calmly calculating. A cave-in would be fatal for the crab. For him, it would just be extra work. With a crystal in hand, the risk was worth it. Boom. The ceiling cracked, and broken rock mixed with river water poured down. Zhang Wei glanced at the passage, then chose the safest move. He clasped his head and flattened himself on the floor. The 4-meter drop wasn't far. Once the water cushioned the fall, the debris that thudded onto his armor was heavy but not deadly. When the shaking stopped, he tested his limbs. He could move, though the weight above was immense. Good thing I stocked enough crystals in the cargo bay, or I'd really be stuck, he thought, feeding fresh energy to the mech. Charged and ready, his thrusters blasted, loosening the rubble. He had barely lifted his torso when more rocks slid down, forcing him flat again. A 20-meter layer of stone was no joke. Different approach, he decided. A drone cannon floated up, spitting a series of cryo-rounds. The shots struck the rubble mere inches away, yet they did exactly what he needed. The mingled stone and river water began to freeze solid. The rubble overhead froze into place. Instead of wrestling with the stones that pinned him, Zhang Wei focused on stabilizing the structure above to stop any further collapse. Frost spread along the debris, bonding ice and rock into a single solid mass. Once it felt sturdy enough, he began tunneling downward. The mech's hand opened. Its 5 fingers worked like the claws of an excavator, scooping and flinging stone aside until digging felt effortless. 10 minutes later, he clawed his way out of the heap. Figures thief, all scattered. Climbing onto the riverbank, Zhang Wei glanced around. Not even a lone crab remained. Shrugging, he dropped onto the embankment and pulled out the source crystal that shimmered with rainbow colors. His palm trembled as he whispered, "Let's see what you've got for me. Don't let me down. Activate." A crisp chime rang out, followed by a burst of multicolored lighting. "Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary detection core." A legendary core? No way. The expletive slipped out before he could stop it. The stats flashed across his visor. Detection core legendary. Combat power 50. Slots required. 2. Fineskin radius, 1 kilometer. Wideskin radius, 10 kilometers. Equip. As the core locked into place, the mech's HUD updated. A translucent icon hovered at the edge of his vision, obvious yet unobtrusive. One thought let him swap between fine scan and wide scan. Fine scan. In an instant, every detail within a kilometer poured into his mind. Inside buildings, beneath the water's surface, 10 meters underground, even narrow crevices. The clarity was so sharp he could see each blade of submerged grass as though thousands of nanocameras flew under his command. Wide scan. The view ballooned to 10 kilometers, resolution dropping to a satellite's eye view. Terrain came into perfect relief. The walls and earth were no longer transparent, like surveying an entire city from the sky. Got you. He shot to his feet. Fine scan had revealed nothing, but in wide scan a migrating swarm of crabs appeared at the 10-kilometer edge. Prey he should have missed was back on the menu thanks to this legendary core. Target confirmed. Time to move. The swarm sat 4 or 5 kilometers away. At his mech speed, he reached the tail in under 2 minutes. The bigger ones were mostly gone, leaving smaller crabs, but he wasn't picky. From range he fired a thunderstrike, lightning tearing through the ranks. At the same time, his drones locked onto the mutant crab, unleashing continuous fire. The sudden assault threw the swarm into chaos. None of them had expected an attack from behind. The marked mutant crab quaked with fury and fear. Its carefully planned escape route was useless, yet it still tried to bolt. The drone's precision fire kept it pinned, unable to budge. Cold crept across its shell, frost spreading until it lost the ability to move at all. The mutant crab was frozen solid. Beneath the frost its carapace had lost all shine, resembling a lump of obsidian abandoned on a glacier. Scattered around it lay shattered ice sculptures, the remains of other once ferocious crabs, now reduced to broken fragments. Only a handful of smaller ones had managed to flee. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Wei ended the fight. He let the panicked survivors scuttle 3 kilometers away before turning his full attention to the most troublesome foe in front of him. He raised his thermal greatsword. The glowing blade sizzled against the ice, steam hissing as meltwater trickled down the metal. Within moments, most of the frozen shell had been carved away, and the crab's joints twitched as it slowly regained movement. "I know you understand me," Zhang Wei said, staring down at it. "Tell Mui, didn't you swallow that legendary grade source crystal the moment you got it?" Keeping the creature alive served one purpose: to answer this question. With the crystal's energy, it should have advanced to the king tier instantly. What had kept it from embracing that power? The crab gave a heavy snort, a plume of frost escaping the seams of its shell, clearly unwilling to reply. Zhang Wei sneered. "Won't talk? It'll wipe out your entire species. Those escapees, none of them will live." "Impossible. You'll never find them," the crab said with certainty. "The big ones might be doomed, but the small fry could squeeze into any crevice and survive." It didn't believe Zhang Wei could flush them out. "Don't believe me? See for yourself." Zhang Wei activated sensor sharing, projecting his mech's vision in front of the crab. On the snowfield, every fleeing crab was outlined in red, their paths stark against the white. With the detection core in place, no amount of hiding mattered. The mutant crab fell silent. No wonder Zhang Wei had tracked them so effortlessly. "Talk yes or no?" Zhang Wei pressed. "Fine, I'll tell you," the crab finally conceded. "It's for the sake of the swarm. A legendary grade crystal constantly releases energy that accelerates evolution. I plan to let the population grow to a proper size first. After that, I de-absorb the crystal and ascend, no hurry." The motive was simple and blunt. Zhang Wei understood at once. The crab was ambitious. By nurturing its brood with the crystal's power, it could secure more territory and resources in a self-reinforcing cycle. Had he not crushed it in the cradle, it might have risen as a regional tyrant. "No wonder," Zhang Wei muttered, recalling the rat swarm incident. "The rats never reached a breeding boom before their rat king emerged, but your crab colony did, powered by that legendary crystal. Do epic-grade crystals work the same way?" "I wouldn't know," the crab admitted. It had never acquired an epic-grade crystal, so it couldn't say. Zhang Wei nodded. "Any last words?" "I told you the secret, so you must spare my kin," the crab insisted, fixing him with its stalked eyes. "Deal," Zhang Wei answered readily. The remaining small crabs meant little to him. Ordinary source crystals weren't worth his time. "Then finish it." The crab closed its compound eyes, shell trembling. Zhang Wei was slightly surprised. Intelligent mutants usually fear death, yet this one had chosen it. He didn't bother digging deeper. His flaming greatsword swept in a crimson arc, cleaving off the massive cephalothorax. The severed shell spun through the air and crashed into the snow, sending up a spray of ice chips. "What the? Where's the crystal?" Zhang Wei stared at the fallen body, utterly baffled. It was the first time Zhang Wei had ever run into something like this, in this life or the last. A mechanical beast that left no core crystal after death sounded impossible. A machine without its power core is like a car without an engine, no energy, no motion. Gripping his thermal greatsword, Zhang Wei stood frozen in the settling dust for 2 full seconds, doubts surging through him. I was reborn only once. Could that alone have rewritten the laws of this world? But the facts were plain. The crystal simply wasn't there. Was he supposed to flog the corpse out of spite? Even if he did it 100 times, no crystal would drop. He finally sheathed his sword, pivoted, and sprinted toward Chuan City. He already had enough core crystals. It was time for his third mech evolution. The outskirts were unguarded, and though no large mechanical beasts were in sight, he dared not gamble. The safest move was to get back to the city. Moments after he left, a palm-sized crab peeked out of the grass. After scanning for danger, it tottered over to the mutant crab's corpse and, straining with all its might, pressed the heavy metal head onto the severed neck. Task done, it crawled into the hollow torso. 10 seconds later, the once dark eyes suddenly blazed blue. The mutant crab had come back to life. Life and death, it seemed, could hinge on a single trick. Before the battle, the creature had hidden its own core crystal inside the small crab and placed the small crab's ordinary energy crystal inside itself. When Zhang Wei killed it, that ordinary crystal was already drained, so nothing dropped. Now that the real crystal was back where it belonged, the spark of life ignited again. Such guile was possible only because the legendary grade crystal had granted the beast its intelligence. Without it, the mutant crab would never have fought so fearlessly. From deep inside its shell, a hateful gleam flashed as it stared in the direction Zhang Wei had gone. "Chuan City, I'll make you pay." Fixing its target, it called the swarm of little crabs back into the crevice and fled, plotting revenge as it went. Night fell, and lamps brightened the gates of Chuan City as Zhang Wei arrived under the cloak of dusk. At Jiang Tao's villa, every light was on. Spotting Zhang Wei from afar, Jiang Tao waved and shouted, "Bro, you're back. Check out the new skill I learned." Before the words had faded, he unleashed Thunder Strike, his fist wrapped in crackling arcs of lightning. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and snapped out a crisp side kick. Bang! Before fist met foot, Jiang Tao flew off like a rubber ball and tumbled across the lawn. Thunder Strike was supposed to double his strength and speed, yet even doubled, he was casually overpowered. Damn! Jiang Tao clutched his chest and staggered up, eyes almost teary. Bro, you're too strong. The kick hadn't hurt much, and his mech armor was intact, but the plating's durability still dropped by 50 points. A few more kicks and the suit would be scrap. Zhang Wei stayed where he was, unwilling to waste time. He still hadn't learned the full story behind the mutation and the crystal anomaly, and now that he was back, he intended to. What happened? Jiang Tao ignored the damage to his armor and launched straight into a torrent of bravado. After all, single-handedly destroying 400 mechs was no small feat, and he was dying to recount every flying screw 3 times over to make sure everyone grasped his heroism. But Zhang Wei wasn't listening. The only thing that caught his attention was the news that Han Su had resurfaced. Those two were as stubborn as they were tough. His eyes went cold. If they're that eager to die, let's spare them the rest of this apocalypse. He spun on his heel before the words had faded. Hey, bro, where are you going? Zhang Tao's boast died in his throat as he stared after Zhang Wei. Had his audience really walked out halfway through the story? Didn't we already find the trail they left? He called. I'm going after them, Zhang Wei said, calm and certain. Zhang Tao blurted. Come on, they're long gone from Chuanqing. The world's huge. How do you plan to track them? Head tried himself, but every sign vanished the moment they left the city limits. He'll find them. Zhang Wei's confidence came from the new detection core Head just acquired. If Han Xiao and Han Su were still breathing by tonight, Head admit defeat. How? I'm coming with you. Zhang Tao started forward, only to feel a blur slip past. You stay here and guard the place. I'm going with him. Lin Qianying had appeared out of nowhere, words flying even faster than she did. Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. Why does everyone steal my job? Zhang Wei shot her a glance, but offered no objection. Lin Qianying was faster than Zhang Tao and wouldn't slow him down, and something told him she had more on her mind. Let's move. With that, the two set off. They left Chuanqing in minutes. Lin Qianying had already traced the route once during the day, so she led Zhang Wei along faint tire tracks and scorched energy marks. Past the city boundary, the nearly invisible clues became his stage 1 findscan. Later, what would be invisible to anyone else lit up like neon in his eyes. Instead of charging ahead, he turned to her. All right, out with it. You've got something to say. Lin Qianying gave a rueful smile. Couldn't hide it from you. My superiors want to make a deal. What kind of deal? To buy that pile of metal wreckage north of the city. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. They accepted the metal fortress idea that quickly? I figured the old fossils would need a hard lesson from the mechs first. Why wouldn't they accept it? She shot back as if it were obvious. Fine, they can have it. What are they paying? You'd sell, without even asking the price. She shrugged. It won't be equipment. The military's shorter on gear than anyone. The only thing they can spare is source crystals. Zhang Wei nodded. Mechs and weapons were forever in short supply. Source crystals were all they had. The exact amount mattered less than staying on good terms with the army. That, after all, was why he kept Lin Qianying close. Her looks were just a perk. Dropping her voice, she allowed herself a touch of pride. Being too clever can be a curse. They were stingy at first, but thanks to me they've agreed to pay 1,000 mid-grade source crystals for that scrap heap. Not bad, right? 1,000 mid-grade source crystals? Zhang Wei was genuinely surprised. At the moment, only a handful of people could lay their hands on that many at once. He had expected Lin Qianying to secure 300 or 500 at most. Yep, I negotiated the whole deal myself. Lin Qianying lifted her chin, unable to hide her pride. Impressive. Zhang Wei nodded his approval, then added a reminder. I'm not handling transportation. They'll have to figure out how to move them. Relax. They've already got a ship standing by. Zhang Wei gave a small nod. Good. Anything else? No. Lin Qianying stared at him. But why aren't you excited? We're talking about a full 1,000 mid-grade source crystals. With that cash, she could upgrade her mech. Who knew how many levels? It's only 1,000. Hardly worth getting worked up over. Zhang Wei gestured ahead. Come on. I found the target's trail. He wasn't pretending to be calm. 5,000 or 6,000 mid-grade crystals were sitting quietly in his cargo hold. 1,000 more were just a bonus. You found it. Where? Lin Qianying immediately refocused on the mission, curious how Zhang Wei had managed it. Night had fallen completely, and even with the mech's powerful optics, picking out traces of Han Xiao or Han Su in this shell-torn wasteland was nearly impossible. She knew she couldn't do it herself. They'll share my vision with you. As Zhang Wei spoke, he unlocked the permissions. Share your vision? What does that? Before she could finish, a translucent scanning grid appeared in her display. Well, she almost swore, but swallowed it back. What is this thing? A detection core, Zhang Wei explained. You got your hands on another core? Yeah, let's move. He had no intention of elaborating, especially since this particular detection core was legendary grade, and telling her might have crushed her spirit on the spot. Fine. Lin Qianying fell in beside him. Outside the city, scorched earth was crisscrossed by tank treads, blackened rubble, and claw marks from aberrant beasts. The original road was unrecognizable. Han Zu's mech footprints were completely buried, but after Han Xiao turned into a steel serpent, her massive body had plowed wide grooves into the ground tracks impossible to erase. Following the trail, they covered 50 kilometers before the outline of a small town emerged. Smoke still hung over the streets, and flames licked at rubble on the corners. She's here? Even with the shared display, Lin Qianying couldn't follow the exact path. Zhang Wei nodded. She went into the town, but I can't be sure she hasn't already left. The maze of streets and debris could break the serpentine track at any point. Let's take a look. They entered the town side by side. Lin Qianying's mech was muted in color, blending passably with the ruins. But Zhang Wei's towering 3S storytell machine was like a flashbang in a dark room, drawing the attention of every mechanical creature and stray mech nearby. Zhang Wei ignored them. None of these small fry were on his kill list. He had only one target: find Han Xiao and eliminate her. Lin Qianying was like a child with a new toy, switching her field of vision at will to spy on every lurking figure in the shadows. With this second core, her sensing range had multiplied. No hidden enemy could escape her. With this core, no one's sneaking up on you, she said while steering the view, genuine envy coloring her voice. She didn't even have one core, and Zhang Wei already held two. Zhang Wei offered no comment, only a reminder. Ambushes can still happen. Once long-range mechs evolve far enough, they'll tag us from over a kilometer away, and the mechanical creatures will keep evolving. You'll figure out ranged attacks sooner or later. There was no time for a lecture. Up ahead in the ruined corridor, 5 mechs stepped out in a line, blocking their path. They were all 10-meter tall close combat models, newly painted in gray-black camouflage that looked menacing in the dim light. Zhang Wei needed only a glance to judge that none of them had completed even their first evolution. Their combat rating was barely a few dozen points. No real threat. Where are you from? Never seen you before. The lead mech growled through its speakers. Chuancheng, Zhang Wei replied evenly. Chuancheng? That far? Just the two of you? Right, Zhang Wei said with a nod. Lin Qianying cut in. We're looking for something. Have you seen a very large steel serpent? No steel serpent, the leader said. Then his tone turned crude. But hey, woman, are you a looker? If so, I wouldn't mind a little ha. The 5 mechs stalked forward, joints grinding for intimidation. Zhang Wei tilted his head. You or me? Lin Qianying tightened her controls. I've got this. Don't kill them, Zhang Wei reminded her, bored by such small fry. Their calm infuriated the 5 pilots. Do mechs daring to stand and fight? If you want cooperate, we'll make you brothers. Boom. A freeze round burst against the speaker's chest plate, a wave of frost engulfing him. Lin Qianying's cannon flashed again and again, giving the others no time to react. The remaining 4 mechs vanished under the same blue-white glaze. She held her fire after that. No need to actually kill them. Silence fell. The 5 machines were statues of metal and ice. Their untreated armor cracked and popped, but left them immobile. Zhang Wei stepped closer. Ready to talk now? Yes. Ask whatever you want, sir, the leader stammered, suddenly respectful. Only a fool would provoke killers like these. Seen a steel serpent? Only the crackling of frost answered. They hesitated. Zhang Wei didn't. He drew back a fist. At his current strength, it was a dimensional mismatch. One punch drove the mech's head clean into its own torso. Zhang Wei's ruthless move left the remaining 4 men frozen in shock. Is this guy for real? They muttered, exchanging nervous glances. A moment ago they'd prided themselves on their own cruelty. Beside him, they looked almost gentle. Zhang Wei turned to the bulliest man nearby, his voice low. Can you talk? Why, sir, I can. The man spoke so fast his words shook. I know who you're after. She's our current boss. The companion, still twitching on the ground, was warning enough. Lie, and die on the spot. Whatever punishment the boss might dish out later was a safer bet than immediate execution. Oh, Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Tell me about your group. Sir, we're the strongest, really the only crew in town, all thanks to the boss' brilliance. Spare me the flattery, Zhang Wei cut him off. Stick to what matters. Right. The man bobbed his head. We've got more than 300 mechs, and almost every machine in town is under our control. Every one of them? Zhang Wei glanced at the town's silhouette. Even a small settlement shouldn't be stripped down to so few units, no matter how bad the first mechanical assault had been. The man swallowed. Yes, anyone who resisted was eaten by the boss. A shiver ran through him as he said it. You grabbed us to offer people to her too? Zhang Wei asked. Exactly, orders straight from the top. He left out one detail. The men were fed to the boss. The women were forced out of their mechs, which were also sacrificed, and their fate went without saying. Where is she? The town center, the burning sector. Move. Zhang Wei beckoned Lin Qianying. Lin followed in silence, her thoughts tangled. She had never imagined Han Xiao could sink this low. Greed and flattery were one thing. Running a death ring and feeding on survivors was outright butchery. Han Xiao's actions shredded every boundary of justice Lin clung to. Bang! A sudden blast from Zhang Wei's drones yanked her from her thoughts. She spun around to see the 4 prisoners encased in ice, fractures spiderwebbing through their frozen bodies before they crashed to the ground, lifeless. The twin drones never missed one shot, one corpse. Lin opened her mouth to speak, but Zhang Wei beat her to it. You think they were innocent? You think they asked if you were pretty out of courtesy? She had no answer. The world's ended. I'm no saint, he said, eyes dead ahead. Cleaning up trash on the way doesn't hurt. They said nothing more as they hurried down the street. Minutes later they reached the town center. The buildings here climbed 6 stories, walls staggered just enough to break lines of sight. Yet Zhang Wei made no effort to hide his target was already locked. Within a kilometer of his sensors, nothing escaped detection. I didn't expect you to evolve again in such a short time. Zhang Wei appeared beside the massive torch, his voice steady yet ice-cold. The flames lit the ground and revealed Han Xiao crouching nearby. Her tightly shut eyes snapped open, pupils contracting in the firelight. Zhang Wei. Han Xiao could scarcely believe what she was seeing, nor fathom how Zhang Wei had tracked her into this underground chamber. Bracing against the floor, she pushed herself up. Energy surged along the joints of her armor, signaling full combat readiness. Zhang Wei surveyed the cavern. The tunnels radiated outward, and more than 200 mechs were scattered along stone walls and metal supports, stacked like a frozen forest of steel. Every machine looked nearly identical. He had no way to tell which one held Han Su. Where's Han Su? He asked, voice low. How did you know it was me, Zhang Wei? Han Xiao shot back instead, surprise mingling with unease. Zhang Wei didn't move. His sensor module was scanning the ground. Something interesting lay 7 or 8 meters below. Just then Lin Qianying's voice crackled through the comm channel. Sharing the same detection core, she had already pinpointed their target. I found Han Su. Moving to capture. Good. Don't let him slip away, Zhang Wei replied curtly. He had no patience for people who kept jumping around looking to die. Understood, Lin Qianying answered, her thrusters roaring as her mech shot upward and plunged into the crowd. Seeing things turn dire, Han Su panicked and shouted, what are you all staring at? Attack together. He was a recent recruit, but everyone knew he was the boss brother. His order mobilized the entire room. In the next instant, every mech opened fire rifle beams, heavy gun rounds, frost shells, incendiary rounds, a chaotic storm with wildly mixed accuracy. Zhang Wei's drones hovered overhead, their muzzles flashing blue-white. You want to shoot out? I'm not afraid of ranged fire anymore. His tone was calm, yet unwavering. Laser streaks split the air, each one dropping a distant mech in an instant. Those who charged with blades fared even worse. Zhang Wei drew his thermal greatsword. Its edge shimmered, and a single thunderclap break swept across a 10-meter arc, clearing it outright. Sparks fell like meteors, molten metal dripped onto the floor. The remaining melee units froze, their fighting spirit wavering. Han Xiao still fixed her gaze on him, holding back. Her electronic eyes locked with his, as if trying to read every thought. Zhang Wei, why? Why? Why what? He looked away, more interested now in what lay underground, though a cold smile tugged at his lips. Why are you doing this to me? I really like you, Wei, could have been a pair. Her voice trembled with grievance and accusation. A perfect pair? Are you kidding me? His stare sharpened. Do I need to remind you who you are? Should I spell out the filthy things you and Han Su have done? Words failed her. Secrets known only to her and Han Su were laid bare. She realized that fool had spilled everything. The smile vanished, his tone turned lethal. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. If you want live properly in this apocalypse, they'll send you off. This time, you won't survive. Rage churned in his chest. If she hadn't played the feelings card, he might have shown restraint. But daring to sway him with so-called affection dragged him back to the last life, to the moment Han Su himself ended him. Zhang Wei drew a long breath, eyes blazing. Death ray capacitors hummed, a black beam lancing straight for Han Xiao's visor. You bastard, he'll kill you today? All pretense dropped. Realizing emotional tactics were useless, Han Xiao exploded in fury, revealing her true nature. Heh, that's more like it, Zhang Wei sneered. A blinding white death ray slammed into the violet-blue lightning erupting from Han Xiao's mouth, the two forces clawing at each other in midair and spraying sparks. Zhang Wei arched a brow. Han Xiao had actually inherited Dawa's power in full. I didn't expect this. Your combat rating must be close to 500, right? He watched the energies cancel out, surprise edging his voice. Matching his laser this long proved just how strong she had become. Madness flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Once I devour you, it'll be even stronger. She lunged, her steel serpent body launching forward, the 15-meter length snapping taut. She was certain that if she coiled around Zhang Wei, she could crush him in one move. Zhang Wei shook his head and sighed. How many people have died because of you? At first I only wanted you punished, forced to survive in this wasteland. I forgot that someone as twisted as you would make the world even worse once you gained power. He raised his sword, voice turning hard. Fortunately, it's not too late. The thermoblade fell, its edge glowing crimson. Convinced her defenses eclipsed Dawa's, Han Xiao charged instead of retreating. She aimed to knock the giant sword aside with a heat strike, then coil around him. The plan was perfect if she could endure the heat blade and force him to slip. Sword met serpent a heartbeat later. Metal rang, sparks flew, and a blazing cut streaked from her snout to the back of her skull. The impact flung Han Xiao onto the street. Molten steel scales peeled away from the wound, hissing white smoke. She could hardly believe it. Zhang Wei had swung from a standstill, yet overwhelmed her with raw power. Had the cut been half an inch deeper, it would have reached her neural core. The thought made her shudder, and she jerked backward. As she retreated, Han Xiao lashed her tongue, spewing lightning, venom, and sonic blasts to slow him down. Zhang Wei stepped forward, sheathing his sword with a metallic snap. I told you you're not getting away today. Flames roared from the thrusters on his back. In a few strides he vaulted over the rubble and closed in. Seeing danger, Han Xiao rammed into a ruined building. Her massive body punched through a wall, whipping inside like a steel lash and opening hole after hole. As a snake, she needed just one exit to slip out, while Zhang Wei's 15-meter frame would have to tear the place apart or detour around it. Either way, it would slow him down. To be fair, Han Xiao wasn't entirely clueless. She realized that even if Zhang Wei blasted through the entire building with his thermal greatsword, the process would take time she could use to escape. What she overlooked was Zhang Wei's terrifying skill set and the hover cannons circling above. They had just finished wiping out her subordinates. Once the few survivors were too frightened to even lift their guns, the cannons found themselves idle. A flash of blue-white light cut the air as several cryo-rounds locked onto Han Xiao. At that same moment Zhang Wei, still at a distance, slashed through empty space. A crackling sphere of extreme thunder whirled away from his blade, arcing toward her back at a vicious angle. Han Xiao possessed only one lightning ability, and she was already sprinting flat out. Turning to cast repeatedly was impossible. Faced with attacks from two directions, she had to choose. She hurled a bolt of lightning at the cryo-rounds. They might not be lethal, but the slowdown would be fatal. Lightning met icy mist in a deafening clash, neutralizing each other. The blast shredded the rounds, sending frost and razor-sharp ice shards spraying everywhere. But a heartbeat later, the thunder sphere curved around the fading shockwave and lunged straight for Han Xiao. She snapped her thick serpentine tail forward to intercept. The sphere struck, exploded, and scattered into blinding fragments of light. Her tail took the full force, snapping clean in two. Agonizing pain almost stole her breath, but it bought her half a second to break away. No sooner had she cleared the glowing debris than she looked up to see something even worse. Zhang Wei had vaulted high into the air and planted one foot on the mangled remains of the skyscraper. His thrusters roared, chains of flame erupted, and he kicked off, turning himself into a burning meteor that plunged toward her at 3 times his normal speed. The cost was nothing more than the total collapse of the building and 10% of his engine power, trivial for him, life-threatening for her. Zhang Wei, don't kill me, she screamed, with no time to raise a spell. He was unmoved. Midair, he raised the thermal greatsword in both hands and brought it down like an executioner's axe. He didn't know palm techniques from the heavens, but swordsmanship he knew. The blade blazed white and split Han Xiao's forehead clean down the middle, blood and fire mingling in the slash. Boom. Zhang Wei landed hard, punching a depression more than 20 centimeters into the ground. He didn't retract the sword. Its scorching edge swept across Han Xiao's body again. Let's see you come back to life after I carve you into 10 pieces. Sword light flashed in a lethal crosshatch, scattering bone and flesh in every direction. 7 or 8 meters underground, a mutated pangolin that Zhang Wei had sensed long ago panicked and began burrowing deeper. The carnage above was far too brutal. Moments earlier it had enjoyed feeling the battle tremors, hoping Zhang Wei would keep Han Xiao occupied. After all, she had been stealing its food. Now the pangolin just prayed Zhang Wei would kill her quickly and leave, without lingering nearby. Huh, it actually dropped a source crystal as well? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and didn't spare a glance at the pangolin-shaped mech fleeing in the distance. But he did memorize the direction it had taken. What surprised him was that after he sliced Han Xiao into 10 pieces, a dim violet source crystal slowly floated up from the mangled remains, and it was epic great. Nice. He casually stowed the crystal in his spatial pack, then crouched to inspect Han Xiao's corpse. Since he had already declared that Han Xiao must die today, no chance of resurrection, he had to make absolutely sure she was gone for good. The serpentine mech he had split open now sprawled across the ground, icy fluid seeping from jagged metal fissures. Zhang Wei frowned. Han Xiao's flesh had completely fused with the steel serpent. Not a single bone was left, nothing like the usual pilot inside a mech setup, but a full biomechanical merger. Still uneasy, he grabbed the bisected snake head. Let's see you come back without this. He tossed it into his storage compartment. When he straightened, dozens of mechs stood frozen in place, their pilots stunned. With Han Xiao dead, they were leaderless. Zhang Wei's gaze turned cold. These people had followed her and caused endless trouble. Letting them go would only bring disaster to others. The mechs themselves weren't to blame, though, so he decided to separate man from metal first. You disengage, he ordered, 5 short words carrying an inescapable pressure. Several pilots instinctively backed away, their legs trembling. In this chaotic world, A mech was life itself. Stepping out of one was practically suicide. Disengage, Zhang Wei repeated, even colder. Obey if you want to live. Under the weight of his killing intent, everyone bit the bullet and activated emergency eject. Armor plates split, cockpits popped free, and exposed cables twitched in the air. Zhang Wei extended a hand. Course. Hand them over. Whispers and pleas went unanswered. Dozens of blue glowing cores soon lay piled at his feet. With a flick of his finger, his drone cannons formed a tight arc, him not giving you a second option. Boom boom. Blades of frigid light slammed down, instantly frosting the ground. In a heartbeat, over 100 ice statues froze where they stood, all life snuffed out. Zhang Wei recalled the drones and strode out of the town. The few mechs still hiding in the shadows were locked onto by his radar and wiped out within minutes. By the time he left, not a single mech besides his own was still active in the settlement. After a brief pause, he swept the distance with a rough scan. Lin Xianying had chased Han Su for 5 kilometers already. With her strength, killing him should be effortless. There was no need to drag it out this far. Zhang Wei shook his head. Since she wasn't in danger, he let her be. Back in a safe zone, he fished the epic source crystal from his pack. Activate. The system prompt chimed. Ding, purple star obtained. Purple star. Used to enhance gear from 7 to 9. Guarantees epic grade and offers a small chance of upgrading to legendary. A purple star. Heat flared in Zhang Wei's chest. With this, he was only one step away from legendary gear. If he used it on his thermal greatsword, there was a real chance the weapon would ascend to legendary quality. Legendary gear and epic gear are worlds apart, but that 1 in 10th crit rate made Zhang Wei think twice. It just wasn't worth it. Even if he upgraded the thermal greatsword to legendary, its base stats were too low and head toss at the moment. He found something better. In the early days of the apocalypse, an epic weapon was already enough to reign supreme. His gaze bounced between the purple star crystal and the mech. Keeping the crystal was a waste, so he'd pump it straight into the engine instead. Gear only has value when it's used, he muttered, yanking the already decent engine from the mech's torso. Drones, thermal greatsword, thrusters, skills, every killing move drew power from it, and what he lacked most was an endless stream of energy. He slotted the purple star into the interface, metallic circuits flaring to life. Upgrade engine quality. Ding. Engine upgraded to epic. Combat power 100. The numbers were just reference. What mattered was output triple the old power, and it felt glorious. He slammed the engine back into place. The mech's new rumble deeper and steadier, raw strength coursing through its frame. Once the mech evolves a third time, he'll see the full stat panel. Finish the thing below, then head back to level up. Just then Lin Xianying returned. Why'd you chase him so far? Zhang Wei asked casually. He had some stuff I needed. Took a bit, Lin Xianying replied. Zhang Wei didn't pry. Han Xiao was dead anyway. We'll head back in a minute. I've got one more thing to do. Lin Xianying scanned the field of ice sculptures. What else? Haven't we killed everything worth killing? Something good, Zhang Wei said, and drove his 10-meter thermal great sword into the ground. With his arm length, the strike almost cut off the pangolin's vital parts. 10+ meters below, the pangolin thought it was safe until searing heat lanced through it. Startled, it tried to burrow deeper. If 10 meters wasn't enough, dig another 10. Run again, and you'll die horribly. The icy voice filtered through the soil. Only then did the pangolin realize Zhang Wei had it pinned down, fear and hesitation dueling inside it. Still not coming up? The blade pushed another 3 or 4 meters, the glowing edge brushing its face and scorching its scales. I'm coming, boss, don't swing. The pangolin shouted, clawing upward with all its might. In barely 10 seconds it broke the surface, so fast Zhang Wei was quietly impressed. About to advance to king class, are you? Zhang Wei stared at the 6-meter-long pangolin in front of him, astonished by the sight. Its rounded metal scales glinted coldly in the sunlight, and a mace-like spike had sprouted from the end of its thick tila, telltale sign that a mechanical creature was on the verge of reaching the king tier. He had assumed the pangolin was at most on par with Han Xiao's iron serpent, yet that sudden tail mace made it clear the beast was only a hair's breadth from king rank. Not every king tier mechanical beast grew extra structures, but once one did, the classification was certain. The king tier mechanical rat, for instance, had simply ballooned in size without adding new parts. Boss, did you notice? The pangolin hunched low, its tone guarded. Even a future king tier creature might not outmatch Zhang Wei, and it knew that better than anyone. How many mechanical beasts have you swallowed? Or how many people? Zhang Wei's voice turned razor cold, like an icy blade at a throat. Boss, you've got it wrong. I've never eaten people. The pangolin shook its head frantically, terrified he would strike it down in the name of justice. Zhang Wei frowned. Evolution through metal alone was possible, but a mechanical beast's digestion efficiency was limited. Growth could never happen this fast. Only by devouring humans along with their mechs, using the precision components inside as catalysts, could such a leap occur. I swear I'm not lying. I got this strong by eating ants. The pangolin was so anxious its tail nearly coiled into a spring. Ants? Zhang Wei drew his thermal greatsword. the deep red blade radiating waves of heat. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? In the first 2 years after the apocalypse, insects couldn't mechanize at all. The first batch showed up in year 3, and they instantly became everyone's enemy. It's the truth, I swear. There's a source crystal underground. I found it first. That crystal mechanizes the ants, and I've been eating them to evolve. The pangolin howled inwardly. It had wanted to keep the secret, but any more silence would have gotten it sliced in two. Resisting was unthinkable, and escape even less so. A source crystal and mechanized ants? Take me there. Zhang Wei sheathed his sword, though the vigilance in his eyes never faded. Understood. He'll dig a tunnel right away, boss. The pangolin fell silent and clawed furiously at the earth, soil rasping under its talons. Its movements were smooth and swift. In less than a minute it had carved a passage tall enough for an adult to stand upright. Zhang Wei couldn't help admiring it. Sometimes a job really does call for a professional. If Head possessed such digging skills when trapped in that underwater cavern, he wouldn't have spent so long getting out. The pangolin kept burrowing, the displaced dirt forming little mounds on the surface. Unfortunately, several still frozen, statue-like humans were buried in the process. In barely 10 minutes, a tunnel roughly 50 meters long opened up. Zhang Wei stepped inside and descended once more to a depth of 20 meters underground. Lin Qianying had been left outside by Zhang Wei. At this depth, if the passage collapsed, Zhang Wei could fight his way out, but Lin Qianying had no such means. Zhang Wei was afraid the pangolin might be plotting something. Boss, look right here. The pangolin cupped its claws as if holding a treasure and pointed to a source crystal that shimmered with rainbow light. Another legendary grade? Zhang Wei felt lightheaded. Since when had legendary crystals become roadside weeds? 2 of them in a single day? In his previous life, people would have killed each other even for an epic grade shard. Forcing himself to stay calm, he gestured around. How did those ants turn into mechanical creatures? Over there. The pangolin raised a claw toward a freshly dug pit. Give them half an hour, and they'll be fully mechanized. Zhang Wei bent down. The pit was a little over a meter deep, its floor packed with ants coated in metallic sheen. Each one was 20 centimeters long now. Once fully transformed, they would probably reach 30. Layer upon layer, they almost filled the hole. How did you come up with this idea? Zhang Wei was stunned. If it had been a human breeding setup, he wouldn't have blinked, but a pangolin? Even the smartest variant beast shouldn't figure this out for years. The pangolin shook its head. It wasn't my idea. A few days ago something started calling to me, so I dug over. The ants were already turning mechanical. What happened next was obvious. It ate only ants, never touching the crystals. The endless stream of mechanical ants became its fuel for evolution. In just a few days its strength had soared. Give it a bit more time, and it could evolve into a behemoth on par with that crab. Every legendary source crystal can produce a king-class mechanical creature. Zhang Wei calculated silently. Used well, it might even breed a behemoth. A thought struck him. Wait, you said the crystal attracts you? Yep. The pangolin nodded. Treasure-seeking rat? Zhang Wei blurted out. If the pangolin really had that sense, and he paired it with his detection core, what treasure could ever escape him? He pressed on. Only legendary ones draw you. Purple glowing ones too. I've eaten several of those. The pangolin spoke with disarming honesty. Opportunity. Zhang Wei tossed out an olive branch. Team up with me from now on, how about it? No matter what, he had to win this living treasure over. He knew prime crystals wouldn't fall just once. Every 3 months a new batch would rain down. In his previous life, he recalled only a few big names flaunting their spoils, while countless epic and legendary grade crystals stayed under the radar. With the pangolin at his side, when the next wave arrived they could stroll around and come back loaded. No need to strain his memory for hazy details of the past. While the pangolin was tempted, following such a powerhouse would slash its risks and give it a huge sense of security. But it also knew Zhang Wei needed it, so it couldn't sell itself short. It started to craft a condition it was sure he would accept. Not interested? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. No, it's just that I have a tiny request, the pangolin said timidly. The shyness came from its nature. Otherwise, as a creature on the verge of king class, why would it have feared locking horns with Han Xiao? What does it want? Zhang Wei felt a surge of excitement, but kept a calm facade. He couldn't let the pangolin notice, or the creature might push its luck. He weighed his options. With a treasure this valuable, making a few demands was only fair. 1 request. 3. Even Five could tolerate anything that promised long-term gains. Can I have this origin crystal? I needed to raise my food. Is that okay? The pangolin's voice was timid, and its meaning was clear. Even if Zhang Wei refused, it would yield. Zhang Wei hesitated. A legendary grade origin crystal always produced something extraordinary, an overpowered combat upgrade, a legendary detection core. Both had saved him before. By rights, he should keep it. Yet when he thought of the pangolin's abilities, he faltered. If giving up the crystal secured the creature's loyalty, the future payoff might be greater. Fine, it's yours. He finally nodded. Really? Thank you, big brother, you're the best. The pangolin was so grateful it nearly cried, seemingly unaware that without Zhang Wei's interference, the crystal should have been its prize anyway. From now on your name is Xiaobao. Zhang Wei casually christened it. The word bao, meaning treasure, was essential. He expected the creature to hunt treasures for him. He had considered Dabao but found it odd, so he settled on Xiaobao. Got it, big brother. Xiaobao didn't care about names. It cared only about the crystal and the good days ahead. Zhang Wei pointed at the pile of semi-mechanical ants in the pit. They're hard to carry. Why not eat them now? Sure. Xiaobao devoured them without hesitation, enjoying one last cave-side feast. Once the pangolin was full, Zhang Wei let it back to the surface. Lin Qianying was pacing anxiously. What's wrong? There was no danger nearby, so why was she so on edge? Trouble, she blurted. Zhang Wei was almost used to that opening. A day without trouble would be the real miracle. What kind of trouble? Headquarters is going to bomb Chuanqing. What? This time Zhang Wei went pale. The military planned to bomb Chuanqing? A king-class mechanical bird appeared over the city, Lin Qianying explained. Its wingspan is over 20 meters, and it's circling with more than 1,000 smaller birds. People are already dying. It happened right after we left. She nodded grimly. The army tried to drive them away but failed. They're evacuating the entire city, and once everyone's out, they'll strike. Zhang Wei didn't ask what weapons they would use. He knew all too well what missiles and bombs could do. Thank goodness the military still held the line. Without them, the country would have fallen apart long ago. Does that mean we're about to lose our home? Nothing like this had happened in his previous life. The sudden twist left him reeling. Chuanqing wasn't just home, it was a safe zone. Without it, even evolution mechs would be in danger. Don't worry. The military has already assigned crews to start building Iron City. The first phase won't be very large, but it should still be big enough. Lin Qianying stopped at the edge of the gray ruins and relayed the latest order to Zhang Wei. Fine. Zhang Wei replied coolly, fully aware he couldn't block the army's decision. Lin Qianying couldn't help feeling disappointed. She believed Zhang Wei could find a way to destroy the king-class mechanical bird. Without that threat, Chuan City wouldn't have to be leveled by an airstrike. Clearly, she had overestimated him. If the target were a ground-bound king-class machine, Zhang Wei would not only have had methods, he would have welcomed the fight. Each such monster carried a high-grade source crystal. But this one flew, circling a kilometer overhead, and the only weapon he could reach was his hover cannon. Taking down a king-class mechanical bird with that was pure fantasy, at least given his current combat strength. If he could push his power past 10,000, one blast might rip the creature apart. But right now that was impossible. Turning first, Zhang Wei headed into Chuan City's shattered streets. Come on, let's go back. Does Jiang Tao know yet? I already told him, Lin Qianying said, falling into step beside him. He's gathering supplies. The army's order will reach all the survivors soon. How many of them get out safely? Her voice dropped. She didn't finish. She understood that once the mass evacuation began, the lurking machines would turn feral. Few people could protect themselves, and the military couldn't escort everyone. Losses were inevitable. We do what we can, Zhang Wei said softly. To him, the migration wasn't entirely bad news. When people gathered, hidden machines would reveal themselves to hunt, and he could hunt them in return. By the way, this is Xiaobao. He's with us now. Zhang Wei gestured at the small silver-gray mechanical beast beside him. You're keeping it as a pet? Lin Qianying arched a brow. Something like that. Zhang Wei nodded. The so-called bond was only a verbal agreement. There was no formal contract system. Hello, sister. My name is Xiaobao. The little machine looked up obediently, knowing this woman was its boss partner and not daring to be rude. Hello, Xiaobao. I'm Lin Qianying. She introduced herself aloud, then asked Zhang Wei over the private mech channel, what makes it special? It's got skills. Treasure hunting. For one, very useful, Zhang Wei answered briefly. A new thought struck him. When is the military hauling away the metal wreckage in the city? The convoy is already on the road. It should arrive tonight and finish cleanup in about 2 days. So we've only got 2 days. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. Right. When we get back, I want to evolve my mech again. Again? Lin Qianying stopped, eyes fixed on him. Yeah, a third evolution. You said the third evolution wouldn't happen this fast, remember? Lin Qianying was nearly frantic. Every bit of news tonight had blown her mind, each one shattering what she thought she knew. 2 days ago Zhang Wei had sworn the third evolution would be slow, yet here, he was already there. Zhang Wei scratched the bridge of his nose, embarrassed but honest. I didn't think it would be this quick either. There just aren't that many origin crystals left in the city. But one casual trip beyond the walls had brought back several thousand mid-grade crystals, enough to shoot a mech straight to level 50. How many crystals? Lin Qianying pressed. A few thousand mid-grade. 1,000 or 9. Her tone drifted, but she chased every word. To boost a mech to 50, it had to be closer to several thousand. She wondered if she should take a trip herself. Zhang Wei made a mental note to brief Lin Qianying and Jiang Tao. Mechanical creatures weren't pushovers. Anyone else who'd met that swarm of giant crabs would have died a few times over. The road back to Lichuan City was calm. No danger, no lucky finds. Xiaobao trailed quietly behind the group until the city wall came into view. Then it suddenly tensed. Boss, something up there. Zhang Wei switched the scanner from precision to wide angle. Sure enough, 5 or 6 kilometers overhead, A flock of mechanical birds circled, and occasionally dove. He arched a brow at Xiaobait's danger sense was better than expected, a pleasant surprise. Don't worry, they won't come down. Let's go. He patted Xiaobao's tail, thinking if any bird tried, he'd teach it a lesson. The villa district blazed with light. Zhang Tao was directing the crew when the ground shuddered beneath him. He spun around to find a shadow the size of a small mountain bearing down. Boss, monster! He charged, war scythe raised, ready to hack Xiaobao in two. Startled, Xiaobao darted behind Zhang Wei. Relax. New recruit, Zhang Wei said coolly. New recruit. The scythe froze midair. Zhang Tao looked stunned. It's called Xiaobao. Skittish little thing, so don't pick on it. Push it too hard, and one swipe of its tail could kill you. Even Zhang Tao knew better than to ignore that. He lowered the scythe at once. If the boss said it, he meant it. That strong? Almost at king class. What did you think? Zhang Tao got the message immediately. To Zhang Tao, it looked as if Zhang Wei was staring at Xiaobao, biding his time until the mechanical pet advanced to king class, so he could finish it off with a single stroke. I'm going to evolve my mech. Keep your eyes on the sky. Zhang Wei tilted his head back. Above the villa district, a massive raptor circled less than 2 kilometers away. The moment the mech began evolving, it would surely draw that predator's attention. Zhang Tao grew anxious. Big brother, this is dangerous. That bird is no joke. It doesn't just eat people, it hunts mechanical creatures. Remember those elephants? Yeah, what about them? Zhang Wei certainly remembered. Those elephants were his real, free-range mechs. That bird has already killed 2. Zhang Tao had learned the news the instant it broke. Zhang Wei's expression darkened. Has it touched the pile of metal scraps? It hadn't before, but I'm not sure now. I've already pulled everyone back. Let's go take a look. Zhang Wei turned on his heel. Xiao Bao and Lin Qianying followed close behind. Zhang Tao froze, wondering if he hadn't made the danger clear enough. Big brother, are you coming or not? Zhang Wei cut him off. I'm coming. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and caught up. On the wasteland north of the city, a heap of twisted metal rose amid scorched earth and weeds. At the sight, Xiao Bao's eyes flared bright blue, like twin searchlights pure food. Boss, I want to eat it. Xiao Bao's voice was pleading. Instinct told him that devouring the wreckage would propel him into king class. No, it's already been sold, Zhang Wei said. We keep our word. He glanced at Lin Qianying. But letting him nibble a little is fine, right? I only said there was a huge pile of scrap, Lin Qianying shrugged. No one ever counted the pieces. Go on. Just a little. Zhang Wei patted Xiao Bao's helmet. Got it. Xiao Bao pounced, gnawing away at the metal. Watching from the side, Zhang Tao sighed. The more that fool eats, the sooner he'll die. Zhang Wei had already decided. I'm evolving the mech now. If that bird comes down, we won't have to relocate. Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying exchanged a glance, then nodded. For Zhang Tao, staying here was far freer than falling under military control. Lin Qianying worried about the people of Chuan City. Consume the source crystals, Zhang Wei ordered. In the cargo hold, piles of mid-grade source crystals shattered in an instant. Their energy turned into streams of light that poured madly into the mech. Its level shot up. More than 5,000 crystals vanished in a blink, pushing the mech from level 31 to level 50. Combat power rose by 95 points, reaching a total of 1,235. Begin evolution. The third mech evolution activated. Amid a deafening roar, the mech lifted into the air, and a pillar of mysterious energy descended from the sky, making Zhang Wei the brightest beacon in the northern ruins. So conspicuous a target instantly drew the great bird's eye. Humans and their mech, show dare they. The king-class mechanical bird fixed Zhang Wei with searchlight-bright eyes, furious that he was brazenly evolving his mech right under its beak, as though it were invisible. Kill him, it ordered, its voice icy. The flock circling high overhead dove at once, a black mass 1,000 strong, each bird spreading nearly 10 meters of metal wing. Their momentum under the night sky felt powerful enough to flip heaven and earth. Brother, they're coming. Zhang Tao gripped his war scythe and shouted himself hoarse. He knew the swarm could tear him apart at any moment, yet he didn't retreat. Lin Qianying snapped her rifle up. The range was long and the odds of a hit were slim, but she had to show resolve. Tracer fire split the darkness, every bullet drawing a clean streak of light. Zhang Wei looked up at the steel tide surging across the sky and frowned. He had planned only to lure down that single king-class bird. Ordinary drones weren't in the script. Clearly, the plan had collapsed. He was about to abort the evolution sequence when a dark blur burst forward. Xiaobao. Touch my boss and die. The mechanical giant lizard roared, metal scraps still hanging from its jaws. Its tail whipped around, hurling debris skyward. Accuracy was non-existent, but the force was monstrous. Any bird merely grazed by a shard disintegrated on the spot. Xiaobao itself was only a hair short of king class. Zhang Wei blinked in surprise. Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying risking their lives for him was nothing new, but timid Xiaobao fighting like this moved him deeply. What he didn't know was that the lizard had its own motive. The legendary source crystal was stashed in its cargo bay, with no room to hide it inside its body. Flaunting the crystal openly would be suicide. Parking it inside Zhang Wei's mech was safer. If the boss died, the crystal would be lost. That was the real reason behind Xiaobao's reckless charge. Yet one lizard couldn't stop 1,000 birds. Their dive was lightning fast, their numbers overwhelming. And with Zhang Wei's mech hanging in midair, Xiaobao couldn't cover every angle. On the ground its bulk might have shielded him. Up here it was stretched too thin. Zhang Wei ran the numbers and chose to keep the evolution running. Forcing a shutdown would cripple the mech. He could patch it with the crystal's energy, but why waste it? The occasional bite from lesser birds didn't worry him. As long as the king-class bird stayed aloof, the situation was manageable. If it descended well, that would be another story. Taking down a king-class bird would earn at least an epic-grade source crystal. With gains like these guaranteed, spending mid-grade source crystals to mend a mech is always worth it. The moment the fighting started, Xiaobao bounded back and forth across the dust-choked ground, metal claws flashing, the meteor hammer on its tail whistling through the air, and even its agile tongue turned into a blade. Every strike landed with surgical precision. Once a mechanical bird was in its sights, there was no escape. Lin Qianying's firepower followed close behind. The cannon on her mech shuddered, and a burst of consecutive shots could smash a mechanical bird out of the sky, barely holding the line together. Jiang Tao could only watch helplessly. His mech was built for close combat, carried no ranged weaponry, and was too slow to catch these aerial targets. Unless he used Thunder Strike, all he could do was swing his sword in place. Lacking Zhang Wei's supply of source crystals, he chose to stay by Zhang Wei's side, ready to block any stragglers with his own body. Even with layered defenses, a few mechanical birds still pierced the fire net and slammed into Zhang Wei's armor. He didn't even flinch. The thick plating didn't lose so much as a coat of paint. Minutes later, the king mechanical bird overhead flew into a rage. Seeing its flock suffer heavy losses, it let out a piercing screech. Violet energy gathered in its throat and lanced downward like a laser, targeting Xiaobao. Alerted by the screech, Xiaobao braced itself and lunged sideways. The violet beam grazed its rear plating and scorched a 10-centimeter-wide hole into the earth. The king mechanical bird screeched again, dropping to within 500 meters. Icy wind rattled metal feathers as the violet beam now locked onto Zhang Wei. As the beam flashed toward them, Zhang Tao's thoughts tore at him. He could stop an ordinary bird, but not a blast like this. Yet if he didn't, Zhang Wei would take the hit. Here goes nothing, he growled, launching his mech upward. He aimed to shield the strike with a non-vital section. If everything else was destroyed, he still had a spare core, and surely his big brother would reward such bravery. Halfway up, a dark shape streaked past. Xiaobao surged forward, tucked in its limbs, curled into a near-perfect sphere, and spun at high speed. A split second later, the violet laser struck. Blinding sparks showered off Xiaobao's shell. The metal ignited under the heat, yet the beam could not penetrate. Already clad in natural armor before its mechanization, its defenses were now even stronger. Though it lacked speed and special abilities, it withstood the lethal blast through sheer toughness. Jiang Tao landed and exhaled in relief. Xiaobao had saved both Zhang Wei and him. Great job, Xiaobao, Jiang Tao shouted over the comms. He'll make sure you're repaid. Next time Big Bro wants to kill you, they'll stand in his way and talk some sense into him. And if talking doesn't work, if you can't win the argument, just stop talking. What else can you do? Xiaobao had no time to listen to Zhang Tao's muttering. Every ounce of its strength was focused on the searing purple laser slicing down from the sky. To keep any single plate of armor from bearing the full force for too long, it spun like a top, spreading the heat across its entire alloy frame. Even the thickest metal can be pierced eventually, but constant rotation bought precious seconds. When the blinding beam finally faded, the sovereign mech bird circling overhead shrieked in fury. Are you looking to die? In truth, it hated fighting large mechanical beasts. Yes, they yielded richer energy cells, but one slip could be fatal. The last time, a herd of iron mammoths had nearly beat it into scrap. 500 meters up was its comfort zone, dragged to the ground. It was no longer a sovereign of anything. Even now, blazing with anger, it only dared drop to roughly that altitude. Any lower was off limits. Stupid bird, back off. Xiaobao landed solidly, raised its head, and roared at the sky. Humph. The mech bird bristled at the insult. It descended another 200 meters and glared down. At this range its attacks were deadlier. It wanted to see how many more strikes Xiaobao could take. Zhang Wei watched everything unfold. Had heard Jiang Tao's earlier whispers loud and clear, too scared to ask outright for mercy. The guy could only mumble, "Whatever you do, don't kill Xiaobao." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes at the mental gymnastics. Almost done, just a little longer, he muttered, glancing at his mech's console. The evolution process was in its final phase. In theory this step should take much longer, but had force-fed the core crystals, slashing the time to a minimum. Another lance of purple light crashed down. Xiaobao had no choice but to keep spinning. At the closer distance the beam was hotter, carving charred grooves into its silver-gray armor. Xiaobao, fall back. Let me take this one. Zhang Tao bolted forward as he saw the burns. If that laser punched through, Xiaobao would be finished. His own mech was bulkier, but nowhere near as tough, yet he figured his luck could stretch a few more lives. You want hold it, Xiaobao growled, tail whipping as it spun. It wasn't worried about Jiang Tao's safety so much as the risk that a pierced hull would send the beam straight into Big Brother Zhang Wei. As for itself, it calculated it could survive 2 more hits. Are you crazy? You're going to get yourself killed. Jiang Tao was moved by his own burst of heroism, had never met a pangolin this loyal, mechanical, or otherwise. Plenty of humans came up short by comparison. A fresh burst of sparks flared high above. Seeing it, Lin Qianying quit spraying the lesser mech birds and leveled her rifle at the sovereign. While it was channeling its skill, it couldn't dodge in time, and she fired a cryo round straight at it, hoping to give the arrogant bird some real trouble. Unfortunately, the gulf in combat power was enormous. The cryo rounds burst against the sovereign mecha bird without so much as a sliver of frost to show for it. Unfazed by the feeble harassment, the mechanical bird didn't even blink, keeping its sights locked on the faltering Xiaobao. Another violet laser lanced down. Xiaobao weathered it, but that shot pushed him to his limit. She was merely brushing up against the sovereign tier, not truly there. His heavy alloy armor was laced with scorch marks, electricity sputtered along the seams, and several plates had been burned through, their edges glowing molten. Run? There was no escape. Without a supply of source crystals, Xiaobao knew he had no chance of breaching the sovereign threshold anytime soon, and the overgrown tin bird hovering above would never grant him the luxury to grow. His only option was to trust Zhang Wei and buy him time. A fresh beam of violet light flashed toward him. Xiaobao sprang aside, deliberately angling his body so the shot avoided the loosened armor plates. Just as he spun in midair, bracing for the impact, a hand pressed firmly against the plating on his back. Easy now. You've done enough. Zhang Wei's voice was low and steady. Like an anchor biting into the seabed, an irresistible force snapped Xiaobao's massive frame to a halt. The spin died instantly. Supported by Zhang Wei's palm, he settled to the ground, while Zhang Wei left his own back exposed to the airborne mecha bird. Big bro behind you. Xiaobao shouted in alarm. Zhang Wei treated the incoming violet beam as if it barely existed. The floating drones orbiting him pivoted in unison, and several cryo grenades shot out. They met the laser halfway, energies canceling in a splash of white and purple brilliance. Ding. Mech suit evolution level 3 complete. Combat power 200. Core module slots 10. Open status. A thought from Zhang Wei brought the panel to life. Mech form. Level 3 evolution, 20M. Suit level, 50. Mass, 51T. Combat power, 1455. Strength, 14.5T. Speed, 14 milliseconds. Class, medium, close quarters. Power core, dual cycle nuclear engines. Epic gear. Thermal, greatsword epic. Alloy defensive armor epic. Exquisite gear. Sustain burn thrusters exquisite. Veteran core exquisite. Epic core, recon core. Legendary skills. Hyper combat boost. Death ray. Thunderclap annihilation. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. On paper, the third evolution seemed modest. Yet he knew this milestone was critical. The suit's energy had begun feeding back into his body, reinforcing his physique and, according to rumor, even extending his lifespan. You mechanical mutt, feeling cocky, huh? He snapped the panel shut and glared at the massive mecha bird overhead. The sheer weight of his gaze made the aloof metal giant feel unexpectedly small. Hyper combat boost. Raw energy flooded the suit. Zhang Wei kicked off, sustained burn thrusters roaring as blinding fire erupted behind him, the shockwave shoving Xiaobao several steps back. In a blink, Zhang Wei streaked upward like a shooting star, rocketing hundreds of meters straight toward the sovereign mecha bird. From a distance, Jiang Tao gaped. Big bro can fly now? To him, that sure looked like flight after all. Who jumps 200 or 300 meters into the sky? Lin Qianying murmured under her breath, he's gotten stronger again. Zhang Wei rocketed upward in a furious burst, startling the sovereign mecha bird into a panicked flutter. Its once steady flight lurched off balance and even began to drop. The searing crimson glow of Zhang's thermal greatsword closed in, so the bird whipped its tail around and drove its high-speed rotors into a desperate climb. I refuse to believe you can catch me. It roared hoarsely. Its only answer was an ice-blue cryo round launched from Zhang Wei's hovering cannon. With his power enhancement system engaged, his combat rating had surged to 2,910, just shy of the 3,000 mark. By his estimate, the sovereign mecha bird barely reached 400 or 500. The gulf between them was a mountain over a ditch, guaranteeing utter domination. The mecha bird knew the Dang-era creature that could leap more than 200 meters straight off the ground was well beyond its league. As the cryo round screamed closer, it hastily spat a bolt of violet laser. Extreme cold slammed into blistering heat midair, erupting in vapor and crackling arcs of light. While the two energies deadlocked, Zhang Wei closed to striking range. He raised the thermal greatsword, scorching whirlwinds spiraling along its blade, and unleashed a brilliant red arc. The bird thrust out a slender alloy leg to parry, but the sword sliced through it like tofu. With a hiss of steam, the limb was sheared off without even a spark. The severed leg spiraled earthward, and the mecha bird used the recoil to claw for altitude. Fly higher, higher! It shrieked, its core processor overflowing with fear and desperation. Zhang Wei's upward momentum died with that blow, and even the flames from his back thrusters couldn't keep him in pursuit. Watching the target recede overhead, he muttered in regret, what a shame. A 200-plus-meter leap was already the ceiling for his current body and gear. Reaching a kilometer would demand stronger thrusters, and raw power alone even 10,000 points wouldn't help. Still, he had no intention of letting the enemy escape. Death laser. Purple light detonated in Zhang Wei's eyes as a thick lance of energy ripped skyward like living lightning. High above, the mecha bird screeched, "Cursed human, I won't let you get away with this," and fired another violet beam. The rays collided, roaring like thunder, but this time Zhang Wei's death laser swallowed its counterpart instantly and streaked on toward the sovereign mecha bird. The monarch mecha bird beat its wings without pause, climbing even faster. The blazing white death ray chased after it, but always remained a hair behind. The beam carved a dazzling arc across the sky, yet never quite caught the metallic silhouette ahead. At the same moment, Zhang Wei, having lost his footing, plunged like a boulder. With his current weight and metal skeleton, the air screamed as it was torn apart. In the blink of an eye, he slammed into the ground, the crash thundering as a wall of dust rolled across the ruins. Big brother. Jiang Tao sprinted over, his heart lodged in his throat. From that height, anyone else would have been pulp. He was already mentally dividing the inheritance. Yet at the bottom of a pit nearly 2 meters deep, Zhang Wei straightened, knees bent in a perfect landing. Just before impact, his dorsal thrusters had fired at full burn, bleeding off most of the force. The rest he absorbed through his legs. He was completely unhurt. Pity, I didn't manage to finish it off. Zhang Wei shrugged, concerned only about the quarry that got away. That was still incredible. Jiang Tao spoke from the heart. Lin Qianying arrived then, and gave Zhang Wei a small nod. I know you did all you could. It escaped, but it won't dare stay here. At least the people in Chuan City are safe. Before she finished, Xiao Bao quietly slipped over to the pile of fallen metal debris, its eyes growing brighter the closer it got. Go ahead, eat your fill. Zhang Wei saw what it was after and couldn't bear to ration its rations any longer. Yay! Xiao Bao cheered and pounced, gnawing away as if it had never been hurt. That little guy can really take a beating. Zhang Tao muttered enviously. Today he even thought Xiao Bao looked kind of cute. High above, the monarch mecha bird had climbed to 700 or 800 meters, but its voice slammed down like a bomb in everyone's ears. Humans, I'm not leaving. I'll keep my eyes on you. If you won't let me live in peace, I won't let you live in peace. Not only Zhang Wei, half the city heard the taunt, and fear spread instantly. Still acting tough? Zhang Tao stared up. By all rights, the loser should have fled with its tail between its legs. Why was the bird even more arrogant? Because it can fly and you can't. Zhang Wei replied flatly. That makes sense. Zhang Tao was speechless, his mind racing. If a giant bird kept messing with them from above, they could never hunt, and without source crystals they couldn't grow stronger. He panicked. Bro, what now? Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Qianying. The militarido, you have fighter jets? We do. You have an idea? Lin Qianying's eyes lit up. Yeah, I might need to borrow one. Can you arrange it? If it's you asking, absolutely. Lin Qianying thumped her chest in promise. The military was already eager to recruit Zhang Wei. This was the perfect chance. Fine, let Chuan City handle itself. We'll have to pull out sooner or later. Tomorrow, I'll go to the military base with you. Really? Lin Qianying blurted out, surprised. She knew how much Zhang Wei disliked visiting the base. If they only needed a plane, she could have asked her superiors. Zhang Wei didn't have to get involved. Yeah, I want to submit a few suggestions for building the steel fortress. Zhang Wei's eyes were calm. The military had approved the project, but the plans were still vague. As a returnee from the future, he knew the crises the fortress would face and how a better design could avoid them. All right, I'll inform them right away. How do we get there? Lin Qianying's voice held a trace of anticipation. Have them send a helicopter, just a standard transport model. Zhang Wei glanced skyward, where a king-class mechanical bird was circling low. With that thing overhead, Lin Qianying would have turned down anyone else. But because the request came from Zhang Wei, she agreed without hesitation or curiosity about his true appearance growing stronger. Big brother, can I come? Jiang Tao asked softly. He wasn't eager to see the base. He just worried the bird might turn him into lunch once Zhang Wei left. You stay and watch the place. Xiao Bao will keep you company. Zhang Wei patted Jiang Tao's shoulder. That bird's badly hurt. With Xiao Bao around, it won't dare swoop down. Got it. He'll tell everyone to be ready to move out tomorrow. Jiang Tao nodded. Xiao Bao merely cradled his pouch of beef jerky, tail wagging as if to say, as long as there's food, I'm in. Night fell, and Zhang Wei stayed in his armor. The dark blue-black plates stood motionless while threads of energy seeped through the seams into his body, steady and warm. The flow was a trickle, not a surge. Half the night passed before the enhancement ended. About 10% of the suit's power had fused with him. 145 combat points. More than enough barehanded. He flexed his fingers, his joints cracked crisply. He glanced at Jiang Tao, wondering how his brother would react if he learned Zhang Wei's unarmored body could now arm wrestle the suit itself. At first light, Lin Qianying checked in. Zhang Wei, the helicopter's airborne, and will reach Chuan City soon. Need anything? Nothing special, but we can't board wearing this armor, it's too heavy. She hit the nail on the head. Jiang Tao joined them, curiosity written on his face. Had never seen Zhang Wei without the suit, either. They'll see sooner or later. Zhang Wei drew a deep breath. Before, he kept the armor on because removing it left him vulnerable. Now, with 145 combat points, he could protect himself and re-equip at will. Disassemble. At the low command, the 20-meter colossus reversed like a tide of steel. Plates folded, slid, and vanished. Within seconds, the black giant was gone. In its place stood Zhang Wei, now a solid 180 tall. Zhang Wei had always been on the lean side. He still wasn't exactly bulky, but the muscles on his bare torso were undeniably real. Holy crap. Jiang Tao straightened up, then deciding he was too tall dropped to the ground instead, his eyes glued to Zhang Wei like twin searchlights. Damn, you look good. It wasn't empty flattery. Chiseled features paired with sharply defined muscles were a treat for more than just the ladies. Even Jiang Tao found the view satisfying. Disengage. The electronic voice sounded, and Zhang Wei separated from his mech. Lin Qianying popped out a moment later, and the instant her feet touched down she strode straight over to him. So you really are a younger guy and a handsome one at that. She circled him twice, admiration shining in her eyes. She had always preferred rugged men. Delicate pretty boys never made the cut. Zhang Wei ignored the attention. He lifted the mech core and slipped it around his neck. After the third stage of evolution, the core could display every bit of data status, repairs, maintenance, everything. In core mode, it even carried out auto repairs faster and at a fraction of the energy cost, so anyone who owned a mech did this almost daily. Battles meant impacts, and even the toughest armor picked up micro scratches. Once they accumulated to a threshold, the entire frame could fail. Hull plates, weapon modules, everything needed upkeep. Save where you can. Nobody argues with a good cost-performance ratio. Hey, kid, spacing out already? Seeing him lost in thought, Lin Qianying poked his chest twice. Wow, that's solid. Sis, keep it to yourself, will you? No need to announce it. Zhang Wei shot her a look. At the word sis, her brow arched in displeasure. Watch your mouth. It's big sis, got it? Fine, big sis. He switched without missing a beat. Could you find me a shirt? Bro, wanna borrow mine? Jiang Tao finally snapped out of admiration mode and hurriedly sent his men for some clothes. Sure, as long as it fits. Zhang Wei had never been picky about clothes. Staring at the bare torso, Jiang Tao eventually asked, Bro, what happened to your shirt? Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Qianying, lips curling into a silent smile. Jiang Tao was baffled. I'm asking you, not her. What's with the grin? He offered no explanation. During the third evolution, the mech's energy is injected into the pilot's body, flooding the upper torso and vaporizing any clothing in its path. Everyone who reaches that stage ends up the same way, even Lin Qianying. By his estimate, she would outpace Jiang Tao in evolution soon enough, and when that happened, he wouldn't poke her chest in revenge. A silent look would be payback enough. What are you staring at? Zhang Wei's gaze made Lin Qianying uneasy. Something about his eyes felt vaguely threatening. Nothing, Zhang Wei replied flatly as he looked away. You two need to evolve as soon as possible. Now that Jiang Tao and Lin Qianying were basically his teammates, he didn't want any more liabilities in the squad. We know, we're working on it, Lin Qianying muttered, then changed the subject. By the way, we're bringing one more person on this trip. Who? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and followed the direction of her finger. A short distance away stood the timid boy Jiang Tao had rescued yesterday. Bro, I brought him back, Jiang Tao explained. Han Su murdered his father. You plan to take him home? Zhang Wei still wasn't sure what Lin Qianying meant. Yeah, she nodded. I've already recovered his father's mech and handed it to him. This place isn't meant for raising kids, so we'll drop him off on the way. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. This place really isn't suitable. Thank you, big brothers. Thank you, sister. I'll do my best. The boy mustered his courage, face solemn. Just keep at it, Zhang Wei answered coolly. Lin Qianying clearly felt his encouragement was lacking. The boy had watched Zhang Wei fight yesterday and now idolized him. A few inspiring words might shape the child's future. Zhang Wei understood but refused to shoulder that responsibility. Why push the kid to risk his life and become monster feed? The world was full of misery. If everyone needed his encouragement, he'd die of exhaustion. Whoop whoop whoop. The helicopter's rotors thundered closer. Chopper's here. Let's go, Lin Qianying reminded him. Right, Zhang Wei said, and Lin Qianying led the boy toward the helipad at a jog. Before leaving, Zhang Wei gave Jiang Tao one last order. Keep an eye on the elephants. The rat swarm in Chuancheng held only ordinary origin crystals. She didn't care, but the elephant herd guarded more than a dozen epic-grade origin crystals, and nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Got it, bro? Jiang Tao thumped his chest in promise. Satisfied, Zhang Wei climbed aboard the helicopter. The rotor wash whipped around them while the pilot's face went pale. Above the cabin, a king-class mechanical bird circled with several hundred smaller units. They won't come down. Take off, Zhang Wei assured him. Understood. The pilot had no choice. Headquarters had said to meet Zhang Wei's requests whenever possible. Hi, Zhang Wei. I'm Shangwan Lin. In his early 30s, Shangwan Lin offered a firm handshake. His lean build and chiseled features radiated toughness. Hello, brother Shangwan. Zhang Wei shook his hand politely. Thanks for looking after my sister these last few days, Shangwan Lin said with a grateful smile. No problem, Zhang Wei answered curtly, his interest already waning. The engines roared louder as the helicopter lifted off, drowning any further conversation and sparing Zhang Wei from small talk. Once the helicopter lifted off, the sovereign mecha bird grew restless. It beat its metal wings and circled above, unable to fathom how those insolent humans could just saunter away in a helicopter that crawled like a snail. Did they really think it was merely for show? A cold glint flashed across its optics as it considered taking a shot at the aircraft. Make a move and it'll kill you. With the cabin door half open, Zhang Wei stuck out his head and threw the warning upward, voice icy. The threat carried clearly on the night wind, every syllable hitting the mecha bird's audio sensors. Its metal feathers froze, the whole machine bird suddenly jammed. Who did this kid think he was? It glanced at Zhang Wei, then at its own still damaged legs barely fit to land, let alone fight. Yes, a long-range strike could cripple the helicopter, but if Zhang Wei got desperate, who knew what he might do in return? After a quick cost-benefit check, the mecha bird swallowed the combat command. It would bide its time, follow them, wait for an opening, then make his life miserable. Inside the cabin, Shangwan Lin had witnessed everything, utterly stunned. One casual threat from Zhang Wei had scared that massive machine bird into total compliance. Incredible. He shot Lin, chinning a questioning look. She simply nodded, offering no explanation. The rotors droned, and the slipstream tore past the fuselage. Overhead, the sovereign mecha bird kept a steady escort position, almost like a bodyguard. Had the pilot not alerted the military base in advance, the escort would have been painted by rockets or AA guns long before they reached restricted airspace. Roughly an hour later, the helicopter settled onto the tarmac. When the doors slid open, heat and the smell of jet fuel rushed in. The base's top commander was already waiting. Being greeted by someone of that rank filled Zhang Wei with a mix of pride and excitement, though he kept his expression modest. Hello, sir. I'm Zhang Wei. He stepped forward and offered his hand. Good, good. Looks like we share the same surname. No need for formalities, just call me Uncle Zhang. The middle-aged commander, Commander Zhang, clasped his hand warmly. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wei answered with a sincere smile. Building a direct line to a high-ranking officer was priceless. If trouble ever exceeded his reach, a call for Uncle Zhang and heavier firepower could be a lifesaver. Even a decade from now, he would never underestimate the military. After all, one misguided nuke would be more than he could handle. Come on, young man, let's get you a proper welcome meal. Commander Zhang seemed pleased, humble, not arrogant. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I appreciate it. Haha, let's go. Chinnying, you too. He waved Lin, chinnying over, knowing her presence could smooth things out if talks grew tense. Yes, sir. Lin chinnying snapped to attention with a crisp salute far more formal than Zhang Wei. Guided by an attendant, they headed deep into the base. Soldiers eyed them curiously, vehicles rumbled by, and the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Soon they reached the mess hall. The tin door swung open to reveal bare furnishings, yellowish bulbs, round tables, chairs with paint peeling off. The place is a bit rough. Hope you don't mind, Commander Zhang said as he sat. The only others present were Lin chinnying, Shangwan Lin, and a young aide with a notepad. Uncle Zhang, having a place like this is already a luxury these days. Zhang Wei took his seat without a hint of complaint. True enough, the commander sighed, then composed himself. Now, tell me what you think of Steel City. Chief Zhang was just as impatient. Before the food even arrived, he started asking Zhang Wei for his thoughts. Setting his teacup down, Zhang Wei got straight to the point. Uncle Zhang, building the walls out of solid steel isn't enough. We have to guard against the birds in the sky and the rats underground. Both treat steel as food now. If we don't prepare in advance, the city will end up as their Aleocaniate buffet. Good, good. Chief Zhang clapped his hands. That's exactly what's been giving us headaches. We still don't have a final plan, and I'm about to pull out the rest of my hair. Since you can see the problem, I assume you've got a solution as well. I have an idea you can test, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Tell me quickly. Chief Zhang leaned forward, clearly anxious. Zhang Wei organized his thoughts. We've gathered plenty of scrap metal, so remelting and casting new pieces won't be hard. The real issue is the sky. First, string a high-voltage grid. The mechanical creatures hate electricity. When resources allow, upgrade it to an electromagnetic net. As for the walls and the ground beneath them, coat the exterior with a special layer and install a sensor node every square meter underground, so any anomaly triggers an immediate alert. The military already had anti-air firepower for the mechanical birds, but Zhang Wei's plan focused on the walls and the earth below the city's true weak spots. A coating? What kind of coating? Chief Zhang raised an eyebrow. The same exterior paint we used before, Zhang Wei replied, stunning everyone. The room fell silent. Lin Xianying and several officers exchanged looks, wondering if he was joking. Could a simple layer of paint really stop creatures that tunneled through steel like mud? Zhang Wei spread his hands. I stumbled on it by accident. The coating contains a compound the mechanical creatures detest, the way most people can't stand the smell of fermented herring. If it's thick enough, they won't just avoid biting the walls, they'll stay well away from them. Of course, to be safe we still need those underground sensors, so any tiny breach can be fixed immediately. I'm just not sure how hard it will be to apply. He said he wasn't sure, but he knew perfectly well the first fully functional iron city in his previous life had been built exactly this way. Every earlier fortress had been gnawed into ruins. No amount of weaponry could stop the endless tide of mechanical creatures. Lin Xianying nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "When did you figure out that coating worked?" "That's a secret," Zhang Wei whispered back. The room stayed quiet for a long moment as everyone mulled over his words. At last, Chief Zhang looked up, eyes shining. "Zhang, let Xianying keep you company for dinner. I'm going to test your idea right away." "Uncle Zhang, please make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep me company," Zhang Wei said as he stood up. All right, Commander Zhang replied, then unexpectedly broke into a run down the hallway. His adjutant scrambled after him, the quick patter of their footsteps echoing off the walls. Once the officer was gone, Lin Xianying dropped her earlier composure, crossed her arms, and glared at Zhang Wei. "How many things are you still hiding from me? It just occurred to me." "I swear," Zhang Wei defended himself, palms up. "I don't believe you," she shot back. "Huh, forget whether you believe him or not." Shangwan Lin bustled in, grinning. "Have you two eaten a proper meal lately? Thanks to you, I get to crash this feast." Several soldiers followed, balancing trays of steaming dishes. "We've been fine," Lin Xianying answered politely. Staying with Jiang Tao, they'd never lacked meat or fish, even if it wasn't exactly gourmet. Then him digging in. "Chopsticks up." Shangwan Lin waved everyone to sit. By the time they finished, Shangwan Lin was thoroughly satisfied. Lin Xianying had barely picked at her food, and Zhang Wei even less. His mech-enhanced body hardly needed to eat. If real hunger struck, he could merge with his armor and draw energy from it. Without that ability, the apocalypse might have driven people to cannibalism long ago. "The brass are still in meetings and won't bother with us for a while," Shangwan Lin said, wiping his mouth. "Why don't we check out the camps outside the base? Plenty of survivors have set them up, and it's pretty lively." Lin Xianying looked to Zhang Wei, waiting for a decision. "Sure, let's go," Zhang Wei agreed. A crowd meant more opportunities, and no one was listening to his request for a fighter jet anyway. "Great. Wait here, it'll change," Lin Xianying called, dashing off. Shangwan Lin gave Zhang Wei a meaningful pat on the shoulder. "Don't be fooled by my sister's serious uniform. In civilian clothes, she's lively and adorable." Zhang Wei blinked. "Why are you telling me this? You young people need to talk more," Shangwan Lin said, hurrying away. Left alone, Zhang Wei wondered, what's that supposed to mean? Is Shangwan Lin her real brother, or a cousin? About 10 minutes later, Lin Xianying came sprinting back. "Where's brother Shangwan? He said something came up." "Forget him, let's go." She grabbed Zhang Wei by the arm. "Why the excitement?" He let her pull him along. "I just want to soak up some normal life, okay?" She laughed. "Fine. By the way, is he really your brother?" "No blood relation. Our dads were comrades in arms. I've known him forever." With that, she dragged Zhang Wei outside, giving him no chance to ask more. They walked the base corridor, drawing curious looks from the sentries. With her shoulder-length hair and civilian clothes, Lin Xianying looked even younger and brighter, just as Shangwan Lin had said, lively and charming. Beside her, Zhang Wei felt a strange pressure. Maybe the old saying is right, he mused. Beauty can be trouble, and sometimes being too attractive really is a curse. Fortunately, Zhang Wei believed he could handle any amount of pressure. After all, he and Lin Xianying had met only a few days ago. They might have scraped through one mech battle together, but taking the relationship any farther, Zhang Wei shook the idea away. "Stop daydreaming, Haven. I had enough grief over women. Staying friends is fine. What's on your mind?" Lin Xianying asked when she saw his distant look. "Nothing. The camp's just ahead. Didn't expect it to be this busy. I noticed from the plane. Come on, let's go." On the flight, Lin Xianying spent the whole time pressed to the window, taking everything in, while Zhang Wei never took his eyes off the Wangzhe mechanical bird. After his warning, the thing hadn't dared to act, but who knew when it might lash out? The instant it moved, had merged with his mech. A simple barricade of steel plates and sandbags marked the entrance to the temporary camp, and the place was packed. A military base lay nearby. The tangle of gunfire and searchlights created a sense of safety that pulled survivors in. Most had made it here on their own. The army wanted to rescue people farther out, but simply couldn't. "Look, Zhang Wei, folks here seem to be living pretty well." Rows of tents filled the grounds. Cooking smoke carried the smell of food. Children chased one another, and fear was almost absent from the adults' faces. Lin Xianying sounded satisfied. "This is good enough," Zhang Wei replied quietly. It was only days into the apocalypse. Supplies hadn't run dry. and people hadn't yet been pushed to extremes. Farther in, a survivor-run marketplace was buzzing. Hey there, beautiful, handsome, and eat anything? We've got it all. Vendors shouted over one another. Stalls overflowed with toiletries, canned goods, and ration bars, but the most crowded tables sold mech supplies. Source crystals were the hottest item. Prices were already pegged to food. 3 gene of grain for 1 crystal, or just 1 gene if it was meat. Meat would only grow rarer. Even rats had been mechanized. Pigs, cattle, and sheep were out of the question. The thought made Zhang Wei frown. Someday, if anyone still wanted meat, there might be only one source left: human flesh. The notorious meat train of the future flashed through his mind. Zhang Wei was no selfless hero, but there were lines he wouldn't cross, and he despised outfits like that. Maybe the worry on his face smelled like business to someone. A merchant elbowed through the crowd and stopped in front of him. The man wore glasses and a sharp suit, his smile suggesting he'd seen right through Zhang Wei. Brother, struggling with your mech? Zhang Wei looked up. This time the merchant was the one caught off guard. The bespectacled man narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Why does this kid look so familiar? Ah, it's you. He raised his voice and jabbed a finger at Zhang Wei. Isn't it about time you paid me back? The pre-apocalypse mortgage flashed through his mind. When Zhang Wei had borrowed the money, had been so cocky the banker could still picture it. The man in front of him was thinner now and a few shades darker, but those eyes and that attitude were unmistakable. Pay you? Why should I? Zhang Wei looked up slowly. His tone was calm, edged with amusement. You borrowed from me, so you repay me. Debts are debts. He spoke extra loud, hoping the crowd would lean on Zhang Wei for him. Food was hard enough to come by these days. Zhang Wei shrugged. I mortgaged my house. Take the house. The banker almost cursed. No one cared if that house was still standing. And even if it was, nobody would waste CRYSD on a pile of bricks ready to crumble. Who wants property now? Do you even know how collateral works? Sliding his torn gloves into a pocket, Zhang Wei answered lazily, sure. I gave you the house. If you don't want it, that's your problem. He was in a good mood. Head humor the guy a bit. The banker exhaled and switched tactics. Fine, call me unlucky. But running into me might be your lucky break. Oh, how's that? Zhang Wei asked, his eyes drifting to the polished CRYSDS at the man's belt. He already guessed where this was headed. You don't have your own mech, do you? A flash off his lenses underscored the banker's sudden air of superiority. I rent them out now. They'll even sell if you've got the CRYSDS. Zhang Wei arched a brow. These couch commanders always found ways to profit without risking their necks. So how's the rental work? He said, pretending interest. Because we're acquaintances, the banker held up 3 fingers, 30 common CRYSDS as a deposit. I give you a 4-meter light mech, ranged weapons, nice and safe. 7-day lease, 15 CRYSDS rent. Bring it back on time. You get 15 CRYSDS returned. Mine more than 15, and every crystal after that is yours. For meters? Zhang Wei pulled a face. That's pretty tiny. How much punch can it pack? Let me see the mech first. Deposit first, the banker said at once. And you're not getting the core, just user access. He clutched the data key on his chest. No amateur he. Zhang Wei waved him off. I've got the CRYSDS, but your toy isn't worth the trouble. He turned as if to leave. Hearing Zhang Wei actually had money, the banker reached out quickly. Hang on, brother. That was just the basic unit. I've got better models. Let's talk over there. Zhang Wei scanned the area. No prying eyes. He gave a slight nod. Fine. Lead the way. Inside a relatively upscale section of the temporary camp, a group of tough-looking men glanced over the moment the bespectacled man arrived with Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying. Relax, they're here on business. The bespectacled man called out. Upon hearing this, the group lowered their heads again, chatting and minding their own tasks. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. Good, they know the rules. Anywhere else, a woman as striking as Lin Xianying would already be swarmed by opportunists. In truth, he was giving them too much credit with the military guarding the camp. Even he dared not cause trouble, let alone these street punks. Brother, sister-in-law, this is my turf. Please, come in. The bespectacled man halted before the largest gray military tent and gestured them inside. Sure. Zhang Wei lifted the flap and stepped in, Lin Xianying right behind him. The bespectacled man entered last and let the canvas fall shut. Plastic ground sheets covered the floor, ration crates were stacked in one corner, and a folding table with 2 camp chairs sat under a single lantern. By camp standards, it was downright luxurious. Grinning, the bespectacled man took a seat and began to flatter them. Little brother, you've got sharp taste. When you applied for that loan, I thought you were well. I never imagined your wife would be this stunning. Zhang Wei gave no response, and Lin Xianying offered no explanation. An awkward silence fell. Sit, don't be formal. The bespectacled man hurried to smooth things over. Sorry, the place is so basic. Zhang Wei sat down. Let's talk business. The bespectacled man brightened. Straight to the point, I like it. How many source crystals do you have? With enough quantity, I can get you anything. He thumped his chest in assurance. Zhang Wei lobbed a casual bomb. Got any legendary grade crystals? He wasn't showing off. He truly wanted one. The bespectacled man's mind went blank. Legendary grade? Had never even heard of it. Noting his reaction, Zhang Wei lowered the bar. No, an epic grade will do. The bespectacled man's face darkened. Brother, are you kidding me? Business is built on trust. You open with legendary and epic. Who exactly do you think you're talking to? Legendary, no. Epic, I can get one. But can you afford it? He grew irritated, ready to watch Zhang Wei embarrass himself. You can? How much? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. The bespectacled man paused, trying to judge whether he was still being played. After a long moment, he swallowed. 100 mid-grade source crystals. Bring that, and he'll get you an epic. Done. Zhang Wei agreed without hesitation and removed the mech core hanging from his neck. A soft glow filled his palm. When the light faded, a neat pile of 100 mid-grade source crystals lay on the ground. The bespectacled man was completely stunned. Only one thought echoed in his mind. I should have asked for more. The main issue was that no one had ever sold something this rare before, so its true value was anybody's guess. To the man with glasses, 100 mid-grade essence crystals was already astronomical. He ran the numbers in his head. One mid-grade crystal equaled 100 low-grade ones, and 10,000 low-grade crystals could buy a mountain of grain. Yet in Zhang Wei's eyes the price seemed almost too fair to be true, getting an epic-grade crystal for only 100 mid-grade ones. He had never met such an honest trader. Well, the man with glasses toyed with the idea of raising the price on the spot. What's wrong? You don't actually have an epic-grade crystal, and you're trying to scam me? Zhang Wei's gaze turned icy. The chill in his eyes made the man's back go cold. He waved his hands in panic. No, I wouldn't dream of cheating you. He'll fetch it right away. But I need to take some mid-grade crystals with me first. Go ahead. He'll wait right here. Zhang Wei had no fear of him running off with the payment. The man took only 10 mid-grade crystals, lifted the tent flap, and slipped outside. He beckoned to someone nearby, whispered a few words, and hurried away. Roughly 10 minutes later he returned, a grin on his face. Before stepping back inside, he met the same person, who slipped him a few bottles of clean water. Only then did he stride in, carrying a light-proof cloth bag. Haha, brother, got it for you. He shook the bag and passed it over. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. Those 10 mid-grade crystals had indeed bought the epic one, letting the middleman pocket a 90 crystal profit. Zhang Wei didn't mind. The man had the connections, and the information gap was worth the fee. Let me see it. Here. He opened the bag. A single purple crystal lay quietly at the bottom, its gentle yet regal glow shining through the fabric. Delight flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes, and Lin Qianying leaned in. It's real? An epic-grade crystal was priceless. If one truly cost only 100 mid-grade crystals, she wanted one too. Just this one? Any more where that came from? Zhang Wei looked up. There are more, sure, but at this price the man unscrewed a bottle and took a long swig. 150 mid-grade crystals each. You know how it is, people who own something like this keep it buried deep. Without the right channels you'll never even hear about them. In your shoes, you wouldn't broadcast it either, right? He had a point. Anyone lacking real power would guard such a treasure in absolute secrecy. Fine. 150 each. He'll take as many as you can find. Zhang Wei agreed without hesitation. Deal. The man beamed, stored his newly earned crystals in his mech's core, then handed over 2 bottles of water. By the way, brother, sister-in-law, clean water is hard to come by these days. Take a drink. Judging by his manner, if the deal had fallen through, they probably wouldn't have seen a single drop. Zhang Wei accepted the bottles, but didn't drink. Instead, he smiled and watched the man with glasses. The man in glasses squirmed under Zhang Wei's stare. Panic fluttered in his chest. Had he been found out? Impossible, this trick had never failed him before. There was no way the kid had spotted anything. Brother, what's wrong? Don't like plain water? How about I grab you a couple of sodas? He asked, forcing a grin. I'm fine. This mineral water's perfect. Zhang Wei replied, casually handing the other bottle to Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying took it, a faint crease forming between her brows. She hadn't noticed the earlier sleight of hand. The man had already taken a sip, so she had assumed the bottle was safe. But Zhang Wei's attitude made her wary. If he suspected something, why pass the water to her? Drink up, Zhang Wei said, twisting off his cap and swallowing a long draft. Lin Qianying meant to refuse, yet his meaningful gaze held her. Sure, I'm a bit thirsty, she said, mimicking him with a small sip. Zhang Wei knew the water was spiked and drank anyway. Clearly he had a plan. Lin Qianying chose to cooperate, unaware he needed that cooperation even more. Moments earlier, with his heightened hearing, Zhang Wei had overheard the man in glasses whisper to his crew the bottles were laced with a knockout drug. The stuff wouldn't affect his physique, but if he wanted to keep up the act, he'd need to pass out, ideally at the same time Lin Qianying did. Seeing them both drink, the bespectacled man put on an extra friendly smile and chatted idly for 5 minutes. Suddenly, Lin Qianying wobbled, nearly collapsing. There's something in the water. She clutched her head, forcing her eyes open as the world blurred. Zhang Wei caught her shoulder, then slipped into his own poisoned act. He muttered a few slurred curses at the man, then toppled sideways with Lin Qianying, shielding her with his body. Only Lin Qianying was truly unconscious. Zhang Wei was faking. Sprawling over her wasn't opportunistic, it was protection. All right, get in here. The fat pig's out. The man in glasses shouted toward the entrance. Fat pig. Boss, that's a gorgeous girl. Think we can have some fun first? The first henchman laughed, ducking into the tent. Keep it in your pants. If someone dies, the soldiers outside will skin us alive, the leader warned. Grab their mechs, dump them somewhere. Whatever you want to do it before you toss them. Fine, but him first. Anyone got a problem? The thug snickered. The rest filed in, jeering, no one objecting. I do, Zhang Wei said suddenly. He could have kept up the act longer, but the moment they moved toward Lin Xianying, he lost all patience. Who you? The man in glasses stammered, staring at the half-reclining Zhang Wei. The amusement in Zhang Wei's eyes sent a fresh wave of dread through him. Their actions couldn't bear the light of day. If the military found out, the best they could hope for was to be driven out of the camp. You bastard, trying to scare me. The first man snarled as he lunged at Zhang Wei. He knew the truth could be buried only by killing its witness. If Zhang Wei left alive, they were finished. Better to end it here, then dispose of the body later. Why Zhang Wei was still conscious was a question for another time. Zhang Wei rolled to his feet and planted a kick squarely in the man's chest. Thump! The attacker shot backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming into two accomplices and hurling all three out of the tent. The heavy canvas tore open, leaving a gaping hole. The bespectacled man froze. Was that even human strength? How far had they flown? 10 meters? 20? Farther? By the time the first man hit the ground, he was already dead, his chest a mangled crater. The two he crashed into were just as lifeless. One kick, 3 lives. Murder and robbery, exactly what I expected from scum like you, Zhang Wei muttered, withdrawing his leg. It was the first time he had unleashed his true strength, and he was pleased with the result. You, the bespectacled man pointed at Zhang Wei, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. Murder! Murder! The remaining 3 screamed hysterically. They had killed before, but they had never seen anything this brutal. Shout all you like, but don't run. Understood? Zhang Wei's voice was icy, and their urge to flee evaporated. You dare kill people? The soldiers won't allow it. They'll execute you. The man with glasses hissed. Is that so? Humph. Zhang Wei gave a cold laugh, unmoved. You, the man fell silent, at a loss for words. Outside, the disturbance was noticed almost at once, not because of the shouts, but because the 3 bodies had flown so far they flattened several tents. The owners, ready to curse about the damage, saw the corpses and shrieked instead. Dead bodies inside the camp were serious business. Someone sprinted to the base for help. In less than 10 minutes, 20 fully armed soldiers marched into the camp. Who did this? The squad leader barked, his gaze sharp as a blade. No one dared meet his eyes. Over here, comrade. 3 men flew through the air and wrecked my tent. One camper shouted. The culprit hasn't fled, has he? The captain asked, face dark. No, sir. We've surrounded the area. He couldn't have escaped. Good. Leave the rest to us. Fall back, so we don't hit anyone by mistake, the captain ordered. The crowd retreated at once. If the killer emerged with a mech suit, the devastation could level half the camp. Could that happen? If Zhang Wei hadn't been present, it almost certainly would have. One waits to die without fighting back. Inside the tent, though, everything had changed. The bespectacled man and his cohorts had resisted and paid dearly. Zhang Wei had confiscated every mech core they carried, and each of them was injured to some degree. Everyone inside. You can walk out on your own, or we'll come in and drag you out. Your call. The moment the onlookers were dispersed, the captain of the Iron Blood squad planted himself in front of the tent, his booming voice splitting the night. Before he even finished, the flap was yanked open. Several burly men, faces swollen like pigs, hands locked on their heads, limped outside. You're finally here. Murder. That guy killed someone. The man in glasses blurted, practically incoherent. At the sight of fully armed soldiers, he looked as though he had found long-lost family. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he shook uncontrollably. It was terrifying. The captain frowned. At first glance, he doubted these men were victims. Judging by their build, they looked more like aggressors. Still, their battered state suggested they'd been through something serious. Did I tell you to lower your hands? Came a cold voice from inside the tent. The man in glasses reflexively raised his hands over his head again. A moment later, Zhang Wei stepped out, carrying the unconscious Lin Xianying in his arms. Moonlight washed over them, and the captain's pupils constricted. It's him. Zhang Wei was famous around the base. The higher-ups had warned everyone never to provoke him. Every patrol soldier had seen his photo. No one would mistake that face. Zhang Wei had been about to explain to avoid a standoff, but the captain spoke first, his tone respectful. Brother Zhang Wei? Yeah, that's me, Zhang Wei replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Understood. The captain spun around. Cuff those men. The soldiers moved with practiced efficiency, pinning the dazed thugs to the ground. Metal cuffs snapped shut. What are you doing? He's the killer, not us. This is abuse of power and fair. The man in glasses shrieked. He knew that if basic fairness was lost, even armed soldiers could be challenged. Shut up. The captain roared, the sound rattling everyone's chest. Lowering his voice, he turned to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang Wei, what exactly happened here? They drugged us, knocked Lin Xianying out, and tried to rob us, Zhang Wei said tersely. The few words were enough for anyone to grasp how dangerous the situation had been. Lies. He's framing me. They set us up because they want our supplies. The man in glasses protested desperately. I said, shut up. Do you even know who she is? The captain pointed at Lin Qianying, cradled in Zhang Wei's arms. The man in glasses froze. Wasn't that guy's girlfriend? She's a member of our special operations unit. And you claim she framed you? You really think you'll buy that? The captain's voice was icy, each word striking the man like a nail. The man's eyes darted about. He hadn't expected Lin Qianying to have such status. Still, confession was out of the question. Even if everything you said were true, they still set me up. Zhang Wei gently laid Lin Qianying on the ground and gave a low, chilling laugh. You're still not coming clean, huh? Seeing Zhang Wei free his hands, the man in glasses panicked completely. His legs buckled, and he squatted on the spot. Officer, Luke's about to beat me again. Frame you? Rob you? Why would I ever do that? You? Seriously? Zhang Wei snorted and dumped the entire stockpile from his mech storage onto the ground. Piles of source crystals glittered under the sun, each one neatly cut. Almost all were mid-grade, with only a scattering of common pieces. The blinding light reflected in the onlookers' eyes, and the crowd instinctively held its breath when had they ever seen so much wealth in one place? In seconds, every doubt was crushed. Faced with temptation like this, even the best of them might falter, let alone the bespectacled thug's crew, whose shady past was common knowledge around camp. The man with glasses was struck dumb. His mouth opened and closed twice before he swallowed any defensino excuse could stand now. Zhang Wei, brother, this even his own captain faltered, eyes fixed on the glittering heap. There must be at least 1,000 pieces here. In fact, if Zhang Wei hadn't just upgraded his mech, he could have produced another 5,000 or 6,000 mid-grade crystals. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice calm, yet resounding. Hey, race the deal. 100 mid-grade source crystals for 1 epic-grade crystal. I'm here for 1 hour. He had no idea who held any epic crystals, but an open purchase was the quickest way to find out. Epic-grade crystals were priceless, yet ordinary people rarely had a way to convert them into usable resources. Otherwise, how could the guy in glasses have swindled one for just 10 mid-grade stones? They'll trade. Someone shouted before the echo of Zhang Wei's words had faded. Among so many survivors, a few were bound to stumble upon high-grade starter crystals. Fortune didn't smile on Zhang Wei alone. Good. Zhang Wei allowed himself a small smile. The first taker was the hardest. Once one stepped forward, the rest would follow. Within an hour, Head collected 5 epic-grade crystals. When no one else approached, he swept the mid-grade stones back into a sack and saluted the crowd. My name is Zhang Wei. If anyone acquires an epic or higher-grade source crystal, find me at the base. They'll pay you a price you'll like. The onlookers silently memorized his name. Whether the rate was fair remained to be seen, but Zhang Wei had laid real crystals on the ground, and that was proof enough. Brother Zhang Wei, let's head back, the captain said once the trading ended. All right, and please keep an eye on the people who just made trades. Count on it. The captain scanned the area, his voice steady and firm. We've got their names. If anyone lays a hand on them, they'll track it to the end. The predatory glances lurking in the shadows vanished at once. Thanks. Zhang Wei gave a nod, then returned to Lin Qianying's side. The drug the man with glasses had used was potent. An hour had passed, and Lin Qianying still hadn't stirred. After a quick check, Zhang Wei lifted her into his arms again. Let's go home. Right. Bring the prisoners back, and leave 2 men to clear the bodies, the captain ordered. With that, the group began the trek back. Holding the girl in his arms and feeling the weight of the crystals in his pack, Zhang Wei's heart beat faster. 6 epic-grade source crystals in total. What treasures would they reveal this time? After they returned to the base, the captain personally escorted Zhang Wei to Lin Qianying's tent. Brother Zhang Wei, is Xiaoying going to be okay? He asked, lifting the flap halfway and lowering his voice. Relax, it was only a knockout drug. She'll wake up soon. Zhang Wei felt her pulse once more to be sure, then nodded. Good. The captain let out a breath. They'll leave her with you. Call if you need anything. I'm posting 2 guards outside. Thanks. Zhang Wei accepted the help. Having soldiers around was far better than working alone in a temporary base like this. The captain snapped a formal salute, then jogged away. Did he really have to salute me? Zhang Wei scratched his head, but didn't dwell on it. Cradling Lin Qianying, he stepped inside. To his surprise, she had a private compartment, yet it looked exactly like any other military tent, no trace of a girl's cozy room. He laid her on the camp bed, tucked in the blanket, and, once sure they were alone, felt a surge of excitement. The perfect time to activate the source crystals. Activate source crystal. Ding. Epic grade dissociation cryo gun acquired. Combat power 200. Dissociation effect further boosts ice damage. Ding. Epic grade hydrogen power engine acquired. Combat power 100. Normal output, 2000. Overdrive output, 1000. Zhang Wei grinned. For the same epic tier, this hydrogen engine far outclassed his dual-cycle unit. Normal output was the mech's stamina bar, powering movement, weapons, and skills, while overdrive kicked in when reserves ran low, sacrificing engine life for a burst of energy. Keep going. Ding. Purple star 1 obtained. Ding. Floating drone evolution stone 1 obtained. Ding. Epic skill 100 strike aerial cleave obtained. Ding. Epic grade solar greatsword obtained. 100 strike aerial cleave ranged, active. Fires a sweeping barrage in a fan-shaped arc. Solar greatsword, two-handed. Physical blade. Combat power 400. Hotter than a thermal greatsword. Effectively, its upgraded version. A starter set of source crystals really is a gold mine, Zhang Wei muttered. 6 epic drops, and not a single dud. The purple star and new skill were self-explanatory, while the evolution stone was a huge bonus. Like mechs, floating drones could evolve. The first upgrade took 1 stone, the second 2, and so on, each leap multiplying their firepower. Had planned to wait, but why hold back now? He transferred everything into the mech core, lifted the tent flap, and stepped outside without so much as a glance at the unconscious Lin Qianning, completely missing a perfect chance to cop a feel. Buddy, where can I run a mech around here? The guard straightened at once. If you need it, sir, I can escort you. All right, thanks. Lin Qianning won't wake up for a while, so we'll have to trouble you to watch over her, Zhang Wei said to the silent soldier. Just doing my duty, the soldier replied, snapping to attention. He gestured for Zhang Wei to follow, and led him toward the mecha compound in the southwest corner of the base. As soon as they left the medical ward, the metallic silhouettes of dozens of mecha came into view. Some were running, others performing test jumps. Their massive alloy feet left hardly a mark evidence of the heavily reinforced ground. After a quick report from the escorting soldier, the sentry waved them through. The heavy alloy gate slid open with a low hum, and Zhang Wei stepped inside. Light, medium, and heavy suits occupied separate training lanes, darting back and forth. Even the heavy units kicked up only small flecks of debris. The steel-plated surface had been reinforced again and again. Not bad, Zhang Wei remarked after a glance around. He noted that most military mecha had completed their first evolution, a handful their second, but none had reached the third. You may use your mecha here, but intentional damage is prohibited, the soldier reminded him. Got it. Zhang Wei nodded and produced his mecha core. Synchronize. A blinding blue flash erupted, and a 20-meter giant took shape. Compared with the military models, its limbs were bulkier, its armor sharper. Its mere presence radiated pressure. Equipped solar overcharge blade. A blazing white energy sword formed in its right hand, boosting combat power by 100 points. Equip hydrogen drive engine. The chest reactor pulsed with cerulean light, sending the power curve higher. Zhang Wei pulled out a fist-sized crystal. Use drone cannon advancement stone. The crystal burst into stardust that spiraled into the shoulder-mounted drone cannon modules. Their casings expanded, internal arrays rearranging. 5 minutes later, drone cannon evolution complete. Excellent grade cryo drone cannon, tier 1. Combat power 300. Firing interval 0.8s, minimum 0.1s. Satisfied, Zhang Wei took out a purple, star-shaped gem. Upgrade drone cannon quality. The gem shattered, purple light engulfing the weapon. The system chime followed. Excellent grade equipment combined with purple star. Success rate 100. Upgrading to epic quality. Ding. Upgrade complete. Epic grade cryo drone cannon, tier 1. Combat power 500. Firing interval 0.8s, minimum 0.1s. An extra 200 combat points for the same rate of fire. Absurd. Zhang Wei opened his personal panel. The operation had added 450 points, bringing his total to 1,955. He whistled softly. Even more broken. While he was still admiring the stats, an 18-meter military mecha stopped in front of him. Sleek and muscular, the second evolution medium unit gleamed roughly the same size his own suit had been after its second evolution, though the details differed. Its pilot hailed him over external speakers. Nice rig, buddy. How come I've never seen you around? Name's Zhang Wei, civilian, not army. Wait, you're Zhang Wei from Chuancheng? The pilot's surprise was obvious. Oh, by the way, I'm Zhou Jun. If you've got a minute, how about a quick spar? The moment he spoke, he gave his name, and a spark lit up in his eyes. Clearly had heard of Zhang Wei long ago, and finally meeting the man in person had him buzzing with excitement. Zhang Wei didn't answer right away. He frowned slightly. Is that really a good idea? In his mind, Zhou Jun's shoulders weren't broad, and his limbs weren't thick. Trading blows with him felt like picking on someone smaller. What's wrong with it? No weapons, no big deal. Zhou Jun shot back, his enthusiasm laced with a determination that wouldn't take no for an answer. Ever since Lin Qianning had forwarded Zhang Wei's combat record to the military, everyone on base had been talking. Soldiers naturally gravitate toward power. If they could face a stronger opponent, they'd feel the gap firsthand and push themselves harder. No one would let that chance slip. So the moment they met, Zhou Jun pounced on the opportunity. All right then. With the other man so eager, Zhang Wei couldn't keep refusing. Besides, the soldiers pretending to work were stealing glances at him. He'd be cooperating with the military sooner or later. Earning their respect now would save trouble later. Good. Let's do it here. I know I'm not as strong as you, so let's keep it friendly, All right. As he spoke, Zhou Jun spread his feet, lowered his center of gravity, and drew himself taut like a fully strung bow. The gap between pro and amateur was instantly clear. From the stance alone, Zhang Wei could tell Zhou Jun's combat instincts were superb. He could squeeze every ounce of performance from a mech. Most people would manage half at best. Jiang Tao was a prime example. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, stood loosely. Had never had formal training, but 10 years of brawling through the apocalypse had forged his own rhythm. He might not hit a mech's full potential, yet he was never far off. I'm ready. Come on. The words had barely left his lips when Zhou Jun dropped his weight and shot forward, the ground booming under his feet like an artillery round. To Zhang Wei, though, the rush played out in slow motion. Zhou Jun's fist had a clear target and a straight path. In the heartbeat it took to close, Zhang Wei had already mapped out several counters. A side kick, a rear choke, even a sharp slap. In the end, he chose the most respectful approach, meeting power with power. That way Zhou Jun wouldn't lose too much face, and the watching soldiers would see exactly what real strength looked like. Raw force is the clearest, most convincing yardstick a soldier knows. Zhang Wei shot out a hand, accelerating once more to intercept the incoming fist. He might not beat Zhou Jun in refined technique, but in sheer strength and mech performance, he held an undeniable edge. The outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Zhou Jun saw a blur, and the next moment his fist was locked solidly in Zhang Wei's grasp. Zhou Jun tried to yank his fist free, but it wouldn't budge. He wanted to shove Zhang Wei away, yet Zhang Wei's grip felt like iron, clamping his fist in place. A heartbeat later, Zhou Jun gritted his teeth and snapped a kick at Zhang Wei's calf. He had barely moved when Zhang Wei, seemingly a beat late, yet actually faster, landed a precise kick on the outside of Zhou Jun's leg. Any martial arts buff nearby would have shouted, "Jeet Kune Do." Zhang Wei, however, knew had never studied it. He was simply quick and accurate, catching the attack by chance. Then again, he thought, maybe that's the essence of Jeet Kune Do. With his strike stopped cold, Zhou Jun still refused to quit. He pulled his leg back, stepped in close, twisted his body, and seized Zhang Wei's arm, setting up a shoulder throw. Zhang Wei let him try, acting as if he hadn't noticed a thing. Up you go. Zhou Jun roared, certain of the move. Yet no matter how hard he heaved, Zhang Wei's mech didn't move an inch, and after several failed tries the scene turned almost farcical. Zhang Wei had hoped to show off his power, but Zhou Jun's awkward stance looked suspect. If the two of them weren't in mechs, the onlookers might have suspected something indecent. To end the spectacle, Zhang Wei fired a kick into the bend of Zhou Jun's knee. The impact boomed, Zhou Jun's legs buckled, and he dropped to one knee. Instantly, Zhang Wei looped an arm around his neck and clamped down on his wrist, applying just enough force. "You're beaten," Zhang Wei said evenly. "I yield." Zhou Jun wasn't the type to sulk. Once caught, he admitted defeat at once. Hearing that, Zhang Wei released him. Zhou Jun sprang up unhurt, wiped his nose, and looked excited instead of angry. "How are you that strong? You definitely weren't using full power, were you?" "That's incredible." Zhang Wei chuckled. "Not a big deal. Once your combat rating climbs, you'll have the same strength. It's only brute force." A cold voice drifted from the crowd. "Real fighting is about more than muscle." Zhang Wei turned. The speaker was a young man with a buzz cut. "That's Su Kai," Zhou Jun murmured. Zhang Wei was surprised. Had thought the soldiers would admire him as Zhou Jun did, not mock him in public. This wasn't the reception had expected. "I don't know him," Zhang Wei whispered back. "But he knows you. He's chased Lin Qianying for ages, and their families get along. She's probably set him off these past 2 days, so Zhou Jun left it hanging." Everything clicked. Zhang Wei raised his voice. "Lin Qianying and I are just friends. If you need to vent, take it somewhere else." "Who says I'm jealous?" Su Kai's face darkened. Zhang Wei's words made it sound as if he were harassing him over Lin Qianying. "Cut the crap and stay quiet." Bang! The drone cannon roared to life. With the weapon slung over his shoulder, Zhang Wei stepped forward. A sapphire beam burst from the barrel, and a cryo-shell detonated at Su Kai's feet, blue-white frost surging like a wave. Ice crackled across the metal deck. In barely 2 seconds the floor was coated with rime, and the temperature visibly dropped a few degrees. You're a long-range fighter, right? Even so, you're no match for me, got it?" Su Kai stood stiffly on the ice, his voice trembling yet defiant. Speechless, he listened as the onlookers gasped. Everyone knew Zhang Wei was famous for close combat, yet the cannon on his shoulder turned him into a walking turret with staggering firepower. Just then a cool female voice sliced through the air. "Su Kai, what are you doing?" Lin Qianying approached in her silver-white mecha. The exoskeleton fit her perfectly, its sleek armor reflecting the icy blue light. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. Trouble had arrived. If Lin Qianying hadn't shown up, the scuffle would have ended here, but he knew how boys operated. The more a girl intervened, the less Su Kai would back down. Sure enough, the moment she spoke, Su Kai lost it. His fists clenched, jealousy blazing in his eyes. In his mind, the girl he liked was protecting another man. "This is between men. We're just sparring, none of your business, all right?" "Humph. Zhang Wei, ignore her, let's keep going." His voice rose. as if announcing his presence to the entire crowd. While linking with her mecha, Lin Qianying extended a robotic arm that gave Zhang Wei's sleeve a gentle tug, urging him to leave with her. Zhang Wei's first concern was her condition. Are you all right? I'm fine. She nodded, looking up at the mecha torso that towered over her. Their machines differed greatly in size. Once her unit completed its third evolution, it would reach 14 or 15 meters, and finally, let her meet Zhang Wei's eyes at the same height. To Su Kai, the scene looked like shameless flirting. Smoke nearly came out of his ears. Zhang Wei, I challenge you to a duel. His reason drowned by pride and adolescent feelings, Su Kai no longer cared about Zhang Wei's strength. He only wanted to prove himself in front of Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying started to turn and scold him, but Zhang Wei laid a hand on her shoulder armor. He had no interest in pointless fights over a girl that was childish, but some people insisted on being childish. Do you really think beating me up will make her fall for you? He thought with a sigh. He and Lin Qianying weren't even in that kind of relationship, but even if they were, attacking the man she likes would only make her hate you more. He had seen through that trick long ago. Su Kai, knock it off. Lin Qianying turned, her gaze icy. The two had once been good friends, but after they grew up, Su Kai's relentless pursuit cracked that bond. Lin Qianying saw him as a friend. Su Kai wanted something more. You're still protecting him? Su Kai raised a hand, pointing straight at Zhang Wei. Lin Qianying almost laughed in exasperation. Protecting him? She was obviously protecting you. You know who Zhang Wei is. If you want to act crazy, do it somewhere else. We have things to do. We're leaving. Wait. Su Kai had clearly lost his mind. He actually pulled out a long-range weapon. Lin Qianying spotted the rifle and nearly rushed over to slap him. Was he trying to get them all killed? She tossed him a sharp warning. They'll handle this. Don't move. Then she walked straight toward Zhang Wei, determined to steady the man who could be terrifying once he got serious. I know you're friends, so take these, Zhang Wei said calmly as he handed her 2 items. Equip the weapon, but don't use the skill. Don't let that thing notice. Lin Qianying looked up. The sovereign mech bird was still circling overhead. She ignored Su Kai's stupidity and focused on the crisis at hand. These 2 items were treasures crafted from epic-grade source crystals. Zhang Wei passed her a phase-freeze disintegrator and a sky-shattering barrage skill scroll. She equipped the disintegrator at her wrist port and learned the scroll on the spot. To her, it felt only right. She had been unconscious and gravely injured when Zhang Wei secured these resources, and her contribution had been significant. But in Su Kai's eyes the scene was utterly different. He had given her plenty of gifts and she had refused them all, yet the moment Zhang Wei offered something, she accepted without hesitation. Had they already? The thought sent a surge of fury through him. Zhang Wei, I told you not to lose it, Lin Qianying snapped. If you really want to go crazy, they'll go crazy with you. Her gaze was frigid, the weapon's muzzle glowing a cold blue. Su Kai had waited ages to hear her say, "I'll go with you," how sweet it should sound, but right now it felt like a stab, especially with that blue muzzle aimed at him. You'd fight me for his sake? Su Kai growled. I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing it for you. You idiot. She shot back. Come on, didn't you want to fight? My combat rating is way lower than his. If you can't even beat me. She left the rest unsaid, but the meaning was clear. Su Kai couldn't accept it was obviously shielding Zhang Wei. It's all yours, Zhang Wei said, giving Lin Qianying's shoulder a light pat before turning toward the camp's edge. Since the trouble started with her, she could handle it. That casual gesture shredded the last of Su Kai's restraint. He jerked the rifle up and pulled the trigger aimed straight at Zhang Wei's back. Zhang Wei didn't even turn. He kept striding away. Look out. Zhou Jun barked. A rifle round packed serious punch, and while Su Kai was jealous, he wasn't weak. If the shot hit, the result would be disastrous. Before the warning finished, Zhang Wei's drone turret auto-fired. An ice blue shell blossomed into a frost flower, vaporizing the bullet midair. By comparison, the rifle's power looked pitiful. When the frost petals faded, silence fell over the camp. Su Kai's rage was swallowed by Funit because his attack was stopped, but because he realized how reckless had been. Su Kai, you actually try to sneak attack? Lin Qianying glared at him. The other soldiers joined in, condemning his action. I never meant to. Su Kai's face went ashen while he tried to defend himself. He knew that once the label of backstabber stuck, he'd be shunned by comrades and strangers alike. If Zhang Wei had been an enemy, any dirty tactic could be excused, but he wasn't. Shooting a friendly in the back was contemptible. Su Kai, what are you doing? The sharp question cut in, not through a mech speakers, but in a deep human voice. Its owner had a square jaw, thick brows, and a rugged face now dark with anger as he glared at Su Kai. Captain, 2 was wrong. Su Kai lowered his head. At a time like this you still act on personal grudges? You've let me down. Apologize. Gritting his teeth, Su Kai looked up at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, I'm sorry. I was out of line. If you need to hit me, go ahead. His tone was sincere yet stubborn. But I'm only apologizing for shooting you in the back. I won't give up on Lin Qianying. Even after the reprimand, his obsession with her hadn't dimmed. Forget it, Zhang Wei said calmly. The captain turned to Zhang Wei and clasped his fists. Brother Zhang, his commander, me apologies. It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes, Zhang Wei replied. Had he wanted revenge, one more shell a moment ago would have finished Su Kai. The captain suddenly remembered something. Oh, the commander asked to see you. Understood. Thanks. Let's go, Zhang Wei said, glancing at Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying followed without a backward glance, leaving Su Kai staring after them in a daze. After leaving the mech compound and walking down the corridor outside the hangar, Lin Qianying spoke softly. Zhang Wei, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have acted like that. It isn't your fault. Disengage, Zhang Wei said, pressing a hand to his breastplate. Both of them separated from their mechs. Zhang Wei felt his own body grow a shade stronger. Base rules forbade casual merging once outside the compound, so they set off on foot. Lin Qianying was about to say more when a soldier jogged over, slightly winded. Zhang Wei, someone's at the main gate asking for you. Says he wants to trade source crystals. Really? Let's have a look. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. The man had refused to enter the compound earlier. Showing up now was suspicious. Sure, Lin Qianying said. The trade wouldn't take long, they could still meet Commander Zhang afterward. At the gate a man was pacing nervously, craning his neck for a glimpse inside. The moment he spotted Zhang Wei he threw up an arm and shouted, Zhang Wei, over here. I want to trade source crystals. Zhang Wei frowned. The man had tried to stay out of sight moments ago, yet now he was yelling at full volume, a glaring contradiction. Didn't he care that guards were watching the gate? Something's off. Stay sharp, Zhang Wei murmured. Lin Qianying didn't know what was wrong, but she trusted him and quietly went on alert. What kind of crystals do you have? Zhang Wei asked as he stepped outside. They're right here, take a look, the man said, edging closer. As he closed in on Zhang Wei, he suddenly produced the mech core and merged with the armor. A 6-meter iron gray frame materialized in a heartbeat, alloy joints snapping into place and rattling loose gravel across the ground. The soldiers at the gate froze for an instant, then jerked their rifles up, muzzles trained on the towering intruder. What do you think you're doing? The lead guard barked. Die, Zhang Wei. The loudspeaker blasted with a shrill roar as the mech lunged forward. Zhang Wei grabbed Lin Qianying by the collar and flung her toward safety. Get back, he warned the others. Bang. The mech pinned Zhang Wei under one foot. It was a light model built for ranged fire, mediocre in power but equipped with a high-temperature gun. The instant the chamber glowed white-hot, the pilot squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Flames and bullets screamed out. Ignoring Zhang Wei's warning, the guards poured gunfire into the mech. Sparks flew, but ordinary rounds couldn't bite through the composite plating. A crushing force bore down from the mech's soul, yet Zhang Wei held it off with one hand. With his current physique, he could have snapped the lightweight armor in two, but he chose not to trade blows. A fraction of a second before the flames erupted, he clamped onto the mech's ankle, twisted with his shoulder, and sent the massive frame wobbling, the barrel swinging wide. Seizing the moment, he swept the leg around and kicked the mech's other supporting limb. Metal struts groaned, and the machine toppled with a crash. Almost simultaneously, a cryo grenade sliced through the air and slapped against the fallen visor. Frost spread in an instant, sheathing the upper half in a thick coat of ice. Why aren't you linking with your own mech? Lin Qianying's voice trembled with urgency. I want to see what I can do on my own, Zhang Wei replied offhandedly. Only then did the onlookers snap out of their daze, shock washing over them. What had just happened? Zhang Wei had gone toe-a-toe with a mech. No, he had slammed it to the ground with his bare hands. Rage echoed from inside the frozen shell. Why? How are you this strong? Impossible. The attacker shrieked from the cockpit, his upper body locked in ice, fingers barely able to touch the trigger. Zhang Wei frowned. Who are you? I'm certain we've never met. He couldn't make sense of it. Han Su and Han Xiao were dead. That left Su Kai as the only possible enemy. But Su Kai was a man of principle. Hiring an assassin was not his style, and he had just left the mech base with Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying. The timing didn't add up. You think this is over? Not even close. The manic roar burst from the cockpit. All of you are going to die? That shout didn't sound like empty fury. It felt like a signal. Zhang Wei's face darkened. Something was wrong. Move. Evacuate the camp. There are bombs inside. He's Japanese, and he has accomplices. Zhang Wei barked. A bloody memory from his previous life flashed through his mind, the chaos in Chuan City during the early days of the apocalypse. Japanese spies had staged multiple attacks there, leaving countless dead and wounded, and even the military had struggled to contain them. Back then he had hidden in the shadows, remembering little, but now every detail snapped into focus. Now Zhang Wei remembered everything. What? Move. Evacuate the civilians now. The alarm shrieked, and the whole camp erupted. Soldiers scattered in every direction, fast but disciplined. No one questioned Zhang Wei. The young mech pilot's judgment was never wrong. Merge now. Exoskeletal frames snapped into place around him, armor locks clacking shut. Base regulations no longer mattered. With his enhanced physique, he could wrestle a standard mech barehanded. But who knew what grade of explosives those fanatical Japanese operatives had smuggled in? They were here to wipe out every high-value target, and Zhang Wei topped the list. Japan was ringed by water. Oceanic biomechs could storm its shores at any moment, and the island nation would fall. They needed new ground, and the continent they once invaded was the obvious choice. Sleeper agents already embedded here became the first wave, ordered to eliminate anything that threatened the plan. Originally, they meant to hit the military base until Zhang Wei showed up. Killing him would be cheaper, and it would throw the army into disarray, hence today's attack. Everyone out of the camp. Stay calm, move. His 20-turtle mech boomed through loudspeakers, the growl rattling the tents. At the command, soldiers and civilians surged toward the main gate, trying to reach the blast shelters. Zhang Wei switched to precision skin mode. Sensor pulses swept the fleeing crowd, mapping skin temperatures and internal structures. Seconds later, anomalous signals spiked. You there, freeze. He slammed his solar energy blade into the earth, the crimson edge flooding the air with heat, forcing a cluster of men in fatigues to back away. They stared up at the towering mech, half terrified, half indignant. Why are you stopping us? Detain them, Zhang Wei ordered. Ground troops converged, weapons leveled. And don't bother triggering your bombs, he added coldly. They won't go off, but you will. The men exchanged panicked glances. Their charges were body-mounted, impossible to spot from the outside. So how had he known? For the glory of Japan, die. One man shouted, yanked out a remote, and slammed his thumb on the button. The hovering drones were already locked on. A volley of blue-white cryo-rounds streaked out, detonating against his chest. Supercooled mist burst outward. With a brittle crack, the first agent froze solid, then shattered under the shockwave. In the next breath, the remaining operatives became ice statues. Staring down at the shards, Zhang Wei frowned. He hadn't wanted to kill them outright. A simple bombardment could have done that. He needed live prisoners for intel. Their suicide spoiled the plan, and he was certain these were only the first of many agents still hiding in the ranks. In his previous life, the Japanese had entrenched themselves in Chuan City, erecting 5 steel fortresses. The army, unwilling to waste its limited nuclear warheads on those citadels, had no choice but to tolerate their occupation. Afterward, the invaders stayed quiet, and until the day Zhang Wei died, they caused no further trouble. Still, that never meant he accepted their presence. When they first broke in, they slaughtered the surrounding settlements and committed countless atrocities. He might once have forgotten, but now that those memories had resurfaced, he would never allow them to set foot on this land again. Call it national hatred or personal vendetta, simply would not permit it. Zhang Wei, how many are left? Lin Qianying hurried over, her voice tight with urgency. How should I know? Zhang Wei shot back, shoving the unconscious captive toward her. Keep him alive. With that, he locked onto another suspicious figure in the distance. His thrusters roared, and he launched himself like an arrow from a bowstring. Be careful, Lin Qianying shouted after him. High above, the King-class mecha bird had been circling for some time, waiting for its moment. The military base lay in chaos as troops hunted the Japanese, and no radar tracked the mechanical predator. With Zhang Wei off the field, it was the perfect chance to eliminate Lin Qianying. Confronting Zhang Wei was too risky, but it considered her easy prey. Silently, its vast wings folded as it glided downward, slipping past the base's air defenses. At 200 meters, a violet flare burst from its core, unleashing a thick beam of purple light straight at Lin Qianying. What it hadn't expected was that she was ready. Since Zhang Wei had shared his detection core with her, every move the mecha bird made lit up on her interface. The instant the laser flashed, she pulled the trigger. Boom. The disintegration cryo gun spat out a larger ice blue round. Both speed and power had been cranked up, tendrils of dissociation energy spiraling along its surface. Before the two attacks even met, the purple beam started to shatter, its energy ripped apart and scattered into glittering fragments. The mecha bird screeched, beating steel wings in disbelief. It ordered its few remaining drones to dive at the crowd below while it clawed for altitude, desperate to escape Lin Qianying's range. Hundredfold sky-scouring barrage. Lin Qianying triggered her newly acquired skill. Muzzle flashes erupted as hundreds of pocket-sized cryo rounds sprayed out like a storm, fanning across the sky. The massive volley drained her mech's power reserves, but it sent a curtain of ice-blue fire roaring upward, engulfing most of the airspace where the mecha bird flew. The smaller drones were annihilated, each one torn apart and frozen before plummeting in showers of sparks and debris. The King-class mecha bird raised a barrier. It managed to block part of the onslaught, yet several rounds still struck, frosting its armor and slowing its movements. Lin Qianying could now truly threaten it, but the machine didn't know that a greater danger was closing in. Zhang Wei had already set his sights on it and was rocketing toward the sky. By the time the sovereign mecha bird detected Zhang Wei's approach, it was already too late. After switching loadouts, Zhang Wei pushed his mech thrusters to the limit and triggered the hyper-combat boosters. Energy conduits along the mech's spine blazed white-hot, and his combat rating surged to nearly 4,010 times that of the mecha bird. In an instant, the enemy's aerial advantage evaporated. His remote cannons locked on first. Ice blue beams burst into a spray of frozen shards that sealed the mecha bird's wing armor and slashed its speed. Moments later, the solar saber in Zhang Wei's hand lit up with a blistering halo. One diving strike brought him point blank, and the blade cleaved the mecha bird clean in two. Wreckage and sparks screamed earthward. Zhang Wei fell with the debris, the air splitting around him until both boots hammered the ground. Every onlooker was stunned. Pilots in the mech battalion kept their optics trained on the fight, recording the instant that beam edge sliced through metal feathers. They had always thought Zhang Wei was a monster. Now they finally understood what invincible meant. I never expected that, Zhou Jun murmured, staring upward. Su Kai's hands shook on the control stick. She had actually argued with someone like that? No wonder Lin Qianying had chosen him. In her place, he would have done the same. The sovereign mecha bird lay in pieces, and the atmosphere froze. The shockwave from Zhang Wei's landing snapped everyone back to reality. Epic grade source crystal, not bad. He crouched and pried a dark violet crystal from the mecha bird's split fuselage. Machine-born crystals lacked the purity of primal ones, but epic grades still meant real value, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Forget the birds, find the infiltrators, he ordered. Without their leader, the drones would scatter. The real threat was the saboteurs lurking in the shadows. Yes, sir. The soldiers replied in unison. The civilian survivors didn't dare protest. The crowd dispersed quickly. Everyone entering the base had to clear strict security checks and would be monitored by the mech battalion. Wandering aloud. Remarkably, no one objected. Even with the military's swift response, accidents still happened. Boom. A distant camp erupted, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Zhang Wei didn't flinch. The soldiers held formation, and the battalion dispatched 10 mechs to assist. Everyone knew their role. Zhang Wei was certain the enemy's real target wasn't these outlying camps. Their goal had to be the army base itself. Where's the ammo depot? He asked Lin Qianying over the comms. Inside the base. But it's a high-security zone. Can they even get close? Lin Qianying had meant to say it was impregnable. In the apocalypse, what gave the army its authority? Ammo. Without it, who would fear them? Ammunition production has virtually ceased, which means every round we use is one we can't replace. So the stockpile must be protected above all else. Never underestimate the Japanese. In my previous life, they managed to build 5 steel fortresses. Hurry, no small feat. They first had to sail from their own islands, while fending off countless sea beasts, and then erect those cities under pressure from Hua Nation. I don't know what compromises they made or how high the price was, but if they could pull that off, they're anything but weak. He'll tag the location for you. Lin Qianying wasted no words. Moments later, a marker appeared on the recon map, pinpointing the ammunition depot. With the coordinates locked in, Zhang Wei throttled his mech to full power and reached the target zone in under 10 minutes. Layers of defenses ringed the depot, concrete bunkers, energy shields, and sensor-linked turrets that would lock onto any nearby life form. Zhang Wei jumped from his mech, boots clanging against the metal ground. Searchlights swept the perimeter, and a young officer hurried over. Zhang Wei, what are you doing here? The officer removed his helmet. It was Su Kai, dripping with sweat, exactly the last person Zhang Wei expected to see guarding an ammo dump. I'm in charge of this post, Su Kai said, his tone clipped and military precise. 30 mechs of varying models backed him up, all bristling with firepower and iron wall of defense. Zhang Wei raised his arm, projecting a holographic map, gray strata, red target points, and even the heat signatures of every ammo chute glowed before his eyes. Once satisfied the perimeter was secure, he looked at Su Kai. From this moment on, you all take orders from me. Su Kai frowned, unsure why he should comply, when heavy mech footsteps echoed from the flank. The mech battalion's captain arrived in person, piloting a second evolution heavy frame as massive as Zhang Wei's. His voice boomed over loudspeakers. You heard me earlier, follow Zhang Wei's commands. Brother, the depot is yours. Understood. Zhang Wei nodded. The captain spun away with his unit, racing to the outer battle line where they were needed more. When the roar of engines faded, only Zhang Wei, Su Kai, and 30 mechs remained. Zhang Wei swept his gaze across them, voice calm but firm. Study the map. He'll mark precise positions. Your single job is to hold those points. Whatever happens, don't move an inch. Clear? Su Kai snapped to attention. Yes, sir. With the captain's backing, none dared object. Zhang Wei opened his recon core and shared select data with the 30 cockpits. A translucent cross-section of Earth 10 meters deep appeared, complete with temperature gradients and vibration readings. Sharing too much would drain his power, but limiting it to critical intel kept consumption manageable. Su Kai stared at the projection, astonished. The ground beneath every one of your positions is on that display, Zhang Wei said. If anything shows up, kill it. Understood? Sir. The 30 mechs answered in unison over the comms. On his order, blue-white thrusters flared as the mechs dispersed to their assigned coordinates. The depot suddenly looked half empty, yet the real defense had just become a seamless web no intruder could slip through. Let's see how many rats try to crawl out, Zhang Wei muttered. Standing at the command post, he switched to an even higher resolution scan, eyes narrowing as the system probed every tremor beneath their feet. Beneath the ammunition depot run drainage pipes, emergency tunnels, and ventilation shafts, any one of which could be used to break in. If Zhang Wei really is a Japanese spy, he will choose one of these hidden routes. Should he set off a bomb incident, no matter how small, the entire depot would be engulfed in flames. Without ammunition, the military would lose its ability to support the surrounding units, and when the Japanese main force arrives, both sides would be forced into a straight mech-to-mech fight. Once civilians in Chongqing suffer heavy casualties, the military will have no choice but to compromise and cede a foothold where the Japanese can cling to life. Sabotaging the ammo depots is therefore the spies' #1 mission. Though Zhang Wei despised the Japanese, he had to admit they possessed skilled strategists. Only days into the apocalypse, they were already planning for the future and had even foreseen that the home islands would eventually fall. Without that foresight, they could never have moved against the Chongqing garrison so quickly. Right? Tell my uncle Zhang to warn every base near Japanese territory. They have to guard against sabotage, especially around the ammo dumps, and keep all underground passages under watch. After issuing the order, Zhang Wei immediately called Lin Qianying. He had no direct line to Chief Zhang, but he knew Lin Qianying did. Got it. He'll notify the chief right away. Lin Qianying agreed at once. She understood the urgency. Chongqing had already been hit. The other bases would be next. Only by shoring up their defenses early could they keep the damage to a minimum. Those damn Japanese. Do they think I'm made of clay? Alert the missile base, prepare to launch. In the high-level conference room, Chief Zhang slammed his palm on the table, cursing. A few senior officers had been celebrating a major breakthrough, but they'd barely started cheering when the Japanese stirred up trouble. With doomsday looming, no one cared about international etiquette. If the Japanese hadn't struck first, some hawkish officers here would have done it themselves. Now that the enemy had made the opening move, there was no reason to hold back. Sir, should we consider the international fallout? The whole world's on a hair trigger if we fire first, I'm afraid. Afraid my ass. Chief Zhang glared at him. They're running terror attacks on our soil. Send a warning every 5 minutes. After the third warning, if those spies haven't surfaced, fire. The room went silent, then filled with resolute replies. Each general carried a dream of revenge. If they could order Japan turned into a field of mushroom clouds, they'd go to their graves proudly telling their ancestors, the blood debt is paid. Yes, sir. The officers answered in unison, and the orders raced down the chain of command. We owe this to Zhang Wei. The kid's impressive, Chief Zhang said with satisfaction. If Huahua had a few more young men like him, what would the apocalypse matter? Tell Zhang Wei to do whatever he thinks is right. If the sky falls, they'll hold it up for him. Yes, sir. The message reached Zhang Wei within minutes, conveyed by Lin Qianying. Really going to bomb them? Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He never expected the normally jovial Uncle Zhang to be so hard-lined when it mattered. Head merely reminded the man to stay sharp. Yet Uncle Zhang was ready to let the Shao Rizi feel the full force of Huan Nation's wrath. 3 warnings if they still refused to back off. The order was to open fire immediately. Zhang Wei knew the military's efficiency. If they said they'd strike clean and hard. With pinpoint accuracy the Shao Rizi couldn't hope to counter. He silently mused that if global affairs weren't already hanging by a thread, the Shao Rizi might have been blasted to dust the moment doomsday began. Now that things were serious, who had time to play nice? Lin Qianying agreed. In fact, almost every soldier would. Given the chance, they'd race each other into Tokyo to settle old scores. Fine, let's bomb them. So what? Zhang Wei shrugged, completely unfazed. The Shao Rizi did have a few dangerous individuals, but wiping them out early wouldn't hurt. The blood feud between Huan Nation and the Shao Rizi ran deep. If this was a chance to finish them off, all the better. It saved him the trouble of doing it himself later. After all, the Shao Rizi topped Zhang Wei's hit list. If not a single soul were left on that island, it would be a dream come true when the next Prima Source crystal fell. He could stroll ashore and claim every last shard. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He actually prayed the Shao Rizi wouldn't fold, hoped they'd stand their ground to the bitter end. Unfortunately, he underestimated their cowardice. At the first warning, missile silos and several domestic bases opened in unison, their heavy hatches grinding like distant thunder. Before the second warning finished, the Shao Rizi had already capitulated. Clearly they had a way to monitor Huan Nation's military and knew this wasn't a bluff. They surrendered without hesitation. Spies in Chuan City surfaced on their own, and agents in other bases crawled out of hidden tunnels with their hands in the air. Watching a dozen pale-faced spies climb out of the underground passage, Zhang Wei felt nothing but disappointment. Couldn't at least a couple of them be hardliners willing to die blowing up the ammo depot? He glanced at the calendar. 2 months left. He set himself a goal. He had to set foot on the Japanese island. Staying in Chuan City meant conscience and morality still held him back. Once he landed there, all restraints would vanish. Loot, burn, destroy, claim every resource. The thought alone was exhilarating. Hey, what are you spacing out for? I've been standing here forever, Lin Qianying said, waving a hand in front of his face. Snapping back, Zhang Wei looked down at her and suddenly blurted, 2 months from now, let's go to Tokyo. Huh? Lin Qianying froze, startled by the abrupt proposal. Isn't that a bit sudden? If those Shao Rizi spies tick you off, we could just send a team. Do you really have to go yourself? Being there in person has its perks. You'll see. Zhang Wei paused, then frowned in thought. But we'll need a way to bring Xiaobao along. Here's the tricky part. He was already figuring out how to take Xiaobao with them. With Xiaobao around, finding the Prima Source crystals would be much easier. Lin Xinying couldn't figure out how Zhang Wei's mind worked, but if he really decided to go, she knew she would almost certainly tag along. When she heard that Zhang Wei planned to cause trouble on the Japanese islands, she felt a quiet thrill, even though she didn't believe for a second that he was going there to save humanity. As for rebuilding after the disaster, Zhang Wei didn't give it a though that couldn't have helped much anyway. When Zhang Wei met Chief Zhang again, he learned that more than 1,000 people had died in the supposedly minor uprising sparked by those Japanese spies. If he hadn't been on site to contain it, no one could say how many more would have been killed. Chief Zhang waved the subject aside. We'll handle those little Japanese punks soon enough. Let's talk about you. I heard you were looking for me. No need to stand on ceremony with your Uncle Zhang. Back to his warm, avuncular self, Chief Zhang listened while Zhang Wei admitted, it's already handled. I was going to borrow a fighter jet to take out that bird, but it's been dealt with. I knew it. You're a real hero, serving our country and its people, the chief said with satisfaction, clearly convinced Zhang Wei had acted out of pure patriotism. Zhang Wei felt a pang of guilt. Hero had only been after the source crystal inside the bird, but he kept the misunderstanding to himself. Uncle Zhang, the bird may be dead, but we can't drag our feet on Iron City. Who knows how many more of those things exist? King-class mechanical creatures will only become more common. I was just about to discuss that, the chief replied, nodding. Your plan checks out. We've tested it, and construction on Iron City starts immediately. We'll still need you to gather more metal wreckage, though. I'm heading back to Chuancheng today, Zhang Wei said on the spot. Good. The source crystals I promised you are ready. Don't forget to take them. Uncle Zhang, please leave them here for now. I intend to exchange them for epic-grade crystals. If anyone brings in mid-grade ones for a trade, they'll need your help to handle it. Zhang Wei couldn't stay at the base long-term, and he didn't want to give up this channel for acquiring epic-grade crystals. For ordinary people, almost every epic-grade crystal available right now was a starter crystal, exactly the kind he wanted. Later on, trading 100 mid-grade crystals for one epic would be a pipe dream, so he planned to exchange as many as he could while the option remained. Consider it done, Chief Zhang agreed readily. Thanks, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wei bowed in gratitude. The chief added, your contribution this time is significant. The higher-ups are discussing a reward. I'll let you know once it's decided. Zhang Wei accepted without protest. Cultivating a good relationship with the military was part of his long-term strategy. That's all from my side, Uncle Zhang. I need to head back. All right. They'll send a few more people with you. Besides that girl Qianying, to lend a hand, the chief offered. He wasn't assigning them to keep tabs on Zhang Wei. He genuinely wanted to help. Although Zhang Wei's prowess needs no proving, an extra ally can still mean an extra chance to stay alive. Commander Zhang had no wish to see him fall en route. Right now Zhang Wei is a stabilizing pillar. Ordinary survivors dare to hope because of him, and the base's soldiers have a tangible goal to fight for. If he ever goes down, the will to survive across the base and the nearby settlements could crumble overnight. Uncle Zhang, that won't be necessary. I've got plenty of people in Chuancheng, Zhang Wei said offhandedly, omitting the truth at his current level. Even the base's most advanced mechs wouldn't last a single exchange against him. Dragging them along would only slow him down. Commander Zhang studied him, then nodded. Fine, you have your plan. But the moment you run into trouble, call me. You are not allowed to die. If you hit something you absolutely can't handle, your Uncle Zhang will solve it with a mushroom cloud. The words rang out like a direct order. Zhang Wei grinned. Relax, Uncle Zhang. If it comes to that, he'll ask without hesitation. The haul itself was decent. The source crystals were pocket change. Commander Zhang's nuclear guarantee was the true prize. In the apocalypse, no one dares to call himself invincible, but with a nuclear safety net, Zhang Wei could finally cut loose. All right, get back to it, Commander Zhang said, waving him off. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei saluted, then left the command center with Lin Qianying. He declined a helicopter ride and chose to trek back to Chuancheng on foot. It wasn't far, and if they ran into mechanical beasts along the way, they could harvest parts and clear the army's transport routes. At the same time, the military still needed a steady flow of metal scrap. That night, they traveled while searching, but the pickings were thin. The machines around Chuancheng had gotten wise. Once darkness fell, they vanished. Who wanted to sleep next to a god of slaughter like Zhang Wei? Both the Rat King and Bird King had died by his hand in mere days. Any creature still lingering near Chuancheng barely dared to breathe, let alone fight. Staying put was suicide. Escape was common sense. While Zhang Wei was plotting his next move, the Little Sun High Command was plotting him. Damn that Chinese bastard, he must die. In the command room, a ring of mustachioed men slammed their fists on the table. He wrecked our entire operation. The losses are massive. We have to take him out. How? Every exposed pawn is already spent. We can't risk our deep cover assets. We want torch the whole network for one man. He still needs to die? Rage echoed around the room, but no workable plan surfaced. At the head of the table, a man who had been silent finally spoke. Use a missile. Sir, are you serious? If we launch a missile, how will Hua Nation react? Someone asked. Who said the missile has to come from our own soil? The speaker's narrowed eyes gleamed with chill resolve. Silence fell. Emotions that had been boiling suddenly settled. One after another, their eyes cleared with understanding. Zhang Wei had no idea Xiao Yuezi was plotting against him. If he had, he would already be looking for any excuse to drop by. In the villa district of Chuancheng, the night breeze carried a damp, dusty scent. Jiang Tao had crammed every portable item into his transport mech, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. When the main gate suddenly slid open and Zhang Wei walked in with Lin Xianying, Jiang Tao's hands tightened on the controls. He raised a brow in surprise. Bro, where's that bird? Wasn't it glued to you? Dead. Zhang Wei glanced up at the night sky, his tone indifferent. You killed it? Jiang Tao's voice jumped. You were only out a little while, and so, bro, did it drop anything good? He rubbed his palms together, trying to peek past Zhang Wei into the cargo hold, been eyeing that bird's loot for days. Here. Zhang Wei dragged a thermal greatsword out of the compartment, the tip scorching a groove in the floor as he handed it over. Damn, I've wanted this thing forever. Jiang Tao threw himself at the blade, eyes gleaming. Where's Xiaobao? Zhang Wei asked casually. Stuffed himself. Passed out, probably evolving. Jiang Tao answered, still stroking the sword. Only when he gripped the hilt did he notice the boiling energy along the edge that somehow left his mech's armor untouched. Heat only flows outward, no self-damage. He muttered, finally grasping how relaxed Zhang Wei must feel while swinging it. Evolving already? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. No high-grade source crystals, no lucky breaks, just gnawing metal scraps, and the little guy was pushing king class. Terrifying potential. Then Jiang Tao remembered business. Bro, the elephant herd you told me to watch is making a break for it. I sent a few people to harass them, and they're turning toward the northern ruins. Should we test the new sword? The great sword hummed in his hands, stoking his ego. Let's go. We can't let them slip away. Zhang Wei decided on the spot. That herd was a walking pile of epic-grade source crystals. On it, Jiang Tao perked up and took point. Lin Xianying followed silently, checking the energy cell in her phase-change cryo rifle. North of Chuancheng, twisted steel and broken concrete formed a maze of ruins. Under the night sky, a dozen alloy mammoths lumbered away through sheets of fire. Around them, 7 or 8 long-range mechs kept climbing for angle, artillery raining down and showering their thick hides with sparks. The moment Zhang Wei's group arrived, the battlefield fell silent. Friendly mechs flooded the comms. Boss. Screens lit up with respectful messages. The mammoths noticed, too. Massive mechanical trunks whipped the air, their low trumpets edged with panic. Leave them to me. Zhang Wei drew the solar hyperblade, its edge flaring blindingly bright. Lin Xianying unlocked her cryo rifle, pale frost blooming around the barrel. Jiang Tao, who had felt invincible a moment ago, suddenly found the glow of his new sword looking dim beside theirs. Engines roaring. Zhang Wei became a streak of white-hot light, plunging into the herd. Before the mammoths could scatter, his blade forced them into one another, heavy armor clashing and shaking the ground. Jiang Tao tried to rush in for a finisher, but couldn't get close. Instead, Lin Xianying tapped her trigger, frigid beams sealing every escape. In less than 10 minutes, the solar blade tore free of the last mammoth's plating, droplets of molten metal spitting across the rubble. Zhang Wei hadn't used a single special ability. Sheer swordsmanship had turned the herd into scrap. Jiang Tao swallowed hard. His new heat blade hadn't even tasted blood. Loot check. 8 high-grade source crystals and 5 epic-grade ones below Zhang Wei's expectations. If those elephants hadn't bolted, a little more time would have let every one of them drop an epic-tier origin crystal. What a waste. Zhang Wei sighed to himself, but had no choice except to accept reality. Big bro, hurry up and see what kind of loot we've got. Jiang Tao's eyes were already sparkling. In his whole life, he had never seen 5 epic origin crystals laid out on the ground at once, and he was so excited he almost wanted to open them by force. Zhang Wei handled business first. Have someone move the carcasses. The military team is already on the way. Got it. Jiang Tao answered crisply, yet his gaze never left the crystals in Zhang Wei's hand, terrified he might miss a single flash of light. Zhang Wei casually tossed several high-grade origin crystals into his inventory. Gear of that level no longer interested him. He kept them only for emergency energy top-ups. Then he raised the 5 epic crystals. Open. 5 dazzling pillars of light shot skyward at once, like a private fireworks show. Everyone involuntarily held their breath. When the glow faded, the spoils lay revealed. 1 red star, 2 purple stars, an epic external armor plate, and an epic cargo pod. How do you pull a red star out of an epic crystal? Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. Getting a low-tier red star from an epic crystal was infuriating, but there was no one to complain to, so he could only chalk it up to bad luck. Bro, look at this armor. Jiang Tao was instantly drawn to its intimidating design and rushed forward as if had discovered buried treasure. Static pressure fusion armor. Grade, epic. Combat power 150. Durability 500. Trait. Integrated static pressure field greatly reduces all forms of energy attacks. The armor was shaped, shielding both shoulders and abdomen while extending down to the groin, offering broad coverage. Zhang Wei liked the stats and immediately swapped out his superior grade plate. The new armor automatically matched his mech's main color. Its cold metallic sheen looked fierce under the sunlight, clearly superior to the old set. The envy in Jiang Tao's eyes was almost tangible. Before he could speak, Zhang Wei handed him the faintly violet epic cargo pod. Big bro, this is for me? Jiang Tao could hardly believe it. Yep, Zhang Wei nodded. He already had an epic cargo pod of his own. A second one was pointless. Jiang Tao, on the other hand, commanded a sizable crew and would only pilot more mechs in the future. So Zhang Wei planned to dump all the spare frames head taken from the bespectacled guy onto Jiang Tao and save himself the carrying weight. Handing over a mobile warehouse was a bargain. Jiang Tao's thinking was simple: if Big Bro gave it, he'd take it. Besides, the pod gave him a free 50 combat power. That was pure gold. He hurried to bind the cargo pod and happily explored its functions. Zhang Wei then pulled out the frustrating red star and chose to upgrade his super solar sword. Weapons boosted combat power more than anything. Even though the solar sword was still low tier, using a red star on it wasn't a waste. Ding enhancement successful. Super solar sword. Grade, Epic 1. Combat power 500. Description, generates higher temperatures than a thermal greatsword. An upgraded, two-handed, physical greatsword. His combat power instantly rose by a full 100 points. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. He carefully stowed the two purple stars. Red stars were everywhere, but purple ones were worth their weight in gold and not to be squandered. Let's move. Heading back. Zhang Wei gave the order. The group turned around, and their mechs rumbled toward Chuanqing. While Zhang Wei and his crew were on the way back to Chuanqing, Xiao Rizi had already reached Third Brother. No one knew exactly what deal Third Brother had struck with the Japanese leadership, but the outcome was clear. He had agreed to their request. Slapping his chest for emphasis, he vowed to help eliminate Zhang Wei. The Japanese brass weren't questioning his resolve. They doubted his strength. After all, they had seen for themselves how wildly Third Brother's missiles could go off target. To put their minds at ease, Third Brother brandished the United States as his shield. Faulty guidance systems. No problem, the Americans would supply the tech. Even better, Washington had given the partnership an official nod. Reassured, the Japanese decision-makers ruled that the sooner they moved, the better. Third Brother didn't hesitate, promising results within a day or two. Completely unaware, Zhang Wei was still toiling under the threat of a missile strike. Alongside his crew and a military detail, he was busy shifting heaps of metal debris. North Chuan City had become a scrap mountain, stacked with everything from the rats and elephants head personally taken down to the mechanical beasts others had dragged in. The army lacked transport trucks, but excelled at rallying civilians. Survivors who distrusted Zhang Wei trusted the soldiers. Once uniforms appeared, volunteers poured out of hiding. Those with mechs formed the backbone of the convoy. Zhang Wei heading back with us? Shouted Zhou Tao, who was overseeing the escort. Not yet. I've still got things to do. Some of my people will go with you first, Zhang Wei called back after a pause. He needed to stay until Xiaobao finished evolving. Got it. They'll move out, Zhou Tao replied, and started marshalling the column. As the convoy rumbled off, Zhang Wei turned to Lin Xianying. Why don't you ride with them? Through her visor, Lin Xianying kept watching the line of trucks. After a brief calculation, she nodded. All right. When Xiaobao's evolution is done, come find me. She knew she couldn't help him much by staying. Mechanical creatures could attack the convoy at any moment, and that was where her skills mattered. Thanks, Zhang Wei said simply. Jiang Tao, however, stuck to him like a shadow, showing no sign of leaving. Night slipped by in silence. By dawn, most of the northern wreckage had been cleared. After standing guard all night, Zhang Wei and Jiang Tao finally returned to the villa compound. Xiaobao lay in the yard fast asleep, faint arcs of electricity dancing across its but one knew when the evolution would finish. The compound was eerily empty. In fact, the whole city felt deserted. Everyone who could still walk had already followed the military convoy out of Chuan City. After returning to the villa compound, Jiang Tao couldn't sit still anymore. Ever since he got his hands on that searing thermoblade, had been dying to try it on a real mechanical beast, his palms itching and toes tapping. Zhang Wei saw right through him, tipped his chin toward the gate, and said, take some men out and hunt. They'll watch Xiaobao. Got it, bro? Jiang Tao practically bounced as he answered. Had been wondering how to ask for the mission, and Zhang Wei's words spared him all the awkwardness. With a sharp whistle, he rallied his squad and charged out of the compound. The courtyard fell instantly silent. Zhang Wei dragged over a rattan chair, sat beside Xiaobao, and stared at the treetops swaying overhead, wondering where they should head next. Which city still had enough mechanized beasts and source crystals to make the trip worthwhile? The questions clicked through his mind like interlocking gears, yet every one of them stalled at the same blank answer. The afternoon sun kept climbing, and at last Xiaobao stirred. Fine gold lines shimmered over his black metal shell, and king-tier power rolled off him in waves. His eyes snapped open. His chest thrummed as he threw back his arms and roared skyward, announcing a new king's ascent. Halfway through the roar's Mech, Zhang Wei cuffed him on the head. Quit yelling. Xiao Bao instantly retracted his arms and bunched up like someone hit the pause button. Seeing it was Zhang Wei, he straightened again, pride coloring his voice. Big bro, when did you get back? I just hit King Tier. Pretty awesome, right? Sure, awesome. Zhang Wei sounded perfunctory. To him, King Tier was only the starting line full of potential, but far from real might. Any mechanical beast that hoped to become truly fearsome needed both time and resources. King Tier's true value lay in heightened intellect and an expanded ceiling for combat power. Different bodies meant wildly different limits. A mechanical rat might max out at 200 combat points, while a mechanical elephant could reach several thousand, even tens of thousands. Zhang Wei did some quick math. Even if Xiao Bao reached the pinnacle of King Tier, his cap would hover just above 10,000. He snapped back to the moment and waved Xiao Bao closer. Now that you're done evolving, it's time we moved on. Chuan City's nearly cleared of mechanicals. Oh, still planning to hunt ants? The ants weren't the real issue. Zhang Wei was thinking about the legendary source crystal tucked in his pocket, an origin crystal that guaranteed a top-tier pull. Xiao Bao caught the hint instantly. He flicked his tail and rattled. Absolutely. Bro, hand me the legendary source crystal. I can carry it. Where exactly? Zhang Wei gave him a once-over. Xiao Bao had bulked up post-evolution, yet no storage bay was visible. Before the words were even out, Xiao Bao lifted the tip of his metal tail. With a crisp click, the spiked ball split open, revealing an alloy chamber. Zhang Wei blinked in surprise. Had the little guy evolved a custom storage bin just for this? Judging by its size, it was designed for a source crystal and nothing else. Fine. He shrugged. He still needed Xiaobao's help and couldn't justify hoarding the crystal himself. With mild reluctance, he placed the legendary source crystal inside. The spiked ball snapped shut, well tight. Thrilled, Xiao Bao whipped his tail around the yard as though he might take flight. With the crystal feeding him non-stop energy, his power would soar several times faster. In mid-celebration, Xiao Bao suddenly froze. His body went rigid, legs braced, head tilting toward the sky. Bro, something's up there. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. Something again? Another of those robotic birds? Yet neither the naked eye nor the high-resolution scanners caught even a hint of metal. He tilted his head toward Xiao Bao, puzzled. Brother, there's definitely something up there, and it's dangerous, Xiao Bao said, his voice unusually tense. How far? Zhang Wei trusted Xiao Bao's senses implicitly. Far, but it's coming in incredibly fast. We should run. You can sense it from that far? A chill swept over Zhang Wei. With no time to call for help, he opened a broad area scan. A 10-kilometer grid flared to life, still nothing. He was about to question Xiao Bao again when a bright, fast-moving speck appeared on the edge of the display. Damn it. Xiao Bao, don't follow Marin the other way. Zhang Wei growled. He wheeled around and sprinted off, overdrive engaging as blue-white fire blasted from his rear thrusters. He shot across the ground like an arrow loosed from the bow. Xiao Bao just stared, too stunned to grasp what was happening. It really is a missile. Mach 2. Maybe 10 seconds, Zhang Wei calculated as he skimmed along. The seeker was locked on him and could course correct. He had to make it blow up far from Xiao Bao. Still running, he scooped up a boulder more than a meter wide, muscles and servos working in unison as he tucked it under his arm. The air screamed. The missile's exhaust glared like a tiny sun. So fast. Mach 2, no wonder. The missile adjusted continuously, clinging to his heat signature. Each stretched second felt like a knife edge. A few hundred meters. If he stopped, the missile would hit in less than a heartbeat. Zhang Wei braked hard and hurled the boulder. It traced a wild arc while he deployed his drones, a fan of cry grenades scattering forward. Boom. The rocks smashed into the missile's nose, triggering a premature detonation. A mushroom cloud rose. A towering fireball swallowed everything. Oh hell. He cursed as the shock wave slammed into him, hurling him dozens of meters. He was scarcely 100 meters from ground zero. Against a conventional warhead, the cry grenades would have dampened the blast enough. But the enemy had gone further. It was a tactical nuke. Small, perhaps, but using it on his suit was like firing a cannon at a mosquito. In the roiling firelight, one thought flickered through his mind. A standard missile wouldn't scare me, but a tactical nuke. Even with advance warning, there was no real defense against a weapon like that. The mech was caught in the blast, and its systems began failing one after another. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had just installed epic-grade armor that greatly reduced the force of the explosion and shielded the core in the abdomen. Without it, that single missile would have finished him off. Flames and shockwaves still thundered around him. The alloy plates glowed red-hot, their seams splitting like bursting veins. At that life-or-death moment, a hoarse shout cut through the inferno. Big bro. Xiao Bao charged in, braving the towering wall of fire. The first wave had already spent more than half its power, yet the lingering heat was still enough to ignite steel. Even so, Xiaobao's shell showed only soot-black scorch marks, almost completely intact, and the radiation did it no harm at all. Xiao Bao threw itself beside Zhang Wei and, without hesitation, wrapped its bulky frame around his upper body, blocking the shockwave still creeping inward. In that instant, one thought filled its mind: protect Zhang Wei. It knew a single strike would free it from the servant contract forever, yet the urge to kill never surfaced. Across town in Chuancheng, Jiang Tao, scavenging for spoils in the deserted streets, also saw the mushroom cloud rising. What just blew up? That's massive. He signaled his men, and several mechs spun around, racing over the ruins toward the blast site. The moment Zhang Tao's unit moved, the mechanical creatures still inside the city were drawn by the shockwave. The first to arrive were the aerial drones, twisted, wing-shaped bodies flashing like black lightning. To them this was an irresistible feast, one king-class machine beast, and a tremendously powerful new human. Whoever landed the first bite could evolve into the next king. No predator could turn down that chance, even for a single scrap of metal. For now, the blistering heat left by the missile formed a temporary barrier, holding the ravenous pack at bay. At the center of the firestorm, Xiaobao growled anxiously and tapped the visor of Zhang Wei's helmet with the back of its paw. Come on, boss, wake up. If Zhang Wei regained even a sliver of strength, Xiaobao was sure it could drive every beast away, including the birds overhead. But Zhang Wei lay motionless. His mech was pinned, his body badly injured. He would not be waking anytime soon. The aftershock would eventually fade. As soon as the temperature dropped, the starving machine beasts poured in like floodwaters breaking a dam. Rats, wolves, cats, dogs, an endless tide of metal bodies swept forward. Most eyes burned crimson. A few variants with icy blue optics lurked farther back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a roar, Xiaobao unleashed its power. Its steel tail swept wide, crushing incoming machines and hurling sparks into the air. But the swarm was as dense as a plague of rats, and even a newly crowned king-class beast could not stem the tide. Some of the creatures were already clawing at Xiaobao and Zhang Wei alike. Where did all these mechanical creatures come from? Jiang Tao, who had just rushed over, felt a stab of panic. Normally you had to scour the entire city to find even a single mech beast, yet the streets around the blast site were now packed wall to wall with ironclad monsters. They were all low-tier models with flimsy plating, but there were so many of them that the sheer number made your scalp tingle from a distance. Tao, maybe we should fall back? The underling behind him asked, his voice shaking. It wasn't cowardice. The density of enemies was simply terrifying. Fall back, my ass. Zhang Tao spat, narrowing his eyes to track their movement. There's got to be something good up ahead. See how they're ignoring us and all charging inside. He had no idea what lay ahead, but experience told him it was a major opportunity. Move. Let's find some high ground first. With a wave, he led his crew toward a nearby high-rise. From a distance they still couldn't see Zhang Wei and Xiaobao, who were trapped in the middle. Zhang Wei lay on the ground in a suit only 3 or 4 meters tall, with Xiaobao sprawled across him. Together they reached barely 10 meters. A solid ring of mech beasts hemmed them in, blocking any line of sight. When Jiang Tao and his men reached the rooftop, he finally saw what was happening at the center and blurted, "Holy shit, big bro." Without pausing, he vaulted straight off the roof, landed hard, and sprinted toward the encirclement. Anyone with a combat rating over 100, follow me. The rest stay outside. He barked while running. Anything under 100 would be shredded the moment it went in. It would only add to the casualties. Some hesitated, some backed away, and some followed without a second thought. Zhang Tao didn't bother arguing, but he quietly memorized the names of those who flinched. He swept his thermal greatsword in wide arcs, the incandescent blade shearing through any mech beast in his path. Luckily, every monster's attention was locked on the center, so almost none tried to block him, making the charge surprisingly smooth. "I'm here to get you out, hang in there." Zhang Tao roared as sparks of shredded metal flew in every direction. Hearing the familiar shout, Xiaobao glanced back, anxiety in his eyes. "Hurry, big bro is barely holding on." Zhang Tao dug in his heels, his reactor howling as he kicked his speed up another notch. The thought of abandoning Zhang Wei never crossed his mind. With him in the lead, 8 mechs with combat ratings over 100 plunged into the swarm, clashing heat-in with the tide of enemies. Zhang Tao carved a path, and the pressure on Xiaobao eased enough for him to catch his breath. "What happened? How did Big Bro get this banged up?" Zhang Tao asked while cleaving through another wave, eyes sweeping over Zhang Wei's battered frame. Up close it looked even worse. The armored sections were mostly intact, but every exposed joint and seam was riddled with cracks. The once sturdy legs were pitted and perforated, as if a chain gun had turned them into a sieve. "He got caught in an explosion," Xiaobao said hoarsely. "An explosion?" Zhang Tao froze for a heartbeat, then recalled the earth-shaking blast from moments ago. That monster of a blast hit our big bro. Who the hell did this? All right, forget it. The only thing that matters now is getting Zhang Wei out of here. Now what really matters is keeping everyone alive. A lone tiger can't beat a pack of wolves. If Zhang Wei were leading, he'd charge these machines without blinking. But today Zhang Tao is in front, and he's nowhere near his brother's level. The 8 of them have barely forced their way into the depths of the ruins. Their tiny defensive ring is shrinking by the second, metal grinding and energy blasts crashing around them. In a mess like this, talking about breaking out is a joke. Even moving the unconscious Zhang Wei an inch feels impossible. Forget everything else, protect Big Brother. Xiao Bao, get him awake. Jiang Tao ordered through clenched teeth. I'm on it. Xiao Bao replied immediately. Jiang Tao held the front, fresh cracks spreading across his armor like spiderwebs. At this rate, they wouldn't last long. Xiao Bao called to Zhang Wei over and over, its synthetic voice echoing. Boss, wake up! Wake up! It didn't expect the badly hurt Zhang Wei to jump into the fight. It just needed him standing, and it would handle the breakout. But Zhang Wei didn't move, his breathing shallow yet steady, as if head sunk to the bottom of a silent sea. Inside Zhang Wei's cargo bay, source crystals were being drained at a frantic pace. The mecha's self-repair program started with the lowest grade crystals slow work with little power. Fortunately, there weren't many of those. It soon switched to mid-grade crystals, and a faint halo spread over the armor as cracks sealed before their eyes. Even so, repairs couldn't keep up with the pressure outside. Jiang Tao's line was squeezed to its limit. Several teammates staggered, barely staying upright. Damn it. Are we really going to die young? Jiang Tao cursed inwardly, wishing he could punch a wall. They'd rushed in blind, never sizing up the enemy, practically suicide. They'll take the front. Anyone who's spent, get your strength back. At the critical moment, Xiao Bao charged forward, its chassis riddled with fractures. It knew that if Jiang Tao's group fell, it and Zhang Wei were finished. The instant the King-class mecha joined the fight, its power was obvious. A meteor hammer crackling with arcs swept wide, hurling rows of robotic beasts aside, parts flying everywhere. The line steadied long enough for everyone to catch a breath. When will Big Brother wake up? Jiang Tao asked, near panic. No idea, Xiao Bao rasped, metal vibrating in its voice. His boat is healing, but there's no telling when hell come to. Then we hold. Jiang Tao went with the simplest plan: stand there and take it. As they dug in, a sudden, heavy rumble rolled across the sky. It wasn't the screech of mechanical birds, but the deeper, crushing throb of engines. That sounded jet? Jiang Tao looked up, pupils contracting. Oh hell, bombs. Two missiles dropped from the fighter's belly, tails blazing as they streaked toward them. Jiang Tao didn't think, he shouted down, and threw himself flat. The warheads ballooned in his vision, red warning lights blinking on their casings. One direct hit, and Jiang Tao figured there'd be nothing left of him but dust. Jiang Tao had been certain the missiles were aimed at his team. Someone in the military must have decided Zhang Wei was a threat and needed to be eliminated. Two missiles screamed toward them but veered off at the last moment, exploding in a nearby horde of monsters. Flames and shockwaves hurled mechanical carcasses skyward, leaving Jiang Tao stunned. Had the pilot missed? Before the confusion lifted, a fighter jet ripped across the sky, its metal skin shrieking as it skimmed the ground. The bay doors snapped open and more than 20 massive figures plunged out, Mech regiment soldiers locking into their suits mid-fall, white-hot trails cutting through the air. Drop complete. The jet pulled up hard and streaked away to avoid the mechanical birds. Boom, boom. A score of mechs slammed into the earth in rapid succession, kicking up dust and rubble like war drums rolling across the battlefield. Brothers over there, keep Zhang Wei safe, we've got your back. Zhou Jun's voice thundered through his helmet speakers. Their landing point was off by a bit, but still close enough. Jiang Tao's spirits surged. Brothers, shield the boss. He sprang up first, tearing the clinging machines from his armor, saber flashing as he burned through energy with one skill after another. The other mechs followed. The line they held was now their own lifeline: fight or die. With reinforcements here, the pressure eased at once. Within moments, Zhou Jun's squad hacked their way into the encirclement. Every soldier came from the Mech regiment, each suit rated around 200 combat power. Their arrival solidified the defensive ring instantly. Brother Jun, another few seconds and ID have been scrap. Jiang Tao called, recognizing Zhou Jun from a previous handoff of wreckage. We're here now, relax. Zhou Jun's greatsword whirled, steel meeting metal with showers of sparks. The regiment's gunners took the high-damage target Mech dogs, Mechkits, each barrel locking on with pinpoint precision, denying them a single step. The smaller mech rats were left to Zhou Jun and the close-quarters fighters. Any that slipped through still couldn't scratch a 200-power suit. The brutal fight dragged on for more than 20 minutes. Their defense was airtight. Mutant commanders among the machines gave up first, retreating with most of the swarm. Only the mech rats kept charging, leaderless and driven by instinct. But with power levels in the 20s and 30s, they were no threat to the towering mechs. They left behind nothing but shattered metal. When the field finally cleared and the dust settled, Zhou Jun slapped the dented plates of his armor with a half-joking grin. Well, more work for us. These scraps will make fine steel. Jiang Tao shoved forward, furious. Why did you bomb my brother? He couldn't make sense of any of it. They blew my big brother to pieces, and then rushed in to save him. What kind of game is that? Jiang Tao had only one thought. Who else could fire a live warhead but the army? To him, the strike on Zhang Wei had to be the military's doing. Xiao Bao perked up, staring hard at Zhou Jun's team. It wasn't us, Zhou Jun said flatly. The missile was launched from the Indian side. From where? Jiang Tao frowned, thinking had misheard. Across the border tactical nuke. A missile wasn't enough? They had to throw a tactical nuke? Jiang Tao was stunned. We didn't provoke them. Why drop a mushroom bomb on us? Even the weakest weapon in the nuclear family was far beyond Jiang Tao's world. A small-time businessman shouldn't warrant that kind of button, and Zhang Wei hardly ranked higher. Jiang Tao's mind raced. Had his brother somehow offended that old immortal's daughter from Third Brother's clan? Stop guessing, Zhou Jun cut in. I think the Japanese are pulling strings. We'll get to the bottom of it. How's Zhang Wei? When headquarters reported a tactical nuke on Chuan City, Chief Zhang immediately sent Zhou Jun's squad, which was why they arrived so fast. A counterstrike plan was still on the table. Those damn Japanese. My brother looks okay, he's not dying. Jiang Tao glanced at Zhang Wei. The mech's auto repair was racing, the medium-grade source crystals were spent, and the high-grade ones were nearly drained, but the recovery speed was equally crazy. Good. If he's fine, we'll make sure he gets answers. Zhou Jun's tone was grim. The army always hits back. Who hit us? Zhang Wei's voice floated from the cockpit. Big brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Jiang Tao rushed over. Xiao Bao crowded forward, itching to pull out a legendary source crystal then and there if no outsiders were watching. I'm fine. Any leads? Zhang Wei forced down his anger. Nobody stays calm after taking a mushroom bomb to the face. Not yet, but odds are it's the Japanese, Zhou Jun said. You just exposed their spies, and now a missile strike hardly a coincidence. Understood. Zhang Wei nodded. Thanks for the help. No need. Zhou Jun waved it off. If these guys hadn't fought like hell to guard you, you'd have been dead before we got here. Hey, protecting my big brother is what we do? Jiang Tao grinned, saving himself the trouble of bragging. Zhang Wei saw their battered faces, glanced at Xiao Bao, and silently took the favor to heart. Can you move? Zhou Jun looked around, making sure the area was clear. If you can travel, let's head back to base. It's safer there. If you can still stand, then move. Zhang Wei never made a fuss. His whole body was on fire, and the blast had drained every ounce of strength he had left. One more mushroom round, and he would have been finished then and there. He shook his head, climbed into the transport with Zhou Jun's security team, and the column of a dozen armored vehicles tore off into the dusk. Their treads ground over scorched earth and sprayed shattered stones. Half-collapsed factories and blackened trunks flickered by, and the air still tasted of bitter smoke. The convoy reached the military base, and the massive steel gates clanged open. Before the wheels stopped rolling, Lin Qianying burst out, moving so fast it looked as if her footsteps might strike sparks. How are you? She grabbed Zhang Wei's arm. I'm fine. He managed a smile, though fatigue rasped in his voice. I only just got back when I heard her eyes reddened with guilt. Zhang Wei lifted a hand and patted her shoulder. Really, I'm okay. Seeing the smile on his face, she finally let out a breath and wiped the moisture from her lashes. The commander wants to see you. Let's go, Zhang Wei said, following her inside. Across the compound, Jiang Tao was already whipping the unit into shape. Anyone who panicked out there tossed them, he thundered, jabbing a finger at the roster. Give cowards 1,000 rating mech, and they're still dead weight. A dozen soldiers were named, and, faces burning, slunk out of camp without protest. The moment the purge was done, Jiang Tao started recruiting replacements. He knew every mech cost a fortune. Only pilots willing to risk their lives could unleash that value. Bright lights filled the conference hall. Besides Commander Zhang, 7 or 8 senior officers and research leads sat around the table. When Zhang Wei stepped through the door, the commander rose at once and strode over. How bad is it? Are you hurt? I'm all right, sir. Good. That's the spirit. The commander gripped his arm, studying him until he was sure. Zhang Wei's defense and logistics plans had already been accepted at the highest level and were now being rolled out across the bases, saving countless lives. The commendations hadn't even been issued yet, and the man had nearly died. It chilled the commander to think of it. Sit down. We have business to discuss. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei took a seat. The commander introduced the others, all heavy hitters. Their smiles carried the same respect the commander himself showed. Once the formalities were over, the commander's face hardened. The investigation's done. The whole thing was stirred up by the Japanese, carried out by the Indians, and puppeteered by the Americans. The world's already in chaos, and they still look for ways to squeeze us. He slammed the table. Ripples shivered across a glass of water. Our retaliatory plan is ready, just waiting for the green light. Zhang Wei, your debt will be paid in full. If the order doesn't come, they'll do it myself. The heat of his anger was unmistakable. Zhang Wei shook his head. Commander, this is my fight. I want to settle it personally. Your fight? How? The commander's eyes flashed. They hit you. Yes, but their real target was all of Huagua. Your injury is on us. He knew air defense had slipped in a critical moment, and letting an enemy missile land on home soil was his failure. Zhang Wei's voice dropped, steady and unyielding. Uncle Zhang, I still want to take my own revenge. Kid, you're already hurt. How are you going to do it? And who exactly are you planning to take revenge on? They're all, Commander Zhang said helplessly. The 3 hostile factions were simply too far away. Inside the sealed conference room, the lights were dim, and the war map on the wall was slashed with red lines. Zhang Wei wiped the grease from his forehead and looked Commander Zhang straight in the eye. I'm going to Japan. What? Commander Zhang's eyes flew wide. The situation on land was already a tangled mess. Crossing the sea was practically suicide. Right now, they can sneak agents into our territory, but we don't have a single vessel that can cross the ocean safely. Mechanical creatures patrol those waters constantly. If the chaos on land is a 1, the ocean is at least a 10. I know. Zhang Wei's voice was low but firm. If they can get here, we can get there. And this isn't just about revenge. I'm going to seize the initial source crystal that's about to fall. Commander Zhang's brow knit tight. Is the intel solid? No one has figured out where the source crystals come from. How did you learn about a 3-month cycle? Zhang Wei offered no explanation, only certainty. Since the first crystal dropped, new ones have fallen every 3 months, loaded with resources of terrifying value. If we don't move fast, other nations will grab them first. Silence descended, as heavy as steel. Commander Zhang still shook his head. Even if that's true, an air escort would be incredibly risky. The sea belongs to the giant beasts. I'm not taking a plane, and I don't need a ship, Zhang Wei said, drawing a deep breath. I've tamed a pet. It can carry me across. In the sea? Commander Zhang shot to his feet. We can't even monitor that stretch of water. How can you guarantee you'll stay alive? King class, Zhang Wei replied calmly. Commander Zhang was speechless. He knew exactly what king class meant. A mechanical life form powerful enough to level a small city. You actually tamed a king class creature? How do you even make a contract with a machine? It's possible, but there's no contractual safeguard. I simply trust it. If it hadn't risked its life to save me at the sea cliffs, I'd already be dead. Zhang Wei lowered his eyes. His face showed no emotion, yet his resolve was unmistakable. Commander Zhang sighed, his clenched fist leaving deep dents in the tabletop. All right, if your mind is made up, I have only one condition. Uncle Zhang, name it. Come back alive. A grin spread across Zhang Wei's face, his teeth flashing white. Don't worry. I will. Do you want me to send anyone with you? Commander Zhang asked immediately. No. Zhang Wei shook his head. He knew exactly whom the commander meant. Lin Qianying, Jiang Tao, but neither of them could cross an ocean. One last time, are you absolutely sure? Commander Zhang's eyes carried both admiration and concern. Absolutely. As soon as my mech is 70% repaired, he'll leave. But Uncle Zhang, I do need a stock of source crystals, ordinary ones, mid-grade, whatever you can spare. All right. Don't worry. I'll have someone arrange it for you. Okay. Uncle Zhang, enjoy your talk. I'm heading out. Zhang Wei rose to leave, and Commander Zhang waved him off with a terse, go on. Once outside, Zhang Wei offered no opinion on the matter of retaliation. State affairs were beyond his pay grade, and all he could do was perform his own task to perfection. After leaving the base, he found Jiang Tao and Lin Qianying and laid out his plan to go to Japan. Before he could finish, they almost shouted in unison, no way. Bro, you can't go by yourself. Jiang Tao's voice shot up an octave. How could they let Zhang Wei travel alone? Jiang Tao sidled up to him, eyebrows waggling. You've got to take me know the place. I've gone there plenty of times to bring glory to the motherland. Lin Qianying rolled her eyes at Jiang Tao. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Zhang Wei raised a hand to silence them. It's really not as dangerous as you think. He couldn't be bothered with Jiang Tao. Back when money was tight, had missed out on those overseas competitions, and now that he was finally going abroad, Jiang Tao wanted a free ride. The thought annoyed him. How could it not be dangerous? Lin Qianying pressed. You'd be out there with no backup. I do have backup, Zhang Wei said, pointing beyond the camp. Little Bao's coming with me. And they're in chaos over there. They don't have the bandwidth to deal with me. Even if the authorities spot us, they wouldn't blow up their own people, would they? Bro, they're twisted. They'll do anything. Like that. Jiang Tao lowered his voice. Shut up. Zhang Wei barked, cutting him off before he could continue in front of Lin Qianying. If they had to discuss that kind of dark subject, they could do it privately. My mind is made up, he declared. Once we've gathered enough source crystals, I'm leaving. Stay here, build our strength, and when the next wave of primary crystals appears, grab as many as you can, especially the rainbow-colored legendary ones. Got it. Bro, don't worry. Our team's only going to get stronger, Jiang Tao promised, thumping his chest. Lin Qianying still looked worried, but she knew she couldn't change his mind. Fine, go ahead. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Hearing that, Zhang Wei finally relaxed. He wasn't sure why her approval mattered, but it did. With her blessing, he headed outside the camp to talk to Little Bao. Little Bao was easier to persuade. Zhang Wei needed only one tactic: unlimited food. Most of the metal debris in Chuancheng had to be handed over to the military to build steel fortresses. Japan would be different. Zhang Wei didn't care how the locals felt. Every scrap of metal there would be Little Bao's dinner. The moment Xiao Bao heard the plan, he agreed without a second thought, and carrying Zhang Wei across the ocean hardly counted, as trouble pangolins can swim. After all, Zhang Wei wasn't afraid of the water either. Even if danger showed up, he could handle it easily. As long as he stayed away from the deep trenches where the real leviathans roamed, the small mechanical sea creatures on the surface were nothing more than floating cans of source crystals. Everything was ready except the crystals, and that single gap cost them 2 full days. During the lull, Zhang Wei restored his mech to peak condition. Unfortunately, the epic-grade armor he had just acquired was already useless. Its durability had dropped to 0, and no amount of crystal energy could fix it. At dawn on the 3rd day, Commander Zhang arrived in person. "Kid, the crystals are ready. Be careful out there. Staying alive is the top priority, understand?" "Relax, Uncle Zhang," Zhang Wei replied with a grin, giving the mech's arm a pat. "If something comes up, I'll call, and you can back me up with artillery." "Exactly. If you hit trouble you can't solve, just shout." Commander Zhang snapped his fingers, clearly picturing shelling the Japanese islands. "I don't care if I get written up. Missiles, rockets, whatever it takes, they'll drop it on their heads." "Thanks, Uncle Zhang. Save it." He waved Zhang Wei toward a warehouse. When the doors opened, neatly stacked mid-grade source crystals filled Zhang Wei's by at least 3,000 of them. "That's too much," Zhang Wei blurted. The military stockpile was huge, but its daily consumption was just as frightening. He had never expected them to scrape together this many at once. "Not enough," Commander Zhang corrected him. "A traveler should carry riches, not leave them at home. This is all we could gather for now. If I could squeeze out more, I would." The honesty warmed Zhang Wei's heart. Profit could be a motivator, but someone willing to divert resources for you was a true friend. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." He bowed again. "Pack it up. When are you leaving? Need a transport plane to the coast?" "No need. They'll go on foot, and Xiao Bao will be with me." Zhang Wei smiled as he loaded the crystals into the mech's cargo hold. Commander Zhang chuckled. "Right, our planes couldn't lift that beast anyway. Take care, Uncle Zhang. I'm heading out. Stay in touch." "Will do. I want to say goodbye to Lin Xinying in person. Could you pass on a message?" "Consider it done." Zhang Wei hated the sadness of farewells, so he skipped them. Once he merged with the mech, he could call any time, and it wouldn't cost a cent. He left the base and sped down the highway. Xiao Bao waited ahead, half crouched in the grass, his metal scales catching the morning sun. Just as they were about to set off, hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Zhang Wei come back alive. Lin Xinying ran up, out of breath and with tears shining in her eyes. Zhang Wei left, taking only Xiao Bao with him. 3 days later they reached the coast. Along the way he collected almost no source crystals. It wasn't that the wilderness lacked mech creatures, he was simply too lazy to hunt them, killing only the unlucky ones that blocked their path. "Big bro, are you sure? There's really tons of food there, and we can eat as much as we want?" Xiao Bao kept asking, his tone full of doubt. "Absolutely," Zhang Wei replied. "Even mechs can eat it?" "Absolutely." "Then let's go right now." Xiao Bao's eyes shone like light bulbs. Staring at the mirror calm sea, Zhang Wei said, "Let's move." He knew the stillness was only an illusion. Real danger lurked in the deep. Xiao Bao dove in first, slicing a thin wake across the surface, and Zhang Wei followed. Borne to the water, Xiao Bao darted ahead like an arrow, while Zhang Wei clung to his back with one hand, letting him do the work quick and effortless. For the first half hour nothing happened. Clear water held only drifting seaweed and the occasional small fish. An hour in, deep in the open ocean, that changed. "Big bro, there's a huge pack of little things ahead. No way around," Xiao Bao said, halting. Zhang Wei's precision scan covered barely 100 meters of depth, but Xiao Bao's natural senses stretched much farther, catching even distant tremors. "If we can't go around, we go through," Zhang Wei replied. To Xiao Bao, the swarm ahead looked like an Aleocaniate buffet. His tail lashed, and he picked up speed. Zhang Wei sighed, typical glutton. Moments later he sensed the targets too. 20-centimeter mech creatures moving in dense schools, their shells glinting dull metal. In the vast sea they were nothing more than living energy bars. "Big bro, should we keep their source crystals?" Xiao Bao asked as he swam. "No," Zhang Wei said. "The crystals in these little machines held almost no power, hardly worth the trouble." "Got it." Xiao Bao plunged into the swarm, jaws wide, gulping them down without even chewing. Zhang Wei followed. Sharp clinks rang off his alloy armor as the mech creatures slammed against him. Something felt off. Their movement wasn't aimless, they were fleeing. They're running for their lives. "Stay sharp, something's chasing them," he warned. "Roger, big bro," Xiao Bao answered, eyes scanning the gloom. Zhang Wei switched to wideband scan. Everything above the surface came into crisp focus, but below the water he could see no deeper than 2 meters. Beyond that, only murk. A depth reading of only 2 meters was useless. It revealed nothing of the dangers below. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Xiao Bao, busy grazing on plankton, suddenly went rigid, its tail fins frozen. "Boss, something big is closing in, and there's a lot of them." Zhang Wei asked reflexively, "Can we go around?" "I think so. Let me try." Xiao Bao immediately altered course. Zhang Wei knew the big ones were probably hunting that swarm of micromechanical life forms. This was the deep sea, their home turf, and he had no desire to fight oceanic mechs down here. The pressure and drag would all but neutralize their float mines and cryo grenades. The solar blade would still work, but its endurance was anyone's guess. If they could avoid a fight, they would. If not, they'd deal with it later. A few minutes later the radar image sharpened. The big ones were a pack of 3-meter mechanical fish, sweeping in a semicircle around the little creatures. Xiao Bao kept changing direction, trying to slip past, but each new route was shadowed by the fish, and frustration set in. Seeing the pattern, Zhang Wei snapped, skipped the detour, punched straight through. Got it. Xiao Bao could have gone around, but the fish adjusted to its every move. To them, size was power. With Xiao Bao's massive hull and Zhang Wei's even larger mecha board, they looked like deep-sea leviathans. No 3-meter fish would dare come close willingly. The pair became a moving destroyer. Wherever they passed, the mechanical fish scattered, and the formerly tight encirclement split wide open. Next time we meet anything this size, we ram, Zhang Wei said. After they broke through, Zhang Wei admitted had been too cautious. Even in alien waters they were still the stronger force. There was no need to yield to small fry. Roger that, boss. Xiao Bao replied brightly. The voyage grew far smoother. They rarely changed course, steamrolling over any mechanical creature that blocked their way. 6 hours into the deep, real fear finally touched Zhang Wei, a whale. A mechanical whale over 100 meters long. Its colossal body left even this veteran of battlefield behemoths speechless. He had never seen anything like it. As soon as he spotted it, the mechanical whale locked onto him. In theory, a creature of that size should never surface. Yet years of habit made it breach from time to time, and that was how Zhang Wei caught sight of it. Turn around now, Zhang Wei shouted, panic sharpening his voice. He had no idea why Xiao Bao hadn't sensed the massive creature ahead, but this was no time to argue. Xiao Bao shook his head, bewildered. What's wrong, brother? Something huge is up there. Move, Zhang Wei hissed. Still puzzled, Xiao Bao raised his head above the water. One glance nearly scared him to death. The small island he had noticed was actually a sky-blocking mechanical whale. He spun around and slapped the water with his tail, sending a sheet of white spray into the air. Humans? A rumbling voice boomed from inside the whale. Zhang Wei's heart skipped. He glanced back and saw 2 sapphire eyes as tall as a building staring at him now. Those were truly enormous eyes. Don't run, the whale said again, its voice vibrating across the waves. Run, Zhang Wei shrieked, clutching Xiao Bao's fin. He says don't run? You've got to be kidding. Xiao Bao had no time to reply. He poured on speed. A jet of high-pressure water blasted from the whale's back like a blade, closing a 1-kilometer gap in an instant. Boom. Man and beast were sent tumbling. Zhang Wei was tossed about, and Xiao Bao was slapped 20 meters under. Thankfully, the strike did no real harm. It merely threw them into chaos. Stop fleeing. I want to eat you, the whale called down with surprising patience. Won't eat us. Seriously? Zhang Wei muttered, gripping Xiao Bao. Stay ready to bolt, but let's hear him out. He was already bringing up the fire support codes in his mind. Got it. Xiao Bao bubbled back, agreeing to hold off. The two surfaced again. The whale hovered on the water's surface, silent and motionless. Come closer. I won't hurt you. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Let's go. Xiao Bao edged forward warily. When only 200 or 300 meters remained, the whale spoke first. Where are you from? Xiao Bao stopped paddling, and Zhang Wei answered, Huagua. Ever heard of it? Huagua? Of course, the whale replied, a hint of pleasure in its voice. Fisherman from your country once saved me. Really? Was that before you were mechanized? You were already intelligent back then? Zhang Wei asked. Naturally, the whale said with a trace of pride. Why do humans assume I wasn't? How else do you think I made it to the ocean? Zhang Wei nodded to himself. Whales were known for high intelligence, and many were friendly toward humans. He just hadn't expected a mechanized whale to keep that fine tradition. He got to the point. I'm heading to Japan. What for? The whale asked, its tone suddenly icy, clear hostility ringing through. Zhang Wei caught the change and felt a spark of hope. The enemy of my enemy might be my friend, he thought. If he could win over a giant ally like this. To kill, he answered bluntly. Why? The whale asked, intrigued. They tried to kill me, so I'm going to settle the score. The salty wind whipped over the waves. Metal scales across the whale's massive back flashed cold blue under the sun as it rose and fell with the swells. In a voice like distant thunder it said, I can help you. A surge of empathy washed over the whale. It had stopped Zhang Wei only to find out why a human had ventured into the depths, but now its feelings had completely shifted. Do you hate the Japanese too? It rumbled. Yes, Zhang Wei answered without hesitation. They were the ones who tried to hunt you. It was people from China who saved you. I can help you, the whale repeated, leaning its massive body forward, urgency in its voice. I want revenge as well, but I can't go ashore. What I can do is carry you there and pick you up afterward. If danger strikes, just reach the ocean and it'll keep you safe. Its voice echoed over the waves as memories of past wounds surfaced. Every year, Japan slaughters thousands, sometimes tens of thousands soft whales, not for meat, but for valuable materials. Global condemnation hasn't stopped them, and the cruelty remains etched in the whale's mind. So what do you say? Let me help you. The whale sounded even more eager than before. Looking into its clear eyes, Zhang Wei suddenly understood how Japan had fallen in his previous life. Those who commit atrocities invite the wrath of nature. After decades of whaling, what would happen if hundreds of these giants surrounded that island nation? They couldn't step onto land yet, but one day they might. Even if they never did, recruiting allies who could was hardly difficult. This whale alone was willing to ferry Zhang Wei to Japan and guard him the moment he retreated to sea. Under such circumstances, how could Japan possibly survive? Have you made up your mind, Zhang Wei of China? I can really help you. The whale pressed, anxiety creeping into its tone. I accept, Zhang Wei nodded. My name is Zhang Wei, just call me that. From now on, we're partners. Excellent. The whale's delight exploded in a towering jet of spray 500 or 600 meters high and 3 meters thick, shaking the sea with a deep hum. Zhang Wei stared, awestruck. Climb onto my back, Zhang Wei. We'll take you there right now. The whale called once its excitement settled, sounding more impatient for revenge than Zhang Wei himself. Xiao Bao, let's move. Zhang Wei ordered. Xiao Bao hesitated. Despite its size, it feared it might still be bit-sized for the whale. It growled, unable to share the whale's burning hatred for Japan. Go. Zhang Wei slapped the beast's sturdy foreleg. With the whale on our side, we'll rule these waters. Urged by its master, Xiao Bao let out a piercing roar and swam toward the whale. The Leviathan floated motionless, letting them clamber up its back broad as dry land without the slightest concern they might cause trouble. The moment Zhang Wei set foot on the whale's back, he realized he had underestimated its size. Only about 100 meters of its body broke the surface, and what lay beneath was even more astounding. A quick estimate left him reeling. The whale stretched 300 to 400 meters from nose to tail. 300 or 400 meters, picture an aircraft carrier parked right in front of you. Zhang Wei stood on the whale's back, as tiny as a raindrop. Fortunately, the giant moved through the water as steadily as a floating pier, and he hardly felt a quiver beneath his feet. The creature rattled on without pause, probably its first time chatting with a human, so Zhang Wei quickly gave her a friendly name. Yume. Yes, this living carrier was a female whale. Zhang Wei, be careful when you reach the island. The Japanese can be vicious. As they neared the archipelago, Yume delivered her warning with grave sincerity. She treasured the lone human who had named her and treated her as a friend. Don't worry. We agreed that if there's trouble, we'll call you. Zhang Wei lifted the small whistle hanging at his chest. It carried no force, its sound barely audible, yet it held an uncanny pull for Yume. She could hear it from hundreds of kilometers away. One blast, and she would storm Japan's coastal waters. With no nuclear weapons in the Japanese arsenal, a missile or two would be little more than scratches to her. Zhang Wei slid the whistle into the pouch against his skin. All right, off you go, but stay alert. Yume still sounded uneasy. We're heading out. Xiao Bao. At Zhang Wei's call, his companion drifted to his side. The outline of the island was already visible on the horizon. Meanwhile, Japan's top brass were squirming in their seats. A whale of terrifying proportions was closing on the coast. What was its intent? One direct hit on the shoreline, and the results would be disastrous. They knew all too well how vulnerable their position was. Keeping oceanic machines and beasts from landing topped their priority list. Luckily, Yume held to deep water. Her bulk alone would strand her if she ventured too close. Though that eased their nerves a fraction, they refused to look away. As for the two figures who slipped from her back into the sea, Zhang Wei and Xiaobai scarcely registered. Zhang Wei had no plan to march ashore in plain sight. With him astride, Xiao Bao dove to a depth of 10 meters, gliding silently through the murk. Even near the coast, he stayed submerged. Xiao Bao could burrow, and carving straight through the island's shell would spare them most of the hassle. Scans showed a defense post every kilometer along Japan's nearshore, each one well-armed and fully staffed. Storming the beach would draw instant, concentrated fire. Xiao Bao spread his mechanical claws, snapped into sand and rock, angled downward, and pressed forward. The tunnel stretched more than 2 kilometers before they burst through the surface on the far side of the defensive line. Remember this exit and disguise it. We might need it again, Zhang Wei ordered. Xiao Bao rumbled his assent, and Zhang Wei marked the coordinates on his tactical map. All right, boss, where to now? Xiao Bao retracted his claw blades and looked up at him. Wherever the crowds are, Zhang Wei said. That's where we're going. Zhang Wei had no idea where head landed. Fish Sister had brought him here, not his own navigation. The exact spot didn't matter when your plan is to kill and loot. Any territory will do. On the gray-yellow horizon lay the wreckage of a city, metal shards flashing in the gaps between shattered walls. Where metal glinted, both humans and machine creatures would gather. That was where the hunt would begin. He advanced toward the ruins in a 20-meter mech, with Xiaobai waist-high beside him trotting along. The city was about the size of a county seat back in Huagua, yet nothing stood whole. Concrete walls tilted, rebar jabbed outward, AC units and broken glass covered the ground. It looked like a gigantic carcass stripped of its organs. Still, something restless pulsed inside. Before he even stepped onto the main street, his fine-scan sensors caught faint combat tremors. Anything that could slip past fine-scan yet shake the ground enough for the naked eye had to be at least a kilometer away. Switching to wide-scan, he saw a spray of red energy blips bloom across the holo-display, multiple mechs in close quarters, guns and blades trading blows, energy shields flickering. Zhang Wei licked his lips. After all these days, they'd probably stockpiled plenty of loot. Muttering to himself, he closed in. At roughly 500 meters, he raised a hand. Xiaobao, hold position. Xiaobao complied, settling behind a mound of rubble. Zhang Wei strode alone into the fray. Damn you, Inoue. Why are you doing this? The shout came from the mech under siege. Zhang Wei's system translated the words into his own language, static crackling through the feed. Matsushita, blame yourself for getting it. Hand it over, and I might let you live. Inoue screeched back. Zhang Wei's eyes landed on their Prizia superior grade short blade. Worthless to him, but enough to make these little bookworms drool. Keep dreaming. If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Matsushita roared, raising the sword to counterattack. Wait. Someone suddenly halted, gaze fixed on the crouching giant beyond a shattered wall. Even hunched, Zhang Wei's 20-meter mech was a mountain. The ruined wall hid barely half a shoulder. Everyone spotted him at once. Their 10-meter mechs looked pathetic in comparison. They'd started life as compact city cars, first mutating to 5 or 6 meters, and now barely reaching 10. Matsushita and Inoue both stared upward. Internal feuds were one thing. Letting this colossus walk off with their prize was another. Who are you? Matsushita called out. Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered. His voice boomed, kneel and surrender. Bastard. How dare you? Inoue raged, cursing mid-sentence. Trash. Zhang Wei's tone was as frigid as the liquid nitrogen cooling his cockpit. A drone turret swiveled. Blue-white light flared, then a cry around screamed away. One shot, one kill. Inoue's mech flash froze under a blast hundreds of degrees below zero, frost racing across its plates, splitting them apart. The last sparks of power fizzled helplessly on the hull. Matsushita swallowed. Sir, we were wrong. Please forgive us. He dropped to his knees first, his mech's armor clanging against the rubble. Matsushita knelt. The others who had sided with Inoue followed suit. Zhang Wei wasn't the least bit surprised by their behavior. In his eyes, these Japanese had always been bullies, vicious toward the weak, yet instantly respectful and flawlessly polite the moment they met someone truly powerful. I'm only going to ask questions. His voice rang out through the mech speakers, cold as iron. Answer well, and you live. Answer poorly, and you die. Please, sir, ask anything. We wouldn't dare hold back, Matsushita replied, bowing first, while the others fell silent behind him. How many survivors are left in this city? Sir, it's clear you're not from around here. No one here possesses power like yours. Matsushita bent even lower. Roughly 2,000 people remain. Well, follow your orders unconditionally. Zhang Wei saw right through him. The man had turned flattery into an art, praising while pledging loyalty in a single breath. And the mechanical creatures, what are they? Most of them come from the sea, but Imperial warriors hold the front line, so the city is perfectly safe. Before he finished, a shout rose from the ruins. Don't trust him. He's Chinese, not one of us. Matsushita froze. The mech translator masked the language Zhang Wei used, but anyone outside the cockpit could hear it. The voice belonged to a survivor hidden under the debris. You're Chinese? Matsushita's tone went cold. I am. What of it? Zhang Wei answered, eyes icy. Honored sir, allow me to serve you. He'll dispose of that trash right now. He drew his blade and charged, boots grinding rubble as he lunged at the informer. Arms folded, Zhang Wei simply watched. Matsushita wouldn't dare flee. Even if he did, Zhang Wei could cut him down in an instant. For now, he was curious how far the man would go. Steel flashed. The blade hissed through the air. A head spun away. The furious face froze before thudding into the dust. As though nothing had happened, Matsushita wiped the blood from his sword, returned, and knelt before Zhang Wei. Inside, he cursed. You knew he was Chinese and couldn't pull me aside? Yell it in front of this devil? One shot from that mech could obliterate in no way, you blind fool. Try to drag me down and you die. That swing felt good. Not bad. Zhang Wei nodded. You have a camp, don't you? Yes, sir. Everyone's gathered in one place for easier management. And you're in charge? Please, sir, don't tease me, I'm nowhere near that rank. The one actually in command is Inoue Saburo. Matsushita gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Zhang Wei pointed at the icebound corpse that had once been Inoue. Any relation? None at all, sir, just the same surname. This Inoue Saburo you mention, is he strong? He may be stronger than his own men, but he's nowhere near your level, my lord. You're the strongest person here, and every resource in this place should be yours. Songxia bent so low he was almost scraping the ground, a stiff, ingratiating smile frozen on his face. If someone had asked him to lick Zhang Wei's heel right then, he probably wouldn't have blinky, might even have cradled that heel and savored the taste. Take me to your camp. No tricks, or you'll end up like him. Zhang Wei's voice was calm as he set his boot on the chest plate of Jing Shang's frozen mech. Crack. The sharp splinter echoed through the empty ruins, grating on Songxia and his companion's ears. The fine-grade mech that had once terrorized the town shattered like an ice sculpture, heavy plates clanging down while its cargo bay gaped in the cold wind. Zhang Wei stooped, stuffed the intact bay into his personal storage, and didn't spare a glance at the frozen debris. To him, those so-called fine parts were just scrap wasting source crystals. Songxia and the others stood rigid, hardly daring to breathe. In their minds, mech duels were brutal slogs, blow trading for blow, but Zhang Wei had crushed Jing Shang with a single kick clean as slicing tofu. Brutal? No deadly. Still, if they could ride this man's power to rule the town, why not? Women, resources, influenced the thought of soaring on Jing Shang. Subaro's ruined reputation set Songxia's chest ablaze. So what if Zhang Wei was from Huagua? If he was strong enough, Song Xiao would gladly call him boss. Burning with ambition yet maintaining his deference, Song Xiao raised a cold, gleaming warblade in both hands and fawned. My lord, I captured this blade not long ago. I dare to present it to you. Zhang Wei glanced at its edge shone like snow. Faint runes glimmered. An excellent grade standard weapon. He tossed it into his storage. Passable. He'll keep it to give someone else. Song Xiao beamed, the weight in his heart lifting. Accepting the blade meant accepting him. Lead the way. Yes, my lord. Song Xiao trotted ahead, while the former accomplices of Jing Shang lowered their heads and trailed after him, their status switching from partners in crime to lackeys in a heartbeat. They threaded through broken walls and rubble, the air still misted with the chill of cryo-rounds. Zhang Wei walked unhurriedly, eyes drifting over ruined buildings and the collapsed drop site as though ready to spot his next prey at any moment. After a while he asked, by the way, are there any Huagua people here? Song Xiao faltered, heart hammering. The question he dreaded had arrived, and Zhang Wei could check it with anyone Liang was suicide. My lord, there are no Huagua people left here. He swallowed and hurried on, but please don't be angry. They weren't all killed. Many were transferred elsewhere. Only Jing Shang Saburo and his men know exactly where. Understood. Keep going. Zhang Wei's mood barely shifted. In this era, living in an enemy nation, he had long guessed what fate awaited Huagua citizens. Inside the city, a rough wall of piled rubble enclosed a makeshift camp of about 3,000 square meters, where more than 2,000 survivors huddled together. Space was so tight that 3 people sometimes crammed into a tattered 3-square-meter tent, leaving barely 1 square meter per person on average. The administrators lived a little better, yet almost no one complained after all. They had once been content with a 7-square-meter studio, so 1 square meter still felt bearable. Zhang Wei arrived at the gate in Matsushida's towering mech, and the massive steel frame drew every eye. No machine that size had ever appeared here before. The crowd froze, then erupted with mixed emotions. Damn it, they finally remembered us? Are they moving us to a bigger camp? Thank heaven. Thank you, sir. Some people wept, others frowned. Inoue Saburo was one of the frowners. Disarm and exit your mech. He barked. Under his rules, anyone entering the camp had to separate from their machine. The place was far too cramped for a roaming steel giant. Zhang Wei ignored him. Bastard, didn't you hear me? Inoue snapped. Sink. He shouted. With a shriek of gears, Inoue merged with his own armor and lunged toward Zhang Wei. Dust billowed. Terrified survivors scattered, some left with broken bones, one kicked to death. Guard mechs rushed in, plunging the camp into chaos. People fled like headless flies, clearing a wide space. Seeing this, every other pilot stopped hesitating and synchronized well. Over 200 mechs at a glance. Over 200, Zhang Wei estimated coolly. Yes, my lord, Matsushita replied, standing at his side, not even sparing Inoue a glance. Matsushita, what are you doing? Inoue demanded, hoping for an explanation. Matsushita remained silent. To him, Inoue was already dead. You talk too much, Zhang Wei said evenly. Who are you? What do you want here? Inoue tried to sound fierce, but he had never faced a mech of this size, and his confidence wavered. I'm taking over this camp, Zhang Wei answered. Any objections? On what basis? Inoue snarled, unwilling to yield. On the basis that I'm stronger. The moment the words left his mouth, the module on Zhang Wei's shoulder flashed blue, and a freezing round screamed through the air. Inoue's thrusters flared as he tried to dodge, but the shot was too fast, the angle too sharp, and the distance only a few dozen meters. He had never imagined that shoulder-mounted module could fire. A sheet of frost swallowed his armor. The flames from his thrusters froze solid, their momentum snuffed out. His final cry iced over in his throat. One shot, one kill. The gap in power between Inoue Saburo and Zhang Wei was colossal. Saburo's mech offered no resistance to the freeze rounds. In a blink, its heavy armor was swallowed by frost, joints groaned and locked, ice crystals raced along the alloy seams, and the entire machine seemed thrown into a freezer hundreds of degrees below zero. Their leader was obliterated in an instant. More than 200 mechs that had been closing in froze in place, the very air felt iced over. No one dared move. You, every last one of you, come here. Zhang Wei's tone was calm, but it struck their chests like a sledgehammer. Baka, didn't you hear the Lord's order? Move. Matsushita screeched, abandoning any pretense of solidarity. The puppet troops scrambled to gather in front of Zhang Wei, heads down. Even looking up, they could see only his chin and those indifferent eyes. Hand over all source crystals. Whoever hides one dies along with the 10 people nearest him. Zhang Wei's voice was unhurried, yet colder than the frost still clinging to their armor. Silence flooded the field. Even Matsushita inhaled sharply. Inoue Saburo had been cruel, but had never issued a command this ruthless. My lord, here is every crystal I carry. Matsushita bowed and produced his entire haul, as eager as a tail-wagging dog. Head decided to become Zhang Wei's chief lackey. No matter how savage the order, he would be the first to obey. What are you staring at? He barked at his compatriots. Hide a single shard, and it won't be just you who dies. Watch each other if someone drags you down, don't blame me. Zhang Wei shook his head. No wonder people despised collaborators. They could be worse than the invaders. Still, for squeezing crystals out of his own side, Matsushita was brutally efficient. Within minutes a mound of source crystals lay at Zhang Wei's feet, mostly low-grade with a few mid-grade shards mixed in. Anything better was either non-existent or already hidden. Good. Well done. Zhang Wei swept the pile into his storage compartment with an offhand nod. To serve you is Matsushita's honor. Matsushita bowed 90 degrees, nauseatingly deferential. Keep going. Search their mech holds and cargo bays. Anyone caught hoarding, kill him and the 10 nearest people. Zhang Wei's gaze was flat. He owed puppet soldiers no mercy. Yes, my lord. Drunk on borrowed authority, Matsushita swaggered to the outer ring of mechs. Open your storage and cargo. Yes, sir. One pilot, guilt-free, flung every hatch wide. But in a crowd of 200, someone was bound to panic. While Matsushita inspected another unit, one mech suddenly spun, boosters flaring, and bolted for the sky. Zhang Wei spoke in a mild voice. The 10 people around him chase him down. Kill him, and you live. Fail, and you all die? A dozen mechs lunged after the fugitive, nearly 20 in total. Some truly pursued. Others tried to use the chaos to escape on their own. Pathetic. Zhang Wei snorted. Drone cannons unfurled behind him in a glittering arc. The genuine pursuers were spared. Every new deserter was instantly locked on. Boom. Boom. Each shot flash froze a mech solid. No second blast needed. 7 or 8 machines turned into crystalline statues on the spot. After that bloody warning, the rest behaved like quail. When faced with overwhelming force, they became the most obedient creatures alive. Soon the original runner met the same fate. 5 or 6 mechs caught up, tore him apart, removed his intact cargo bay, and presented it to Zhang Wei like an offering. Curious, Zhang Wei opened it and froze. Inside lay a single high-grade source crystal, nothing else. Throwing away your life for one high-grade crystal, he gave a bitter chuckle and murmured, almost to himself, some lives really are cheap. Zhang Wei sighed while Matsushita ransacked every mech cargo hold, turning them inside out. Fortunately, nothing turned up. No one had dared to hide contraband. You stay where you are. No one moves without my command. Zhang Wei raised his voice, then crooked a finger. You come with me. Yes, sir. Matsushita jogged after him, and the two quickly left the camp. The mech pilots watched the pair disappear, but still didn't dare budge. No one knew if Zhang Wei had other eyes in the dark. They chose to stand rigid rather than gamble. 2 or 3 kilometers outside the camp, Xiaobao silently followed Zhang Wei's route. The instant its massive figure appeared, Matsushita's knees went weak. Sir, what is that? Relax, it's my pet. Zhang Wei patted Xiaobao's head in reassurance. Pet. Matsushita was speechless. The metal beast still had bits of shattered steel lodged between its teeth, hardly anyone's idea of a house pet. I brought you out because I have orders, Zhang Wei said. Listen carefully. Split the remaining mechs into 10 squads. Put at least 2 of your men in each squad to watch them. Yes, sir. They'll handle it. Starting tomorrow, every pilot owes 20 standard energy crystals a day. If they fall short, kill their families. If they have no family, take their hands and feet. If they try to run, your men may kill them on the spot. His voice was ice. Matsushita swallowed hard, but said nothing. The 20 men directly under you owe only half. If you can't find them today, add them later, but you have 1 day. Understood. And have all the mech wreckage brought here. Right away. Matsushita bowed deeply. Secretly thrilled. Commanding 20 personal subordinates was a huge windfall. He hurried back to camp to deliver the orders. The pilots seethed and cursed Matsushita and Zhang Wei's ancestors under their breath, but they knew curses were all they could risk while Zhang Wei remained. The crystals were never Zhang Wei's true aim. He wanted to lure reinforcements. Someone in camp would eventually signal the outside. When a major faction learned a Chinese had seized a Japanese camp, they would come to reclaim it. Zhang Wei would simply lie in wait and kill them one by one, then move on when no one was left. Soon Matsushita's men hauled the mech wreckage to Zhang Wei. Faced with a mound of metal frames as tall as a hill, Xiaobao stamped in delight. Eat. No one's competing with you, Zhang Wei said softly. Eat. Xiaobao echoed. Right in front of the 4 pilots had carried the wreckage. It bit down with a loud crunch as if gnawing bone, not steel. The 4 pilots trembled, faces drained of color. A few minutes later Zhang Wei waved a hand, as though only just remembering them. You may go. Yes, sir. The 4 mechs practically wished their creators had given them more legs. They tore across the field, as if the next thing to slow down would be devoured. Xiaobao, I get the feeling Big Bro thinks these mechs taste pretty good. If you like them, help yourself, Zhang Wei replied offhandedly, arms folded. In a few days there will be so many you won't be able to finish them. No way. I can eat whatever shows up, Xiaobao snorted. Zhang Wei only chuckled and let the matter drop. Night fell. Song Xia pushed open the camp fence and hurried to Zhang Wei. Two girls of about 17 close behind. Sir, it's time to rest. He bowed slightly and nudged the girls forward. I picked them out to serve you. Do you need anything? Leave them, Zhang Wei said after a glance. Postguards tonight. Anyone who tries to run, kill them. Yes, sir. Elated, Song Xia left the girls and strode back to camp. Since Zhang Wei refused to stay inside, Song Xia was free to play king there, a thought that pleased him enormously. Disassemble. At Zhang Wei's command, the mech folded away. Now that he was on Japanese turf, why bother posing as a gentleman? He stood in the darkness, smiling coldly. The two girls had expected a gray-haired officer. Seeing someone so young surprised them. Come here, Zhang Wei said in clipped, but clear Japanese accented Mandarin. They understood and edged closer. He frowned and waved them off. Go back. Wash up and come again. They were dusty and sweaty, and he wasn't about to tolerate it. On their way back, the order reached Song Xia, who cursed himself and barked, move. Scrub them head to toe. Heat the water. Water was precious in the wasteland, but keeping Zhang Wei in a good mood mattered more. 10 women hauled iron tubs back and forth, washing and rinsing until the girls were spotless. Fresh dresses completed the transformation. Returned to Zhang Wei, they stood glowing in the lamplight, cheeks still damp with steam. Come, he nodded. Yes, sir. Kneel. Use your mouths, he said evenly. They obeyed without hesitation, competing for position. Zhang Wei let out a low, contented hum. His fastidiousness kept him from fully mounting anyone, but this kind of service didn't bother him. On purpose, he let the mech core hanging from his neck swing into plain sight, pretending not to notice. The girls worked with practiced tongues and lips, changing techniques smoothly. Clearly they'd been trained. They marked the faintly glowing core in their peripheral vision, but dared not touch it. After a little more than 20 minutes, Zhang Wei finished. Head planned to last another 10, trusting his enhanced body, but had overestimated his stamina and underestimated their skill. Despite being only teenagers, their technique and endurance were far from ordinary. Go back to camp. Tell Song Xia to give you a bigger room, he said, fastening his trousers and pointing toward the lights. Thank you, sir. Thank you. They wanted to call him Mr. Zhang, but didn't know his name, so they bowed again and again. He waved them off. They backed away, still bowing, then turned to leave. The moment they turned their heads, a faint, icy glimmer flickered in their eyes. How are things? Inside a spacious tent at the edge of the camp, Song Xia, stationed on the mech platform, spoke in a lowered voice to the two girls who had just returned. Song Xia, he barely guards against us. If we can get a weapon, we'll have a chance to kill him, the older girl murmured, her gaze icy. The other nodded in agreement. Right. Last night, when I was serving him, he was completely relaxed. The thought of tending to a Chinese pig makes me sick. Song Xia frowned and reminded them. You have to let him relax completely. You've seen what he can do. If we strike without absolute certainty, we'll be the ones who die. He treaded so carefully because he refused to let his life hang on someone else's whim. If Zhang Wei felt even the slightest displeasure, Song Xia's head could roll in an instant. Don't worry, Song Xia will do our best, the two girls promised together. Song Xia exhaled deeply and waved a hand. Then help me unwind tonight, too. I've been on edge all day. Even as he spoke, he began stripping off his clothes. The girls complied without hesitation. Service was service, and as long as it bought them protection and rations, they didn't care who the client was. While Song Xia indulged in a moment of pleasure, Zhang Wei, already merged with his mech, stood outside the tent with his scanners active. From the instant the two girls had entered camp, every word they'd spoken had reached his ears. A handful of people are scheming against me, and they don't even consider you a threat, Zhang Wei said, patting the hovering Xiaobao on the shoulder. Boss, want you to go eat him? Xiaobao asked in its goofy baritone. Still hungry after everything you've eaten? Zhang Wei gave it a light kick. I'm only 80% full. I could handle 2 more well, 1 at least, Xiaobao answered, licking its lips. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. The creature thought of nothing but food, completely missing the main point. No one regarded it as a danger. Night fell, and the camp settled into a quiet calm. Early the next morning, Song Xia hurried over to pay his respects to Zhang Wei. His posture was so humble, it was almost flawless. Without last night's conversation, even Zhang Wei might have remained unsuspecting. Zhang Wei greeted him with neither warmth nor indifference, casually assigning a few chores. Song Xia accepted cheerfully, and before leaving, he couldn't resist another glance at the floating gun pod over Zhang Wei's shoulder. So far, Zhang Wei had used only that weapon, creating the illusion that his power depended solely on it. If Song Xia could seize it, he believed he might replicate that strength. With the idea firmly in mind, Song Xia departed. Zhang Wei remained where he was, his wide-area scan sweeping 10 kilometers in every direction. He had confirmed Song Xia's plot the previous night, yet caution was still essential. Other threats might still be lurking. After all, if someone contacted the outside world through a mech link, Zhang Wei would never detect it. Zhang Wei stayed alert, ready for anything that might try to ambush him. He kept his weapon at the ready all day, yet the sky remained calm and nothing happened. At dusk, Song Xia strode over, unable to hide his excitement. He carried a standard cargo crate, its metal sides catching the fading light. Inside were the source crystals gathered that day. My lord, today's crystals have been delivered. Everyone worked hard and met the quota. Very good. Put it down, Zhang Wei said with a nod. Yes, sir. Will you need those two maids again tonight? Oh, the maids? Certainly. Tell them to change and come to me. Right away. Song Xia silently congratulated himself on his quick thinking and backed out. Before long, the same two girls from the night before arrived. They now wore revealing made outfits, low necklines, lace edging against pale skin. Had his heart not been so dark, the sight might have been pleasing. Zhang Wei ordered his mech to disassemble, the parts arraying themselves behind him. From his lofty perch he said, "Come here." Facing a man who could kill them at any moment, the girls received no mercy. They stepped forward obediently, heads lowered, afraid he would read the murderous glint in their eyes. Zhang Wei noticed, but chose not to expose them. That night, he was even more unyielding than before. 40 minutes passed before he dismissed them. They staggered away, nearly exhausted. Zhang Wei sighed. They won't last many more nights. Tomorrow, I expect a surprise. He was tired of this drawn-out game. The sooner they struck, the sooner the camp would feel the pressure and call for reinforcements. The next morning, the girls tried a new approach, appearing in youthful sailor uniforms. As the pleated hem swayed, each revealed a compact pistol tucked at her back, small, but deadly at close range, the best Song Xia could find. Against a mech they were toys, against a human skull, more than enough. Killing still felt like a barrier, and their hearts pounded with anxiety. But when they saw the faint smile at Zhang Wei's lips, yesterday's humiliation froze into cold resolve. Outwardly Zhang Wei seemed unaware, everything unfolding just as they had planned. A dozen minutes later the lead girl decided it was time. Holding her breath, she inched a hand toward her back, terrified that the slightest sound would alert Zhang Wei or the watchful little Bao beside him. Her movement was slow and delicate, yet determined. At last her fingers closed around cold metal. She drew the gun to her front. Zhang Wei sat with eyes shut, breathing evenly, as if lost in thought. Joy flashed in the girl's eyes. Success felt within reach. The muzzle touched Zhang Wei's forehead. One squeeze would end it. Heh, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Wei's icy laugh echoed in the girl's ears. The girl gripping the pistol yanked the trigger, but only an empty click rang out. Zhang Wei had already closed the distance, clamping his hand around the barrel and twisting it toward the night sky. Don't move, he growled. Fire burst from the muzzle, the bullet streaking into the clouds. Both girls froze, stunned that even the chance to shoot had been torn away. A faint sneer crossed Zhang Wei's face. He stripped the weapon from her grasp, brushing his fingertips over the cold trigger. A heartbeat later the dark barrel was aimed at the support girl. Sir, bang. Blood misted the air and brain matter spattered. A black hole appeared in the girl's forehead, and she collapsed like a marionette with cut strings. Ah! The assault girl shrieked, but before she could strike back Zhang Wei seized her chin. No tricks. Keep going. His voice was a blade at her throat. However strong he was, he would never risk even a 9 in a million chance of being bitten. I told you to continue. Don't you understand? No, sir, I understand. The words died in her throat, leaving only sobs. This wasn't over. He would finish his fun before he finished the kill. In the apocalypse, there was no mercy for not killing women. If someone tried to get you killed, chivalry became a joke. Friend or foe, those were the only labels left. On these Japanese islands, Zhang Wei knew that 99% of the people were enemies. Even if he mowed down 100 of them in one burst, none would die unjustly. Anyone who truly felt remorse toward China had likely been swallowed by the first tidal wave of catastrophe per China meant anti-Japan. An enemy had to die. Inside the camp, Song Xia clutched his binoculars, trembling. The plan had failed. If Zhang Wei discovered the mastermind, he was finished. His only option was to silence everyone involved. He sprinted from the camp, sliding into his mech before his feet stopped moving. Steel plates locked around him with sharp clicks beneath the moonlight. Amplifying his voice, he called out, "Sir, are you all right?" The assault girl, her chin still trapped in Zhang Wei's grasp, let out desperate muffled cries for help. TSK, total buzzkill. Zhang Wei shook his head, openly annoyed. Song Xiao roared, "You dare threaten the Lord? Die!" He sent the mech charging forward. Before he could close the gap, a thick obsidian tail whipped out of the darkness, splitting the air with a thunderous whoosh. Zhang Wei hadn't merged with his own mech, so Xiaobao would never allow any machine to approach its master. Boom. Song Xia's mech was swatted aside, tumbling across the ground in a shower of sparks. Had Xiaobao swung its meteor hammer, the machine would have been reduced to scrap on the spot. A king-class Xiaobao possessed terrifying power. Even without the hammer, that single tail strike nearly sheared Song Xia's mech in half. The moment the mech stopped rolling, Song Xia disengaged. Its wreckage folded in with a metallic snap, leaving only a sparking core. He knew Zhang Wei's mute command would lift any second. If he didn't strike first, he'd lose his chance. Staggering upright, he tore the armor plates from his body. If the mech couldn't get him close, then he'd go in on foot. The thought flashed, and he scrambled toward Zhang Wei. Before reaching him, he snapped his knees together and launched his trademark movie diving knee slide. Metal boots screeched over shattered stone, and he came to a halt at Zhang Wei's toes. "My lord, are you all right?" he asked, looking up with the eagerness of a tail-wagging dog. "What do you think?" Zhang Wei answered coldly. Sweat beaded on Songxia's forehead, but he stood his ground. "Damn you all for hurting my lord." He turned on the girl who had led the attack. "My lord, leave this woman to me." Even before he finished speaking, he had her by the hair. Zhang Wei fastened his trousers, watching with lazy amusement. Had been interrupted, but a subordinate's show was the next best thing. Songxia knew Zhang Wei's tastes. Hair-pulling, hard slaps, no mercy. He swung his arm crack. The slap echoed. Another followed at full force. 2 blows, and handprints swelled on the girl's cheeks. "Damn, you're still packing?" Only then did he notice the pistol at her waist. He snatched it and pressed the black muzzle to her forehead. Her pupils contracted. Confusion, hatred, and fear froze in her eyes. The pistol thundered bang. A flash, and both girls dropped dead, identical in death, as if copied. A gun sure makes a coward brave. Songxia stared at the smoking barrel, murder churning inside him. He had meant only to save himself, but a new thought flared. Why not shoot Zhang Wei too? He looked up and met Zhang Wei's mocking gaze. The glance pierced his heart. Reason snapped back. Shuddering, he let the gun clatter to the ground and prostrated himself. "My lord, it's all my fault, please punish me." He pressed himself lower still. Zhang Wei also held a gun, and behind him stood Xiao Bao, ready to finish the job. Zhang Wei advanced without a word, each step suffocating. With the Mech translation system offline, Songxia couldn't understand a single order. He clung to the ground. Zhang Wei halted and yanked him up by the collar. Crack! The slap landed. It didn't break bone, but it made Songxia's ears ring. Zhang Wei had finally met someone daring enough to betray him. A man like that could still be useful. Yet the punishment had to be loud. The second slap sliced through the air. Crack! Huh! Crack! Hi! After being slapped more than a dozen times, Matsushida's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, and his mind was reeling. If Zhang Wei hadn't been gripping the front of his shirt, he would have collapsed long ago. Satisfied at last, Zhang Wei released him. The moment the pressure vanished, Matsushita crumpled like a rag doll, his ears ringing. It took 3 or 4 minutes before he managed to push himself upright, swaying on all fours. "Clean up this mess. If anything like this happens again, you're dead." Zhang Wei's voice was as icy as a dousing of cold water. The threat jolted Matsushita fully awake. "Yes." He dropped to his knees, nodding frantically, almost smashing his forehead against the ground. When Zhang Wei said no more, Matsushita struggled to his feet and dragged the 2 dead girls away. Zhang Wei didn't lift a finger to help. Fused with his mech, he lounged casually while the floating cannon on his shoulder hovered menacingly. Matsushita kept stealing glances at him, grinding his teeth, most of them loose, but miraculously still intact. "Damn it, they'll kill you someday," he cursed inwardly, though his face remained a mask of fawning obedience. Finally, he dumped the body some distance away, let go, and staggered back toward camp. He had barely stepped inside when several subordinates rushed up. "Matsushita-kun, what happened?" "We heard heavy gunfire outside. Those damned women tried to assassinate the boss. They've been executed. Go collect the bodies." Someone noticed his grotesquely swollen face. "Matsushita-kun, your face. Humph, it's the punishment I deserved." He waved it off, then pointed at a handful of men. "You come with me." These were his most trusted aides. Inside a tent, they knelt in a circle. "We failed. What do we do now?" Someone whispered. "They'll contact Anakan at once. He'll send people to handle that Huagua pig," Matsushita said in a low, hard voice. "But we can't rely on him alone. Find an iron box about half a meter long, make sure it's solid." "Another plan, Matsushita-kun. All his power comes from that weapon on his shoulder. Lock it inside the box, and what's left to fear?" He snorted, murder flashing in his eyes. "Tonight, when he's lying on the ground like before, we seal the weapon, swarm him, and hack him to death." Excited, he tried to grin, only to hiss in pain as torn flesh stretched. "Yes, perfect plan. We'll find one now." The men straightened, energized, and hurried out. "Go." Matsushita waved them off, sneering at their backs. "Huagua pig, you won't strut around much longer," he muttered, rising as well. It was time to leave camp and merge with his mech. The wounds on his face could only heal with the mech's medical support, and even reaching the Ono had mentioned would require the machine's communications array. Outside the camp, on a bare stretch of ground, Matsushita locked into a gray-black medium-class mech. Metal clamps snapped shut, and his view flipped to a HUD. As soon as he was fully synced, he opened a channel. "Mashamoshi, Anakan, this is Matsushita." Once the signal steadied, he spoke. "What do you want?" The reply was clipped and irritable. Matsushita drew a slow breath and poured out everything from the night before. "Anakan, a terrifying Chinese fighter showed up at our camp. He went berserk, dozens of troops are dead, Even Commander Inoue Saburo was cut down. A Chinese? You're certain? Ono's tone spiked. Fanatically anti-Chinese, had already killed over 1,000 of them since the world fell apart. Now someone dared to rampage on his turf wouldn't stand for it. Sensing an opening, Matsushita added fuel to the fire. I saw it myself. Tonight he murdered 2 of our girls, absolutely unforgivable. Please, Onakun, help us take him out. Fine, Ono growled, an excited tremor in his voice. Tomorrow, I'll lead a squad over. Have your camp's prettiest women ready for me. Understood. We'll be honored to receive you, Onakun. Matsushita agreed at once, and the line went dead. The cockpit lights dimmed, but exhilaration blazed in his chest. If he could kill Zhang Wei before Ono arrived, so much the better. If not, the mech speed would let him escape. Once Ono showed up, finishing Zhang Wei would be simple. The former gang boss now ruled a post-apocalyptic settlement of over 10,000, with thousands more scavenging resources for him. Backed by that power, Matsushita felt unstoppable. At first light, with mist still hugging the ground, a subordinate brought him good news. Matsushita-san, we found some large dumpsters. They had dismantled 4 iron dumpsters, stacked the panels, and welded them into a single reinforced box. Matsushita inspected the seams and rivets solid enough to shrug off melee weapons. He nodded. Perfect. When do we strike, Matsushita-san? The core men asked, voices low but eager. Humiliated by Zhang Wei, they were itching for revenge. Matsushita laid out the plan. They'll trap his weapon inside this box, then slam the mech's weight onto him. Once his weapon's neutralized, you rush in and carve him up. Clear? But won't that put you in danger, Matsushita-san? Someone asked. He adopted a noble air while calculating 3 meters of mech on top of Zhang Wei meant head take a few punches at worst. These men would shoulder the real risk. Once Zhang Wei tired, head claimed the kill. I can handle a little danger. Stick to the plan. He waved them off. They nodded and dispersed, though one man still hesitated. Matsushita-san, you. All right, save the gratitude. I'm just doing my job, Matsushita said. Quietly gather our men, station them at the gate, and be ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yes, sir. His trusted aides replied, spirits lifted. Matsushita-san, we'll get it done. Good. Go make your preparations. Understood. They accepted the order in unison, smoothly disengaged their combined mech, and jogged back to camp amid a series of metallic clicks. As they left, Matsushita spat inwardly. Bunch of fools. Once they start trading blows with Zhang Wei, they'll snatch his weapon and disappear. With that drone turret in my hands, killing him will be child's play. Roughly 10 minutes later, dawn lightened the horizon. Clutching a heavy metal case, Matsushita crept toward Zhang Wei's quarters. Zhang Wei lay on his side, apparently fast asleep, breathing slow and steady. Matsushita's pulse quickened. The closer he got, the surer his plan seemed. 100 meters. Zhang Wei didn't move. 50 meters. Matsushita could hear his own heartbeat. 10 meters. Zhang Wei finally opened his eyes, but didn't bother to sit up, merely watched him calmly. What do you want? Zhang Wei's voice was low and hoarse. My lord, I found something valuable and came to offer it to you, Matsushita said, bowing deeply, a respectful smile masking the laughter inside. Show me. Right away. As he presented the case, Matsushita suddenly lunged, slamming its bottom onto the drone turret's docking port. Metal latches snapped shut, indicator lights flashed success. Zhang Wei rose unhurriedly, Xiaobao standing quietly at his side. The unnatural calm unnerved Matsushita. He should be furious. Charge. A roar erupted from the far side of camp. The hidden mech squad burst out, armor clanging so loudly it shook the air. Almost everyone with a mech had joined the assault. Stay put. I have a question, Zhang Wei said, pressing a palm onto Matsushita's shoulder. With a muffled boom, Matsushita felt welded to the ground, barely able to breathe. My lord, what do you want to know? He asked, voice trembling. What power was this? Did you bring anyone else here to kill me? Zhang Wei asked evenly. Had already heard the truth through the drone's feed, but wanted a direct confession. No, sir, absolutely not. Matsushita nearly sobbed, the lie scraping from his throat. If that's true, you can die now. Zhang Wei raised a fist. In that instant Matsushita knew he couldn't survive the punch. His last hope shattered. Wait. I did. I really did call them. Good. Zhang Wei tilted his head. Xiaobao, kill them. Big brother, can I eat them? Xiaobao's eyes gleamed, concerned only with his next meal. Go ahead. With permission granted, Xiaobao growled and charged like a tank, every footfall shaking the earth. Zhang Wei turned back to Matsushita. Now talk. Who did you bring, and how dangerous are they? Sir, the man's name is Xiao Yi. He runs a camp of more than 10,000 people. I don't know how powerful he really is, but he has a lot of men. He said he's coming today to kill you. Sir, I didn't contact him first to threaten my family, so I had no choice but to tell him where you were. Matsushita's voice shook as he tried desperately to explain himself. Inside his cockpit, terror locked his facial muscles, and his eyes stayed fixed on the towering silver mech in front of him. Zhang Wei. You're of no further use. Zhang Wei said calmly, his metal hand whipping out to clamp onto the head of Matsushita's machine. There was no dramatic swing, no burst of sparks. Zhang Wei simply twisted, as if turning a doorknob. With a series of sharp cracks, the thick alloy neck spun most of the way around before snapping. Matsushida's mouth gaped, but only a rasp of air emerged. Even his scream died in his throat. The mech's helmet tore free and rolled across the floor with a dull clang. Matsushita didn't die at once. His consciousness remained trapped inside the broken frame. Zhang Wei planted a foot on the mech's torso, and the steel plating caved in like a crushed tin. A muffled crack came from within as bones shattered. Only then did Matsushita perish with his machine. Did you really think you could seize my floating cannons? Ridiculous. Zhang Wei looked up, his voice rumbling through the loudspeakers. In truth, even if he had done nothing, Matsushita could never have taken theme if he tried to cling to one. It would have dragged him through the air like a rag doll. Dozens of mechs nearby had witnessed every second. They had already been stalled by Little Bao's shield. Now, seeing Zhang Wei casually twist Matsushita apart, their morale collapsed. Run! Engines roared and heavy footfalls overlapped as the mechs scattered like an upturned anthill. None dared retreat toward the camp. Going back would be suicide. You won't get away, Zhang Wei declared coldly. The floating cannons whirled around him, their muzzles flickering blue. Every mech within 500 meters was marked. Beams of icy light lanced out. In the exploding frost, metal hulls froze solid, turning into jagged ice statues in the blink of an eye. For the more distant targets, Little Bao shot off in excitement, while Zhang Wei advanced the other way. As long as the enemy remained within 10 kilometers, killing any of them was as easy as lifting a finger. The one-sided slaughter lasted less than 10 minutes. The last enemy unit was flipped over and frozen, shards of ice clattering to the ground, while the echo of the blast still hung in the air. When Zhang Wei turned back toward the camp, the wailing inside only grew louder. Switching to external speakers, he heard it all. Curses spat through clenched teeth, hysterical sobs of innocence, frantic oaths of loyalty, denunciations of Matsushita. Kill anyone who showed me disrespect, and you may live, otherwise, you die. Zhang Wei blocked the entrance, his voice vibrating through the air. Some understood, most were bewildered, but faced with death, the Japanese in the camp chose the oldest solution. They fought each other for the right to survive. A savage melee erupted, the thud of fists, the scrape of blades, and sporadic gunshots weaving together. Zhang Wei didn't move. He stood guard at the gate. Anyone who tried to break through was torn apart, crushed, or swatted aside with ease, dying in brutal fashion. He didn't care how many might remain. He watched with cold eyes, as if enjoying a farce. To Zhang Wei, it was nothing more than a show. Not a single soul in that camp would be allowed to live. Zhang Wei watched with cold detachment. The camp had descended into utter chaos. People trampled one another in a desperate bid to survive, screams mingling with gunfire. In barely 10 minutes, hardly anyone was left standing. Fewer than 100 men, each of them barely managed to reach Zhang Wei. The rest lay either motionless in pools of blood or thrashing on the ground. Sir, we pledge our loyalty to you. A man who spoke Chinese forced himself to the front of the line, his voice quavering. You're not worthy. With those words, the drones opened fire. Blinding white beams tore through the air, reducing the last survivors to ash in an instant. Silence fell over the camp. Not a single life remained. Zhang Wei looked up at the brightening sky. The person Matsushita had mentioned should be arriving soon. Xiaobao, find a place to hide. Got it, big bro. Xiaobao grabbed an entrenching tool, dug a deep hole in the rubble within seconds, jumped in, and covered himself with broken stones and rags. Digging was his specialty. He was gone in the blink of an eye. With everything arranged, Zhang Wei dragged over a chair and sat at the camp gate, waiting for the newcomers. Out on the highway, the roar of mechs echoed. As he accelerated, Ono jabbed at the communicator, still unable to reach Matsushita. Furious, he spat. Useless idiot. Probably hasn't even synced with his mech yet. He assumed the blackout was just a technical glitch. Ono-san, should we send scouts ahead? Anzai asked softly. No need to be so cautious, Anzaizen. Our target today is just one Chinese. You know what they're like, Ono sneered. Haha, I don't know what the men are like, but I've tasted the women, Anzai laughed. I can't be bothered with the men, Ono said coldly. But I've heard there are 1,000 or 2,000 people in that camp. If we fold them into our territory, our power doubles overnight. The higher your level, the more energy crystals you burn, so we need more labor. We can't let a resource like that slip away. As expected, Ono-san, you think long-term. So that's the real objective. Step on it. I don't want anyone beating us to it. To be safe, Ono had brought nearly 100 mechs. All of them came from syndicate backgrounds, better shots and tougher fighters than ordinary people, otherwise they couldn't hold their positions. The column crossed the wasteland without running into any mechanical beasts and soon reached the outskirts of the camp. Topping a rise, they saw Zhang Wei at the gate sitting calmly on the shoulder of an absurdly large heavy mech. What kind of mech is that? It's huge, Anzai blurted out. They truly had little experience with such machines. On their small island, mineral resources were scarce, and giant mining trucks, let alone mechs of this scale, were virtually non-existent. Even the heaviest rigs they'd encountered had never reached a third-stage evolution. So when they first laid eyes on the 20-meter colossus limbs as thick as stone pillars, its whole frame radiating a savage aura, they froze. They had never seen anything like it. Ono was certain this was the fabled mech piloted by someone from Huagua. A greedy light flashed in his eyes. If he could claim it, his standing whether back at the branch or at headquarters would soar, and life would become far more comfortable. The 100-plus pilots who had followed Ono were all his subordinates, ready to obey without question. Only 100 units? Zhang Wei asked lazily, guiding his mech to its feet. The 20-meter steel giant rose with a metallic snap of joints, exuding crushing pressure. Ono's excitement only grew. Loved big fellows like this. The group closed in quickly. Ono craned his neck and shouted, "Huagua pilot? Are you the reinforcement those people hired?" Zhang Wei ignored the question and calmly countered, "What happened to everyone in this camp?" Ono offered no answer. Something felt wrong. Outside the camp lay craters, scorch marks, and scattered mech wreckage, signs of a recent battle. He gestured sharply. All units spread out, long-range watch, close-range search. Within moments, the mechs fanned out like metal hounds. None of them were rookies. Being surrounded was no joke. Yet the search radius stretched for kilometers without uncovering a single hidden machine. One report after another came in, and Ono's face darkened. "You lied to me, Huagua pilot." "Lied?" Zhang Wei replied softly. "Not at all. You're already surrounded by me." His tone was light, as though teasing prey. "What? Bastard?" Ono roared. "Typical Huagua scum. When I catch you, they'll make you send you to a Huagua internment camp so you can enjoy life there." The threat was meant to intimidate, but Zhang Wei seemed intrigued instead. "A Huagua internment camp? Where is it? Are they doing well there?" Ono sneered. "Dream on. That place holds only minnow women. Care to guess where the women went?" Zhang Wei fell silent. Ono pressed on, emboldened. "And those men, do you know what they do every day? Don't worry, you'll experience it soon. Today I'll show you what status a Huagua native holds in our greater Japanese empire." He spun around and barked at his lieutenant. "Anton, are we ready?" "All set," Ono-san. "Then what are you waiting for? Move." Was Onoda really interested in chatting with Zhang Wei? Hardly. From the very beginning, the situation was obvious. The one being surrounded was Zhang Wei. The only reason Onoda hadn't finished him off yet was fear of Zhang Wei's towering mech. That colossus stood in the middle of the rubble, daring anyone to make a move. When the scout returned, Onoda gave a quiet order. "Go." Long-range mechs on the perimeter snapped into position, barrels raised high, sealing off every avenue of escape. "And Tung." Onoda shot him a look. "Fire." And Tung shouted. A heartbeat later, a dense volley erupted from all directions. Machine gun and rifle rounds poured over Zhang Wei like a downpour, the clang of metal and flare of sparks merging into one harsh cacophony. Zhang Wei had already seen through their little tricks and didn't bother to dodge. In his eyes, these ordinary weapons couldn't even make him itch. Even if someone brought advanced or elite-grade armaments, he still wouldn't care. The gulf between them couldn't be bridged by sheer numbers. The barrage lasted several seconds. The smoke hadn't cleared when Onoda decided they were done. He sneered. This guy couldn't even dodge. How stupid could he be? Melee units, restrain him, now? He barked. Several close combat mechs rushed in. Instead of hammers or blades, they carried thick iron chains, each link bristling with dark red barbs. No mech is perfectly sealed. Every joint has gaps. Onoda's crew had developed a chain tactic to exploit that flaw. Hook 3 or 4 chains into the joints, and the target loses all mobility. It had never failed them. Zhang Wei's mech was huge. They simply brought more chains. The chains whistled through the air. Zhang Wei still didn't move, letting 7 or 8 barbed lengths snap around his arms, waist, and knees. "Got him. We'll take him down." Onoda's men roared, heaving in unison. The very next second, every face went rigid. For mechs hauled on a single chain, more than 20 threw their weight behind it. Yet they couldn't budge even one of Zhang Wei's toes. The links trembled, plates groaned, but nothing moved. "Can't shift him? More power." Someone yelled as additional mechs rushed in. Zhang Wei raised a hand casually and crooked a finger at Onoda. "Your men aren't up to it. Why don't you try yourself?" Sweat dotted Onoda's forehead. If more than 20 mechs couldn't move Zhang Wei, how terrifying was this man? The urge to flee rose inside him, but his feet felt like lead. And Tung muttered, "Onoda-san, something's off. He hasn't moved at all since the start. Maybe he can't move?" He prided himself on being sharp, yet had clearly never heard the Chinese warning. "Don't play smart, it won't help." "Yeah, he hasn't moved at all. His mech must be malfunctioning. They'll go check on him," and Tung volunteered. "Go," Xiaoyu replied with a curt nod. And Tung guided his suit toward Zhang Wei. 10 meters wasn't far, yet when he closed in he discovered his 3-meter mech only reached Zhang Wei's waist. He backed up several steps so he wouldn't have to crane his neck. "Hey, Chinese guy, your mech's busted, isn't it? Can't move? Tell me what's wrong and maybe I can fix it," he said, pretending to be helpful while fishing for information. Zhang Wei ignored the question. "Where are the Chinese men you're holding? And where have you hidden the women?" "Huh?" And Tung froze. I'm asking about your mech. You. Answer my questions first. Then I'll tell you about the suit. And Tongue snorted and spoke as if discussing the weather. It's no secret. When the apocalypse hit, the government decreed that any Japanese citizen could do whatever they wanted with Chinese nationals. Resist, and the self-defense forces wiped you out. Maybe a tenth of your people are still alive. As for the women, there are playthings. Want to hear how I tortured them? How they begged before they died? His voice rose with excitement. You'll see for yourself soon enough. I've got more Chinese slave girls than I can use. He laughed, but the sound died abruptly. Zhang Wei showed no rage. Maybe you don't recognize those women, so you don't care, and Teng pressed on. But do you know what the men looked like while their wives were being tormented? Some bit through their own lips. Begging on their knees never earned mercy. To me, you Chinese are born inferior, unworthy of pity. Zhang Wei had to admit that, for a moment, and Teng had won. He hadn't planned to get angry. Most of the Chinese who had fled to Japan weren't worth his sympathy. Yet in Teng's words ignited him. Not everyone came to worship Japan. Some crossed the sea for a single meal. Did that mean they deserved to die? He shook his head slowly. What? You don't believe me? And Teng asked, puzzled. I believe every word, Zhang Wei said quietly. There's nothing you little Japanese won't do. I'm shaking my head because you've just signed your death warrant. Wah. Zhang Wei stepped forward and lifted his hand. One simple palm strike. When the massive mech hand slammed down on Teng's helmet, he finally understood what it meant to court death. Zhang Wei didn't snap Teng's neck on the spot. He knew the man reveled in torture, so he decided to show Teng what the word really meant. Clamping one hand around the mech's head, Zhang Wei ignored the machines swarming in from every direction. Once he was certain Teng no longer had the strength to struggle, he raised his free hand and wrenched the mech's entire arm backward. Metal shrieked as conduits burst and sparks scattered. The neural feedback link sent 30% of that damage straight to Teng's nerves, plenty to twist his face in agony. A raw scream burst from his throat. Oh no, get him out of there. Teng held. Ono yelled orders as heavy chains snapped tight around Zhang Wei, yet the giant mech didn't so much as sway. Crunch. Zhang Wei bent Teng's remaining leg the wrong way, leaving only the head and torso dangling uselessly. Teng could no longer resist. Cut him to pieces. Ono finally charged, his own mech leading dozens of close combat suits. The masterwork one-handed blade in his grip flared with power as he closed in. Zhang Wei flung Teng aside like trash. The wreck hit the ground in a burst of sparks. Ono's blade slammed into Zhang Wei's arm, metal screeching on metal as more blows rained down like a storm. The armor on Zhang Wei's mech was absurdly thick. While he blocked, he watched his tactical radar. If he wanted to finish the gunners too, every enemy had to be inside 300 meters. When the long-range mechs finally crossed that line, he spoke. Having fun yet? Until that moment, Ono had thought Zhang Wei was just a brute with thick plating, but the words sent a sudden chill down his spine. Heat rolled across the battlefield. Between Zhang Wei's hands, a two-handed greatsword larger than Ono's mech roared into being the super-energy solar greatsword. A bunch of trash. Zhang Wei swept the blade in a wide arc. Flames and high-energy particles carved a blazing crescent. Every frontline melee suit was sliced clean in half before it could even slow him, Ono included. At the same time, Zhang Wei's drones shot skyward, ignoring the melee wreckage to lock onto the gunners at the perimeter. In rapid-fire mode, they spat a dozen beams in seconds, lancing through the night sky. Xiao Bao, take the ones out there, Zhang Wei ordered. Buried beneath the camp, Xiao Bao erupted from the ground with a metallic roar, its hulking form freezing the remaining enemies in place. Only then did the bisected upper halves of the melee suits crash to earth. Heavy metal thudded on dirt in a rolling chorus. Every hostile mech seemed rooted to the spot. Onakun! Onakun! Someone shouted in panic. The only answer was the charred dust that had once been his cockpit. Zhang Wei never indulged in enemy's weakness. Another sweeping strike from the super-energy solar greatsword scythed across their midsections, the scorching blade cutting them down where they stood. The cockpit, the only place a human could survive, was being melted down by the superheated solar saber. Nothing living could last even a second in that inferno, so every call for Xiaoya vanished into silence. Run! Someone finally shrieked. The mechs dumped all discipline, engines screaming at full throttle as they wheeled around and bolted for their lives. Too late, Zhang Wei murmured. Power exploded through him. Combat overdrive. Against these novices he didn't need it, but he wasn't letting a single one escape. Speed had to be absolute. His sword light poured down like a deluge. Slash, slash, slash. Zhang Wei became a reaper. Every swing took another life. Beyond the melee, Little Bao's drone cannon went on its own rampage. One earlier shot had only frozen its targets, but with Zhang Wei in overdrive the cannon was cranked to maximum. A single blue beam sliced through a long-range mech, reducing it to glittering shards of ice. Boss, ignore these small fry, leave them to me. Little Bao's voice quivered with urgency. If this kept up, the long-range mechs would be blown to powder and he'd have nothing left to salvage. For a king-class machine life form, that would be humiliating. Zhang Wei nodded inwardly. Long-range units died faster than close-quarters ones. Deal with whoever could flee first. Sir, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. One pilot suddenly spun his mech around and fell to his knees. Escape was clearly impossible. Little Bao's King-class shells sealed the perimeter, and drone fire strafed the sky. Zhang Wei was still holding other abilities in reserve. Otherwise, everyone would already be dead. Kneeling was the only way to live. Yet Antang's earlier arrogance echoed in Zhang Wei's mind. These pilots ran with him. They'd surely tormented plenty of Wagwo's people. For that, they forfeited their right to live some sins no apology can erase. His blade rose and fell, turning mech after mech into scrap. In under 10 minutes the fight was over. Without the chase, it would have been finished in one. Not everyone was dead, one remained. Antang, whom Zhang Wei had deliberately spared. After screaming so joyfully moments earlier, the man didn't deserve a quick death. Boss, I'm digging in. Little Bao's eyes flashed blue, energy bars jumping. Go ahead. Collect their cargo holds while you're at it, Zhang Wei said. He had no interest in cleaning up. That was Little Bao's specialty. On it. Little Bao zipped off, mechanical arms tearing through the wreckage. Zhang Wei strode up to Antang. You separate from your mech. The order snapped Antang to attention. Two, he tried to protest, then surrendered. Refusal meant certain death. A moment later Antang disengaged from his machine, and Zhang Wei did the same. Once the armor was dismantled, any chance of communication disappeared. Zhang Wei couldn't be bothered with small talk. He only wanted to torment Antang. In a single stride he grabbed the man by the collar, lifted him with one hand, and slapped him sharply, back and forth. When head delivered enough blows, he turned to the mecha's joints and snapped each of Antang's limbs, then broke the fifth one for good measure. Antang howled until, in less than 5 minutes, his screams became a ragged croak and died away. Satisfied, Zhang Wei stopped. Link up. To speak, they had to connect to their mechas. Zhang Wei merged with his own unit first, and Antang, terrified, followed at once. After linking, Antang's battered frame was little more than a head and torso, the rest completely hollow. Yet the surge of energy from the source crystals flooded in, knitting his severed limbs faster than any medical treatment could. I'm sparing your life, Zhang Wei said, his voice like ice. Take me to your camp. Can you do that? I can. Antang nodded frantically. The man's power had shattered everything he understood. Countless mechas and comrades wiped out in a heartbeat, and he could even command monsters. Xiao Bao, eat up. The sooner you finish, the sooner we leave, Zhang Wei called. Got it, big brother. Xiao Bao doubled its pace, devouring the metallic debris. Zhang Wei watched as Xiao Bao's body swelled with every chunk it swallowed, its combat power climbing in tandem. Without this creature's ability to digest metal so quickly, clearing the field in one go would have been impossible. While Xiao Bao fed, Zhang Wei turned to Antang. Tell me, where's that detention camp you mentioned? Antang no longer dared to hedge. Sir, it's just outside our base. What's the point of pinning people up out there? In the apocalypse, ordinary folk are nearly useless. What game are you playing? Antang hesitated. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Silent. Need another round? I'll talk. Antang blurted. They don't work at all. We keep them outside as bait to draw mechanical beasts. When the machines slaughter them, we collect the source crystals. Zhang Wei snorted, cutting him off. Understood. And the women? He already knew the answer. To these men, Chinese males weren't even cannon fodder, just living lures. Antang lowered his voice. The women who survived were shipped to our syndicate's headquarters in Osaka. So they're dead or worse. Sir, I'm not entirely sure. The man stammered, but I did hear something. The top brass at headquarters are hatching a plan that requires a massive population. Otherwise they wouldn't have ordered us to send all those women there. Zhang Wei's gaze locked onto Antang, sharp as a blade. You must know what they're plotting, don't you? Had Antang been bluffing, he would never have uttered something so alarming. Cold sweat beaded on Antang's forehead. He nodded quickly. I've heard bits and pieces. Just promise you won't kill me, and he'll tell you everything. Zhang Wei raised a hand, signaling him to continue. His tone was calm, yet carried unquestionable pressure. All right, speak. Grasping the lifeline, Antang blurted out. Our leaders found an extremely hidden location, and inside it is an enormous, outrageous mechanical creature. A titan? Zhang Wei echoed in a low voice, his expression tightening. A mechanical titan, Antang amended carefully. Impossible. A titan showing up this early? Zhang Wei frowned. With his current strength, he couldn't face such a monster heathen. Besides, mechanical titans weren't native to Blue Star. They descended with the primordial source crystal. According to his memories, they were supposed to appear a year after the apocalypse began, so why had one surfaced in Japan already? Watching Zhang Wei's reaction, Antang added cautiously, you described it perfectly. It really is a titan, but it's temporarily immobilized. Our leaders made contact with it, and claimed that if we offer enough human flesh and blood, it will recover quickly. Once it does, they believe we can control it and rule the entire Japanese empire. You people don't lack ambition, Zhang Wei sneered. Humans controlling a titan? A joke. The titans had come to conquer Blue Star. In his previous life, humanity needed a barrage of nuclear mushroom bombs to destroy the first wave. Otherwise, within a year those titans would have swept the globe, and even the oceanic mechanical beasts wouldn't have stood a chance. Nothing on Blue Star could compare to their terror. Sensing Zhang Wei's wavering attitude, and tongue pressed on. I think it's madness too, which is why I'm telling you. If that titan revives, it's a catastrophe for all mankind. Please, sir, stop them. By framing the crisis as a threat to humanity's survival, he hoped to place himself firmly on Zhang Wei's city, at least on the surface. Whatever schemes lurked in his heart, only he knew. Zhang Wei almost laughed. If the Japanese government weren't backing this, he'd never believe it. In his last life, the Japanese archipelago fell with staggering speed, perhaps because of that very titan. Back then, had been too weak to touch such secrets and never learned how the creature was finally destroyed. Now, given a second chance, he wouldn't rely on the same methods. The titan was unimaginably powerful and hard to kill, but the spoils would be equally astounding legend-grade gear. The thought of those mythical weapons and their terrifying attributes ignited a scorching battle lust in Zhang Wei's chest. The mere image of that high-end, legendary equipment filled him with irrepressible excitement. Sir, can you hear me? And Tang's nerves were shot. When Zhang Wei stayed silent for what felt like an eternity, he feared the man had already decided to end him. Desperate, he threw out the slogan about a community with a shared future for mankind. Isn't that what your Huagua keeps telling the world? I never bought it before, but now I do. We're one family, you can't kill family, right? Zhang Wei blinked, then said coolly, let's go. Lead the way. And Tung was dumbfounded. Go. How? He glanced at the empty stumps where his legs used to be and gave a bitter laugh. Sir, maybe look again, do I look like I can walk? Xiao Bao, you done eating? Zhang Wei called to the massive creature nearby. Almost, big brother, Xiao Bao mumbled around a mouthful of leftovers. When you're finished, come grab this guy. We're moving. And Tung couldn't move an inch on his own, and expecting Zhang Wei to carry him was wishful thinking. The task naturally fell to Xiao Bao. The mutant elephant never minded grunt work. It bounded over, clearly pleased with its meal. Watching those enormous feet slam into the ground, and Tung felt his heart leap into his throat. One wrong step, and he'd be a smear. Luckily, Xiao Bao knew its strength. The trunk flicked out and lifted him effortlessly. Forget riding on its back. Getting carried by the trunk was the highest privilege Xiao Bao would offer. Zhang Wei didn't care how miserable Tung felt. He only needed the man to guide them. Tung plastered on a smile while cursing inside. Even as the swinging made him dizzy, he kept up the facade of cooperation, secretly sending a distress signal to his syndicate. Submit to Zhang Wei? Not a chance. Zhang Wei saw through him and never planned to let him live. Once he was useful, he was dead. On the road, Zhang Wei fed the source crystals Xiao Bao had collected into his armor's power slot, trying to recoup the energy had burned earlier. Most crystals were low-grade, so the recharge crawled along. The enemy hadn't left a single decent piece of gear. Anything below the excellent tier was now scrap metal in Xiao Bao's stomach, and nothing above that tier had turned up at all. While they headed for the next camp, and Tang's superior finally replied, "And Tung, is any of this true?" The man was clearly skeptical. Even after cross-checking, he couldn't accept the outcome. Ono was completely off the grid. Nearly all his escorts had vanished, and the few survivors confirmed Ono had indeed left camp. Coupled with Tung's story, the unbelievable suddenly looked all too real. President, it's true. Ono is dead. That Chinese man is brutal, and we're no match for him. He's heading straight for our camp. You have to find a way to kill him. If you really can't, call the JSDF. And Tung's voice crackled through the calm, laced with barely contained fear. He repeated his assessment. Conventional tactics would never stop Zhang Wei. The man had wiped out an entire mech squad on his own. Sending more machines would only add to the body count. They'll think about your suggestion, the president replied, his tone noncommittal. Sir, please decide quickly, we'll be there soon. And Tung pressed. I understand. Just try to stay alive. The line went dead. The moment the signal dropped, and Tung cursed. Still unwilling to call the JSDF? Losing a bit of profit was better than watching the camp get slaughtered. But no one heard his grievances. The president had never planned to involve the authorities. Once the government stepped in, he would lose far more than a single outpost. Even so, he was certain he had other ways to deal with Zhang Wei. Someone, bring Ana here. Yes, sir, came the reply outside the door. Moments later, a petite, doll-faced woman pushed the door open. She twirled a colorful lollipop, its glossy surface catching the light against her red lips. President, you asked for me? There's a job for you, he said coolly. He wasn't indifferent to women, merely too drained to respond, and Ana stirred no desire in him. What is it? She asked, slipping the candy between her lips, amusement flickering in her eyes. Kill someone. A Chinese. You want me to handle it personally? Her pupils contracted. As the syndicate's top fighter, her mech had reached its third evolution, and she herself was a ninja unrivaled in close-quarters combat. Yes, do it yourself. All his spoils are yours. He's strong, so be careful. If you need backup, say so. Oh, sounds troublesome. Let's hope he's worth my effort. The playfulness faded from her face. Go. He's headed for a Nai camp. Understood. I'm leaving now. She nodded and walked out. Humph. The president snorted. Lately, Aina had stopped showing him proper respect, no honorifics, no bow and intolerable slight. I can grant you the beast's gifts, and I can give them to someone else. You'd better obey, or he muttered to himself in the empty office. In the corridor, Aina's lips curved and her steps grew lighter. The changes that came with her third evolution were beyond anyone's imagination. She had heard every word of his private threat. So you think you're in control? She sneered inwardly. The lollipop shattered between her teeth. With each crunch, a chilling aura radiated from her, rippling down the hallway. Miss AI Nai, what did that old man want from you? Downstairs, a group of boldly dressed young women flocked around AI Nai the moment she appeared. He asked us to do him a favor, let's humor him. Help him this once, and, in a few days, we won't have to worry about him anymore. AI Nai replied, her calm voice laced with unmistakable resolve. Yes, ma'am. The girls answered in unison, their deference deeper than before. The four women headed for the Nai camp at once. Their mechs waited in neat rows by the gate. AI Nai's was the strongest, a 10-meter steel blue giant that had undergone 3 evolutions. The other 3, about 7 meters tall, still lacked their third upgrade. Though smaller, their lighter frames gave them superb agility. When they powered up, energy lines inside the joints flashed, and a low hum thundered like a beast catching the wind. Barely beyond the base, the 4 mechs accelerated in a cadence that resembled a marching drill. The maneuver wasn't officially registered as a system skill, yet the precise footwork and throttle control boosted their speed notably, a handy trick in real combat. And Nai camp lay roughly 50 kilometers away. At top speed, they could reach it in under half an hour. As they closed in, the setting sun hugged the horizon, bathing their alloy hulls in gold. They had just cut their thrusters when Zhang Wei and Tung still hadn't arrived. The reason was simple. Zhang Wei had never broken into a run, strolling the entire way. Even so, he appeared 10 minutes after AI Nai, moving at an unhurried pace that felt deliberately late. The mech's optics locked onto Zhang Wei. AI Nai opened the public channel at once. You 3. Keep that beast occupied until I can back you up, understood? Yes, ma'am. The trio answered without hesitation. They knew perfectly well that killing Xiao Bao, a king-class monster, was impossible for them, but stalling him was easy. Go. AI Nai barked. Her 10-meter mech shot forward like an arrow off the string, leaving the others behind. That explosive speed alone showed how much stronger she was than her teammates. Zhang Wei watched her incoming charge, his tone icy as he asked in tongue, are those your people? No, sir, absolutely not. I didn't contact anyone. And Tung stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. Zhang Wei let out a cold chuckle. He had expected in Tung to call reinforcements, but only 4? Who does he think he's slighting? Still eyeing AI Nai, he gave a casual order. Not bad speed, but still too slow. Xiao Bao, don't kill her, I might need her later. Got it, boss. What about the other 3? Do I finish them? Xiao Bao rumbled. Do as you like. Zhang Wei waved dismissively. Roger that. With permission granted, Xiao Bao hurled his massive frame into a countercharge. Steel claws plowed deep ruts in the wasteland as he barreled toward the 3 smaller mechs. Zhang Wei himself drew no weapon. When AI Nai closed to 200 meters, violet light erupted from his eyes. A moment later, a lance of purple lightning coalesced within his pupils and ripped through the air straight at AI Nai. Death laser. The sudden attack made AI Nai inhale sharply. She hadn't expected Zhang Wei to release a skill this way. Without hesitation, she rolled her mech flat against the ground, narrowly dodging the beam. It was a precise combat roll, pure evasion, not a panic scramble. Rolling aside, Aina used the momentum to spring to her feet, charging at Zhang Wei with undiminished speed. Oh, Zhang Wei arched an eyebrow. Her fluid, seamless motion even caught him off guard. Dodging a straight-line death ray took little more than focus. But could she evade the lock-on from the shoulder-mounted drone cannon? In the next instant, the drone cannon roared. Bang, bang, bang. Out of respect for his opponent, Zhang Wei switched straight to rapid-fire mode. 3 cryo rounds screamed out in a single second, their trajectories sealing off Aina's avenues of retreat. Humph. Aina snorted, but instead of rolling, she suddenly leapt. Midair, she flipped her hands, and a 2-handed blade nearly 8 meters long, its edge paper-thin, materialized out of nowhere. Using her downward momentum, she raised her arms and hacked downward with all her weight. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out what she was doing. Even at the peak of her jump, there were still 40 or 50 meters between them. Was this some kind of range skill? He didn't wait to find out. The thrusters on his legs roared to life, his knees dipped, and he shot backward like an arrow. Even as he left the ground, the drone cannon opened fire again. Damn, Aina's heart sank. The distance had been perfect for her skill, but Zhang Wei's single backward leap had put him out of range. Worse yet, she was hanging in midair with no thrusters, watching the cryo round streak toward her with nowhere to run. If she couldn't retreat, then she would cut. The long blade couldn't reach Zhang Wei, but it could reach the bullets. Still airborne, Aina swung like the wind, the blade leaving afterimages. All 3 cryo rounds were sliced apart before they could touch her. The explosions backblasted her toward the ground. She bent her knees, landed, and instantly stomped. The earth caved half a meter deep, and the massive recoil translated into even greater speed. Wind held past her ears. Aina's body was almost parallel to the ground, sprinting low like a hunting leopard. The blade held sideways so its edge carved a natural arc as she ran. Her combat style was brutally simple, overwhelm with speed, encircle Zhang Wei in a blur until his armor was shredded. "You little Jap, you've got some skill." Zhang Wei laughed, a hint of admiration in his voice. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't met a melee fighter stronger than Aina. To be honest, her technique at this stage even exceeded his own. And this was only the early days of the cataclysm. The second wave of primal crystals hadn't even arrived yet. If she survived the next 10 years, how strong would she become? Aina didn't answer, only snorted again. "Oh, so you're a woman?" Only then did Zhang Wei truly hear the timbre of her voice. And he couldn't help but be surprised. "A woman can kill you just as well," Aina replied. "Really? I don't buy it." Zhang Wei's voice was almost teasing. And I heard the mockery loud and clear. Moments ago she had used her long sword to deflect a frost round, but the ice blue chill ran down the metal blade and bled into her mech, frosting every seam. The internal drives dumped heat at full force, yet her motion still dragged. She could feel herself slowing, and it would only get worse. Time was running out. Shadow kill. With the brief incantation, Ainai vanished on the spot. Even the battlefield's most advanced sensor core lost her signal. Seeing this, Zhang Wei stopped playing around and drew his blazing solar saber. An obsidian blur shot up behind his head a heartbeat later. Ainai reappeared, blade already descending toward his neck. She knew how tough Zhang Wei's armor was. One strike might not take it off, so she had the follow-up already mapped out. But Zhang Wei's reactions were just as sharp. Curious about a technique that clearly lacked any spatial energy, his mind was still analyzing it while his body leaned aside, letting his reinforced helmet block the blow. Sparks flew. The alloy shell showed barely a centimeter-deep scratch. "Down you go." Ainai moved to strike again, but Zhang Wei spun, the solar saber carving a blinding white arc. At his speed, she couldn't dodge, forced to raise her sword in haste. Zhang Wei flicked his wrist. The blade feinted, then cut into her arm before metal met metal. A deafening metallic crack followed. Ainai's entire arm, sword and all, hit the ground. Zhang Wei reversed his grip, stowed the saber, and clamped a gauntlet hand around her throat. The mech's fingers tightened, an iron vice locking shut. No air was left, yet she could feel herself choking, the shadow of death pressing on her heart. "Release Lady Ainai." Across the field, the guards battling Xiaobao finally snapped. They couldn't let Zhang Wei kill her. Xiaobao shook out his wrists, eyes narrowing. "Big brother's already wrapped things up. Guess I'd better get a move on too." Xiaobao's tail whipped around, the mace-like tip slamming into the mechs without mercy. In midair, the metallic appendage suddenly accelerated, a streak of lightning ripping through the night. The three suits had no time to realign their defenses. One swing, triple kill, their helmets shattered, debris spraying everywhere. Aina's heart sank. For the first time, she tasted true despair. She had never imagined she would die so abruptly here, unaware that Zhang Wei had no intention of killing her yet. From the skill she had displayed, she clearly outranked in tongue and must have held even more intelligence, a fact that helped Zhang Wei make up his mind. He raised his hand and, without hesitation, snapped Aina's remaining arm and both legs. Bones cracked with a sharp, awful sound as the limbs were flung several meters away, rolling through the dust. Even without her limbs, Aina kept her torso upright. She did not scream, she only gasped. Zhang Wei let her go casually, no matter how powerful her abilities were. Without limbs, she had no way to escape. Across the field, Xiao Bao was still drunk on slaughter. By the time Zhang Wei thought to rein it in, the three mechs were already crushed and twisted beneath its feet, their pilots reduced to pulp. "You could have left one alive," he muttered. "What was that, boss?" Xiao Bao called back, mechanical eyes flashing. "Nothing," Zhang Wei replied dismissively. "Why won't you kill me?" Aina asked from the ground, her voice hoarse yet steady. She was far tougher than in tongue. Even after losing all four limbs, she hadn't cried out. Zhang Wei couldn't help but respect that. "That technique you used earlier, how does it work?" he asked. "You'll get nothing from me," Aina sneered. Convinced she was doomed, she had resolved to stay silent. As long as she remained fused with her mech, no torture could truly hurt her. "Won't talk? Believe me, they'll slaughter everyone in the camp behind you," Zhang Wei warned, eyes turning cold. "Go ahead. Their lives mean nothing to me," Aina answered flatly. Zhang Wei fell silent, expecting her to pity her compatriots was pointless. "You don't care about them, but do you value your own life? You'd actually spare me? Don't insult my intelligence." She tilted her head toward in tongue in the distance. The man was already an abandoned pawn. "Not stupid, are you?" Zhang Wei snorted. "Xiao Bao, stop playing and kill him. Bite him apart, slowly make him savor it. Understand?" "Got it," Xiao Bao replied, bounding toward in tongue. "Sir, spare me. He'll cooperate. I'm a member of the Human Federation," Sir in tongue screamed, thrashing his limbless body across the dirt like a worm. Zhang Wei offered no response. Xiao Bao pinned him with a massive paw, metal fangs spreading wide, chewing not for nourishment, but out of sheer cruelty. Flesh tore, blood sprayed, and in Tang's shrieks were so shrill they made one's scalp crawl, the sound echoing across the silent wasteland. Zhang Wei watched without a flicker of pity compared with the atrocities Tang had committed. This punishment was merciful. Aine's scalp tingled. Despite an iron will that kept any cry from escaping her lips, the pain still gnawed at her nerves. No amount of resolve could banish the torment of flesh. If that mechanical beast truly tore her apart, how much agony would she have to endure? The thought finally forced her to speak, her voice hoarse yet stubborn. Make it quick. Zhang Wei had foreseen this moment. He tilted his head slightly, expression blank. If Ainai still refused to talk, he had other methods in hand. Fine. Speak, he said. She drew a deep breath and surrendered her greatest secret. My ability was bestowed by a behemoth. Shadow Kilby bending light. It renders a mech invisible, perfect for assassination. So it relies on light refraction. Zhang Wei nodded, perfectly calm. As long as she hadn't mastered spatial powers, he could accept it. But Ainai grew anxious. Technology was all he cared about. She bit her lip. Isn't the behemoth what matters? How did you even reach one? From what I know, every behemoth is dormant. Blue Star lacks the mechanical energy to wake them. How do you know that much? Ainai's eyes widened. Zhang Wei gave her a cool glance and replied, voice steady yet laden with detail. They're dormant because mechanical energy is scarce. From time to time the sky drops primal source crystals to replenish the supply. Once the energy hits a threshold, a behemoth will fully awaken and ravage the world. His explanation was far more precise than anything Ainai's organization possessed. None of them had understood why the behemoth slept, yet Zhang Wei stated it, as if it were common knowledge. How exactly did you get a skill from one of them? Zhang Wei didn't answer, only said coldly, losers don't question the victor. Grinding her teeth, Ainai saw no point in hiding the truth. They discovered that if you feed the behemoth enough people, it spits out source crystals. My skill came from an epic-grade crystal. The sacrifices were they Huagua citizens? Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. Not all of them. Many were from Huagua, the rest from other nations. Heh. Zhang Wei shook his head, a thin, mocking smile crossing his lips. Can you kill me now? Ainai no longer wished to speak. Every instinct told her the man before her was terrifying. Zhang Wei studied her unhurriedly. You fight well, nothing like an ordinary soldier. Why would an epic crystal end up in your hands? She hesitated, then admitted, I am a ninja. A ninja, Zhang Wei echoed softly. You even know about ninjas? Ainai was stunned anew. Zhang Wei had survived 10 years in the apocalypse, meeting Japanese shinobi and Huagua cultivators alike. His experience far outstripped that of most. He understood that their skills surpassed ordinary fighters, though mechs limited many of their traditional techniques. Take ninjas, for example. They wield shuriken, toss smoke bombs, and operate as assassins by nature. When you're inside a mech, none of those tricks work. All you have are your combat skills. I told you, I know a lot, Ainai said, raising her head while Zhang Wei regarded her coolly. Exactly how many mechs does the force behind you control? I'm not sure. I'm still trying to find out, Ainai replied, shaking her head. Zhang Wei's interest deepened. Oh, from your tone, it sounds like you've uncovered something juicy. I really don't know, Ainai muttered, swallowing hard as her eyes drifted to the floor. If I did, I'd have toppled that old man's rule already. Her words sped up. From my investigation, the beast has coughed up at least one legendary grade source crystal, but I've never seen it. I'm the strongest member on paper, yet I suspect there are 1 or 2 hidden figures who can match or even surpass me. She had come here hoping for a quick death, but Zhang Wei's complete lack of surprise's air of already knowing everything left her with nothing to hide. Zhang Wei spoke with sudden certainty. So they sent you here to die? One sentence pierced the haze. Whatever the case, sowing division seems wise, Ainai said with a wry smile. She laid it out quickly. I felt it myself. The old man knows how strong you are. Sending me was a death sentence. Plenty of people in camp have secretly sided with me, so he struck first before I could overthrow him. Zhang Wei nodded. I can help you get revenge. You'll help me? Why? Ainai frowned. She refused to believe someone this strong would act out of pity. Zhang Wei spread his hands. Because I plan to kill every Japanese. Helping you saves me trouble. Ainai's breath hitched. I'm Japanese too. She snapped, rage bursting from her voice. Hearing her own people threatened in front of her felt like an insult. Zhang Wei rephrased. Let me put it differently, you'll kill every Japanese who's hostile to Huagua. Can you accept that? All right, Ainai finally conceded. His logic was unassailable. If roles were reversed, she'd slaughter Huagua citizens herself. Years ago, countless ninja died in Huagua, a humiliation etched into their bones, leaving every ninja including her hating Huagua. Zhang Wei seized the moment. Since that's settled, you should work with me. I'll avenge you, and whether I kill you later will depend on your own choices. Deal? Different people require different tactics. And Tang was spineless, so brute force sufficed. Ainai wasn't, so Zhang Wei switched strategies. Ainai didn't agree immediately. What do you want me to do? Take me to the beast, Zhang Wei said calmly. On the way, That old man will definitely send people maybe come himself. When he does, he'll avenge you. And I drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. If that's all I'm in. Aina agreed to Zhang Wei's proposal. Since the old man had already shown murderous intent, she had no intention of letting the chairman walk away unscathed. If anyone died, they would die together. Whether Zhang Wei ever laid eyes on the giant beast would depend entirely on his own abilities. If he could fend off the assassins rushing at them along the way, she would honor her promise. If he died en route, he could hardly blame her for breaking it. Then let's move, Zhang Wei said, glancing up. You can call the old man now. Japan's satellite network was far less advanced than China's and couldn't track Aina and her companions in real time. As long as she stayed silent, the chairman saw nothing. You're really not afraid at all. Aina frowned. She had confessed how little she knew about the chairman's trump cards. Yet Zhang Wei still swaggered about without the slightest caution. I told you I have no idea what else he's hiding. What do you think? Zhang Wei shot back, perfectly calm. After a long pause, Aina conceded. Fine. Well, do it your way. If Zhang Wei wasn't afraid of dying, she half dead and wounded had no room to object. She opened a secure channel. Tell that old bastard I couldn't stop the Chinese man. My mech is wrecked. He's on his way to Osaka. Had better be ready to die. She was certain that message would reach the chairman within minutes. Sure enough, in the Osaka camp hundreds of kilometers away, the chairman got the report. He sprang to his feet and growled, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Aina lose? His aide answered in a tremulous voice, Sir, that's what Lady Aina said herself. If she's lying, then she means. The chairman understood before the sentence was finished. If Aina had let the Chinese man go on purpose, she was planning to have him kill the chairman. But that made no sense. If that were her goal, she could simply stay silent and wait for the man to arrive. Aina may have her own agenda, but she wouldn't joke about something like this. Leave me. When the aide withdrew, the chairman thought for a moment, then snatched up the landline and called the underground lab. The line connected quickly. How's the experiment progressing? He asked in a low voice. Sir, it's moving in a positive direction. Give us 2 more days. We don't have 2 days. Sir, if we release the test subjects now, the experiment isn't fully stable. They might attack our own people. No one knew better than the staff how terrifying those subjects were. If they can't fight, the chairman said coldly, the entire camp will be wiped out. Which matters more, losing a few people or losing everything? Do it now, exactly as I said. The president bellowed. Yes, sir. The researcher on the other end of the line snapped to attention. When the call ended, the president slumped into his chair, sweat beading on his forehead. At the same time, more than 10 kilometers from the city camp, a patch of parched earth suddenly cracked open with a sharp snap. Beneath the fissure lay the concealed entrance to an underground lab, hidden beneath an abandoned construction site left unfinished before the apocalypse. Twisted rebar, chunks of concrete, no sign of life, as desolate as a dry well. Dim lights flickered inside. 8 researchers huddled together, cursing under their breath. They'll follow only the simplest commands. If we want them on the battlefield, we'll have to go with them. One hard hit, and they could turn on us. The president's sending us to die. Someone growled. The team leader raised a hand to silence them. Enough. The target is a formidable fighter from Hua, a man who even beat Aina. Aina? She's nothing. Any one of our test subjects could kill her. Shut up and move. The leader's bark cut them short. Behind them crouched 3 grotesque biomechanical creatures, humanoid mechs with extra limbs, wings, tails, and scaled armor grafted on, like monsters cobbled together from spare parts. Strangest of all, each had a triangular thruster embedded in its crown, pulsing with a cold blue glow. Listen up. Complete the mission and you'll be rewarded. Behave yourselves. The leader warned, leaning close to the machines. The trio was mostly tamed, or rather, the pilots sealed inside were. Their bodies had fused with the mechs, and the constant barrage of alien nerve signals kept their minds on the brink of collapse. Those who couldn't handle it were disposed of. Out of more than 30 subjects, only these 3 survived. At the mention of a reward, all 3 nodded. One, moving on all 4s, bounded forward like an eager dog, almost wagging its head. The other 2 held back, but remained compliant. Satisfied, the leader nodded. Good. Another field test. Move out. Sir. Morale restored. The 8 researchers led the 3 aberrant mechs out of the lab, heading for the coordinates where Zhang Wei waited. Aina had provided the location, and Zhang Wei himself had agreed to it. They've already sent a team, though I don't know who exactly, Aina added over the comms. They sound confident and told me to stay put for extraction. Can you handle it? Facing Aina's skepticism, Zhang Wei offered no explanation. Words were pointless. Only when she saw real power with her own eyes would she finally fall silent. Even if you're confident, shouldn't you make some preparations? Aina pressed. She didn't care about Zhang Wei's fate. Her only concern was complete revenge. Taking down a few of that old man's lackeys was nowhere near enough. As a ninja, she believed that if the battlefield turned chaotic, she could escape even if the mech fell apart. But if the area stayed calm, Zhang Wei could toss a freeze grenade and haul her off before she had a chance to flee. As for the mech they stood in, she couldn't care less. If it was destroyed, she would simply steal another one. It might start at a lower level, but she could upgrade it in time. Not necessary. Zhang Wei dismissed her with a flat reply. Aina frowned and tried again. Then at least move farther from the Anna camp. If you get pinned down, do you really think the people in that camp will stay this obedient? Zhang Wei stayed silent. To him, every threat was a paper tiger before absolute strength. Aina could only shrug and lie back on the ground. She calculated quietly. If the worst happened and Zhang Wei died, she'd just become that old bastard's puppet again. She'd lived through it once before. Time slipped by. Under the blazing noon sun, the sand rippled like molten metal. Suddenly Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed, and he rose with his hand on his sword. What are those? Through the detection core he had spotted 3 figures on the horizon. Seeing his reaction, Aina stood up as well. What did you find? Zhang Wei hadn't planned to share the feed, but he relented and patched the data stream into Aina's optical system. The image filled her view. 3 bioengineered beasts, each fitted with mismatched wings, a tail fashioned like a mechanical beak, and crude welds glaring at every joint. Aina's heart tightened, and she silently raised Zhang Wei's danger rating another 2 levels. The detection range alone was outrageous. Can you tell what they are? Zhang Wei asked quietly. He could see they were modified creatures, but couldn't identify the embedded components. Aina fixed on the device mounted atop each creature's head, her tone suddenly grave. I'm not sure about the rest, but I recognize that injector on their heads. What is it? Apart from a Titan. Zhang Wei snorted. Jamming Titan parts on a human-grade mechs? He'll give you Japanese Thizio've got quite the imagination. That injector can spew plasma hot enough to melt your sword. I was going to warn you to stay alert. Aina paused, then let out a cold laugh. But now you've annoyed me, so I don't feel like sharing anymore. Heh. Zhang Wei arched a brow, staring down at the tsundere Japanese girl before him. You've already spilled the beans, so drop the act. Xiaobao, pick your opponent. He'll take the other 2. Got it, big brother. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in Xiaobao's eyes. After so many adventures with Zhang Wei, his courage had been tempered. Creatures his own size no longer intimidated him. Had once walked across the back of a giant whale, as if it were a ship's deck. What were a few patchwork monsters compared with that? Zhang Wei nodded firmly, then drew his solar energy blade. Unknown enemies demanded caution. The 3 creatures closed to within a kilometer, their joints grinding with a faint metallic rasp. He cut the remote sensory link with Aina and switched to personal detection mode. The scan core word, and every frame of the monster's movements was dissected and projected onto his HUD. Extra joints, gaps in power lines, exposed energy nodes, weak points laid bare. Crude work, he muttered. They stripped out the brains and jammed in a behemoth's will. No wonder they can't think straight. He weighed the facts. Splicing ordinary mechanical limbs onto a human might be survivable, but behemoth parts carried their own power systems. That energy clashed with human mechs, and the pilot's brain was always the first to fail. 30 test subjects and only 3 survived. That was a miracle in itself, and a testament to the experimenter's insanity. Splicing? Aina caught the implication. Then the legendary grade source crystal must be in their lab. They're using its energy to breed these things. Very likely, Zhang Wei agreed. Legendary crystals had countless applications. Xiaobao's flail contained one that spawned mechanical insects. Using a crystal of the same class to hatch monsters made perfect sense for the Japanese facility. Aina lowered her voice. So what's the plan? Are you sure you can handle them? If not, we run. She needed Zhang Wei Olivia at least long enough to deal with the old man chasing her. Run? Zhang Wei shook his head slowly. 3 patchwork beasts weren't enough to make him flee. If this was the best the enemy could muster, storming their main base wouldn't be suicide. According to his scans, each creature carried a combat rating of roughly 1,000, still a notch below his own. He glanced at the eager-faced Xiaobao and thought, if he absorbs these things, his power could rise a lot. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? They're already on us. Aina screamed at Zhang Wei, her raw voice and frantic eyes trying to snap him out of his daze. Do you really have time to stand around? Xiaobao, drop her and keep her alive, Zhang Wei ordered without looking back, still staring straight ahead. On it, boss. Xiaobao's thick arms swung, flinging Aina into the dirt without a hint of mercy. An instant later he shot toward the battle line like an artillery shell, his momentum even fiercer than Zhang Wei's. Zhang Wei followed close behind, the pressure radiating from the 2 of them seemingly outweighing the 3 bioengineered monsters rushing at them. Kill them. The lab techs escorting the monsters gave the order in dead voices. At the command, all 3 lunged, claws pounding the ground and blasting up shards of stone. Before either side could close, the drones hovering behind Zhang Wei fired first. Blue-white beams poured down like a storm, locking onto the winged birdman trying to gain altitude. Caught off guard by the unfamiliar long-range fire, the birdman took round after round to the chest. Frost spread instantly into thick ice, his wings lost lift, and he crashed in a burst of powdery snow. Idiot, use your skill. The handler trailing him roared. Jolted, the jet in the birdman's forehead ignited with a roar, belching white vapor that swallowed him whole. Within seconds the ice cracked and fell away in glittering shards. By then Zhang Wei was already at close quarters with another monster. His blazing psionic sun saber came down in one sweeping arc, cleaving through flesh and bone and lopping the creature's leg off at the hip. Against an opponent that only knew how to charge and couldn't dodge, he moved with the ease of dismantling a child's toy. These things had less combat sense than some mutants. All brawn and no brains meant top-tier stats were worthless. He had barely pulled the blade back when a tongue of fire erupted from the monster's forehead thruster. Boom! Zhang Wei threw his sword up in a desperate block. The moment flame met steel, the blast rang in his ears and shoved him backward, gouging 2 half-foot-deep trenches beneath his heels. That thrust, did you rip boosters off a behemoth? He muttered. Scaled up, his own thrusters looked just like the nozzles on their foreheads, but theirs were legendary-grade components yanked from inside a behemoth. Engines that could launch a creature weighing thousands of tons. No wonder a single nozzle hit like that. Roar! Driven berserk, the one-legged monster sprang like a wild beast, hurling itself at Zhang Wei. Death laser. Purple lightning converged in Zhang Wei's eyes. Then a laser lance shot straight at the monster's skull. But its instincts were fully awake. The forehead thruster belched flame once more. The laser slammed into the fiery jet, vanished, and the flames kept pouring. The problem wasn't power, it was simply that the beam had no sustained force behind it. Laser is a skill, but the monster's thruster isn't. It works just like Zhang Wei's own propulsion pack. Fire it up whenever you want, even push it into overload. That means the flames gushing from the creature's skull could, in theory, burn forever. The instant he realized this, Zhang Wei burst into motion. He sidestepped in a blur, slipping past the scorching plume. If you can't take the hit, don't meet it, Hedon. He was far quicker than the creature. After only a few agile feints, he was on its flank. A flash of cold light flared along the super solar sword, the blade slicing through metal and severing the monster's head clean off, exposing bone and wires. Headless, it kept its forward momentum, skidding across the floor like a dog eating dirt. Meanwhile, the avian monster that had been trading fire with the drone hovered 100 meters up. It didn't come any closer. Instead, the fire from the thruster on its head billowed into a makeshift barrier, barely warding off the drone's beams. Then its wings snapped wide, unleashing a storm of razor feathers, each the size of a palm and sharp enough to carve through steel. Zhang Wei gripped his sword with both hands and slashed upward. Thunderfall. An incandescent orb shot from the tip. The moment it touched the first feather, it detonated, arcs of lightning and waves of light, flooding a 100-meter radius. Most feathers were shredded. Only a handful punched through the aftershock and pinged harmlessly off his armor, leaving shallow scratches. The Birdman never expected Zhang Wei to be this resilient. While it stared in shock, its skeletal wings finally gave way. The earlier bombardment had stripped them bare, and bone alone couldn't keep it aloft. It lurched and plummeted. In the single heartbeat before impact, Zhang Wei had already crossed the distance and planted himself beneath the falling creature. Giving it no time to recover, he whipped his blade upward, aiming straight between its legs. He wasn't merely going for a vital point. He intended to split it from crotch to crown. Had the Birdman ignited its thruster just then, it might have altered its trajectory and lived. But its mind lagged behind the pace of the fight. The pack never even flickered. A second later, the supersolar sword slid into the metal shell like butter, carving upward in a clean line. The bisected armor hit the ground with a crash, sparks flying everywhere. For a moment, silence reigned. The spectators were petrified. Aina's eyes were wide, her voice stuck in her throat. The researchers who had arrived with the monsters stood slack-jawed, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a fist. The ultimate weapons they'd pinned their hopes on. 3 experimental units they were so proud of had just lost 2 without the slightest suspense. Shock, disbelief, and frustration washed over their faces, yet the undeniable truth choked any protest before it could be voiced. Don't panic, we still have 1 unit left. Someone shouted, their voice trembling. At once, every gaze fixed on their final hope. Hope was shattered. The rampaging creature had barely stirred the water when Xiaobao swung his meteor hammer, smashing it from the side and severing the monster at the waist. Steel bones and flesh scattered in every direction. Xiaobao pounced, chewing as he kept a wary eye on his surroundings. The researchers and the remaining creature had no time to react before he finished them off. None survived. Zhang Wei's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He swept it over the remaining staff. Tell them not to run. Anyone who runs dies. He turned toward Aina, who had been thrown to the ground not far away. Aina snapped back to herself, bracing her damaged mech frame. She repeated Zhang Wei's words in the local language. The technicians trembled so hard they could barely stay on their feet, let alone flee. Ask them what those 3 monsters are, Zhang Wei said, his voice like ice. Without mech auditory gear, the staff couldn't understand his Huagua tongue and had to rely on Aina's translation, though Zhang Wei caught every word they spoke. Esteemed sir, from Huagua, the lead researcher stammered, we are merely scientists. Science knows no borders. We work for the survival of all mankind. Please spare us. Have them answer the question, Zhang Wei said with a frown, already impatient. Sensing his displeasure, Aina translated with a cutting edge, science may have no borders, but scientists do. If humanity depends on trash like you, we might as well all end it now. The researchers fell silent, terrified. The leader hurriedly nodded. Yes, the 3 specimens were created through grafting. We never expected them to crumble before such a valiant lord. Did you use a legend tier source crystal to fuse the mech parts with the monster tissue? Zhang Wei cut in. Aina blinked, then relayed the question. Yes, exactly. The man answered at once. My lord, you are both brave and learned. That very legend tier source crystal ensured the experiment's success. Aside from the dorsal thrusters taken from a giant beast, the rest of the limbs came from ordinary mechanical organisms. If you need more, the facility still holds plenty of material. Take us to the lab, Zhang Wei said without hesitation. The parts were mere snacks for Xiaobao. What truly interested him was that legend tier source crystal. The technicians bowed repeatedly, as if granted a royal pardon. Thank you for sparing us, my lord. We will help perfect your mech. Lady Aina, your condition can be greatly improved as well. They had clearly recognized a prime test subject whose 4 limbs were gone, but whose core systems remained intact, saving them the trouble of amputating any extras. Aina's chest heaved, rage almost bursting from the gaps in her armor. With enough source crystals, her limbs could regenerate on their own. No one was bolting anything onto her body. With Zhang Wei beside her, she forced the anger down. Xiaobao, come here. Eat their heads. ITLL do you good, Zhang Wei called. Xiaobao trotted over, fully aware that swallowing those grotesque heads would only make him stronger. He had just devoured a head, boosting his combat power by more than 50 points. 10 minutes later, Xiaobao swept up every edible scrap in the area, lifted his head high, and set off again. The party had clearly grown larger. Besides Aina on his back, Xiaobao now carried several laboratory workers who had survived by sheer luck. Fortunately, his 4 hooves still moved like the wind, and his speed never faltered. The technicians kept a deliberate distance from Aina, whispering among themselves yet too afraid to come closer, their faces flushing with frustration. Aina understood what they wanted to warn her about, but ignored them. They were merely the lapdogs of that old bastard, and she had no desire to be their messenger. In truth, the workers meant no harm, they only wished to give her a friendly caution, yet the words never left their lips. When the group reached the research base, the moment to speak had passed. The staff could only open the massive gate and escort Zhang Wei inside. Luckily, the base was vast, and after being enlarged with powered exosuits, it just barely accommodated the towering forms of Zhang Wei and Xiaobao. Sir, the source crystal you requested is in the deepest section, one technician said warmly, guiding them with the reverence reserved for an old friend. Rest assured, there are no other test subjects here. Apart from the 3 successful specimens, every other one is long dead. The welcome felt more like a reception than a defense against intruders, and Zhang Wei found it strange. Aina murmured, something's off about them. I can see that. But it doesn't matter, Zhang Wei replied, utterly unfazed. His prowess fed his confidence. Though Aina sensed danger, she knew too little about the base to explain it. They soon reached the lowest level, an underground hall hollowed out into a 300 to 400 meter wide cylinder with a ceiling 50 or 60 meters high, lit as brightly as midday by white floodlights. Dismantled robotic arms, energy tanks, and conveyor tracks lined the walls, all scarred by former test subjects. In the very center stood a giant transparent vessel filled with liquid that shimmered in rainbow hues. Within it floated a legendary source crystal. Thick and thin conduits pierced the container, siphoning off stray energy into nearby storage pods, ready for immediate use, clear evidence that the Japanese had mastered source crystal technology. Sir, there it is. Allow me to retrieve it for you, the guide began. But Zhang Wei placed a hand on the floor, signaling him to stay back. He always preferred to collect a source crystal himself. With that, he strode forward toward the prize. Behind him, every technician's face lit up with an involuntary smile. Aina knew that smile all too well. The technicians standing in front of her wore the same ingratiating grin, and she saw through it immediately it was a lie. Their real objective was simple, kill Zhang Wei. But she couldn't let him die. He was her only ticket out of this place. The memory of the monsters Zhang Wei had eliminated earlier sent an icy shiver to her core. Zhang Wei glanced back, his eyes sliding over nigh to the smirking technicians, and his only feeling was disgust. A smile that cloying made him want to slap them. Xiaobao, kill them. The legendary source crystal was already in his possession. These people were useless now. On it. Xiaobao's thick tail swept across the room, raising a shrieking gale as it slammed into the crowd. Damn it, blow him up. In desperation, one technician snatched a spare detonator and punched the red button. The Japanese team had buried explosives in the walls as a failsafe. Now those charges were turned on Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei was ready. His scanning core had mapped every bomb. No spark could escape his sensors. The moment they detonated, he lunged forward, throwing himself over the container that held the legendary source crystal while the blast rolled across his back. A nuclear strike hadn't killed him. These conventional charges stood no chance. He risked the explosion only to keep the crystal intact. Simultaneously, Xiaobao's tail flicked the technicians into the air and dumped them in the center of the chamber. A heartbeat later, the bombs hit full force, fire roared like a beast, and the men disappeared in a storm of flame and stone. AI Nai was hurled off her feet too, but Xiao Bao caught her in midair and set her safely inside the reinforced zone. Zhang Wei could absorb an explosion. She certainly could not. Your master, go help him, she shouted, panic rising. If Zhang Wei died, what would an unchained Xiao Bao do to her? The image of the creature chewing through mechs chilled her blood. Why are you still standing there? Smoke choked the arena, fire licked the ceiling, and chunks of masonry hammered the steel plates beneath them. The floor shook violently yet held. Still, Xiao Bao remained a motionless statue. AI Nai's legs were useless, she couldn't move an inch. While debris was still falling and the flames had yet to die, a towering suit of armor strode through the fire. Zhang Wei emerged, a layer of plating scorched from his back, smoke curling off the metal, but otherwise unharmed. He cradled the legendary source crystal, leapt, and landed beside AI Nai. You're all right. AI Nai could hardly believe her eyes. Such a violent blast, yet the Chinese man acted as if nothing had happened. Of course I'm fine. Zhang Wei shrugged with easy nonchalance. He had seen mushroom bombs before. Compared with those, this little commotion was child's play. The only thing that truly caught his eye was the legendary grade source crystal cradled in his arms. He raised his hand, fingers clenching hard as he ripped open the metal casing around the crystal. Steel shards scattered, and a blinding halo blossomed in his palm. Catching the scent of power, Xiao Bao shuffled over, Big Nose snorting as he sniffed. Back off. Don't you have one of your own? Zhang Wei nudged the beast away with his elbow. Xiao Bao staggered a step, lion head full of grievance. Boss, I don't want it. I just want to sniff. You have another one? Aina lay on the ground and turned her gaze to Xiao Bao. She had only seen legendary source crystals in reports. She never dreamed the beast was hiding one. Xiao Bao lifted his head proudly, tail flicking like a banner. Yeah, I do. So what? Zhang Wei ignored them, pouring all his attention into the crystal in his hand. He drew a deep breath and willed, activate. He disliked hoarding crystals. Only activation turned them into combat power. A mechanical chime sounded. Ding, legendary item acquired. Vacuum energy shield. Vacuum energy shield. Legendary power 500. A barrier formed by a vacuum state with exceptional defense. Zhang Wei paused. A legendary shield equipment, no less. The problem was that his mech wouldn't unlock a shield slot until its fourth evolution. Without the slot, even the best gear might as well be a museum piece. Aina craned her neck to catch the glow in his palm, but his height let her see only a blur. What is that? He glanced down at her, then stuffed the shield into the cargo bay. The alloy hatch clicked shut. Nothing. Let's go. Stingy. Aina pouted, cursing herself for having worried about him. Zhang Wei pretended not to hear and headed off. After the blast, the ground was littered with torn metal prime snacks for Xiao Bao. Come on. There's better food outside. Worst case, they'll get you a giant beast leg. He patted Zaibao's head. At the words giant beast leg, Xiao Bao trotted after him, tail wagging in delight. Hey, what about me? Aina yelped. Zaibao's tail swept around her waist, flipped her onto his back, and the trio set off. Osaka camp. The tremor from the research base tightened every wrinkle on President Okamoto's face. What happened? Somebody tell me what happened. He roared. Several subordinates exchanged fearful looks, none daring to speak first. Speak. Okamoto spun, gaze sharp as a blade. Sir, one man mustered his courage. The research base self-destructed. We don't have the details yet, but the preliminary report says our people may have lured that Chinese man inside. Did it kill him? Okamoto cut in, voice taut. He didn't care about the base or the casualties. All that mattered was whether Zhang Wei was dead. President, we can't confirm that yet, but a team is already on its way to check. Find out immediately. Okamoto's crew really knew their stuff. Instead of sending scouts ahead like most groups, they released hundreds of palm-sized rotor drones. The droning blades wove a dense net above Zhang Wei's head, their silver-gray hulls flashing in the harsh afternoon sun. He merely glanced up and shrugged, let them watch. If he didn't pressure them, they wouldn't feel the need to play their trump card. He was determined to seize the Osaka camp, and the reason was simple source crystals. The legendary energy shield he had just looted made him eager to push his mech from level 50 to 80, a leap that required mountains of high-grade crystals. Yet every mechanical beast had met so far was still in the rookie tier, and the shards they carried were laughably small. Grinding to 80 in a starter zone bordered on impossible, especially when premium crystals were scarcer than gold dust. Fortunately, Aina claimed the Osaka camp held a sizable stockpile. For that cash, Zhang Wei was willing to flush out every bit of resistance inside the walls. Anyone who so much as scratched a crystal he wanted would pay dearly. Hey, they've already sent drones. Next they'll try to blow you up. Aren't you going to prepare? Those guys have heavy artillery. Aina nagged. I know, Zhang Wei replied coolly. Missiles didn't scare him. Why would artillery? Any shell that entered a kilometer of him would be tagged by his detection core, and his float cannons would intercept it on the spot. Unless they could mount a saturation strike or drop a nuke, they had no hope of hurting him, and even the JSDF would struggle with that, let alone a private club. How can you be so calm? Maybe you're safe, but we're not. Aina finally shouted. She had seen how absurdly tough his armor was, but she didn't have that shell. One hit, and she'd be scrap. Xiaobao, pull her back. Don't let her die. She's still useful, Zhang Wei said without even turning his head. Could you at least pretend him in the room? Aina nearly exploded. Discussing her life and death, right in front of her. Did he think she was air? Zhang Wei ignored her. Even if Aina walked away, plenty of people in Osaka knew the beast's location. He could always grab another guide. Understood, boss, Xiaobao said unfazed. He dropped back with her until they were roughly a kilometer behind Zhang Wei. The camp's high walls were now faintly visible. Okamoto kept trying to reach Aina, but she had cut all communications. Let him panic if he liked. When Zhang Wei was only a few hundred meters from the gates, Okamoto finally snapped. Stop him now. If that monster gets inside, the entire camp is finished. A massive legion of mechs mustered inside the Osaka encampment. The base's hardware was pitiful to begin with. Fielding even a handful of drones was considered impressive, and the artillery parked in the corners served mostly to frighten civilians without trained gunners. Even the most advanced cannon can't hit a moving suit. Moments later, a steel tide of more than 1,000 compact mechs surged out of the camp and charged straight at Zhang Wei. Wow, that's quite a formation. It was the first time Zhang Wei had seen such numbers, and the sight stunned him at a glance. Easily over 1,000 units. The individual mechs were small, but sheer quantity made the spectacle overwhelming. Then something odd happened. 300 or 400 mechs suddenly wheeled around midway and regrouped on the other flank. What kind of tactic is that? Zhang Wei muttered. Although some long-range models had slipped into that group, they were too far away to touch him with their guns. His comm channel flashed. Hey, those units that turned back are mine. Could you not hurt them? Aina's voice came through. She clearly had hidden influence in the Osaka base. Out of 1,000. She could divert several hundred, which was impressive. No wonder the old geezers in camp want you dead, Zhang Wei quipped, neither promising nor refusing, leaving the matter to his mood. Facing an oncoming dogpile, he chose the simplest reply: heaven-shattering thunder. Raising his sword, he flicked a sapphire orb from the tip. The front rank barely registered it before the orb struck, bursting into an electric web 100 meters wide. Every mech caught inside went dead, parts scattering, none left intact. Only then did the rest snap out of their stupor. Spread out, spread out. A cool-headed pilot barked, and the remaining machines fanned into a broad arc while firing at Zhang Wei. What good will that do? He murmured, igniting his thrusters. A torrent of shells peppered his former footprints, kicking up dust, but he was already a streak of light, crossing 500 meters in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Wei's towering mech burst into view, the Japanese pilot's fury was doused by the chill of incoming cryo rounds, forcing clarity on them. Yet the floating guns were only his support weapons. The real butcher's tool was the solar blade in his hands, blazing hot and impossibly sharp. Few machines could survive a single swing. Even elite units equipped with a short sword and shield ended up cleaved in two, armor and shield alike. From that moment, the battle became a one-sided massacre. Before the enemy could finish encircling him, Zhang Wei had already punched a hole through their line. Floating guns picked off the long-range mechs one by one, while he slipped in and out of close formations, carving through them repeatedly. After a few passes, there was almost nothing left to kill. The detachment of mechs arrived in perfect formation, but there is no going back for them now. Smoke and dust still hang over the battlefield, twisted steel hulls strewn in every direction. The few remaining big cats and little cats lie on their backs and play dead. From the outside, no one can tell whether a fallen shell has gone completely cold or if its pilot is still clinging to life. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Zhang Wei. His detection core sweeps at high frequency, exposing every energy fluctuation. No stray mech can survive by pretending to be dead. In the space of a few dozen meters, he casually cleaves apart 5 or 6 corpses, sparks dancing across the armor and announcing the failure of their ruse. Crimson warning lights still flash. A whole row of mech drops to its knees with a clatter, more than a dozen in all. Farther back, the long-range units follow suit, their heavy frames hitting the ground in unison, although their fear is even greater than that of the close combat models. This is not routine suppression. It is a one-sided massacre. The floating cannon behind Zhang Wei hovers in midair, electricity arcing as rail slugs tear into every long-range mech, leaving them howling. Raise a weapon? They do not dare. Run? Forget it. No thruster can outrun that stream of metal. If you come to kill Zhang Wei, you had better be ready to die. Think kneeling and begging will save you? Not a chance. The outcome is obvious. Zhang Wei's blade shows no mercy. When the last armor plate hits the ground, the fighting stops cold. Xiaobao, catching the scent of scorching metal, scampers out from the wreckage. The field is covered with food, and it crunches away happily, its power gauge climbing before their eyes. You're a monster, aren't you? AI Knife finally finds her voice, though it still trembles. One man has just taken on 600 or 700 mechs in under 15 minutes and walks away unscathed. People are supposed to have limits. Zhang Wei seems not to. In truth, she is right. Zhang Wei has not even used his legendary move, hyper combat amplification, that would be true monstrosity. Have your people clear the way. If anyone resists, kill them all. Can you do that? Zhang Wei ignores her amazement and issues the order. AI Nai's stomach knots. She has never cared much about civilian lives, but slaughtering her own people is another matter. Yet Zhang Wei's indifferent stare feels like an ice pick between her shoulder blades. She knows that refusal means death for her and her 300 or 400 soldiers. Yes, she answers through clenched teeth. Good. Move. Zhang Wei pats Xiao Bao's head, signaling it to follow. The wreckage is not going anywhere. They can always come back for it. Xiao Bao trails along reluctantly, snapping off parts as it goes and snacking on the run. Ahead of Zhang Wei, AI Nai's 300 to 400 troops march in formation. Their gratitude toward her is sky high. If she had not spoken up, they would already be scrap on the ground. Damn it, all turn around. I order you to turn around and kill him. Okamoto ranted helplessly from the top of the camp's outer wall. The last line of guards had already been wiped out, and the only assets left were the mechs parked in the open square, yet every one of them had defected, now aiding that Chinese intruder. Okamoto simply couldn't accept it. Less than a kilometer away, Zhang Wei's mech was racing toward the Osaka camp. Through his sensor core, he heard every word of Okamoto's furious outburst. Inside the compound, a lackey rushed up to Okamoto, panic in his voice. Boss, those cowards have turned on us. What do we do? Go. Okamoto's eyes were bloodshot. He yanked the man by the collar and roared, contact the people at the beast facility. Sacrifice every Chinese inside, men, women, everyone. Wake the beast, and do it now. Understood. The lackey bolted. Zhang Wei snorted. So there are compatriots here after all. I was going to let you live a little longer, but if you're in such a hurry to die, fine by me. Bang. A brief jet of fire, followed by a cry around streaking through the sky like a meteor, hit its target dead on. Okamoto never even turned around before he was blown into shards of ice. The aide, just turning to relay the order, was caught in the blast as well, frozen in place with an oddly peaceful expression. That single shot shattered the defender's will. Screams and sobs erupted everywhere. Some fled toward the camp's interior, while others frantically called the Japan Self-Defense Forces for help. Command, this is Osaka camp. A desperate voice crackled over the channel. A Chinese mech is here. He's unbelievably strong. Our mechs are down. He's approaching the camp. Request immediate support. I repeat, immediate support. Facing death, no one cared about syndicate loyalties anymore. For the garrison, only the JSDF offered a chance to survive. The self-defense forces were stunned. Why had a Chinese mech suddenly appeared in Osaka and wiped out everything in its path? The intel was rushed to the top brass. In the conference room, screens filled with live feeds from Osaka camp. How do we know he's Chinese and not one of our own imperial pilots? A staff officer demanded. Sir, multiple sources confirm the pilot is Chinese, and he's showing clear hostility toward us, the intelligence officer replied. Then kill him, the senior commander ordered. Send a full battalion. Do not harm anyone in Osaka camp. And above all, keep him away from the beast. Understood, the operations chief said, immediately mobilizing every available unit. Their urgency centered on that beast. A handful of civilians meant nothing. The creature was everything. The JSDF had tolerated Okamoto's syndicate because it answered to them and facilitated the beast project. Zhang Wei, however, was beyond their control. If that Chinese pilot laid eyes on the beast, the entire plan would unravel. Seizing and controlling the beast was the self-defense forces' most critical objective. Once they possessed it, who on this planet could resist the iron will of the Japanese Empire? They envisioned every continent trembling beneath their shadow. They would never allow Zhang Wei to run wild in Osaka camp. While the self-defense force was still mobilizing, Zhang Wei had already slipped into the Osaka camp. The compound was blackened by fire. Torn coils of barbed wire drooped like severed limbs, and scattered flames dyed the ruins crimson. The moment Zhang Wei appeared, AI Nai seized a loudspeaker and herded every survivor onto the open drill ground. In less than 10 minutes, several hundred people were on their knees, shaking. Hand over every source crystal. Anyone who hides one dies. Zhang Wei's voice boomed through the speakers. AI Nai could only nod and repeat the command. The dozen mechs under her command raised their energy cannons at the crowd, and the air filled with the acrid reek of hot metal. The confiscation went frighteningly smoothly. No one dared resist. Resistance meant death. Zhang Wei never had to lift a finger. The sight of AI Nai's machines was deterrent enough. Someone tried to shout a patriotic slogan, but a single blast turned him into bloody mist, and the chant died instantly. More than a dozen charred corpses hit the ground, and the rest, too terrified even to cry, obediently offered their glittering crystals to Zhang Wei. The process dragged on for over half an hour. Most of the haul was ordinary crystal, with the occasional mid-grade piece, but the sheer volume was staggering. Zhang Wei's cargo bay was soon bursting. He had Xiao Bao fabricate 2 temporary containers on the spot saddlebags that hung from his mech's waist before everything could finally be stowed away. His gaze then swept the field, cold and predatory. Anyone who has killed a Huagua citizen, step forward. If you don't, others may denounce you. If no one denounces you, and I find out later, the 100 people around the killer will be buried with them. He never pretended to be a good man. In his eyes, there were no harmless villains. Anyone who had done evil had to die. The words hit like a bomb. Some bolted toward the ruins. Others buried their heads between their knees. Yet the instinct to survive made the bystanders more merciless than the judge. Names were shouted, fingers stabbed toward former executioners, and enraged suspects lunged at their accusers. A wild melee erupted. Shouts, sobs, and the clang of metal mingled as dust and blood filled the air. 10 minutes later, the parade ground was silent again. Every accused murderer lay scattered across the concrete, some with skulls blown open, others barely breathing. A few innocents were mixed in, but Zhang Wei didn't care. He almost regretted the camp hadn't been wiped out entirely. The remaining survivors huddled in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhang Wei cast a scornful glance at the cowering Japanese, snorted, and turned to AI Nai. Have your people surrender their mech cores. From now on, this place is yours to run. The mech core was AI Nai's last trump card. Without it, she was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person and still doomed against a high-level machine beast. But if she refused, she would die on the spot. After a brief struggle, she whispered, "All right," and forced herself to give the order. Her subordinates didn't know exactly what she had said, yet one by one they obediently detached their core modules and laid them at Zhang Wei's feet. Metal boxes clanged as they piled up, and the only sound left was heavy breathing. Nearly 400 mech cores ended up in Zhang Wei's hands, including the battered unit from AI Nai's own suit. Zhang Wei had no desire to keep Ana's mech, yet he wasn't about to return it to her either. In the end, he handed the core to Xiaobao, who happily swallowed it whole. Stripped of her armor, Ana lost any leverage to resist, and she couldn't understand Zhang Wei's Huagua tongue. Scanning the crowd, Zhang Wei asked calmly, "Who speaks Huagua? Step forward." A young man immediately darted out. "Two can speak Huagua." His accent was almost standard Mandarin, with none of the usual Japanese lilt. "Are you from Huagua?" Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. "I'm half Huagua. My mother is from there," the man answered, bowing respectfully. "Sir, whatever you need, I can translate." Zhang Wei disliked this turncoat, yet he felt no anger toward him. The choice had been his mother's, not his. "You, come here. Follow this woman and have her lead us to the behemoth." "Yes, sir." The man hurried to Ana and relayed the order word for word. Ana dared not refuse. She first told her subordinates to calm the remaining civilians in the camp, then guided everyone outside. Without her mech, she moved much slower, but luckily the cavern that held the creature lay close to the Osaka encampment. The behemoth is inside this underground cave. Upon arrival, Ana pointed ahead. Zhang Wei had already picked up a massive metal skull buried roughly 10 meters down with his scanner. The rest of the body was still unclear. Surprisingly, the Japanese had located the beast so quickly and had even mounted several elevators above its head, proof of the resources Okamoto's syndicate commanded. Zhang Wei had no patience for detours. "Xiaobao, get to work. Dig it out." "Got it." Xiaobao dove at the ground, limbs spinning like drill bits that chewed through the rock. Zhang Wei knew its efficiency. No project, however big, was more than a matter of time. While Xiaobao burrowed, an elevator clanged up to the surface. A bald man vaulted over the railing and shouted at Zhang Wei, "You're from Huagua, know it. Leave now, or well, feed every Huagua down there to the behemoth. Tell your pet to stop." Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. "How many Huagua nationals have you killed?" The mixed blood interpreter translated the question into Japanese. The bald man sneered. "Heh, over 100 worthless Huagua have died by my hand. If you don't leave, they'll gladly add 1,000 more." He had no idea his own life now hung by a thread. "Disassemble," Zhang Wei murmured, and his mech broke apart. "Xiaobao, hold on. Don't move yet." Metal plates hit the ground, kicking up dust. Ana froze, seeing Zhang Wei's face clearly for the first time. "You're actually this handsome?" Zhang Wei ignored her, letting his gaze slide past the interpreter and lock onto the bald man. The bald man was staring at Zhang Wei as well. The young fellow looked no more than 20, made him drop his guard entirely. Youth, after all, was easy to control. Before he could spit out a single mocking word, Zhang Wei glided up and clamped a hand around his throat like an iron vice. "Threaten me? You're not worthy." Zhang Wei's voice was low and cold, and his blade-sharp eyes carried enough killing intent to pierce right through words. Even without the half-breed interpreter, the bald man understood him perfectly. He kicked frantically, nails digging into Zhang Wei's wrist while the noose of suffocation tightened. Panic shifted to pleading, yet Zhang Wei didn't even lift an eyelid. Had time not been short, he wouldn't have let the mutt die so quickly. Within seconds the thrashing stopped, the man's head lolled, and life left him. The interpreter watched, nearly collapsing in terror. "Let's go down. Xiaobao, stay up here and keep watch." Zhang Wei released his grip and issued the order offhandedly. "Got it, boss," Xiaobao answered, nodding hard and taking his post. Ana and the interpreter stayed close to Zhang Wei. Ana wanted a chance to talk privately with him. but the language barrier in her refusal to involve the interpreter made that impossible. As for killing Zhang Wei now that his mecha was gone, she didn't dare entertain the thought. She knew exactly what it meant to complete the third evolution of a battlesuit. Her ninja tricks were nowhere near enough, so she shelved every scheme and followed obediently. The elevator was an open iron cage, crude but fast. With a shriek of metal it dropped, and after about 100 meters it jolted to a stop. The gate slid open onto a squad of armed guards, rifles leveled at the entrance. "Tell them to relax," Zhang Wei said, as casually as commenting on the weather. Aina barked in the local language, "Put your weapons down. All of you." Half the soldiers recognized her and lowered their guns. The rest kept them raised, ordered to hold out until the self-defense force arrived. They trusted the SDF completely. "Suit yourselves," Aina muttered. She flicked a small object to the floor, and a cloud of white smoke billowed up, swallowing her whole. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. The woman moved so fast he couldn't see how she slipped out. The next moment came the dull thud of steel slicing flesh. Inside the swirling smoke, every man who still held a gun fell clutching his throat, dark blood spattering the pale mist. Aina's blade was ruthless and precise. On a calmer day, she might have settled for severing tendons, but the current situation left no room for mercy. Within a few breaths, every disobedient soldier lay dead, throats neatly cut. Aina wiped her blade, slid it back into its sheath, and stepped soundlessly beside Zhang Wei. "The stubborn ones have been dealt with," she reported softly. The interpreter turned ashen, fighting the urge to vomit. Aina had dispatched roughly a dozen men before returning to Zhang Wei's side. Although Zhang Wei couldn't catch every detail, he understood Aina's general meaning. He nodded slowly. "Take me to where the Chinese prisoners are kept." The interpreter, who had just been called a half-breed, straightened up at once and relayed Zhang Wei's order to Aina with perfect fluency. "Yes, sir." Aina bowed respectfully, a fawning smile on her face. Seeing her grovel, Zhang Wei's lips curved slightly, but he made no further comment. Led by Aina, the group hurried through a shadowy underground corridor. The passage was surprisingly spacious. On the left loomed the behemoth's leg, thick as a mountain, while on the right stretched a tunnel the Japanese had carved out of solid rock. Zhang Wei lifted a hand and brushed the creature's icy exterior armor. The metal's chill seeped into his bones. They had not gone far when he noticed a light, three-meter mech leaning against the monster's plating. A dense array of thrusters lined its shoulders, just below the behemoth's main propulsion unit. Outside of combat, this pocket mech served another purpose. Translation. The Titan was not yet fully awake, but thanks to the Japanese feedings it could already form vague intentions, which the mech's built-in system rendered into human speech. Without it, no one could decipher the creature's thunderous roars. "Is this where you feed it?" Zhang Wei asked, pointing at the thruster ports. Rust-colored bloodstains mottled the silver-gray metal. "Yes, sir." Everyone behind Aina lowered their heads, hardly daring to breathe. Zhang Wei snorted and quickened his pace. They climbed a spiral staircase, ascending roughly 20 meters before a cacophony reached them. "Ma, are you even human? Helping those Japanese dogs won't end well for you. He's too weak to work, so he'll take one of your spots. You get to live, and you're still whining? Ready to die, are you?" Every curse was in Chinese, and Zhang Wei heard them clearly. Without waiting for a guide, he darted toward the noise. A nearby cavern was blasted white by scattered floodlights. A group of women formed a half circle, hurling abuse at a crewcut man. The man Ma Bide held a pistol, and 4 guards with machine guns stood behind him. "Ma Bide, you bastard, you only dare bully women." The women shouted, though none stepped forward. "They'll go," a weak male voice called from the crowd. "Leave them alone." The women only tightened their shield around him. Ma Bide's face twisted as he strode forward. "Out of the way." He agreed to come. "Block me again, and you'll feed the beast with him." Terrified, the women retreated, and Zhang Wei finally saw the man they were protecting, around 30, sallow and emaciated, so frail that even sitting up was an effort. "Heh, Lao He, keep acting tough," Ma Bide sneered. "Today I'll feed you to the beast, and see how you fight me then." "Coward," Lao He forced out. The single word almost made Ma Bide snap. He pressed the muzzle against Lao He's forehead. "Say it again. He'll blow your brains out." "Coward. Go on, shoot. If you kill me, your masters will make you pay." Lao He's breath was labored, but his gaze never wavered. Ma Bide's hand trembled. The beast preferred its food alive. It wasn't fond of corpses. "If he killed this man, take him away." Ma Bide bellowed, seething with rage. At once, several of his thugs lunged forward to drag Lao He off the ground. "Wait." A deep voice rang out from the front of the crowd. Zhang Wei's. Every head snapped toward him. Ma Bide had survived by reading people's faces. One look told him Zhang Wei carried more authority than any of the Japanese officers present. He pasted on a sycophantic smile and switched to fluent Japanese. "Ah, honored sirs, what brings you here?" Zhang Wei's brows knit tighter. "Speak Chinese." His tone was icy, sharp as a blade. Ma Bide froze. "Who is this man? He stands at the front, exuding dominance. Yet he's speaking Chinese. Could he be Chinese too?" The thought tangled his mind. No words came out. "Nothing to say?" "Humph." Zhang Wei stepped forward and landed a vicious kick. Bang. Ma Bide flew backward, the bone in his shin snapping with a dull crack. His scream tore through the air as he writhed in the dust, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Zhang Wei turned toward Lao He. Gasping, Ma Bide finally caught his breath, glared up, and roared, "You bastard, you kicked me? He'll kill you." He scrambled for a fallen pistol, grabbed it, and aimed at Zhang Wei's back. "You're Chinese, too, how dare you touch me?" Had a Japanese officer kicked him, he wouldn't have dared whimper, but this young Chinese man stoked his humiliation into fury. Metal kissed the trigger just as Zhang Wei whipped around. For a heartbeat, Ma Bide felt a predator lock onto him. His finger froze, his breath caught. Was that look even human? Coward. Zhang Wei spat the word. A few steps away, Aina cursed inwardly. Useless. If you just pull the trigger and kill that handsome man, I'd give you even more power. As if pricked by her silent goader by the insult, Ma Bide clenched his jaw and fired. They were barely 10 meters apart. Normally beyond 7 paces, the gun is quicker, let alone this close. But Zhang Wei defied normal. The instant the trigger moved, he spun aside. Bang! The shot went wide. In the next blink, Zhang Wei was already in front of Ma Bide. 2 rapid kicks. Crack crack. Both of Ma Bide's arms shattered, dangling by torn flesh. He crashed to the ground like a rag doll, shrieking in pain. Keep him alive. Zhang Wei's gaze shifted to Aina. Her interpreter hurried to relay the order. Yes, sir. Aina bowed at once. This powerful and terrifyingly handsome man clearly outranked her. Defiance wasn't an option. Zhang Wei turned to Lao He and the others. The lethal aura faded from his face, though his eyes remained steely. Are you all right? The women huddled in the corner were too stunned to speak. At last Lao He, still on the ground, managed, "We were all right." "Who are you?" And those people, he motioned toward Aina's group. "It's fine. I'm here to get you out. Tell me what's happening here." Zhang Wei's voice softened. "You're here to rescue us? Are you government?" Hope flickered in Lao He's eyes. Zhang Wei answered with a silent nod. He understood exactly what Lao He meant. Although he wasn't the fellow traveler Lao He assumed, his Chinese blood was indisputable, so technically Zhang Wei hadn't lied. "Great. Wonderful." Lao He's voice quivered, his eyes welling with tears. "First, tell me what's happening here," Zhang Wei said quietly. On the cold, damp ground, Lao He pushed himself up, leaned against the dull stone wall, and began to pour out his misery. Since the apocalypse, Chinese people stranded in Japan had been thrust into a living hell. 1. Women were seized as playthings. 2. Frail men were driven to the front as cannon fodder. 3. Those with stronger builds were turned into laborers. This dark, winding tunnel had been dug by their hands, bit by bit. The wan, exhausted women behind Lao He had once served as toys. When their captors grew bored, they were sent here as food for giant beasts. "You never fought back?" Zhang Wei asked. "We did," Lao He answered with a bitter smile, his chest heaving. "But the moment we resisted, we died even faster. And with traitors like Ma Bide helping the Japanese without them, we wouldn't have lost so many people so quickly." He suddenly lurched up, ready to settle accounts with Ma Bide. "There are still pro-Japanese collaborators among you, aren't there?" Zhang Wei's gaze was like a needle, pinning him in place. Lao He opened his mouth to deny it, but under that stare no words came out. "Yes. Even though the Japanese treat us like animals, some still praise them. Those fools are hopeless. But trust me, most of us are like me, we hate the Japanese. If you'd seen what they did, they're worse than beasts." Tears streamed down Lao He's face. "Help Lao He and gather everyone here," Zhang Wei told the interpreter. "Got it." The interpreter stepped forward to support Lao He. Zhang Wei stayed where he was, eyes drifting into the darkness while his mind raced. Farther down the tunnel, Ma Bide finally caught his breath, his voice hoarse yet shrill. "Who are you really? If you're Chinese, why hurt me? We're on the same side." "Chinese? You?" Zhang Wei replied coldly. "Why not? Do you know how many more would have died without me? I'm a spy in the enemy camp, you have to save me." Several women flared up and tried to curse at Ma Bide, but Zhang Wei's single command, "Shut up," froze them. A sudden wave of killing intent silenced even Ma Bide. About half an hour later, Lao He stumbled back with a crowd. Under the tunnel's dingy yellow lights, every face was sallow and gaunt, yet a spark of hope burned in their eyes. Lao He had told them Zhang Wei could bring salvation. "Is everyone here?" Zhang Wei asked. "Everyone," Lao He replied with a nod. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze, his voice calm but iron hard. "Good. Get ready, feed every last Chinese to the beasts." The tunnel went deathly silent. Even the air seemed sucked away. "You?" Lao He stared in disbelief. "Me?" Zhang Wei chuckled. "Everything just now was an act to fool you. Well, get moving." He tilted his head toward Aina. The interpreter instantly relayed the order to her. Aina heard it and felt her mind go completely blank. What's going on? Why is this handsome man suddenly saying hell throw every Chinese survivor to the beasts? Wasn't he here to save them? "Sir, I'm not Chinese. I already have Japanese citizenship. I was arrested by mistake. You can't kill me." "Me too. I haven't changed passports yet, but in my heart I'm Japanese. I've never said a bad word about Japan. Please don't kill me." The moment Zhang Wei ordered, "Feed them all to the monsters," the clearing erupted. Every schemer leapt forward, shrieking that they weren't really Chinese. waving their arms as if volume alone could buy a pardon. Zhang Wei quietly fixed each face in his memory. Ma Bide stared, then felt a surge of elation. At last it made sense. How could a squad of Japanese have obeyed a Chinese? It had all been theater, and his own role carried the heaviest cost. Lao He, however, burst into fury. You dog, I'll kill you. The old man wrenched free, staggered a couple of steps, and collapsed from exhaustion. Head believed a savior had arrived, only to meet a devil. While the crowd sucked in a breath, Zhang Wei strode to one of Ma Bide's men and plucked the pistol from his shaking hand. The cold steel fit his palm. He handled it like second nature. Everyone expected him to shoot Lao He first. Instead, when several men braced themselves in front of the old man, Zhang Wei raised the gun and squeezed off 4 rounds. Each bullet smashed into a henchman. Blood bloomed, iron filled the air, and every plea died in a heartbeat. Fear rippled through the crowd. They instinctively opened a path. Zhang Wei walked on, and each time he passed someone who'd just sworn they were Japanese, he pulled the trigger. Shots cracked, bodies dropped. To his mild relief, only about a dozen of the more than 400 men had publicly pledged their loyalty to Japan. Had expected a massacre, but most had already learned the apocalypse's Lasano man could bear the shame of watching his wife or daughter violated in front of the Japanese. What are you doing? Ma Bide collapsed, eyes vacant. He was alive but hollow, whipsawed by hope, fear, joy, and despair until his mind was ready to snap. What do you think I'm doing? Zhang Wei turned, a faint smile on his lips. In that instant, Ma Bide, Lao He, and the rest understood. AI knife froze. This man was terrifying. Had chosen a brutal, direct way to separate friend from foe. Had Lao He tried to point out traitors, plenty would have slipped through. Zhang Wei's bloody filter left few, if any, unexposed. When the chaos settled, Zhang Wei holstered the pistol and spoke, calm yet resolute. My name is Zhang Wei. I'm Chinese, and I'm here to rescue you. I don't know when I can get you home, but I'll do everything I can. For now, there are some mechs here. Divide them among yourselves. With that, he produced a pile of mech cores and handed every machine head gathered over the past days to Lao He. Zhang Wei had no intention of playing nanny for these people. If they wanted to survive in Japan, they would have to rely on themselves. I don't want to go home, I just want revenge. Lao He rasped, his voice raw yet unwavering, as he was the first to snatch up the cold, jet-black mech core in front of him. Right, we're not going back, we want revenge. The other survivors echoed. Hatred that had once been buried erupted in their hearts. Gripping a mech core felt like gripping their chance at retribution. Zhang Wei nodded silently. He could see they still had fight left in them, and that hatred was already turning into strength. There are still many of our compatriots in Japan. We have to rescue them, Lao He added, eyes blazing. No one knows suffering better than someone who has suffered. Thinking of those still trapped, he clenched his fists. Zhang Wei had given them a sky to shelter under, and they wanted to hold up that same sky for more Chinese. Don't act on impulse. First we get out of here and head for an eye camp. There are hardly any people left there, Zhang Wei warned. How Lao He lived from here on was Lao He's own choice. Zhang Wei could only hand over the most urgent intel. Thank you, Zhang Wei, Lao He said gravely. The others stayed silent, but answered with grateful eyes. Just don't disgrace China or betray it. That's the best thanks you can give me. Now go. Something's about to happen here, and you can't stay, Zhang Wei said, calm yet commanding. All right, we leave now. Everyone take your mech cores, men, protect the women, move. Lao He barked. In moments the crowd organized itself and filed out, clutching the cores. Zhang Wei spared them only a glance, then turned, grabbed Ma Bide by the collar, and dragged him like a sack toward the passage they'd entered. Aina and the others fell in behind him without being told. Lao He's group moved just as swiftly. When Zhang Wei hauled Ma Bide beneath the behemoth thruster, he caught sight of Lao He waving farewell in the distance. Zhang Wei lifted a hand in return and watched them disappear from the cavern. Once they linked up with 300 or 400 mechs, they would be able to defend themselves. With the figures gone, the underground space echoed emptily. Zhang Wei looked up. The behemoth thruster towered above like a black volcano. Feed him to the beast. I want to see how it eats a man, Zhang Wei ordered evenly, flinging Ma Bide to a 3-meter mech assigned to feeding duty. The translator mech converted the command into Japanese and bellowed it. A massive mechanical arm clamped around Ma Bide and lifted him toward the thruster's intake. Wait, wait, Ma Bide shrieked. Zhang Wei, I know a lot of secrets. I can tell you. Don't kill me. He knew exactly what kind of death awaited inside that thruster, and he wasn't ready to die, even though his limbs were half ruined. What secrets? Zhang Wei asked coolly, neither agreeing nor refusing, willing to listen first. Ma Bide hesitated. Speak. Zhang Wei's voice was ice as he leveled the gun at the spot between Ma Bide's eyes. Staring into the black barrel of the gun, Ma Bide kept his demands to himself. He chickened out again. Whatever schemes had been nursing collapsed the moment the weapon was pointed his way. Still, he had one ace left, the secret of the slumbering behemoth. Even the Japanese high command didn't know about it, and had never reported it. Keep talking. Zhang Wei lowered the gun and motioned for him to continue. Ma Bai licked his cracked lips and muttered, "Above us at the top of the shaft they've opened a passage that leads inside the beast." Inside, Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. If the intel was legit, he wouldn't have to hammer away at the monster's outer armor. Even with his enhanced combat augmentation, destroying it from the outside was far from guaranteed. From the inside, though, the odds shifted dramatically. And besides, the beast's core had to be packed with treasures. The engine that powered something this massive alone was worth drooling over. "Spare me, and he'll show you the entrance." Ma Bai blurted out. "Deal. Move." Zhang Wei agreed without hesitation. His quick consent unsettled Ma Bai. Wasn't there supposed to be bargaining first? Still, survival came first. He shoved the doubt aside. Zhang Wei resumed control of Ma Bai's body, and, following Ma Bai's directions, the group climbed the spiral tunnel. The Japanese had dug it hoping to find a way to control the beast. Failing that, they meant to strip it for parts. The propulsion units, for instance, they practically considered personal property by now. About 50 meters up, Ma Bai signaled a halt. Here, before them stretched an immaculate section of the beast's armor, glossy enough to reflect their faces. No seams, no markings, an impenetrable metal wall. Zhang Wei's eyes asked the obvious question, "Where's the entrance?" "Kick it. You'll see." Ma Bai pointed at the wall. Without a word, Zhang Wei slammed his foot into it. A dull boom echoed through the shaft, and the supposedly indestructible metal caved inward. 1 second it was a wall, the next it looked like a crushed soda can. Ma Bai froze. The first time Head found this weak spot, Head shoved someone against it and managed to dent it no larger than a fingernail. Even after bringing a crew and throwing everything they had at it, they'd only pushed it in a bit. Zhang Wei. One kick. What kind of strength is that? Ma Bai glanced at his own leg fractured by the impact, yet he could still stand. His physique was nothing to sneeze at, yet compared with Zhang Wei, it was worthless. Zhang Wei studied the dent Head made, eyes narrowing. Beyond the crushed panel, another layer of structure appeared, a hidden passage into the creature's body cavity. Excitement and questions surged in him at once. What is this place? The wall panel Zhang Wei had kicked open stood over 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, like a hidden door. Who would install such a mechanism inside a giant beast? Not as had to be its core chamber. Zhang Wei's own mech possessed a core barely 10 cubic meters in size. For a creature this enormous, a vast compartment was only logical. "This is it. I told you I wasn't lying," Ma Bai said ingratiatingly. "Move, it'll snap back," he added in a low shout. Zhang Wei dragged Ma Bai aside, flattening himself against the wall and retreating 2 steps. A moment later, the metal panel slammed into place. Anyone slow to react would have been crushed against the opposite wall. Zhang Wei gave Ma Bai a pointed look. Without him holding the man, Ma Bai probably wouldn't have bothered to warn him. He looked around. The chamber was black as ink. Ma Bai couldn't see his own hand, but Zhang Wei's enhanced vision let him make out the scene within 100 meters. No core module was present. Only a few human skeletons, stripped clean. How long had it been since the apocalypse began? Even if these people had entered the moment the beast appeared, their bodies shouldn't have decayed so completely. Besides, the first person to discover this chamber was most likely Ma Bai himself. At that thought, Zhang Wei studied him again. "Get in quickly. The wall will close soon," Ma Bai urged, trying to sound brave. "Fine. You go first," Zhang Wei replied coolly. No, I can't walk." "It's pointless for me to go in," Ma Bai protested, waving his useless arms. He knew entering meant death. "So you'll stay out here?" Zhang Wei asked. "Yes, he'll stay," Ma Bai agreed at once. "Nice try." Zhang Wei snorted and hauled him into the core chamber. Before stepping through, he turned to Aina. "Wait outside. Until you're sure I'm dead, don't even think about running." The interpreter relayed the order immediately. "Do you think I'd dare?" Aina sighed. She was already tied to Zhang Wei. Fleeing would only end worse for her and her subordinates, all branded as his accomplices. Zhang Wei ignored her, muttering. If she ran, she'd be digging her own grave. If she stayed, she was still useful. "No, I don't want to go in. Don't take me in." Ma Bai struggled frantically in the pitch-black chamber. But with only one leg left, he had no way to break free from Zhang Wei's grip. Going in was non-negotiable. Zhang Wei dragged the struggling Ma Bai into the behemoth's core chamber. Charred skeletons lay scattered on the ashen metal floor, their icy bones gleaming under the lights. Ma Bai's pupils shrank. Panic smashed through his composure. "You son of a bitch, get me out of here. We're going to die. Can't you see the bones on the floor? If you want to die, do it alone and leave me out of it." Terror ripped away his facade, and every venomous thought Head suppressed came spewing out. On the edge of life and death, he no longer cared whether Zhang Wei would kill him. Dead is dead, he might as well vent it all. Zhang Wei looked at him as though he were already a corpse. Nudging aside a charred rib with his boot, he asked coolly, "I see them. You killed these people, didn't you?" "Yeah, I killed them." "So what?" Ma Bai craned his neck, trying to sound brave. "Do you know how they died?" Zhang Wei's voice was utterly flat. "I don't." Ma Bai's voice quavered, but he still yelled. "They were fine when they walked in. How should I know what killed them?" Zhang Wei gave a faint smile and flung him to the floor like a discarded rag. "You'll find out soon enough." Ma Bai nearly lost his mind. He knew this place was lethal, yet Zhang Wei had dragged him in and even staked his own life to do it. To Ma Bai, Zhang Wei was a madman willing to die just to take him along. With his single remaining leg, he tried to propel himself, inching forward like a slimy maggot, but moved pathetically slow. Zhang Wei stood with folded arms, watching coldly. A bullet would be far too merciful. He wanted his prey to drown in fear and pain first. Seeing Ma Bai writhe like this satisfied him. As for dying himself, Zhang Wei wasn't worried. If things reached the limit, he could merge with his mech at any moment. Too little space? The armor would force its own. Ma Bai knew none of this. He only kept crawling for the exit. Suddenly the sprung metal wall gave a low hum and began to close. It wasn't fast, but to Ma Bai it sounded like the Reaper's countdown. He went berserk, twisting around to scream. Hurry, get me out. I don't want to die here, I'm begging you. Let's both leave alive. Zhang Wei didn't move. The wall kept closing, its razor gap like an iron maw. Ma Bai cursed in despair. You'll die a horrible death. If I die, you're dying too. You bastard, you'd throw away your life just to kill me? You're an idiot. Who told you I was going to die? Zhang Wei asked, pronouncing each word clearly. Ma Bai froze. And haven't you noticed the temperature rising? Zhang Wei added. He had already guessed what had stripped the bodies to bone flash vaporization. Scalding heat had boiled away flesh, leaving only skeletons. The agony must have been unbearable. Ma Bai stammered, sweat pouring down his face as his hand touched the blistering metal floor. Suddenly, every light in the chamber died, plunging them into total darkness. With a deep clang, the walls sealed shut, black steel fitting seamlessly together. When the wall locked into place, the temperature jumped by more than 10 degrees and it kept rising. Zhang Wei was perfectly fine. At this point, such heat barely registered to him. Inside the core chamber, scorching air swirled while the thermometer shot toward 50 degrees Celsius. Zhang Wei figured he would only start to feel uncomfortable once it hit around 60. Ma Bai, however, was already at his limit. The blistering heat pressed on him like an invisible weight, pinning him to the metallic deck. His skin flushed scarlet, his breath came in ragged gasps, and every bead of sweat turned to steam the instant it surfaced. Even the urge to cry was stripped away by the temperature. The silent mist rising from his body might have been regret, might have been despair. Zhang Wei neither cared nor planned to ask. Knock yourself out here. I'm going deeper. His casual words echoed off the iron walls, grating on the ear. Hearing this, Ma Bai wished he could bite off his tongue and end it all. He felt like a shrimp tossed into a steamer, yet that bastard strolled around as if on a picnic. Whatever answers Ma Bai wanted, he would never get them. Zhang Wei had already marched toward the heart of the chamber. The extreme heat wasn't an intentional murder weapon. With the outer armor fully sealed, excess warmth had nowhere to escape and simply circulated inside, turning the place into an oven. Zhang Wei mused that it would be nice if this beast really housed a core module, though even if it did, he might not be able to use it right away. He followed a narrow passage where the walls throbbed now and then like an animal's pulse. Before long, he reached a metal compartment and saw the heart he had pictured an actual core module. Surprisingly, it wasn't enormous, roughly the same size as the one in his own mech. Why build a space this huge if the modules are all the same size? Showing off? He grumbled to himself. A grid-patterned metal wall stood before him, clearly meant for mounting cores. Compared with his mech, the wall was several times larger, counted about 50 slots. If each slot held 2 or 3 cores, how many goodies could you cram in? Unfortunately, only 2 modules glowed in the vast emptiness. Zhang Wei kept up the complaints, but inside he was thrilled. He reached out and yanked the 2 cores free. Solid heft at his fingertips made him all the more eager to see their grade. A beast-grade core had to be at least epic, maybe even legendary. With the prizes in hand, he produced his own mech core. Identify. At his low command, a soft blue beam burst forth, sweeping over the 2 new modules like a scanner, then coalescing into a translucent screen. Assault core epic 3 slots. Combat power 100. Mech attack capability 30. Gale core epic 3 slots. Combat power 100. Thruster output 30. Energy consumption 30. Now that's what I'm talking about, Zhang Wei breathed. 2 epic grade cores short of legendary, sure, but more than enough to satisfy him. Beggars can't be choosers, especially when the freebies pack this much punch. The raw 200 combat power on the panel was just the beginning. The real boost these modules offered would far exceed that number. Stowing them away, Zhang Wei forced down his excitement and slid the 2 core modules into his mech reactor. The instant they vanished, the long-dormant Leviathan jolted awake. Its rib-like bulkheads thundered as if struck by a hammer. Whenever scavengers tore off a thruster nozzle or 2, the beast never bothered. Those parts regenerated as long as it still had power. Core modules, however, were irreplaceable. Once lost, they were gone for good. For Zhang Wei, the 2 units were priceless loot. For the beast, they were its lifeblood. The assault core and gale core each granted a percentage boost to combat power, and the stronger the baseline, the more frightening the amplification. Fury alone could not refill an empty tank. The creature's reserves were nearly drained, and it could barely twitch. Like a heavy truck with an empty fuel cell, its engine could roar all it wanted, but the wheels would not turn. What it could still do was manipulate the air within its hull. Scorching gas flooded the core chamber, pushing the already sweltering 50-degree space higher. 60, 70, 80, 100 degrees. When the heat passed the 100-degree mark, Zhang Wei felt as though his chest were being branded with a red-hot iron. Ma Bide, sprawled on the deck, had stopped breathing ages ago. He had suffocated at 60 degrees. Picture a person in a sauna. 40 degrees might be relaxing. At 60, your airways feel as if they've caught fire. An ordinary human would have folded long before now. Zhang Wei, alone, endured the boiling air. Can it go any hotter? He muttered, eyes blazing instead of retreating. He was in a trove. He refused to leave empty-handed. At the very least, he wanted that engine lodged deeper in the beast's body only. Then would this raid feel complete. Getting into the core chamber had been easy. Returning after the beast repaired itself would be another story. 100 degrees was painful, but far from lethal for him. The Leviathan had never imagined anyone could survive such heat, much less keep prowling around. Unfortunately, it lacked the energy even to twitch, and even if it could move, it might still fail to shake off this stubborn intruder. Just as Zhang Wei prepared for his next move, a deep, resonant voice vibrated through the metal walls and drilled straight into his ears. Human. Fluent Mandarin. Zhang Wei froze. That the beast could speak was hardly shocking. Plenty of other mutants could. Why should a Leviathan be any different? To Zhang Wei's astonishment, the enormous creature was speaking Chinese. His first thought was that it might have recognized him as Chinese at a glance. But in the next instant his brow tightened. The explanation lay not in his identity, but in the fact that the beast had devoured countless Chinese people and torn the language from their memories. The realization sent anger surging through him, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn little Jap. Human, I am not a little Jap." The beast's voice echoed sluggishly through the vast core chamber, as if it had yet to grasp what flexibility really meant. Zhang Wei ignored the question of titles, lifted his gaze to the colossal figure, and said calmly, "All right, why did you call me here? Human, leave my body and I will forgive you. I will not kill you." "You can try," Zhang Wei answered, his tone icy. The Japanese enraged him, and so did this creature that had boosted its intelligence by consuming Chinese lives. It deserved no courtesy. The beast froze for half a heartbeat, its massive head stalling like a short-circuited machine. Whenever it had negotiated with the Japanese, people either fled in fear or submitted meekly. No one had ever talked back the way this human did. Seeing its hesitation, Zhang Wei went straight to the point. "If you want me out, hand over your engine." He wasn't sure where the engine was hidden, but striking first was his best chance. "What?" The beast's fury detonated. "Human, you have enraged me." In its eyes, Zhang Wei had already stolen its core module, and now he wanted the engine as well. Piracy that would sever its last hope. The engine could regrow after partial damage, but if ripped out entirely, no amount of energy could conjure another. Without power, its massive body would crumble within years, let alone sleep for a century. "Human, I will kill you." It lost all reason, ramming every ounce of power into its engine. As the roaring intensified, heat and pressure in the core chamber soared. It believed that sufficient output would reduce Zhang Wei to ash. That was precisely what Zhang Wei wanted. Only with the engine running at full tilt could he trace its location by the torrents of heat and force. Unaware, the beast kept pushing the temperature higher. Within moments the cramped chamber neared 120 degrees, the air shimmering under the heat. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. Time to act. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted behind him. Boom. A ball of flame burst forth, flooding the entire core with light. "Who's there?" The sudden burst of flame made Zhang Wei jump. He spun around, his expression darkening. There was no one at all. The fire was coming from Ma Bide's body lying on the ground. The heat had caught Ma Bide's clothes and corpse alike, turning both into a blazing torch. "Scared the hell out of me," Zhang Wei muttered, glancing down at himself. The combat suit had been issued at the Chuanqing military base was advertised as fireproof, waterproof, and bullet-resistant. He had been skeptical, but now he had to admit it worked. The body on the floor was aflame, yet he was completely unscathed. "Thought it was you playing tricks," he grumbled, using the burning corpse as a torch to look around. Moments ago he had been feeling his way in the dark. Now, with the fire behind him, he could see clearly. Scalding air was seeping from the seam where the wall met the floor. A thick iron pillar linked the metal wall to the deck, leaving a circular gap around its base. Hot vapor was roaring out of that gap. Once he spotted the weak point, Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. "Let's do this." He kicked the pillar hard. The metal inside the beast was as fragile as wet plaster. The pillar bent instantly, the gap widened, and the blast of heat grew fiercer. Ignoring the scorching air, he grabbed the warped pillar and yanked. The mechanical beast howled from within. The pillar was a high-tech component hollow, packed with parts that converted core energy into combat power and secured only by a standard latch. No one had ever broken into the core compartment before, so no one had bothered to reinforce it. The result was inevitable. The pillar never had a chance to burn Zhang Wei's hands before he ripped it out. He tossed it into the mech's core, the clang echoing through the chamber. Leaning over the opening that still belched heat, he heard the engine roaring below. Without hesitation, he jumped in. The space beneath resembled the wiring bay of a massive machine, corridors twisting in all directions. Zhang Wei no longer bothered with brute force. He sprinted through the narrow passage without slowing down. The beast was on the verge of madness. If Zhang Wei kept rampaging, had reached the engine sooner or later. It mustered every ounce of energy it had stored since landing on the blue planet. The engine screamed like a car in neutral with the accelerator floored vibrating, wailing, but powerless to act. The runaway power sent the temperature soaring once more. Zhang Wei estimated it was nearing 150 degrees Celsius. Hot air scorched his throat, moisture evaporating from his skin in an instant. He glanced at the combat suit, still in perfect condition, and nodded in satisfaction. The gear, he had to admit, was top-notch. Despite the sweltering heat, Zhang Wei still found time to admire the quality of his suit. The temperature was blistering, yet nowhere near his limit. The casual remark he tossed out proved as much. By contrast, the beast's internal heat had peaked, its bones and muscles quivering from the strain. Ignoring such details, Zhang Wei followed his instincts downward, springing off the inner walls on the mech's momentum until he dropped into another cavity. The creature stood nearly 100 meters tall, so its innards, however complex, were finite. But this chamber felt like a sealed engine room. Amid glowing crimson tissue loomed a roaring engine over 3 meters high, tongues of fire spurting through the gaps like a caged beast. One glance at the pulsing runes on its shell and the intricate heat sinks told Zhang Wei this was no ordinary machine. It's huge. Will it even fit in my mech? Maybe it can resize itself, he muttered, uncertain. Yet no matter how rare his armor was, it paled beside an engine of this caliber. Desire surged through him. Whatever it took, that engine was his. He lunged forward, wrapped his arms around one corner of the engine, and locked the mech's joints with a metallic groan. With a surge of power, he hoisted the massive hunk of metal clear of the floor, tearing free the energy conduits that linked it to the beast's organs and showering sparks everywhere. Human, I can give you anything you want, just put my engine down. The beast's voice thundered through the cavity, thick with panic. What'll you trade for it? Zhang Wei asked coolly, hefting the engine even higher. Returning it was out of the question, but if the creature held more treasures, he was happy to take them too. The beast calculated frantically. I have weapons. Surely you need weapons. What kind? You can't use my teeth or claws, but there's a laser cannon on my shoulder. Put the engine down, and it'll lead you to it. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Great plan. Something built for your size won't fit my little mech. Then inspiration struck. Xiaobao would grow sooner or later, and even if he never matched this monster, he'd still be big. If not, he could always gift it to you, Mei. Anything else? Don't hold back. If you're not serious, I'm walking away with this. I have. Have what? Zhang Wei pressed. Silence. The beast's remaining parts thrusters, armor plating were each the size of a mech's thigh, utterly useless to him. So that's a no, Zhang Wei said with a shrug, slinging the engine onto his shoulder and turning away. He eased his grip on purpose, hoping to squeeze out another offer, but had misjudged. The beast either had nothing left or simply refused to part with it. Fine. He sighed, tapped the mech's core, and a flash of pale gold swallowed the massive engine into his storage space. Give it back. The beast roared, half pleading, as Zhang Wei vaulted back into the passage. It still had a flicker of power, but once that was gone, it would shut down for good. Return it? Hell no. Zhang Wei spat, his eyes glinting like knife edges. You actually expect me to give back what I've taken? Dream on. He brushed the dust from his shoulder and smirked. Not only am I keeping it, I'm going to blast my way out of here. Let's see you stop me. Much to his surprise, the half-awake mechanical beast in front of him was absurdly fragile. Head braced for a tough fight, yet the creature was barely conscious, as helpless as a lamb and completely at his mercy. It tried to retaliate, but its last reserve of power flickered out, the lights dimmed, and it collapsed into silence. Playing it safe, Zhang Wei chose not to backtrack. He tore a meter-long iron rod thick as his arm from the beast's abdomen and turned it into a makeshift mace. Every swing shattered obstacles, gears, bolts, and wiring flew apart. In less than 10 meters, the corridor was littered with wreckage. Even if someone reinstalled the engine, this thing was never coming back to life. Those crafty Japanese always have a trick up their sleeve. Better let Xiaobao in to swallow the whole beast, he muttered, staying alert. He halted at a solid metal wall and drew a deep breath. If he merged with his mech, the solar sword could carve through in a few strokes. But he couldn't risk bringing the entire 100-meter-deep structure down on innocent heads. Instead, he began chiseling with the iron rod. Luckily, the inner plating was far weaker than the shell. The beast's layout was like an upside-down walk, tough outside, soft at the curve. Within 10 minutes the wall dented, cracked, and finally split open. Zhang Wei expected dirt on the other side. Instead, an underground passage appeared. Light streamed in. He vaulted out of the chamber and spotted Aina at the tunnel entrance, worry etched on her face. It's bad your pet's fighting the self-defense forces, she warned, and the interpreter echoed her words. Fighting them? His expression hardened. Without another question, he sprinted for the elevator shaft. Xiaobao was strong, but he didn't know what firepower the JSDF had brought. If things escalated, even Xiaobao might be in trouble. At the shaft, Lao He and the others were still pinned down. Zhang Wei waved them back. Get inside and stay put. Unless I call, no one comes out. Before Lao He could reply, Zhang Wei had already plunged into the vertical passage. Behind him, Lao He clenched his fists and growled, "We can help you." Lao He had regained some strength. Determination was written all over his face. He insisted on helping. Zhang Wei glanced at him, then slowly shook his head. Rely on this crowd? Not a chance. A mech doesn't lose performance just because it changes pilots. But how many of these people have ever even touched a control stick? They're greener than rookies, and expecting them to fight is sheer fantasy. Even if they could get a machine moving, what would they be given? Something that barely runs more trouble than help on a battlefield. Stop getting in the way. Go back and wait. Zhang Wei tossed the words over his shoulder and stepped into the elevator shaft. The power's out. Lao He called after him. If it weren't, they'd have ridden the lift up already. Zhang Wei frowned, braced his hands on the shaft's steel frame, pushed off with his toes, and began to climb. The tang of rust filled his lungs as the dark walls streaked past. 100-meter drop was nothing to him, but he couldn't merge with his mech and rocket up not with Lao He's group behind him. If he ignored their safety, he could have combined with the mech, hit the thrusters, and blasted out in a single leap. Burdened as he was, he had to rely on muscle alone. Rough metal struts made natural handholds. With monstrous stamina, he covered more than 10 meters in a few breaths. Below, Lao He stared up, mouth agape, bitterness rising in his chest. With skills like that, he thought, is he really worried we'll get in the way? Lao He, shouldn't we help? Those Japanese, someone began. Shut it. Let him handle it. Lao He cut him off, raising a hand. He doesn't need us, but someone else might. We have to stay alive. Some of you aren't afraid to die, but don't throw your lives away for nothing. Move. His voice was calm yet firm. He had become their anchor, and no one argued. A few minutes later, they collided with Aina's team at the far end of the corridor. Lao He's people turned as one, eyes cold, murderous intent clear. Aina knew that look all too well, pure, focused hatred. Tell them Zhang Wei and I are on the same side. We won't harm them, she murmured to her interpreter. The message was relayed. Lao He only snorted and kept his people in check, not because of her words, but because she was indeed with Zhang Wei. Watching them walk away, Aina exhaled in relief. Without a proper weapon, she'd have been in real trouble if they decided to surround her. When they reached the shaft's opening, a shock wave burst from above, roaring down the metal conduit and making their eardrums ring. Fall back. The shaft could collapse. Move. Aina ordered. Her skittish team wasted no time and scrambled to the safe zone. Above ground, near the shaft, Zhang Wei had already merged with his mech. Ice blue armor caught the setting sun and flashed like a blade. He didn't rush into the fight. Thuff could tell Xiaobao was holding his own and wasn't in any real danger yet. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.